Chapter 10. Rowling isn't my name, nor is Tolkien. Oddly enough, this is the second of 3 HP stories this month. The first was Balsan Remodel, my HP/gamer/Baldur's Gate patty on crossover. The next was Magic of the Force, which won the large story poll and will be updated by the end of the month. Fate Touched then won the small story poll, which astonished me, but I hope you all enjoy this. This has been edited by Nad Destroyer and me via Grammarly. Hopefully, between us we have caught enough small mistakes so that those that remain do not impact your enjoyment of the chapter. Edited 9/29, thanks go to Weary Curmudgeon for pointing out a few small plot mistakes. They have been corrected. Chapter 10, Whitewater Barreling. The plan Bilbo came up with was audacious, all the more so when between them Harry and Thorin forced him to share much of its details. In particular, they were interested in the most important point, how in the world they were going to escape Thranduil's halls without having to fight their way through Tori and Daedalus. The answer to this question was they weren't going to go out via the city. Indeed, they were essentially going to go out with the trash barrels. Harry questioned, sitting back on the edge of the bed, his back against the wall as he looked at Bilbo thoughtfully on the other side of the bars. You expect us to float down river? Bilbo had explained that the elves drank wine like water, every one of them putting away more wine than even dwarves did, and that a goodly portion of their supply of wine came from a place called Esgarote, or Lake Town. Full wine barrels were shipped by donkey to the edge of Mirkwood, and the empty ones were sent back down river to the lake Lake Town resided on. So the river, I think it's simply called the Forest River, will carry us straight to the lake. And the lake is overlooked by the lonely mountain. Thorin nodded slowly. The other dwarves objected, and for a moment, their voices caused a minor clamor there in the jail area, which had Bilbo wincing and looking over his shoulder. They didn't like the haphazard nature of it, they didn't like the fact it involved water. No dwarf was at home on the water and that they would most likely be helpless while doing so. There was also a bit of simple wounded pride involved, which Dwellin gave voice to. We are not parcels to be so used to hide away in barrels, that is beneath the dignity of a dwarven warrior. Enough, Thorin growled, and every dwarf was silenced instantly, hearing or perhaps even feeling the subterranean anger in their king's voice. He stood up, moving slowly and deliberately to the bars, staring down and across at the other dwarf, locking eyes as best he could with each of them in turn. I will reluctantly admit that we needed this rest. We needed a time of, if not comfort, then safety. But now, we are getting close to when the hidden entrance to Erebor will reveal itself. We must be in place to find it, or we will be forced to wait another year. Thorin's jaw clenched, his beard bristling as his eyes hardened noticeably. I refuse to allow that to happen. We have come too far, fought through too many dangers to be dissuaded by this one. Grumble all you like when we are getting into the barrels, but unless any of you have any other plans, we will go with Mr. Baggins' plan. One by one, the dwarves slowly nodded their heads, with Balin going so far as to reach for through the bars and grab Bilbo's shoulder companionably. We apologize for our disrespectful and petty attitudes, Mr. Baggins. You have done a workmanlike job since we were captured. Acting so arrogantly was beneath us. Agreed, Philly nodded, getting to his own feet next to his uncle, moving forward to also clasp hands with Bilbo. And when we get out of this, Bilbo, do not think that this is going to be forgotten. You might have signed on as a mere member of this company, but you have proven a true ally to our people. Thorin nodded his head firmly, looking at Bilbo's embarrassed face with a faint smile. Continue, Bilbo, Harry said from behind the dwarves, not moving from his position, even though he was smiling slightly. You were saying something about timing. There is a festival coming up, the king's birthday in point of fact, or something similar, something to do with him anyway. The elves are sure to get drunk as lords, every one of them. That means more empty barrels and lax security. It is due to start in 4 days. Harry rubbed at his scraggly beard in thought. It had been sprouting recently, much to the approval of the dwarves, although Harry felt it was just bloody itchy. All right, but remember, I have to get my sword. We're not leaving that here, nor, he looked over at Thorin. Are we going to leave Orcrist here? When elves act no better than the trolls whose lair we found it in, they no longer deserve to own such a weapon, in my opinion. Here, Thorin muttered, looking back at Harry then at Bilbo. But how? Biting his lip, Bilbo frowned. I know where the weapons are being kept, your sword, Harry. Orcrist is being kept by Thranduil himself, but he leaves it in his quarters, so perhaps it will be a simple matter to acquire. My sword will probably be with Toriel, or in her quarters. Harry shrugged. You're going to have to follow her back to them at some point. That sounds remarkably dirty, for some reason, Bilbo muttered, looking away. That leaves the problem of getting you out of these cages and into the cellars themselves. That, and timing. We will need to move extremely quickly once we start to get you out of your cells. Gather your weapons, Orcrist, Harry's sword, and the keys. Each portion of that list is a way for our escape to be discovered. Worse is the area betwixt here and the kitchen and cellars. Thorin's brows furrowed, then nodded. I see. The cellars are beneath the rest of Thranduil's halls, aren't they? Whereas we are off to the side. We'd have to go out onto the stairs to the floor of the main hall and then from there into the kitchens, I would guess. Exactly. Which means using Harry's cloak and moving 2 or 3 at a time at most through that area. Silently too. Unless you think you could use magic to silence all of us? I doubt any of our dwarfish companions could be trusted to not make a clatter. Harry winced. In his talks with Thranduil, it had become clear the man was just as much interested in keeping Harry under lock and key as he was in coercing Thorin to either give up his crusade or agree to a deal which would let the elf get something he wanted from the dragon's hoard. And Thranduil had proven several times that he was aware of Harry's magic every time he used it in his lands. If I start using my magic, Thranduil will be aware of us. But if you think we will be in such danger, then perhaps. Harry suddenly chuckled, scratching at his chin some more. I'm going to have to make an arse of myself, I think. Everyone that could see Harry at that moment looked at him in confusion, and Harry smirked, looking past Thorin and Philly at Bilbo. When in the woods do you notice every bug that flies around you or only the first few? Bilbo frowned for a second. Then as Harry's meaning came to him, Bilbo began to laugh. You're going to start using your magic more regularly. Exactly, my shoeless friend. Transfiguring a mirror and a razor for myself if I can remember what a razor looks like, or a knife if I can't. It wasn't as if I had much experience with them before coming to this world, after all. Many of the dwarves shifted at that droll comment, looking away from their human friend. It was so easy to forget that much of Harry's seeming age had come upon him while he was battling the creature called Tom Riddle, instead of actually living those years for himself. Beyond that was the idea of someone shaving their beard at all. Ori, in particular, looked a little sad about the idea that Harry would shave his face, considering his own lack of a good beard, even if Harry's beard was rather too scraggly to take any pride in. But the more I use it, the more it seems to be a false alarm, the more certain Thranduil and the elves will be that I can't use magic to escape. Eventually, Thranduil will get to the point where he will just ignore it. Well, he'll ignore it if I only use it in small lots. Harry amended. I would wager he would notice large-scale spells or multiple spells one after another, so, unfortunately, that particular weak point might remain. Still, I should be able to silence the loudest of you, and once free, I can use my own spells to keep myself hidden, while you all keep using my cloak. You mentioned keys, Bilbo, Boffer spoke up from his cell down at the end of the hall. Seeing as we want to cut down on the number of spells Harry'll be tossin' about once we make our break, how are you getting the keys? One of the elves in the palace serves as, well, a head servant, a butler of sorts. They call him the keeper of the keys. I'll have to study his movement for a bit, then steal them off him. And you expect to steal something off an elf? I know you're good, Bilbo, but that good? Balin shook his head. No lad, you were worried about our passing through the main hall, but it seems to me that those keys are the real weakness. He was about to say they would have to rely on Harry or brute force, at least to access the cellar, when Gloin spoke up, moving to join the older dwarf at the bars of their cell. Hold there, Balin. Bilbo, you mentioned that part of why this festival will be the right time to go is because all the elves are going to get good and soused, right? Yes. All of the elves have been talking about it, and it sounds like quite a party. I can't honestly imagine how much wine they will be put away given how much Thranduil and the other elven lords drink normally, but yes. Why? Gloin grumbled something under his breath, then shook his head. 'Tis for a good cause. If you know where they took our bags, mine will contain 2 flasks. One will be smaller than the other and is full of moonshine. It's potent stuff, mind you. A tot of that mixed in with the wine won't change the flavor over much, but it will change the impact. He smirked, tugging at his beard in pride. I don't think any elf used to drinking their watered-down swill could take more than a few sips of the real stuff without being knocked on their bony asses. Nodding at that, Bilbo looked around at the others, waiting to see if anyone else had any more objections. When no one spoke up, Bilbo exchanged a final hand clasp with Thorin before he disappeared down the corridor, pulling Harry's invisibility cloak around him. As he went, Bilbo reflected on the nature of the 2 items on his person that could give him invisibility. When he put on the ring, Bilbo felt strange, almost set apart from the world around him. Bilbo knew he wasn't, that this was a sensation, not a reality, and the ring had proven its worth before Harry had given Bilbo his invisibility cloak and told Bilbo about the moleskin pouch. But when faced with the choice between the 2, Bilbo could not get over the fact that he had sort of stolen the ring from Gollum. That Bilbo had killed Gollum when he tried to take it back. That still tainted the ring in his eyes. Because of that, Bilbo had not used it since gaining Harry's invisibility cloak. Although I will probably have to use it as we travel downriver, Bilbo thought with some reluctance. But before that, I need to free my friends. He pulled up the hood of the cloak and stood in a dark alcove for a few moments, watching the elves come and go, reflecting once more on the difference between these elves and the elves under Elrond as he started forward once more. A moment later, Bilbo was forced to practically leap aside as several elves raced past him towards where the prisoners were. Harry could have at least given me a few more minutes to get away, he grumbled mentally. He then noticed that two of his particular targets for the next few days were among the elves who had raced past, with Legolas leading them. Or perhaps not. It appears Lady Toriel has returned. He settled in for a wait, wondering what was happening, secure under Harry's overly large invisibility cloak. Oh. What are you do? Legolas paused, staring at Harry, as Harry held up a mirror he had conjured into being, shocked beyond all imagination. How, you were searched thoroughly. There were no mirrors upon you. I am a wizard, Harry retorted. Search me all you like, you'll only find things that I want you to find. And right now, I desperately need a shave. The strange word was one that Legolas had never heard before. Elves didn't grow facial hair, or much hair at all, in point of fact beyond what was on the top of their heads. The idea of shaving was therefore completely foreign to them. What do you mean? You are pruning yourself. You haven't noticed how I've grown hair on my face? Harry queried, before noticing Toriel behind Legolas. He smiled slightly, nodding to her, then looked back at Legolas, ignoring the other elves with them. Of course, human men do that, I'm told, Legolas shrugged. Bjorn certainly does, as have those few of Lake Town I've seen. What about it? What about your beard made you use magic to create that mirror? The fact that it itches like blazes. And frankly, I don't think it does me much credit. Toriel nodded. The beard does seem to make your jaw lose much of its impact. My jaw? Harry repeated, somewhat nonplussed. Legolas also looked at Toriel, who shrugged. It's true, Harry has a rather strong jawline. She then smirked. Also, I don't think that human beards are supposed to look so unkempt. Hurtful, but accurate, Harry grumbled as he raised a small transfigured dagger to his face, staring into the mirror. The dagger had been part of their last meal, transfigured from a spoon, just like the mirror had been the bowl before. Right, how do I do this again? As the elves watched in fascinated amusement, Harry cut himself several times before he got the hang of it and began to scrape off the hair. It dribbled into a tin cup that also had been from their latest meal. Sad, Thorin shook his head, tugging at his own beard with smug complacency. The beard was adding some gravitas to your visage. Not everyone wants to look like a well-trimmed bush, dwarf, one of the elves shot back. Ha! As if an elf would know anything about beards, Bifur barked. Harry shrugged, not looking away from the mirror, which Philly was helpfully holding up for him. Even so, Harry nicked himself more a few times, but the hair was getting removed, and the action seemed to have completely disarmed the elves. Indeed, he could hear a few of them laughing quietly at his expense while others traded barbs with the dwarves about beards and the lack thereof. It was rather like hearing chalk and cheese try to argue about smell, Harry reflected. There was really no place where they could meet. Keep laughing and joking, boys. You're being pranked, and you won't even know it until the final act dawns, Harry thought, fighting to keep a vicious smile off his face. Eventually his hack job was completed to Harry's satisfaction, and he nodded, rubbing at his now cleared chin and cheeks. That's much better. Legolas shook his head, having watched this activity while not taking part in the taunts or japes, much as Toriel had. And creating that mirror was the magic the king felt? How often do you think you'll have to shave? No idea, Harry shrugged, even as the mirror finally started to dissipate, shifting slowly back to the bowl it had once been. At the same time, the dagger also shifted back to its previous shape. I'll probably have to shave at least once every other day, perhaps once every day to keep my face completely smooth. And you will have to use her magic again too, whatever it is you did to that bowl and spoon. Transfigurations don't last very long. It seems to go against the rules of the mailer, Harry nodded, then smirked. Of course, you could just let me have access to a real dagger and mirror, right? And who knows what you would do with them? You truly do not understand the fact you are a prisoner, do you? Legolas scoffed, shaking his head. Honestly, he didn't think any fell magics could be created using a simple dagger and mirror, but giving in to Harry's demands was something even Legolas had an issue with, considering their respective positions. And his father would never countenance it. Not until Harry agreed to teach Thranduil his magic. I was told once that elves felt captivity the worst of crimes, Harry snarled, all humor banishing, as he reached for the bars, gripping them in both hands, while behind him, Thorin and Philly moved forward, backing Harry up, their own humor dissipating. And yet, you are so quick to do it to those whose only fault was to attempt to ask for your aid in passing through your lands. Odd that. In answer to your question, Legolas, I do understand this whole prisoner thing. Far better than you can imagine. While the other elven guards grumbled or moved forward with their spears ready to prod the dwarves away from the bars if commanded, Legolas glared back, but deep down knew that his father was in the wrong here, and eventually had to look away from that emerald gaze. Those eyes were deeply unsettling when Harry was angry, he reflected. If we bring you items for shaving, will that stay your idle use of your magic? Perhaps, but you still haven't done enough to deal with our waste, so my use of spells to keep the air clear down here is going to continue. That caused Legolas to grimace but also nod. The jail cells had never really been intended for long-term use, so they had no toiletries or sewage to speak of. These cells had been made for short-term prisoners, after all. Sighing, he nodded his head. Very well, we will so inform our king. Toriel stayed a moment, looking at Harry's face. You will need some bandages for that inexpert job you just did. It reminds me of my first attempt at whittling frankly. Ouch, Harry mimed, holding a hand to his chest as if he had taken a mortal injury. You wound me deeply. No, I think you did that on your own, the elven woman replied dryly. Another point for her, Philly chuckled, leaning back and looking at the elfin woman. But I take it you approve of the no-beard thing? Harry questioned, his lips quirking into an almost shy smile as he tried to ignore the rolling eyes of many of the dwarves around him. I would prefer the no-blood thing, Toriel shot, making the word thing sounds like a foreign concept, before nodding abruptly and turning away, leaving the conversation with a suddenness that surprised Harry. But she had to. Toriel was not going to admit that she had been about to say that being clean-shaven made him look more handsome than the beard had. The beard had added age, perhaps, but nothing more. Behind her, Thorin smiled. I think that went rather well, didn't it? As Harry smirked, Thorin became serious, grasping his friend's shoulder. Are you certain you will be able to keep using magic? I'm certain. Though I'll keep the transfiguration to a minimum. That took it out of me. Creating smells or other such though, that I can do easily, Harry shrugged philosophically. Besides, easy or hard, I have to keep doing it, don't I? There's no way Bilbo could get the weapons and us out alone. I'll do my part to force the Thranduil to drop his guard on the magical side, never fear. Beyond that, all we can do is put our trust in Bilbo. True, although after the past few weeks, I am far more confident in his abilities than I was before. Thorin snorted. It still irks me to be so dependent on one person, when that person is not me, but... He shrugged. You are right. We have no choice but to place our fate in Bilbo's hands. Later that night, Bilbo proved once more that he was worthy of that trust. First, though, Toriel came back later that evening to speak to Harry once more. Watching her walk down the passageway towards them, Harry found himself smiling for no reason he could discern. But he noticed that when she stopped in front of their jail cell, Toriel too was smiling. I would have asked earlier, but all of you seemed so enamored of my shaving I didn't get a chance. How went the patrol? Toriel's smile slid into a grimace at that. More spiders than I expected. After your unplanned calling of them, I would have thought that their numbers would have decreased. Instead, it doesn't seem to have done more than embolden them. And at times. Toriel shook her head. I have spent the past half day giving a detailed report of my patrol to Legolas and the king. I would prefer not to talk about it further. It will only make me more frustrated. Instead, tell me more about Rivendell. Tell me about the architecture of the place. Looking at her, Harry noticed that Toriel looked wan and tired. So he simply nodded. Well, first of all, Rivendell is really a dell, a valley I mean. And while the sides seem open, they are not. It is a very... For a time, their talk centered around Elrond and Rivendell. Of all of them, she seemed to be the most convinced that Harry and the others had indeed been there. Of course, Thranduil knew that as well, but Thranduil did not care to allow the council to influence the affairs of his own nation, or indeed his own when dealing with outsiders. Frankly, Harry's magic was far too enticing for him to let the young human go, especially given the danger of letting him and the dwarves continue their self-destructive quest. Legolas and Toriel were not nearly so close-minded. Legolas had, in fact, argued with his father after Harry had convinced him that Harry had not only met Lord Elrond and Mithrandir but Saruman and Lady Galadriel. He'd been soundly told that the king's word was law, even for his son, and he would not hear more of the White Council at this point. In contrast, Toriel had decided to keep her thoughts to herself after her earlier run-ins with the king. She had also heard from Legolas about this latest little name drop, and eventually asked, Legolas mentioned you met the Lady Galadriel and Rivendell as well. The respect in her voice deepened noticeably as she mentioned Galadriel. The lady was there with the council, Harry said, smiling at the memory even now. There was just something about Lady Galadriel, which had that impact. I won't tell you what we talked about, but I can tell you about the pranks we played on the others in the council. Toriel chuckled at that, shaking her head. You and pranks? What is it with you and pranks? Harry shrugged. It's good training in magic oddly enough, and my father apparently was a bit of a prankster. A little too much of one, with the most caustic bend to it, but still. Since I never met the man, I like to think that I have at least one thing in common with him. And as for the prank I played on Elrond. The conversation was short, but still fun, which made it all the worse for Harry when he remembered that he was setting Toriel up to be followed back to her home or room by Bilbo so that Harry could reclaim his sword. Admittedly, the elves had sort of stolen it in the first place, but still, that didn't make Harry feel any better about it. And later that evening, or whatever, they still couldn't tell time here, Bilbo returned to report. Toriel actually has quarters here in the King's Halls. She and several other officers of the unseen host. Beyond that, I have discovered enough of the plans for the festivities to map out our escape in more detail, but still have to follow the Keeper of the Keys. Which is going to be difficult since that is one busy elf. Bilbo shook his head with a sigh, not mentioning the number of very close calls he'd had that day. Harry, do you think you can get your weapon from Toriel and Orcrist from the King's room? With my magic available to me, easily. Harry nodded, smiling thinly. In which case, I have to keep making an arse of myself. Let's see how much of a bug I have to be before the King stops noticing my buzzing around his head. Oh. Over the next few days, Bilbo basically began to stalk the Keeper of the Keys, the Elven King's equivalent of Chief Butler. The elf who held the key to the wine cellar, and to their freedom. He got to know the route to those cellars like the back of his hand, including the servant's path. He discovered where the elf sat at the table and where he would sit during the feast coming up. From there, listening to conversations eventually told Bilbo what his favorite vintages were. With that, and with his previous knowledge of where the dwarves' confiscated items were stored, Bilbo was ready for the next phase of the plan. Every day, Bilbo saw guards going down to the cells as Harry used his magic. Each day they rushed down, and each day they came back up, muttering to themselves, some in humor, some not. It was evident to all that Harry was now using his magic to rebel against his captivity in the only way he could. This escalated until the day before the festivities when Thranduil himself came down, only to leave quickly, angrily, and with his hair changing to its normal silver sheen from a putrescent mustard color as Bilbo watched. Bilbo nearly let loose a laugh at that, and for a moment, he feared that the king had seen him as Thranduil stopped, looking around. But then he was moving again, and soon Thranduil was back with a large group of his guardsmen. These elves wore ceremonial armor and heavy plate even here, in the heart of the Elven Kingdom. They were also armed with long spears. Fearing trouble, Bilbo moved to follow them. You will cease this magical misuse of your powers. Thranduil growled as the Hobbit arrived, watching with something approaching amused concern as he looked into the cage. Harry hadn't gone through with his threat of adding anything. Transfigurations and conjurations were next to impossible to make permanent, after all. Instead, he had seemingly carved out segments walls to the next jail cell over and then levitated the bear saw mattress shifted bunk beds into one, allowing the other one to be turned into a makeshift exercise area for the dwarves. The jail cells also smelled better than the rest of the hallways did. Harry looked at the king, then shook his head. Without exercise, even if you keep feeding that tasteless muck you do, we will wither away. Why in the world would I go along with that? Because you are a prisoner, and if that happens, you have only your own stubbornness to blame. Guards. At this command, the armed elves moved forward, several of them thrusting with the butt of their spears through into the other jail cells, forcing the dwarves within backward, while the one housing Harry, Thorin, and Philly was opened by several more guards. Instantly the three of them leaped forward, but the spear butts thrust and Philly stumbled back from a blow to the sternum. Thorin dodged around one blow and grabbed another spear butt before it could land in his hand. Pulling hard, he dragged the elf forward into a hard right punch that caught him in the jaw. The guard was stunned for a moment, his helmet not having any armor on the bottom of his face, which was proven to be a detriment a second later as Thorin kicked out, sending him reeling into another guard. Harry also dived forward, and although he didn't have any real hand-to-hand skill still laid out two more elves with point-blank stupefy spells. Then he saw stars as the side of a spear caught him on the side of his head, sending him reeling. He was then dragged out of the cell as Thorin was pressed backward deeper into the cell at spear point, the remaining guards in the cell no longer willing to play nice. You have apparently forgotten, human. Magic user or no, you are still a prisoner. And you have disobeyed me. At Thranduil's orders, two of his men hesitated a moment, but then raised their spear butts high. Once more, they hesitated, before bringing them down on Harry's back. Harry grunted, but to the king's surprise, he didn't cry out. He simply looked at Thranduil, then moved his hands ever so slightly, and drawing attention to them, the scars dark and painful looking on his now pale skin. I fought for years against the creature that did this to my hands as he tore at my flesh and mind. Do you think that you can break me with pain? Harry laughed, the sound both wild and dark. It cut off abruptly as his look turned into a glare. I will remember this, O King under the forest. I will remember this, and I will see you pay for it. Thranduil glared, close to losing his cool, before shouting out a command. If pain will not cause you to see reason, wizard, then think of your companions. He looked at his guards then around at the dwarves. 2 more strikes each, then toss him back in and drag out the others one at a time. 2 strikes for each dwarf. Harry kept the glare going. Indeed, it didn't even look like he moved, and when their turn came, the other dwarves took it grimly, with Dwellin going so far as to bellow out, "Harder lad! Why me damn gave me a smarter rap on the skull the first time, I gave her cheek." Even the youngest of them, Philly, Keely and Ori, took their blows, although Ori's family had to be restrained when he was dragged out. The anger and hate in the dwarf's eyes burned even into Bilbo from where he watched this. Damn Thranduil! Elrond would never stand for this. Is his pride so important to him that he would treat prisoners so foully? Is it Harry's magic that has curdled so much avarice within him? Or does he believe himself so strong, none can gainsay him here in his halls? Unlike the dwarves, Bilbo also watched the face of the elves doing it and noticed that none of them were enjoying this, not even the king, for all that he watched as every blow was struck. The king might be ordering this, but doesn't take pleasure from it. He must really want Harry's spells to be so determined to force Harry to submit. As Ori was tossed back into his cell where Dory caught him, the strongest dwarf in the band looking like he wanted nothing more than to tear the elves apart, Thranduil turned to look at Harry. "I see you are still defiant. Cut down their rations by half. Half water, and half gruel. No more bread, no more meats, nothing else." The dwarves had been getting meat before this for a single meal every other day, while bread came with every meal. They are looking far too hardy as it is. Let us see if you can live off your magic. Harry bared his teeth at the king but said nothing, which apparently pleased Thranduil, and he turned away, leaving Harry there. Bilbo was about to make his way forward, as the dwarves and Harry talked quietly to one another, Harry apologizing for the pain, and the dwarves simply shrugging their shoulders. Hardship was something to be endured, regardless of the cause. But before he could remove the cloak's hood, Bilbo paused as he heard movement from further down the passageway. Several elves appeared, people who had been bringing the food for the dwarves, Legolas, Toriel, and one of the elves who had actually been administering the beating, his helmet off now and his face regretful. Toriel spoke for them all, gesturing at what she held in her hand. "Poultices for your bruises." Looking at her, Harry held his hand outside the cell, turning to hand the poultices over to Thorin, who instantly went to work on Philly, as the other elves handed more into the other cages. Dory, though, had to be calmed down by Nori before he would accept them. Looking at Harry, Toriel tried and failed to think of a joke that could alleviate the tension. But all she could say was, "I'm sorry that the king felt this was necessary." The others, even the guard who had been part of the act, murmured their agreement. He would have done it again. Thranduil was king, and the prisoners were outsiders. But even so, it hadn't been an act he could take pride in. Harry sighed. "I don't have anything against you, or even you," he replied, looking at the royal guard. "You weren't enjoying it, you were just following orders. Just remember in the future, just because he's your king, doesn't mean he can't be a douchebag. Would you like some help with your back?" Legolas questioned, wondering what a douchebag was and feeling it had something to do with excrement. Harry cocked an eyebrow at him, his gaze going to Toriel, who was suddenly looking at the other cells and shook his head. "Thorin will do well enough at that, thank you." Legolas nodded, having expected that answer, although there was a part of him that did not like how Toriel and Harry seemed to be so friendly. Still, that was a petty part of him, and Legolas could ignore it well enough. "And will you stop using your magic?" "I'll tone it down a little. But knowing that I'm getting under your king's nose is actually more incentive than not," Harry answered bluntly. That actually caused Toriel to snicker, perhaps the most unelfish sound Harry had heard from any of that race so far. "I could have told you that," she joked. "Yes, I do rather think that was an obvious one, wasn't it?" Legolas groaned. Bilbo nodded behind them as he turned away. Harry was doing his part, and Bilbo would do his come drought or famine. Oh! As the night of the escape began, the sounds of revelry and merrymaking spread everywhere within Thranduil's halls. Bilbo waited, watching as the king came down from his royal apartments to sit at the table set into the center of the main hall. The door to the city was also open, with more tables set up across the bridge, well-wishers from the rest of the elven city coming in and out. All the while, Bilbo watched, hidden somewhat ironically enough in his opinion, underneath the stairs leading up to the royal chambers. He remained there long enough to tell that the king and everyone else was on their way to becoming sodden with drink. Whether or not that is enough to actually make them drunk, I cannot say. Still, this will be our best chance. And at least the king didn't personally come down yesterday when Harry used his magic. Bilbo grimaced under the hood of Harry's cloak, and then resolutely stood, moving out of his hiding place and to the side of the hall. There, instead of heading to the jail cells, he turned to the left, heading down a corridor that led to the kitchens then down to the cellars. 10 paces down, Bilbo was forced to duck away, dodging around and then under the tray an elf was carrying past. "Right, invisible does not mean ghost-like, they are not going to pass through me." This wasn't the first time Bilbo had to remind himself of that fact, but going down the much thinner, more utilitarian staircases in the servants' area was rather fraught until he passed by the kitchen. After that, there were far fewer elves moving around, although the two which were there were hauling up a large barrel held at chest height between them, grunting under the strain. Staring at it, and the two elves carrying it, Bilbo froze for a moment, then he shook his head, and with one hand holding the lip of the hood over his face, charged forward. When the two elves were a few stairs below him, Bilbo launched himself down and into a roll underneath the barrel. He couldn't stop the noise from echoing as his body thumped several times on the stairs, but Bilbo grit his teeth, trying to not let a single grunt escape. "What was that?" one of the elves asked, and Bilbo huddled there on the steps, the cloak over him and hoping they hadn't heard anything. "That was my back and patience breaking as one. Come, let us get this up to the party. It's the second to last full barrel, and once the next one is up there, we'll be able to join the festivities." At the mention of the party, the first elf, who, unknown to Bilbo had been looking right at the spot Bilbo was curled up on the stairs, nodded and turned away, having seen nothing at all. The odd noise of something impacting the stone must have come from one of their feet scuffing the steps, nothing more. Halfway down the stairs leading down to the cellars, Bilbo found what he had been looking for. The keeper of the keys had made plans for himself and two of his cronies. Once all the work was done, the food served, and the wine up in the main hall ready to be tapped, he could relax and would do so in a little alcove to one side of the stairs leading down to the wine cellar. Here Bilbo found several wine bottles, many of whom were marked in Sylvan rather than common, one of whom was already opened. Bilbo instantly moved to it, putting a bit of Gloin's moonshine into that one, then doing the same to the 4 other bottles, opening each in turn before reckorking them as hard as possible. At that point, Bilbo was forced to hide in the corner, as the keeper of the keys came back with his cronies, although Bilbo honestly doubted that the word crony would even have occurred to an elf. But it certainly fit these two, who seemed to spend most of their time toadying up to the keeper of the keys. "Really, my time in Torienda Edalos has taught me one thing. While high elves certainly are magical beings, removed from hobbits and humanity, these sylvan elves are far more like us than they probably would like to admit. Well, that's everything done for now." The keeper of the keys sat down in his chair, taking up his wine glass, and pouring in a healthy dollop of the spiked wine. He drank deeply as his friends put down 2 plates of food, meats, sweetbreads, and what looked like a turkey leg to Bilbo. Although he had yet to actually see any turkeys in his explorations. Mind you, they probably wouldn't keep them in the palace, now would they? Bilbo shook his head. "Stop that, Bilbo. Keep your mind on the prize, not on normal hobbit matters. You've already had your evening repast anyway." He waited in that corner as the 3 of them toast one another's health, and then the king's. At that point, the trio of elves began to simply chatter, enjoying putting their feet up and the music that wound down the stairwell from above. At least in that area, the Sylvan elves were very much like their Noldor or Sindar brethren. How long he was waiting for Bilbo didn't know, but 2 bottles of the spiked wine had disappeared before Bilbo noticed that the trio of elves was starting to slur their words, and they were slowing down on the wine intake. Soon one of them fell to the floor, having just stood up and declared something in Elvish, his words so much gibberish thanks to the alcohol he had taken aboard. "That's Lorelin for you," the keeper of the keys cackled as he took a deep draught from the last bottle of spiked wine, which was half gone. Seeing that Bilbo was suddenly worried that he hadn't spiked enough of the bottles. Thinking quickly, Bilbo moved forward, and as the wine bottle was set down, tipped a little more of the moonshine into it. However, Bilbo's luck failed him then. The second crony was still somewhat sober, and he peered blearily at the bottle for a moment, having spotted something dribbling down the interior of the wine bottle. Then a second later, he waved his hand through where Bilbo's hand was as if he wasn't certain what he had been seeing. His eyes widened quickly when he felt the hand hit something, and he rose to his feet, reaching forward incredulously. "What is the name of the mailer?" That was as far as he got before Bilbo dodged backward, then raced around the now frowning keeper of the keys, barreling into the elf who was already standing. The elf, inebriated if not entirely drunk, had not been expecting an unseen weight to slam into his midsection, and Bilbo tackled him to the floor, landing with Bilbo on top. The hood of Harry's cloak fell back for a moment, and the elf stared up at him wide-eyed before Bilbo reached forward and grabbed at the elf's hair, slamming his head back down onto the stone. Then he looked over the keeper of the keys, who was blearily trying to get to his feet. But he was almost 4 sheets to the wind, and could barely get his feet under him quickly, let alone reach for Bilbo. He stumbled back into his chair, and Bilbo realized with a start that his legs were near enough to kick out at it. A second later, the chair went sideways as Bilbo kicked one of its legs, dumping the keeper of the keys out onto the floor. On his way down, his head cracked against the side of the alcove, and he slid further down insensate. When he didn't immediately start moving, Bilbo quickly turned his attention to the elf underneath him, who had just reached up towards Bilbo, his eyes seemingly unable to track. Yet his grip on Bilbo's shirt was strong, and his other hand was pulling back in a fist. "I'm sorry about this." Once more, Bilbo grabbed the elf by his hair, with both hands this time, and he slammed his head down hard on the ground until the elf's eyes rolled up in his head, and he stopped trying to fight back. Then Bilbo rolled off him only now, starting to hyperventilate as what he had just done hit him through the wall of his adrenaline. It took a bit for Bilbo's heart to stop racing, and he spent all that time watching the open doorway into the alcove, waiting for an alarm to be sounded, or someone to shout what was that, or indeed recognize at all what had just occurred. But no one was near enough apparently to hear the noises, and he breathed a sigh of relief and crawled over to the keeper of the keys, grabbing up his jingling keychain from his belt. "Well, that wasn't how I wanted this to go," the hobbit murmured as he got to his feet, only now realizing that he had bruised his shoulder with his shoulder charge into the elf that he had just knocked unconscious. Looking down at the unconscious form of the keeper of the keys and his fellows, Bilbo sighed, and then he grabbed the bottle of spiked wine and another one from the nearby wall before liberally pouring both of them over the elf's chests. "The waste was very great," he murmured, before moving out of the small alcove, leaving the 3 unconscious elves behind him. When he appeared before their cell doors, Bilbo saw Harry blink and sniff the air and look at Bilbo, one eyebrow raised. "Don't ask," Bilbo answered quickly before Harry could get the words out. "Just don't. I suggest we all get a move on, wizard and good dwarves." With that, he started opening their cell doors, nodding to Harry. For a moment, he thought about giving Harry the ring he had, albeit accidentally, stolen from Gollum. Since, obviously, that would allow Harry to not use his spells. But the thought passed as Harry exited the cell. Harry wouldn't need it, and after all, his using spells during the merrymaking to twit Thranduil would make sense even to the king. There was no need for Bilbo to part with the ring, and he might need it himself, after all. "Go, I'll lead Thorin and the others down to the cellars. But you need to get the swords." "Oh." With a disillusion charm covering him and a silencing spell on his feet, Harry snuck through the halls of Thranduil, seeing revelers everywhere, drinking and feasting, singing and laughing. It was clear whatever his feelings about the man, he was popular among his own people. I wonder if that would change if all of them had to spend time in his cells or be the object of his ire. Or even near Thranduil for any length of time. By this point in the festivities, everyone was sitting down and drinking, singing or telling songs. Very few were on their feet, thankfully, and that allowed Harry to slowly move through the main hall towards the series of stairs, which would take him up to where Bilbo had reported Thranduil and his most trusted advisors stayed. Thranduil's private rooms would be on the topmost floor, which Harry remembered all too well from their first meeting. Before that area would come the floor where Bilbo had told them Toriel and other officers of the unseen host had their quarters. Deciding to retrieve his own sword second, Harry moved up to Thranduil's quarters. There he blinked in surprise. What the? Thranduil just left it there? Or Christ was indeed just lying on the table where Thranduil had been sitting when he had interrogated Harry and Thorin those months ago. If the bastard hadn't been wearing it a few times when he came down to try and intimidate me in the past few days, I might even believe it. Circling around the outskirts of the room, Harry put himself between the trees that were placed to allow Thranduil privacy from the main hall below and the table, staring out and down at the king for a moment. The king hadn't made any move to leave the table and indeed seemed to be having a good time, smiling at some of his people who were now singing some song or other. As tense as Harry was, the voices hadn't registered. Now Harry watched out of the corner of his eye while reaching with one hand toward the sword, then grasping the hilt and lifted the ancient elven blade up off the table. Thranduil hadn't moved. He hadn't reacted at all, instead simply nodding and smiling at another one of his people as they came forward, bowing deeply. "And may your reign continue for another age, great king of Tori and Edelos." The words made their way up to Harry, as did Thranduil's polite response. Nothing hinted at anything untoward. So, he really was just that arrogant? Or maybe there's a trap if you move directly into the room rather than around the edge like I did. Regardless, Harry quickly stuffed Orcrist into his mokeskin pouch and then retraced his steps back to the stairs leading downward. Following Bilbo's directions, Harry wound his way down 2 floors, one of which Bilbo had said was the royal family's area. The second, where he stopped, was for High Lords, or since they were one and the same for the most part, the leaders of the unseen host and Thranduil's army. Moving off the landing, Harry entered the corridor, leading deeper into the back of the rock and stone facade of the hill covering the elven city. Harry started to pass doors leading into small but very well-appointed rooms. Most of them were open at the moment, but the one leading into the room Bilbo had discovered was Toriel's was closed. Harry, having seen others that were also closed, thought nothing of it until he had carefully, silently opened the door, closing it behind him just as silently. Inside, the room was almost sparse. There was a painting of a tree that, if you looked closely, looked as if it was a forest itself, with hundreds of smaller trees in the branches of the larger. A large bed dominated the room, its sheets soft-looking but green and grey, almost drab. There was a table by the bed, a dresser built into the far wall, and a doorway there leading to another room beyond. Everything was elvish, to be sure, and well made, extremely detailed and everything, but Harry, looking around, could tell this place was where someone came to sleep, rather than really lived in. It was when he began to move deeper into the room, however, that Harry started to make out the noise of water in the room beyond. And splashing, accompanied by someone humming under her breath. Harry froze instantly, staring at the opposite door in shock. No, oh, no. I can't be that unlucky, can I? Harry moved around the room, trying to find his sword, only to notice it in a corner, hanging by a set of daggers, a bow and a quiver of arrows, almost hidden by the dresser from the doorway leading out to the corridor. Standing in front of his sword, Harry was about to lift the blade off the wall when the door to the private bathing room at the other side of Toriel's room opened, steam flowing out behind the elven woman. Not that Harry could bring himself to care about the steam at present. No, his attention was entirely on Toriel. The elven woman had retired to her room earlier, indeed as soon as she could politely do so. While a part of her still respected Thranduil, the way he was acting so self-centered when it came to the dwarves and Harry had been added to his lack of action on the spider front, which still annoyed her. Toriel's long, light red hair was plaited to her neck, shoulders and collarbone, the robe hanging loosely on her spare, extremely trimmed frame. The bathrobe allowed an indecent amount of décolletage to be seen. Harry could tell just by looking at that heavenly valley that her breasts, whose size Harry compared to green apples perhaps, would be enough to fill the hand but not to overflowing. Their perkiness was incredible, riding firm and high on the elven woman's chest, her nipples just barely covered by the bathrobe. Below that, the robe, either silk or something else equally slinky, Harry had no idea, was tied tightly around Toriel's waist by a wide purple belt, a startling contrast to the green of her robe or the pale pink of her skin. On her feet, she wore amusingly pink slippers, not that Harry could bring himself to care, given the amount of delicious leg on display. Harry couldn't stop himself from taking a deep breath at the sight before raising a hand to his mouth. Cock. For a moment, just a moment, Harry thought he had gotten away with it. Toriel didn't do anything or even twitch. Instead, she moved past him, moving over to a table where a single glass wine lay. Then she swiftly twirled towards where the sound had come from, flinging the drink forward. The glass thumped into Harry's chest, splashing his face and upper chest with wine, and the disillusion charm faded. Harry stumbled back at the impact and the surprise of being found, then Toriel was coming towards him, a dagger that Harry had missed by the glass outstretched and thrusting a grimace of anger on her face. You dare! Unfortunately for the elven woman's righteous anger, Harry's was still able to see, the wine not having gotten in his eyes, and he twisted, grabbing at her outstretched arm and pulling her around, pinning her against the wall before twitching to one side as her knee came up aimed at his boy bits. She twisted out of his grip and would have thrust with the dagger again, but Harry slapped a palm into her stomach, thrusting her back into the wall as he used the sticking charm Epiximus, which acted as if you had splashed the object targeted with super glue. In this case, Toriel, and the wall right behind her. Her eyes wide, Toriel felt the spell wash over her, and though, as an elf, she had some inherent magic of her own, Toriel had never used any magic beyond that needed to feel the pulse of the forest and move silently. Never had Toriel ever had to defend herself magically. The spell struck, and Toriel found herself stuck against the wall of her room. She glared, her eyes literally flashing in fury as she stared into Harry's face. You! She ground out. You! I am sorry, Toriel. I didn't, that is, I didn't come here to peep or something. I'm just here to reclaim my property. Even as he stuttered, Harry kept his eyes locked resolutely on the wall beside her head, not letting his eyes travel past Toriel's forehead to take the view of her body once more, since her robe had become even more disheveled than it had been before. The timing is against me, I'll admit, and I apologize deeply for this invasion of your privacy. But, well, that sword is mine after all. And we need it. A human would have continued raging, far too angry to speak of anything else other than the invasion of privacy. But Toriel was an elf, and while they had an even greater level of body modesty than humans, they also had greater levels of emotional control. She saw Harry's face and embarrassed blush and realized that this had indeed been simply bad timing. I am still going to hold it against him, but I cannot do anything about it now. Instead, perhaps I can gain more information about their plans, if this is, as I suspect, part of a larger escape plan. Do you truly believe the poison on that blade is enough to help you slay a dragon? Harry shrugged, answering obliquely. Gandalf thought it worth a try. Mithrandir is not here to pay the price if you are wrong. You passed through Mirkwood, our lands. And while we have not treated you all well, much as I hate to admit it, if you fail, then we won't fail. Harry interrupted her, smiling thinly. An all-or-nothing roll of the dice, my lady. You could say, he went on as he took the sword from the wall and placed it back in its sheath and then tied it to his waist. That I am more than used to such bets. More stories from your past I haven't heard yet. Toriel said, her lips quirking almost unwillingly into a smile. Even with what had just happened, there was something about Harry's confidence, his weary, but determined eyes and the wry twist of his lips that interested her. Then she turned serious. We will come after you know. My king will order it. You are welcome to try, and indeed, I would rather like to see you again, Harry chuckled wanly. And not like this either. Or more accurately, not just like this. Merlin, she's gorgeous. Shaking that totally inappropriate thought off, Harry went on. But if all goes according to plan, by the time you realize we are gone, we will be well beyond your realm. Toriel's brows furrowed at that, but then her eyes widened as Harry leaned in, grasping her robe. She was about to shriek propriety be damned when, to her surprise and relief, Harry pulled her robe tight around her, not even looking as he did it. Holding Toriel's robe tight by her neck with one hand, he pulled the sash tight so that it would remain like that with the other, covering her body from neck to ankle. The robe was still suggestive as all heck, but it was certainly not showing as much as before. She raised an eyebrow at him, and he shrugged. I figure someone's going to come and get you eventually, and I have no idea how long that sticking charm will last. So I might as well do what I can to preserve your modesty after I challenged it so much. Thank you, Toriel mumbled, before plastering a scowl on her face. But you cannot honestly believe that I won't shout the moment you... She paused as Harry took up a belt and one of her bracers, the scowl now having no trouble staying on her face. You wouldn't. She tried to twist her face away, and then inhaled to shout, willing now to put her modesty to one side in favor of her duty. But Harry quickly stuffed the soft leather bracer into her mouth before tying it there with the belt going around her head several times before he tied it off. Once more glaring at him, Toriel tried desperately to convey the depth of her anger to Harry at this treatment, but he just looked back at her with a faint, sheepish smile on his face. Then he did something that surprised both Toriel and himself. Leaning in, he kissed her cheek gently. Bon voyage. Blushing brightly now, Harry moved off, leaving a stunned Toriel behind him as he recast his disillusion charm and muffling spell. With both weapons in hand, Harry made his way back down to the main hall, where he was happy to see that the week of messing with Thranduil, and the party and the wine, no doubt, had conspired to make Thranduil not react to the earlier use of his magic. And maybe he can't tell a direction the spell is coming from when he's so close? Soon he was past heading up the stairs to the entrance to the side passages that led to cellars, once more following Bilbo's directions. Pausing only once to look in amusement at the two unconscious elves in the side room, Harry wound his way down to the bottommost cellar. Entering, Harry found the dwarves once more arguing about the plan, as if they had any alternative at this point. None of them had even looked in Harry's direction as he entered bar Thorin and Balin, who was examining the mechanism in the center of the room. This thing was apparently the apparatus that controlled the trapdoor in the center of the room. We've no way of knowing what's down there, whether or not we'll be able to come out the other end intact, or even if these casks really can be made airtight. We might drown. Nori shook his head firmly. And how do you expect some of us to fit in them? We're not all twigs like Philly and Keely. Bomber grumbled, staring up at the mountain of empty barrels. They were only as wide as two men, after all. And even if it works, we might be sitting ducks on the river, Dwellin warned. There has to be a more dignified way out of here. Bifur piled in with a nod. There is no way out, you ungrateful shits, Harry growled, reaching out to grabbing Bifur's beard and tugging hard, causing many a dwarf's eyes to widen. You just did not do that to a dwarf. Bilbo has been planning this for weeks, while all of us, including me, have been forced to stay stuck in those damn cells. Now we are free, and this is the only way forward. Unless you really think we can fight our way through an entire city of elves. Dwellin looked as if he would like to try, but the others quickly subsided. This was aided by the fact that the clamor had arisen somewhere else in the halls above, shouts of worry and concern, as well as tramping feet. While Bilbo's ruse with the Keeper of the Keys had worked, unfortunately, Legolas had decided to stop by the jail cells and share out a single bottle of wine with the prisoners to drink his father's health. He had thought it might be amusing to see which of them would be able to actually give a toast to that in return for wine. He had found the jail cells empty and had instantly raised the alarm. But since, with the party going on, no one could have gotten out by the main entrance, that meant the dwarves had to be somewhere within the king's halls still. Harry waved his hand towards the doorway, shouting out, "Protego!" A shield of blue energy appeared there before he turned back to the dwarves and Bilbo. Let's get a move on. I will volunteer to go first. Philly with me, Dwellin, Keely at the back with Harry and Bilbo. Thorin ordered, moving towards one of the empty barrels, and, as Gloin and Ori held it still, climbed up into it. He looked at Bilbo as Bilbo made to put the lid on, shaking his head slightly. If this works, Bilbo, you will never have to buy a flagon of ale ever again so long as a dwarf is nearby. But if it passes, prepare to be haunted by 13 dwarven ghosts. And isn't that a terrifying thought? Bilbo laughed, then very firmly set the top of the barrel in place, tamping it down with a bung mallet. Philly was next, then the others, one after another. They did have a problem with Bomber and Dory. Dory had to move this way and that, before basically scrunching himself up into a ball, looking horribly uncomfortable with how scrunched he was thanks to how wide his shoulders were. And Bomber looked as if he was simply wearing the casket like a second skin and was unable to duck his head enough that the others could put the top of the barrel on. As they were working on Dory, though, there rose a clangor behind them. The door burst open, and shouts of alarm from the elves could be heard as they looked through the remains of the door and found themselves faced by Harry's magical shield. For a moment, the elves stared, then there was a barked command behind them. Hit it with your blades. Nothing of magic can withstand sufficient blows. The door was quickly hacked to pieces, and then blows were landing directly on the magical shield. Each hit caused it to flicker, and Harry knew it was only a matter of time before the shield failed. As the last dwarves, Bomber, Dwellin, and Keely fell down into the river below, Thranduil himself arrived. With a roar and cry of something elvish, he brought a sword down onto the shield spell. Both spell and sword shattered, and the elves poured in. No time for it now, Harry said, pulling up his hood and grabbing onto another empty barrel, before raising a hand to the rope mechanism that activated the trapdoor. Bilbo, who had just gotten into his own barrel with difficulty, nodded to him, and Harry launched out a cutting spell. The trapdoor opened, and both of them fell towards the river. The elves raced forward, staring down at them, but none had thought to grab bow or arrow. And even if they had, the dwarves were falling too rapidly into the dark of the short tunnel down to the river for any of them to get a good shot off. Oh! Standing apart from his guards, Thranduil stared into the hole leading down into the shaft for a moment before turning away, glaring at his son. After them. I want them back under lock and key within the day. I will have access to your magic wizard. And I will never allow you dwarves to bring the wrath of the dragon down on my people. Why? Toriel questioned as she arrived at the doorway to the cellars. Luckily the first two to find her had been women, and she had thrown a cloak on over her bathrobe but was otherwise not clothed or armed at all, save for a dagger. That river is going to take them well out past our realm. Ergo they won't be our problem. Thranduil looked at the surrounding elves and, taking the hint, all of them quickly bowed, before racing out of the cellars. Legolas remained, knowing he could catch up to them and wanting to know the answer to Toriel's question too. But Thranduil did not answer, instead staring hard at Toriel. I warned you before about questioning me. It was not a question, but a flat, threatening statement. Yet Toriel took her courage in both hands and pressed forward. I believe that the wizard and the dwarves have a plan to deal with Smaug, should he still inhabit the Lonely Mountain. I believe that they were telling the truth, that both Mithrandir and Lord Elrond were involved in planning this action, and that no one of the wise would be part of so foolish an endeavor without a plan they felt could work. Surely you can trust Mithrandir if you do not trust Harry. I believe you have gotten too close to Harry during his time here, Toriel. Your emotions are clouding your vision of the future. You need to ask yourself this question, what if they fail? Thranduil gestured slightly with one hand above them, indicating the forest above and all around Tori and Edelos. A dragon could scorch Aaron Lascalan from one side to another in a day, and we could do nothing to it. Further, there is the wizard to consider. With his magical abilities, I could make our borders secure against any threat. I understand that, but taking counsel solely of our fears is not the way forward. Toriel shot back. You would have us not act at all for fear of making things worse. But waiting allows the threats facing us to get worse every day. The spiders encroach, the dragon lingers. The threat in the south beyond the spiders grows. We have the strength now, without your need to have access to the wizard's spells, to do something about at least one of those things, perhaps two. But you will not. Enough, Thranduil growled, stalking forward towards Toriel. You will not. Father, Toriel, arguing serves no one, Legolas interjected, moving between them. Toriel, my father is right. Even if they do have a plan for Smaug, we cannot afford to take the chance that they will fail. The dragon will know that they came through our territory, and Smaug's vengeance will be terrible. We have to stop them before that happens. Toriel scowled, then remembered that Harry had told her that he'd be happy to see her again, even if they were just coming after them. That caused Toriel to subside almost unconsciously as she wondered why she wanted to see the young human wizard again herself. Beyond slapping him for the kiss and everything else anyway. Legolas took her silence as agreement, as did Thranduil, and Legolas turned back to her father. I will put together a full company of the unseen host to go after them. But the word should be sent to the Watergate. If we can stop them there, this will be a very short hunt. I'll go get dressed and meet you on the trail, Toriel added, turning and racing off before the men could say anything. Thranduil shook his head slightly at that, then turned to stare down towards the river, hands clenching and unclenching. When you catch up to them, realize that all of them do not need to be brought back in one piece, he said, not looking at his son. The wizard is the priority. I will have his spells, one way or another. Legolas paused that but nodded once before hurrying off. Oh. The fall was just about as unpleasant as the fall into Goblin Town had been, and Harry wondered if he could figure out a way to fly in the future. It would certainly save time, and pain. He groaned, as his shoulders slammed into the wall before curling into a ball to protect his head, grimacing as he felt his shirt tear along one side of the shaft. Then he heard the roar of the water suddenly grow louder and straightened his legs desperately, hitting the river like a fish. The current was extremely strong, but Harry was able to resurface a moment later, mentally thanking Gret and Forge for teaching him how to swim as he broke the surface. But the current was so strong he couldn't do more than keep his head out of the water and use his feet and hands to ward off the rocks. I suppose it's a good thing it's so deep then, Harry thought, then heard a voice yelling his name. Bilbo had come down before Harry, his own barrel, like Bombers, not having a lid on it, although not for the same reason. The fat dwarf simply had not been able to lower his head, his girth having filled the barrel so much he wore it like a second skin. Bilbo had been able to crouch in the barrel and had waited until the splashing had subsided before poking his head out. He then saw Harry in the water and cursed himself for a fool. Of course, a human wouldn't be able to fit in the barrel, not even crouching. Hold on, Harry. With effort, Harry raised an arm towards the voice and found a surprisingly strong grip latching onto his wrist, finally making out that it was Bilbo's voice he heard as the Hobbit shouted out, "Hang on to the side of my barrel here." Harry did so, his fingers scrabbling for purchase and finding none on the smooth wood, eventually having to just grab the top of the barrel, pulling his upper body out of the water as he did, kicking off hard as he felt something scraping his side or legs to do it. Then they were out past the edge of the tunnel and into the open air of the river. The previously muted starlight grew then, and Harry gaped up at the stars through an open sky, seeing more of the night above than they had glimpsed since entering Mirkwood. That really drove home the fact they had escaped to Harry, and he then smiled widely at Bilbo. For that view alone, Bilbo, I would say that the breakout was worth it. Thank you, my friend. Yes, well, let's wait for such talk until we are all out of elven territory and dry, shall we? Bilbo replied, somewhat embarrassed. After all, without your mokeskin pouch and invisibility cloak, we would all be in a much worse way than we are now. I think you both did a magnificent job, but couldn't you have found a larger barrel for me? Bomber nearly roared from nearby. Honestly, if I were not a dwarf, I would have lost my brains more than once before the barrel righted itself. Yes, all you dwarves do seem to come with an extra thick skull, don't you? Harry quipped, before grimacing as his legs started to scrap on a rock. Just keep holding on, Bomber, that's all you can do for now. Me, on the other hand, I might have to let go. As he tried to pull Harry further out of the water, Bilbo realized that Harry was right. There just wasn't enough buoyancy to the barrel he was holding onto for both of them. Harry realized this and forced him to stop. So, do we have any idea how long? Harry broke off as a bit of river water slammed into his face with all the force of a slap. This was followed by another slap of water before he could continue. This will go on for. Bilbo shook his head. All I know is that the river ends up at the lake. Once there, we'll eventually be picked up by one of their boatmen and taken to Lake Town. Harry nodded, then regretted it an instant later as it brought his eyes down right in time for the next wave of water. Much of that water was starting to go into Bilbo's barrel as the river turned into rapids, and with a groan, Harry released his grip on the top, faster than Bilbo could grab onto his wrist. Harry found himself falling back into the water again, but Bilbo's barrel bobbed up out of the water once more. For a few moments, Harry was too busy just surviving to try and concentrate on any spell, using all of his speed and reflexes to push himself off one rock or away from the other. Once more, time lost all meaning as Harry fought the river and rocks as much as he ever had Voldemort. Only one reprieve allowed him to create the bubblehead charm, and even that faded. Thankfully he didn't hit any undertow and was simply battered along on the top of the water. Yet, even so, Harry could see the stars above occasionally, and that was enough to keep him going, as well as the occasional words of encouragement that reached his ears from Bilbo and Bomber. That even was enough to put a smile on his face, as well as the odd thought, you know, this might have been fun if I was in one of those, what did Hermione call them, a kayak? Something to think about when I get the chance to get to the side of the river. Then the rapids were past, and they were into a calmer portion of the river again. Harry gasped, his arms breaking out of the water, and seconds later felt two different pairs of hands grabbing onto him. Hold hard there, Harry, Bilbo said, his tone gentle as he looked at what he could see of his human friend in the moonlight above. Harry's back and shoulders looked beaten and bloody, his shirt torn in multiple places, and it was relief that Bilbo noted his head and neck didn't seem to have taken more hurt than scrapes and bumps. With Bilbo and Bomber's help, Harry got his feet up in time for the next rock, and rode the water almost as it pushed him, then pushed them all sideways around a large rock, wondering if he would get a reprieve anytime soon. Above them, the sky had started to lighten with the gleam of dawn. Oh! Bolg had waited for weeks, more than a month in point of fact, enough time travel to back home for further orders, and then back. At first, in doing so, Bolg had feared he would be punished for having lost his quarry, but that hadn't happened. Instead, he had been ordered back, his forces tripled in strength. And his orders had not come just from Azog, but the great master himself. With the dwarves, there will be a human. A magic user of some kind. Capture him. Bring him to me. I will have the power he wields. Do not fail me, the great master had ordered in the black tongue of Mordor, while beside him, the unconscious form of the one called Gandalf had hung in a cage, unconscious. There was only one reply Bolg could make to that, and he had raced back to the rebel-held portions of Mirkwood. Using the spiders and a few goblins as scouts, he had set a strong watch on the outskirts of the elven lands and had placed himself between the hated elves and the lake where a small town of humans resided. Bolg knew if the stinking elves let the dwarves go, there was no chance of the dwarves turning back at this point. Thorin Oakenshield would see to that. When the spiders and the goblin riders who were tasked to remain near the river reported some unusual activity, he had gathered what he could of his band quickly and made his way over, just in time to hear a report about how the dwarves had somehow escaped from the elves and had been seen bobbing down the river in barrels. It was incredible, insane, and yet, all of the watchers agreed that was what is happening. After them! He roared. Follow them along the river. Send word ahead with our wargs. Like the wolves they were bred from, wargs could run insanely fast through the forest. Cut them off at Elvish River Gate. This hunt ends today. Luck was with him, and Bolg had no intention of letting it go. Oh! As dawn really started to lighten the world around them, Bilbo stared ahead of them, and then raised a hand in delight. Oi! I say, oi! Bombur turned in that direction and saw that Keelidwillin and Bifur had all smashed the top of their barrels open and used the bits of the top as paddles. Here, the river was almost calm, if deep and still going quickly. The three of them had gathered up the others, aided soon by Thorin and Fili, who had somehow passed Bombur and the others due to his lighter weight and the fact his barrel had been closed. With effort, Dwellin and his fellows created a chain out into the river to grab at the trio who had fallen behind, dragging the three of them towards the side of the river where a small culvert was. The current wasn't nearly strong there as it was elsewhere, and Harry was able to pull himself out of the water, feeling quite the bedraggled rat at the moment, grimacing as now that he was out of the ice-cold water, he could feel the various wounds he had taken. I wish to God I knew more about healing spells here, he grumbled to himself, before finally giving in to the urge to just lay down on the side of the river, staring up into the now blue sky. Thorin's face occluded his vision as he stared down at Harry, concern for his human friend marring his features. Your bits all still work, Harry. Nothing seems broken, but I won't know for a bit. Now move your mug, Thorin. I want to take in the view for a bit. I swear I've nearly forgotten what daytime is supposed to look like. Get up! Barked Oin, reaching down and pulling the protesting human to his feet. Keep moving, stretch your muscles and arms out, don't just lay there. Your body will tighten up, and you'll be the next best thing to immobile for the pain. Balin smirked and moved over, putting one arm around Harry's waist and pulling him along, forcing him to move around the small culvert while more dwarves, who had found themselves held up momentarily here and there along the way, were brought in. Come on, laddie, listen to the healer Oin knows what he's talking about. Watching for a moment, Thorin shook his head before looking over at the others. Let's get a bit organized. Bilbo, do you have enough energy to climb one of these trees and give us a lookout? We won't be here for long, but the elves might well be after us, and I don't want to be caught unawares. When Bilbo nodded tiredly, Thorin turned back to Harry. Or unarmed. Harry, your pouch, please. Nodding, Harry left off letting himself be moved around by Balin and Oin, pulling his pouch open. Bilbo had gathered the majority of their weapons from where they had been stored after the elves had captured them before ambushing the Keeper of the Keys. Right, everyone, let's get armed, shall we? Harry announced as he pulled out the sword of Gryffindor and the sheath that he had gotten from Elrond for it, hanging the blade on his belt, noting idly that his pants had also been torn in various places. Might want to look into buying a pair of leggings somewhere. Then he pulled out Orcrist, handing it over to Thorin, who took it gratefully. Soon the other dwarves were lining up to take their weapons, as above them, dawn fully broke overhead, lightening the sky further. While the dwarves rested or worked out with their weapons, Harry, now feeling all his aches and pains, began to use a cutting spell on a fallen tree limb. He was trying to remember what he could of the boats that had taken him, Hermione and the other first years for that first magnificent view of Hogwarts, which would become his new home for all of its dangers and annoyances. Eventually, a tiny, one-man canoe began to take shape, and Harry smiled even as he started to feel the strain of using his magic on top of his numerous wounds start to grow. He still had to hollow it out, but before he could start on that aspect, there was a loud howling through the woods, and he turned, staring, wondering where the wolf cries were coming from. An arrow zipped past Harry's head, and he gaped at it, and the sight of a goblin coming out of the woods. What the? Bilbo crashed down next to him, having been up in the trees above him. For a moment, as the hobbit passed him Harry's hands twinged, but it was so swiftly over, Harry didn't even notice. Goblins, goblins on wargs. We must fly, friends. Thorin scowled, staring hard into the woods, his knuckles going white around his blade, but then he shook his head. They couldn't stand and fight here, not while they were still within elven territory, and not when they didn't know the strength of the enemy. While a part of him was unwilling to just run away again, they'd been doing that far too often of late for his pride. Thorin had to face facts. Into the river, he ordered. Philly, you first. His nephew, and heir, although neither of them liked talking about it like that, nodded, grabbing his brother and moving over to the riverbed. Keely took a second to launch an arrow in return, then with Gloin holding his barrel, still clambered into it, following Philly out into the river. Thorin ran into trouble with Bombur, who growled angrily, slapping his stomach as he shouted out, "What do you expect me to do? You can't force me again into that small space, Thorin. No, if I'm going to." At that point, Thorin didn't bother arguing. He simply grabbed the other dwarf by the ears and hauled him sideways. Dory. Between the two of them, they stuffed Bombur back into a barrel before pushing him off into the water, where Balin tossed him a piece of wood to use as a makeshift paddle. Soon the others were in the river, and as another arrow flew by, Harry leaped onto his canoe, pushing it out into the river. A second later, he was out into the main current, and the force of the river claimed him once more, causing Harry to cling to the wood desperately. The canoe proved to be more river-worthy than the barrels, and he was soon shooting past the dwarves, tilting the canoe via his weight this way and that he was able to turn it in the river, allowing him to slow it down as he shouted, "They're following us." He raised a hand for a second, and a cutting spell lashed out before Harry ducked as more arrows began to fly from deeper in the woods. Warg riders pushed out of the woods, racing along the edge of the river to either side. Some goblins even leaped down towards the dwarves with their daggers intent on grappling with them in their barrels. Others remained where they were, the wolf leaping up forward and trying to snap down at the dwarves, while the orcs aimed long spears at those who were nearest that were near the riverbed. Harry targeted one of the orcs that he noticed was close to attacking Bilbo. A cutting spell cutting him in half even as Harry grimaced, feeling the drain on his magic. A second later on the other side of the river a hasty transfiguration spell enlarged a large stone into a wall just as an orc rider was about to leap from it across the river, his spear flashing down towards Boffer. The spell struck, and the stone between Boffer and his attacker rose, becoming a wall just as the orc was poised to leap, causing the wolf to crash into it rather comically, in Harry's opinion. Wolf and orc fell into the water, and while the wolf swam to safety, the orc tried to grab onto the next barrel coming past, only to have its hands chopped off by Thorin, the orc wrist in his hand as he shouted out a warcry Harry couldn't make out over the tumult of the river. Keely shot 2 more wargs out of the water, and then the last fell to, of all things, a hurled cob of wood from Dwellin. But there were others in the woods, their cries echoing out for a time before falling silent, and Harry looked at Thorin as he once more twisted his body to slow his makeshift canoe down. "There will be more out there, I think." To that, the dwarven leader could only nod grimly. Oh. Thanks to Thorin and company stopping as they did and their wargs' speed, the group of goblins sent ahead to the elves' outer river gate could get ahead of the fleeing dwarves. The leader of this smaller band hissed in anger at seeing 2 elves on guard at the stone column arcing over the water. The grate there, a remnant of an ancient wall that had once stood here in defense of the elves when they lived more spread out through this area of Mirkwood, was up at present. But if the grate was dropped, the dwarves would be trapped. Even better, the goblin realized, the area of the river here was rocky in the extreme. The warg riders would be able to close with spears and stand off and shoot the dwarves full of arrows like so many barrels of fish. The wizard would probably still be a threat, but not an insurmountable one. "Kill them," he hissed before voicing his earlier thoughts. "Then we will lower the grate, and the dwarves and the wizard will be trapped." The others all nodded, and as they moved off, he hissed out, "Remember, we are to take the wizard alive. The Great Master has plans for him." Elves had preternatural senses in comparison to every other race. They had reflexes that were more akin to Harry's than a normal man, and attention spans equal to how long they lived. Yet they could still be surprised. Not suspecting anything, the 2 elves on watch were not at their best, being on punishment duty while the rest of their people were back in Torienda Edalos enjoying Thranduil's birthday party. One elf fell with an arrow in the chest, the arrow punching straight through his chain mail. The other stumbled back, an arrow going through one shoulder. Then a wolf rider was there, hacking down at him. The elf raised his spear, blocking the blow, but couldn't dodge the wolf's charge, which had butted him off the gate to crash down onto the rocks to one side of the river. 2 more arrows quickly found him as the goblins got into position on the gates. Soon the 2 of them were working on the grate, lowering it into the river. Oh! Bilbo, Keely, Balin, and Boffer, the companions with the best eyes, had been ordered to try and get ahead of the others, while Bombur, Dwellin, Oin, and Thorin took up the rear. Harry, with some difficulty, was in the center of the group, able to project his magic any which way. Bilbo had also given him some lembas that he had stolen while reclaiming the dwarves' weapons. The 4 at the front were able to see the goblins arrayed along the edge of the river, and ahead, the archway over the river. Bilbo too saw the grate leading down into the water, and his heart almost stopped. No, no. To come so far, but to fail here? The others might have felt the same despair, but Keely at least had a way to reply. An arrow left his bow slamming into the chest of a warg as his rider had been preparing his own bow, a shout leaving his lips at the same moment, Thorin. Harry. Goblins. Goblins in a gate into the river. The next second, dozens of arrows were flashing towards the dwarves in the river. But thanks to the warning, Harry's protego flashed into being, guarding the first dwarves to come into arrow range. Yet the distance with which he had to conjure the spell, and the length of the shield he had to create left him gasping for a second before he could get his air back. But from his vantage point at the back of the group, Thorin started to bark out orders. Dwellin, Philly, Gloin, with me to the sides, Harry, clear the way for us. Grimacing, Harry did so, sending a bombarda flashing towards the nearest riverbank, where goblin archers on wolves had appeared on the various stones there, most of them flat, hence Thorin's order to try and get out there. The spell hit, although it didn't do as much damage as he had hoped, the enemy was just a little too spread out. Only one of the wolf riders exploded in a welter of gore. But the noise and the sudden shower of blood spooked several more wargs, and Harry's next spell, another bombarda, crashed into a tree, sending shrapnel exploding everywhere. That did more damage than Harry had hoped, and he nodded in satisfaction as 6 goblins and their wargs fell screaming or howling in agony from the bits of wood. With the way now clear, Thorin and the others crashed their barrels up onto the rocks, scrambling out while Philly shouted at them to kick their barrels back into the river so they could use them again later. Dwellin immediately charged into a goblin that had been flung out of the saddle by his warg, smashing him into the river and then twirling his axe around to block a blow from another goblin with contemptuous ease. The next second the goblin's sneering face disappeared into so much offal as his hammer crashed into it from the side. Leave them, go for the great! Thorin shouted, knowing they couldn't stay and fight here, not without being ground under by their enemies' numbers or caught by the elves. At his shout, Gloin and Philly joined him, with Harry moving after him. Thorin hacked the legs out from under one goblin, and the next fell screaming to an arrow in the gullet while Harry paused, creating another shield over the river as his last dissipated under the hail of arrows still aimed towards the dwarves in the river. With Dwellin guarding their back, the others clambered up the stairs set into the outer side of the archway, with Thorin dueling with one goblin for a brief second before hacking him down. Thorin then turned his attention to the grate but hissed as he realized the mechanism to lift it had been broken. That left only brute strength and he reached down into the grate. Dwellin up here. Dwellin switched places with Philly, who found himself pressed backward by 2 more goblins as they hacked and slashed at him while their wargs bit and lunged. He then flinched as arrows hissed toward him, only to blink as a portion of the stone stairs he was standing on shifted upwards into a wall. On the other side of the archway, Gloin too found himself pressed backward, but there didn't seem to be as many archers any longer. Keely had been shooting them down in turn from where he now crouched, soaked to the bone but with his bow dry. Harry had no idea how, but he now crouched nearly hidden by the spray of the water on the rocks below the arch, his eyes wild as he roared out, Barak Hazard. Hazard ai Durin Nur. This was answered by the 2 dwarves on the grate as they heaved it up with all their might. Hazard ai Durin Nur. Gloin hissed as a warg nearly bit his head off, dodging at the last second to one side only to take a slice across his chest. His axe caught the warg and rider both, hacking through the goblin's leg and into the warg's side, and shoulder thrust with the wounded shoulder sent it crashing off the steps of the arch. But then he dropped to his knees, his free hand going up to the wound in his chest. It wasn't deep, but it was intensely painful and bleeding badly. Gloin, go! Harry roared, leaping down the step with his sword out, a cutting spell taking the next attacker on that side, cutting him in half. He helped the wounded dwarf over the side of the arch, where he stumbled down to where the others grabbed him, helping him through the wild pack scrum at the grate into one of the empty barrels. Thorin, now would be a good time. Shut up, human, this cursed thing is heavy. Dwellin bellowed back. Thorin didn't reply though, simply redoubling his efforts to lift the grate. So busy was Harry with his own enemies, using the protego spell to help the others, and cutting down enemies at range it took him a moment to realize he could help with the grate as well. When it did, he twisted his head just enough to see the 2 dwarves had raised it enough so that he could see it sticking out of the top of the slit in the archway. Disengaging from the warg rider he had been dueling with, there being only room for one on the narrow archway, he pointed a finger between the 2 dwarves, voicing the spell in his urgency. Wingardium Leviosa. The next instant, both dwarves blinked in surprise as the weight nearly disappeared from the grate, and it started to float upward. Thinking quickly, Thorin realized Harry must have done, and he twisted around just in time to leap forward, deflecting a blow that would have taken his nephew in the side. Philly took advantage of this to kill the warg the goblin was riding on before Thorin finished the goblin, shouting out, "Couldn't you have done that sooner, Harry?" It was guarding the others with shields or getting the great Thorin, Harry shouted as he retreated from 2 orcs who had just arrived. They had dismounted from their wargs and raced up the steps to challenge Harry and Dwellin. Moving backward, Thorin pushed the grating, which had risen entirely out of its aperture, sending it floating on a diagonal away from them. There the magic seemed to flee the gate, and it crashed down as below them, the other dwarves now tumbled through in a mass. Keely was the last one through, and he had dropped his bow into his barrel and was holding onto one empty barrel with each hand as the river carried him through. Thorin, Philly. The next second, Philly was leaping off the archway. His aim was good, and he actually landed directly into one of the barrels, making Keely shout in triumph. Dwellin wasn't so accurate and landed behind the barrel as the river carried them all off. Time we left, Harry. Thorin shouted as he slew a goblin before turning. Sheathing his sword, Thorin leaped out into the river, not even trying to aim towards one of the barrels. With the orcs in front of him held back by another bit of transfigured arch for just a second, Harry retreated to the top and was about to leap after his friend when an arrow found his thigh, while another hit him high in his side. That one was barely a grazing blow, but the one in his thigh sunk deep, and he lost his balance as he paused for just a second to chop it off close to the skin with the sword of Gryffindor. He then toppled forward into the water. A few seconds of bobbing later, Harry broke water and watched as another orc leaped up onto the archway, a bow far larger than that of the goblins in his hand. He stared downriver at Harry as he pulled back on the bow, grinning toothily. Instead of quailing or looking afraid, Harry simply snarled back and raised a hand. He was bleeding, he was battered, but despite his weariness, Harry wasn't defenseless. The spell took the orc right in the center, cutting him in half and spreading his guts across archway and river. Goblins on wargs once more appeared to pace the dwarves on either side of the river, their own bows notched. One of them fell from an arrow from behind Harry, and Harry recognized Keely's arrow for a moment before he stared at the other orc, whose neck had been pierced from one side to another with another arrow. Elves began to appear out of the woods, attacking the orcs and goblins, forcing them to turn. One orc, larger and more built than the others, bellowed something, blowing on a horn. A second later, the large orc broke off from the river, racing alongside the river and away from the advancing elves. Harry watched all this, then, his body had finally decided that he had lost enough blood. Harry felt his consciousness starting to flow away and used an oxio on his canoe, which had been left behind by the others to bob in their wake. He barely grabbed onto it before it sailed past him, but then he quickly used a sticking charm on himself, before with a last effort pull his upper body up onto the canoe, before his eyes started to close, and he knew no more. Oh! Toriel pulled her dagger out of one orc, flipping it up and cleaning it on a passing piece of a branch above her head, before sheathing it, grabbing up her bow once more to stare around her, as nearby Legolas and several others from the unseen host began to finish off their own enemies. More of them escaped, we should hunt them down. We have no orders to do so, Legolas shook his head. Orcs and goblins attacking our people, killing elves within our own borders. It'd been obvious to all of the scouts what had happened here, the guard on the Watergate having been slain by orcs, their places taken by goblins in an effort to ambush the dwarves and their wizard companion. The wizard had seemingly dealt with the great, and then he and the dwarves were away. Toriel scowled, shaking her head. They were after the dwarves. We follow them, we will find the orcs and discover why they feel strong enough to dare something like this. And perhaps discover that Harry's hint about the darkness to the south was all too true. You do not see the full picture, Legolas sighed. This, he jabbed his fingers towards the dead bodies scattered around them, is a symptom of something great, not just the dwarves and their troubles finding their way here. Now, we will return and report this. With this, perhaps my father will allow us to start cleansing the forest of the spider filth. He snorted, pointing downriver. Besides, we know where they will go, be easy enough to find a trail of. Toriel nodded, understanding his point, but not happy about it, even if it would prove her earlier supposition. This emotion was reinforced a second later as Legolas looked at her sideways. Niflheim and Risildar spoke of how they found you when the alarm was raised. But what exactly did Harry? We will not speak of it, she interrupted with a scowl, her fingers twitching. Legolas wisely backed off from that, then turned with Toriel as one of the other scouts announced they had found a goblin still alive and able to answer questions. Oh. Well beyond behind the dwarves now, Balg gathered what remained of his followers. They had been decimated both by the dwarves' defense during the running battle and the ambush by the great, and then the elves. But as the day wore on, more goblins began to gather, until, at around evening, he had gathered about 30 goblins and 20 orcs from a band of over 100. Still, it was enough to deal with the dwarves and capture the wizard for their master. Lake Town, he growled. We will find them there. He pointed at one goblin. You. Head back to Dol Guldur, and tell the Great Master what has happened. As the goblin gibbered and quailed at the very idea of speaking to the Great Master in person, Balg turned back to the others. We march now. I want us in Lake Town tonight. Oh. Legolas stared down at the dead orc, and then up at his king, while nearby, Toriel narrowed her eyes. You gave it to your word that you would release it. I did. I released it from life. Thranduil said, stalking to the table where a detailed map of his realm lay. Besides which, it lied. It said things that could not possibly be true. Harry, he spoke of it as well, the White Council's fears that you will be silent. The Elven King spat, turning his head to Toriel. Then he seemed to calm down. If true, the council is already getting ready to act. I will leave them to that. Beyond the borders of my realm, I care not for the doings of men, goblins, orcs, or dwarves. They are gone, that is all. Redouble the watch on our borders. You have my leave to act against any spiders or orcs which enter our lands. If they think us weak, let us show them we are not. And the dwarves? They could still rouse the dragon, Legolas warned. The humans in Lake Town are pragmatic. They well know that their entire existence relies heavily on their trade with us. If the dwarves interact with them, we will soon know of it. But so long as they remain outside our territory, they are not our problem. They will need supplies and aid to chance the mountain, and we can make certain that such will not occur. For now, you have your orders. Toriel's eyes narrowed, but she bowed and left the royal pair quickly. She should have been eager to obey the king's orders. After all, Toriel had long been pushing for just such an action. But Toriel felt that while it was the right move, he wasn't doing it for the right reasons. No, say it truly, Toriel. You are worried about them. You are worried about Harry and the others. That goblin, he told us Harry had been struck by an arrow. And such things are often fouled beyond human understanding. She paused for a moment in a corner of the hall, for once torn by indecision. Then she nodded sharply and moved off. Picking up a quiver of arrows and a short sword from her room, she set off, leaving Thranduil's halls and Torienda Edelos behind her. Later, as evening began to fall, Toriel stood on the edge of the forest nearest Lake Town. Where are you going? She turned, raising her bow before the voice registered, then she sighed, letting the bowstring go slack. You know perfectly well where I'm going. The dwarves and the wizard fascinate me. She admitted. I have finally found something more interesting than simply following orders and watching over our forests. We were ordered to remain, to guard our borders. Is that not what you have wanted? That is what I have been saying we should do. But now, I am uncertain about whether or not that is what I want. It was simply what had to be done. Harry. Legolas intoned slowly, enunciating the human name in common, the word standing out against their much more lyrical elvish tongue. He fascinates you, doesn't he? I am uncertain if it is Harry who fascinates me, or what he and the dwarves represents, the world beyond our borders. Whatever it is, for some reason, I wish to at least track them to Lake Town. You would give up your position? You would disobey the king? You would leave me? Legolas questioned rapid fire. The king has rarely if ever heeded my advice as he should, given that position. If he had, perhaps the orcs would never have been able to gain entrance to our lands. And his recent action have torn at the foundations of my respect for him. As for your last point, Legolas, I like you. But you're not my one. Legolas sighed, understanding her points, but thinking there was more to this rebellion than what she was admitting. And is Harry? Toriel's head reared back, her eyes widening as if that was the first time that thought had occurred to her, which it was. But after a moment, she simply shrugged. I do not know. But considering his magic, unless something kills him, the two of us will certainly have enough centuries to figure that out. Right now, I just wish to catch up to and slap Harry. Courting him was not on my mind. Legolas chuckled at that, then sighed. I will travel with you. To Lake Town, no further. And if you think you will go up that mountain and face Smog, Toriel, you are wrong. I will knock you out and drag you back if I have to. Toriel scowled, but Legolas went on evenly. Think about it. If the dragon is still alive, and the dwarves and the wizard anger it, Smog's anger will not be assuaged merely by their deaths. It will seek out anyone or anything that has helped it. Our woods felt the sting of dragonfire in the war against Morgoth. We cannot let that happen again. Toriel's scowl disappeared at that, and she nodded acquiescence. That is acceptable. An agreement reached, the two expert elven rangers turned, and without a word raced on through the woods, tireless and sure-footed as the wind passing through the trees. Oh! Harry woke up groaning as someone slapped something over the wound on his thigh, teeth gritted in pain. Wah! Oh, what the hells are you lot doing to me sodding leg? You need to stop getting hurt, Harry, Thorin ordered, his tone light, but his dark eyes worried as they peered down at Harry. Harry looked up at Thorin, one eyebrow rising as the need to be snarky let him push through the pain. Tell the enemy to stop attacking me then. The other dwarves chuckled at that as Harry realized the wood underneath him was moving. Not a lot, bobbing was perhaps the word he thought, as he looked around at the dwarves, then over the side of what appeared to be a large barge of some kind. It was crudely made, but sturdy. In the center was a single mast, and at the front, a man was working the ropes until he had them right where he wanted them, after which he tied them off and turned his attention to a tiller. That wound looks bad, the unknown man said, looking through the dwarves at Harry. Still, I'm glad that the dwarves knew you were out there. I would not have been able to find you with the mist as thick as it is. Harry nodded, then made a point to pat his pouch, which was still there, before asking, "Who are you?" Forcing the words out through the pain of the thigh that the doctor was still examining. "My name is Bard, Bard the bowman." "And occasionally, boatman," the man replied, gesturing down to the barge. Harry nodded, studying the man. He was not like the few other humans, those in Bree, that Harry had seen up to this point. For one thing, he stood taller, his eyes and hair were darker, more akin to Harry's. His shoulders were wide, his stance certain. This man was a fighter, whatever his name might indicate. "So tell me," the man went on looking back at Harry levelly, and then around at the dwarves, "what brings a group of dwarves, and one human man, wounded mind you, to Long Lake? And that, coming down from the elven lands in our barrels?" Thorin opened his mouth, but Harry knew that he wasn't the one to come up with a good lie on the spot, and they didn't really know anything about the lakemen other than the fact that they were allied with the elves in some fashion. "We were traveling and waylaid by orcs," Harry shot out, grunting a little in pain as Oin prodded his wound. "To try and get away with them, we ran into further trouble with the elves, and then when we finally were able to talk our way out of that, the orcs came back, forcing us to use the river and your barrels to escape, a bit of last-minute trickery. It has not been a pleasant time for us." "And where is your destination on this journey?" Bard asked shrewdly. "What businesses of that is yours?" Thorin interjected, his automatic defensiveness coming to the fore. "Considering you are on my boat, good dwarf, and I would wager that none of you know the first thing about wind or sail, I would say that you would be best served to keep a civil tongue. I'm getting sick and tired of people telling me they know better than I what I should do," Thorin growled, but when Philly gripped his shoulder, causing him to wince, he sobered a little. Thorin, like Harry before him, had been horribly battered by the river. Nori spoke up then before the tension could get any worse. "Tell me, sir, has the dragon been seen in your lifetime?" The man blinked at the apparent non-sequitur but shook his head. "No, it has not. There is a rumor that Smaug is dead, but I don't believe such. Evil like that must be banished. It will not fade away on its own. You speak as if you saw its evil firsthand, and yet you say it has not been alive in your lifetime." Nori inquired. Bard scowled, looking away. For a moment, he was silent, almost long enough for Harry and the dwarves to think that he wouldn't answer. And when he spoke, his voice was low, bitter, and full of pain. "While it has been several generations since the fall of the Erebor and Dale, some memories do not fade as the generations do. And my family's line has always had long memories." At those words, Thorin blinked, then he moved closer, gesturing Balin to him as he made his way forward. "Look at him, Balin. Did you see it?" Balin looked at the human male, not having done so before this, having been busier with his brother's injuries. Those were scrapes and bumps for the most part, although his arm had been wrenched somewhat badly by his needing to hang onto one of the barrels after the battle at the Grate. While Harry had taken an arrow wound, everyone else had been battered from the journey down the river. But when the white-haired dwarf looked at the boatman, his eyes widened. "By the blood of Durin. He has the look of the last king of Dale to him." "Who are you to have seen the last king of Dale?" Bard questioned with a scowl. Then he seemed to subside, turning to look out over the lake. "Bah, what does it matter? There are no kings anymore. My line failed, the weapons of the dwarves we were gifted with failed. Dale burned. All that is left." He turned away fully, twisting the ropes a little to shift the sail slightly. "Is Lake Town?" "Perhaps, but what was destroyed can be rebuilt," Thorin said firmly, although inwardly he was annoyed about the comment on his people's weapons. They probably hadn't even failed, really, they had just proven not up to the challenge of the dragon. "Dale was the friend of my people, our alliance made us both stronger. I would see that alliance restored." "Ha! I just said it, dwarf. Even if it has not been seen, Smaug still exists. Erebor is gone forever. And who are you to speak of alliances anyway? 12 dwarves, a young being from a race I've never seen, and a human. I am a hobbit, good sir," Bilbo bowed from the waist to their savior. "And as for the rest, I believe that Thorin can do whatever he sets his mind to." Bilbo's voice trailed off as he stared upwards. The fog had faded as they had talked, and now, the sky above them had cleared. This allowed the vista all around and above them to be seen. The lake was massive. Harry couldn't see the ends of it from where he was, not even where the stream had deposited himself and his companions in its watery embrace entered it. And yet, the entire lake was dominated by the shadow of the mountain. It rose, like a lonely sentinel set onto the land. Its sides were mixed green and stone, rising up to disappear into the clouds above, where the green faded and white began. Harry had seen pictures back on Earth of various mountain ranges, the Appalachians, the Himalayas, and Mount Everest occasionally when he was over at Hermione's, and she was in her force Harry to have some common knowledge stage. And here on Arda, Harry had seen the misty mountains and had even hiked through them, at least to a certain point. But Harry had never seen the like of the lonely mountain. Even Tanaquedel, thanks to the dreamlike nature of his vision of it, seemed to pale against the stark, grimly looming mountain in front of him. As one, the dwarves turned and looked to where Harry and Bilbo were staring. The side conversations all fell silent as Thorin, Balin and the others just stared, awe filling them. The lonely mountain, Thorin breathed. Erebor, my home. My birthright. Bard let them have the moment, leaning on his tiller, slowing the boat for a moment, and letting the sail go slack, pink-hued in the light of the evening tide. Then he broke the silence. I say again, who are you? Thorin looked at him, his face conflicted for a moment before he decided. My name is Thorin Oakenshield, son of Thrain, son of Thror, last king under the mountain. I have returned to reclaim our ancient lands. Bard fell silent for a moment, staring at the king, then shook his head. Madness. You cannot hope to kill Smaug, can you? Madness and magic often go together, Harry grunted. A second later, he was suddenly holding his sword, having pulled it out from the bottomless pouch. He handed the pouch over to Philly, who gleefully pulled some lembas and handed it on to the others. Bard stared, stunned, and Thorin decided to take advantage while he could. Bombur, prove to this goodman that we are not destitute vagabonds with only our weapons to our name. We will pay for his help now, and whatever we can get in Lake Town. Oh, of course. Bombur grumbled. Always you people are demanding more money for this, more money for that. We haven't asked you for anything since we wound up at Mr. Baggins' door. Boffer scoffed. Yes, you sponsored much of this company's material, but can you deny us anything now when we are so close? With a sigh, the fat dwarf wiggled, reached under his back to a hidden cummerbund tied so that it hit against the small of his back, and pulled out several dozen gold coins. He looked down at it and then sighed, just handing the cummerbund wallet entirely over to Bard. Take it. Take it all. They're right, he mumbled lowly, turning his eyes skyward once more, something most of the dwarves had not yet stopped doing. For that sight alone, I would pay. You realize that if Smaug kills you all, it will surely come for Lake Town as well? You have made me complicit in madness. Bard shot back weakly. More because of the conviction he saw in Thorin's face than the money, though. Bard was not well off, his family's old failure still dogging their steps. But he was not a man to value money highly. Yes, we have, Harry replied dryly, but not without some compassion. Welcome aboard. Bard's eyes narrowed at him, then glanced down at the wound on his thigh. Is that serious? Bard wasn't about to leave a wounded human man unattended despite his anger at being made to either be seen as an accomplice to these dwarves' actions or turn them into a man he despised. The master of Lake Town and Bard did not get along. Harry shrugged. I've taken worse. And you're showing no sign of fever either, which you should be, Oin grumbled, staring at the arrowhead he had pulled out of Harry. The pain from that action had been what had woken Harry up. He rolled it on the leaf, watching the leaf intensely, and soon enough, portions of the leaf turned black. This had poison on it. A very strong, very nasty poison that should already be working through you. But you've got no fever. Indeed, the poison is doing nothing to you. Harry chuckled, shaking his head. Remember what is on my sword, my friend. The poison of that beast sunk deep into me at one point. I'd wager any a poison less than that will have no effect at all on me. Poison? So you're not just hoping that Smaug is dead? You actually have a plan? Bard questioned, grasping at that. Oh, yes. We have a plan. I can't say it's been smooth sailing. Thorin waited then for the cracks of laughter from his fellow dwarves, Harry and even Bilbo, to subside before going on. But we do have a plan. With a sigh, Bard let go of the tiller and sat across from the dwarves, looking at them steadily. Your actions will endanger my home, my people. Convince me that that is the right thing to do, that you actually have a plan that can deal with Smaug. Do that, and I will help you all I can. Looking around at the others, Thorin got nods of approval from Balin, Harry, Philly, and Bilbo, while Gwilyn, Gloin, and Boffer all shook their heads. The rest seemed undecided. Turning back, Thorin decided. Very well. I will not tell you everything, but... The boat drifted for who knew how long as Bard posed question after question about the journey, about their dealings with the elves, and above all, their plan to deal with Smaug. Poison might not be enough, after all. But Thorin had thought long and hard about this and had devised a way to trap Smaug and use some of the smelting equipment in the mountain against him. Eventually, the plan convinced Bard. Or rather Thorin and the others did. The plan seemed to be too filled with unknowns for him, really. No, it was the people who were explaining the plan that sold Bard on it being viable. To have come through all the trials they had, to face the dangers of orcs, goblins, and everything else, was a tale out of legend. It told of a group that would not be stopped, whatever they put their minds to. That and a few examples of Harry's magic was enough. Tell me what you want me to do. Bard asked, then smiled thinly. And what is in it for my people and me? I will do not for free, after all. End chapter. This chapter doesn't cover nearly as much as I hoped, but I think it covers enough for now. This way, Lake Town and whatever happens there can be paired with more about Gandalf and the Council and Sauron. Then I'll be able to devote an entire chapter to Smaug, as he deserves. Anyway, hope you all liked this, and as always, please leave a review. Chapter 11. I am not Tolkien, nor am I British in any form. Happy quite belated Hanukkah. Sorry guys, this was the winner of December's HP only poll, thanks to my voting for it. ADP was the other choice, and given everything else I'm working on this month, I didn't want to work on a chapter I knew I might not be able to keep short, but I lost 2 days of internet access, so couldn't get it posted after Nad Destroyer, who looked it over for me, got it back. Beyond his work on it, this has been checked by me with Grammarly. No doubt this means there will be small mistakes throughout, but hopefully, there won't be enough to detract from your enjoyment. Chapter 11, Sneaking is not a dwarf thing. The plan to get the dwarves into Lake Town ran into a hurdle almost immediately, even before they got down to the details, because the dwarves flatly refused to get back into the barrels. Once was enough, damn my beard if it wasn't. Oin shouted, the normally silent healer backing up the more recalcitrant Dwellin, Bomber, and the others. Harry couldn't blame them, and by the look on his face, Bilbo couldn't either, although he stayed silent, looking on as Thorin and the other dwarves argued. However, Thorin was unwilling to push his people just yet, knowing there was a breaking point which, even with the lonely mountain looming above them like a titan out of myth, they were fast approaching. It was the helplessness of it that bore down on his people, Thorin reflected. Being treated like a parcel can wear on even the best of us. Very well, I won't force you back into them. But that means we will have to come out into the open quickly, Thorin cautioned, looking over at Bard. Bard winced, shaking his head. If we can get some momentum among the townsfolk going, we could perhaps go that route. But I am concerned about how the Master of Lake Town will react. And if he just closes the wharf's gates on us, we are lost. Describe the town to me, Thorin nearly ordered, before, with a cough from Harry and a somewhat chagrined look, he added, please. And I apologize for my tone. We have all had a rather trying time of late. Bard nodded at that and explained the layout of Lake Town. To do so, he set the tiller of the barge to move them around in a slow, lazy circle. They had a lot to talk about before he wanted to take these dwarves back to his home. The wharf area of the town juts out from 2 sides of it, one heading towards the side of the lake where it is tied down, and one out to the lake itself. Both sides have a series of postern gates, where the wharfs entered into the town proper, and grates at all the entrances to the waterways of the town, which are only open to take in the barrels. What? Why? Bifur asked. He was the only dwarf who knew anything about boats and river travel, and to him, that made no sense. Surely, if you live on a lake, you would want your town to be open to the lake directly. So it had been at first, good dwarf, but no longer. About a year before I was born, the town was attacked by goblins. They spread throughout the town quickly using tiny reed caravels, and it was a hard and costly slog to clear them out. The Master of Lake Town decided at that point there should only be 2 entrances to the town, Bard explained. The gates are crude but work, and the docks are all thin, barely enough room for a series of workers and boats to tie up to. Drop the portcullis, and you could defend the town quite easily, as the defender attackers would be bunching up onto the wharf, with no place to go, Thorin murmured, looking around at the dwarves with him, one eyebrow rising. All save a few looked away, knowing that they would indeed have to get into the damnable barrels once more. But not wishing to cause further acrimony, Thorin turned back to Bard, inquiring politely, you looked as if you had something further to say about our coming out into the open. Bard nodded, gesturing to the barrels. I know for a fact that the Master of Lake Town is in communication with the elves. I think they use carrier pigeons of some kind. With the trouble you told me you ran into with them, the elves might have sent word ahead. We might find more allies than enemies if you try to declare yourself openly. As I said, momentum would be the key to that, and there are problems with that. Bah! We're dwarves, human, didn't your fathers' fathers tell of your ancestors working with ours, the greatness of our paired countries? Surely your fellow townsfolk would sooner side with us than the elves. Dwellin grumbled. They did. We even have a legend that says that eventually, a king will come again in Erebor to bring prosperity once more. However, none of you look like kings, Bard answered bluntly. And the Master of Lake Town knows well what side of that boat his lines are tied. There were some growls and mutterings about that, but Harry decided to get involved quickly, stating simply, he's right, we don't. We all look like mangy, scraggly vagabonds, and if you're expecting me to magic your clothing to look better, think again. He tapped his leg and the wound there, shaking his head wearily. I'm flipping exhausted. I need rest and time for my body to heal and build up my reserves again. The biggest issue was how much blood Harry had lost, he knew. It wasn't enough to make him lightheaded, but if Harry started to cast more spells, that would add to his already exhausted state far too quickly. So we either must bluff our way in somehow, or hide, Bilbo spoke up then, and all the dwarves turned to him. Some of them wore frowns as they did, but there was stark respect in their eyes as they looked at the Hobbit, where before there would not have been. The dwarves are the real issue, I presume? After that, we can hide if we decide to. Correct, Bard said with a nod. The Master's bully boys control the dwarves, for the most part, they are always on the lookout are troublemakers. He scowled, spitting to one side. Of course, troublemaker means anyone who will speak out against Master of the town. But they are the most likely to be told to be on the lookout for all of you. A tin pot tyrant is he? Harry asked. I have no idea what a tin pot has to do with anything, but I cannot argue against the tyrant portion of what you just said, Bard replied dryly. Tin pot means he's basically weak but thinks he's strong because he controls a very small area, Harry explained as the dwarves all chuckled, having understood the reference. Tell us more of this Master of Lake Town, Balin said, stroking his long beard thoughtfully as Bard nodded, acknowledging the truth of Harry's appellation for Master of Lake Town. Where exactly does he get his power from? Was he elected? Is Master of Lake Town simply a long way of saying, Mayor? What is his pedigree? Bard chuckled dryly. For someone who lived on the water, Harry reflected, he seems to favor dry tones. Then he frowned, staring down at his wounded leg. That phrase wasn't nearly as funny even in my head as I had hoped. I was really battered, wasn't I? Indeed, as he lay there on the barge's deck, Harry could feel a headache coming on, and he didn't think it was entirely due to blood loss. He was related to the mayor of the capital city of Esgarote, the capital city of Dale, but not directly. He and his father before him are only really called Master of Lake Town since his family has come to own much of the vineyards along the edge of the lake. Those vineyards drive everything within the town, our economy is mostly based on them. We don't even grow enough vegetables and fruits beyond grapes to feed ourselves without trading wine with the elves and a few distant towns to the south. That's not right, Bilbo interjected, looking aghast. Part2 grumbled that an economy based only on one thing, especially a luxury good, wasn't a good idea. The two of them were backed up by Balin, Oin, Gloin, and many others, including Thorin. Throughout their journey, Harry had come to realize that the dwarves had an extremely good grasp of economics, trade barter and so forth. Well beyond what most would assume, given the medieval ages they all lived in. But Bilbo taking part in this discussion was a surprise. How did that happen? You can't live off wine and fish alone. And if the soil around Lake Town is at all like the soil of Mirkwood, you should be able to create bountiful crops for yourselves, barley and wheat for certain. And yet the way you speak, it is as if you live off the trade you get from other regions through your wine. Are you a farmer then, Mr. Baggins? Bard asked, stumbling a little as he wondered how to address the short creature who had introduced himself as a hobbit. Bilbo huffed. I am a hobbit. The soil and growing things are what we do. I have kept up my own garden with the help of Master Gamgee for years. Then you will have to argue with our experts, who said that the only thing that we would be able to grow are grape shrubs and vines. I will do so. Bilbo huffed, almost looking affronted at the very idea. That is not how you treat the soil. Work with the land, with the blessing of Yavanna, your lives will be enriched in turn. Bard blinked at the mention of Yavanna, not having heard the name before, but Bombur spoke up before he could ask about the origin of the name. So this Master of Lake Town controls the wine, and the economy, and let me guess, levies taxes for the upkeep of the town, and to see to its defense against further incursions. Bard nodded grimly. Exactly. The town's economy is based on wine, as I said, which allows him to hire foreign thugs to protect the wine caravans and the town. He meets the elves' demands and the southern towns, growing rich on the trade while everyone gets a share of the wine before it is shipped off. Of course, that means a large majority of the townsfolk are drunkards. It is awfully hard to find anything to be positive about in the shadow of the mountain, and the world always looks rosier reflected off the surface of a stein of wine. All the dwarves shook their heads, causing Harry to snort, muttering about the pot calling the kettle black for a moment, but Gloin quickly replied. We all like a good drink, Harry, but we don't drink to excess. 'Tis a poor dwarf who doesn't know to keep his drink from impacting his craft, whatever that might be. And we certainly wouldn't drink that piss that the elves were guzzling down so happily the night before, Nori added, drawing chuckles from the rest. I feel like I should be offended by that, but I loathe the wine business, so I will merely agree with you, Bard scowled. It has been a curse on our people ever since it was introduced. My people see no hope in the future and thus no need to control their excess or go along with the wine trade thinking it the best option, while the Master of Lake Town grinds all opposition down. He and his cronies grow rich while the town goes to rack and ruin around him. If the town is badly off, supplies will perforce be hard to come by. Again, we find ourselves in need of weapons, Thorin added, looking around at the dwarves. They were better off than they had been when they met with Bjorn, but that wasn't saying much. In their eagerness to be armed before having to get back into the barrels in the river, many of them had lost their weapons once more. The only ones who hadn't lost their weapons were those who had fought with Thorin on the causeway overlooking the river, and Keely with his bow, although he had used most of his arrows by this point. We have food enough in the pouch from the elves, which could last us a while. But we don't get as much out of Lembas as the elves would, so we cannot live on it alone. Weapons and food, Philly agreed, coming to sit by his uncle on the deck once more, having moved off to talk quietly to his brother a moment before. Some armor would be good too, Dwellin added. Bilbo spoke up now, thinking aloud. Some various plants that I know grow wild, they are called herbs, but only a few of them actually have anything to offer in terms of taste. But we could use them to create a poultice that will deaden our smell to the dragon. I know that you have spells that can do that, Harry. Still, your spell work is taking more out of you these days. I would rather you save your strength for actually fighting against the dragon rather than merely fooling his senses. How good warriors are you exactly? Bard asked, leaning forward suddenly. Supplies, as you are talking about, will take hard coinage, and the only one who has much such is the master of Lake Town. If you would gain those supplies, you would first have to liberate the town from his clutches. Dwellin's eyes narrowed, and he was about to bark that they weren't here to do the humans' dirty work when his brother touched his arm. Dwellin looked at Balin, and Balin shook his head while Thorin simply smiled grimly while a ragged chuckle ran around the rest of the dwarves. We are good enough warriors, I think. Get us into the town, and I believe we can at least hold our own against his bullies long enough for the word to get out. After that, Thorin's smile turned somewhat amused. After that, I think we can give your fellow humans the one thing you said they lack, hope for the future. For a moment, Bard was silent, staring into Thorin's eyes, trying to gauge the dwarf's seriousness, and then he nodded sharply. Yes. If we can rally the people behind us, knock the master of Lake Town off balance, he will never regain it. I've been waiting for something like this for a long time, practically since I was old enough to realize how bad things were getting. I've even kept records of some of his most egregious misdeeds. If we air them along with your own message of wanting to bring back the days of Dale and Erebor, we can gain enough public support to take over the town. After that, you will have your supplies, and I will have begun to pull my folk out of the mire. Your people? Thorin asked, his smile turning wry, even as his face showed he understood the sentiment. Just because my father and I have never worn a crown doesn't mean that we have forgotten our vows as the royal family of Dale, Bard answered firmly. You all convinced me you have a chance against the dragon. By all that is good, I will take this chance to bring my folk back to their glory. The dwarves all grunted approval at that, even Dwellin, who went so far as to clap a hand on Bard's shoulder, becoming impressed the man didn't stumble from it. Harry, deciding to add a bit of levity to this discussion, asked, I refuse to use this Master of Lake Town title for this arse. Does he have an actual name? Bard actually had to think about it. The Master of Lake Town was just called that or Sir most of the time by the townspeople. Percival, I believe. Percival, son of Bunder. How do you have such records? Is this Percival that arrogant? Balin asked interestedly. No, or perhaps, but not as you would think. There is simply always someone watching everything you do in the town, crowded as it is. And, although it might sound arrogant on my part to say it, I have always been well known and respected by people throughout the town. I simply make it a point to listen, and information comes to me. Of course, that crowding is another crime we can lay at the feet of Percival, Bard went on with a sigh. Part of being master of the town should mean that he is in charge of seeing to its upkeep and expansion, but he never has. And whenever someone tries to call him out on it, he always comes up with excuses, both to not listen and why such work hasn't been done. And soon the person trying to push for such backs down finds himself in debt to Percival, or, in one case, disappears. He does sound like the worst kind of scoundrel, Bilbo agreed, looking a little shaken by the last portion of what Bard had said. My own folk have dealt with a few such, though not many. People who would work a land into the dirt, then blame the dirt for not producing, as we say. How did it come to be so bad? Thorin inquired. Indeed, how did it come to be that any of you humans remained in this land? I'll admit that I had not considered any would still be here when I began to plan this journey. I know that most of you fled as my own people did. Many of our people couldn't flee. Where would we have gone, Thorin? Bard snarled, the first sign of temper not directed at Percival they had seen from the even-tempered man. Most of us had no family elsewhere, no great stores of wealth or even supplies. All our forefathers' head was burned by the dragon. He shook his head, reining in his temper as he looked away from the lonely mountain for a moment. You should thank your lucky stars given how you may well be bringing that dragon's wrath down upon us again, that I am helping you at all. Ori spoke up then, his intemperate words showing his youth to all there. If the dragon attacked you, your dwarf and weapons should have seen him off. Bah, don't be ridiculous, Ori. Balin answered before Bard could. If all the steel and all the warriors of Erebor could not do anything against Smog, what could a series of ballistae, even armed with arrows made by dwarven hands, do to harm him? This was Smog, boy. The greatest dragon seen since Ankalagan the Black. Wings, mouth, eyes, Harry counted off on his fingers. Those are the only places to really hurt a dragon, and they know their wings and eyes are vulnerable. Even this one's wings aren't all that vulnerable, Harry, Thorin muttered, shaking his head. I remember seeing ballista bolts hitting Smog in his wings and side. Never did he look to be any worse for wear afterward, not that we could see. He sighed, looking up at Bard. I do not regret my question, he said roughly, but I should have realized the answer before I even said it. Your pardon, Bard. Bard nodded, practically slumping in his own skin for a moment. And I crave your pardon to Master Oakenshield. I am deathly afraid of what you will find in the mountain regardless of the plan you laid out for me. For a moment, Harry was concerned that Bard would decide to reject aiding them further, but then Bard threw off the sadness and fear after a moment like an ill-fitting cloak before looking around at the dwarves. Yet for a chance to better my people's lives, I will gladly join you. But I may want our agreements in writing, he warned, a lurking smile on his face. To formalize everything. What sort of agreement? Balin interjected himself into the conversation quickly while the dwarves all nodded sagely. Many even looked eager. Dwarves as a race respected written contracts. A defense treaty perhaps between the town and the mountain once you have control of it. That's maybe putting the cart before the horse, but I think it is necessary. For the town, some monetary compensation will be required. Oh? And do you expect us to just let you name your own price? I think not. Bombur exclaimed. Indeed, let us get down to brass nails, my good human, Balin agreed. First of all, what is the standard unit of measurement among you humans? How solid is your coinage? The discussion on that point actually was quite upbeat, and Harry reflected the dwarves were very odd folk, to take such joy in talking about coinage, transfer of money, and so forth. Still, they are enjoying it, so I suppose that's a good thing after the troubles we've had. Such odd priorities dwarves have. Oh. Toriel and Legolas came out of the woods, staring out into the lake, then all around them. For a moment, their faces showed a certain amount of trepidation. They were warriors of the unseen host of Tori and Daedalus. There was not a single portion of the forest where either of them would feel out of place, save perhaps the area where the necromancer held sway. Here though, there were no trees. No canopy. The midday sun beat down at them through nothing but the air, and it was highly unusual. Toriel smiled slightly and, after a few seconds of hesitation feeling the touch of the sun on her bare skin, smiled slightly. And what are you smiling at, my Toriel? Legolas asked. Toriel was in such a good mood, she decided to let the my part slide. She knew that Legolas understood now that his courtship of her was at an end. But it would take time for his speech patterns to leave off such terms of endearment when they were alone. I am thinking that I have wanted to travel the world, and now I am doing at least a tiny bit of that. While chasing after dwarves and a wizard. Yes, I can truly see that that is a great adventure, Legolas quipped. Toriel chuckled at that, indicating a touch by touching one of her shoulders as a member of the unseen host would. Legolas acknowledged with a bow of his head, and the two of them turned to stare across the lake. Both of them had the typical elvish eyesight, which could make most hawks green with envy, and they could see the pile of wood that people called Lake Town. Presently it was directly opposite the position where the two of them had come out of the forest, which, in turn, was well away from the point the river met the lake. They couldn't see any movement that would have been beyond even elves, but they could see the town itself. Which way around, do you think? Legolas inquired, looking this way and that. Unlike straight across, they could not see the ends of Long Lake, so they had no way of knowing which way would be faster. Toriel shrugged ignorance, and the two of them stared around for a time before Legolas pointed in one direction. That way is as good as any other. Toriel nodded, and the two of them raced off, leaving no sign of their passage, their legs lifting in the run of elves on a mission, faster than any human sprinter, more tireless than any dwarf. Doing so, they moved directly in the opposite direction around the lake that the orcs under Balg had taken earlier that day. Oh. Eventually, Lake Town came into view, and Bard called a halt to the discussion. Any more talks on this point will need to occur once we have parchment and ink, and it can be witnessed by other worthies of Lake Town beyond myself. For now, we still must get into the town without causing an all-out battle on the docks. Hide yourselves away in the barrels for now. This caused much grumbling, but in a far better mood than they had been, most of the dwarves agreed to go through with this bit of ignominy once more. Bombur didn't, nor did Dwellin. I am not getting back into that thing. It's like a second skin on me, and I have had enough of being a parcel. Fat Bombur speaks for me as well, Dwellin growled angrily. I am done with hiding and sneaking around. Looking at their faces, Thorin realized that he would probably have to overpower the two to get them into the barrels, and he looked over at Harry, who nodded, a wry smirk on his face. Well then, I'm afraid you two are going to have to get very friendly. What? Dwellin was noticeably disturbed, while Bomber merely sighed, figuring out where this was going. Harry pulled out his invisibility cloak from his pouch, holding it out to the others. What about you? Dwellin asked, holding out the magnificent magical creation, then measuring himself and Bomber against it, grimacing as he realized that Harry was quite accurate. They would have to become very friendly indeed for a while if they wanted to hide their presence under this thing. I figure I won't be as unusual a sight as dwarves would be. A single wounded man is no threat and of barely any interest, especially when not accompanied by dwarves, Harry said with a wry chuckle looking over at Bard. Is this not so? I can pass you off as a wounded survivor of a trade caravan that ran afoul of beasts or some such, Bard nodded with a wave of his hand. You even look like a northerner, with that black hair. Although can you do anything with your eyes? Emerald is not a color we normally see, and if the elves have passed on your appearance, that and that scar on your forehead could be a dead giveaway. Harry shook his head, saying he didn't know any spells to affect the eyes, at least not in terms of changing the color. As for my scar, again, probably not. We'll just have to wing it. Soon enough, the barge was bumping up against a pier at Lake Town, and Harry, along with the hiding Bomber and Dwellin, saw that Bard had told the truth. The docks were separated from the rest of the town with small gates, the grating just waiting to be dropped down to block anyone from walking into the city. Along the waterline, Harry could see several streams of water heading deeper into the town, but along the outer edge, they all passed through iron bars, leaving no way to enter unless you knew how to swim, which only Bifur did among the dwarves. Harry had also heard Bilbo admitting he didn't know how to swim either. And frankly, the sight of the water underneath the town made Harry unwilling to even offer up his bubblehead charms for the effort. You're late, Bard, shouted one of the dock workers, sneering angrily at Bard, while others waved him a cheery greeting, some of them visibly breathing sighs of relief at his arrival. Or should that be survival? Harry thought, wondering what kind of danger a bargeman could run into out on the lake. The barrels were still coming down the river as I arrived, Carl, Bard replied, shrugging his shoulders. I decided to wait until they were all down, rather than taking some and leaving others. Considering that I would have been charged for the expense of replacing them, I felt that was a good idea. Carl sneered even further at Bard for that but gestured to several of the men around him. They were all tough looking, but Harry noticed their clothing wasn't as good as Bard's or Carl's, nor did they seem to have kept themselves in as good shape as the archer. They had beer bellies to a man, and two of them looked as if they had just finished a heavy drinking session, with it being not even mid-morning. And who is this? Carl asked, pointing at Harry. I was a bodyguard for a caravan, Harry said, speaking up for himself. We were attacked by goblins, and most of the traders were slain along with my fellows. I only survived by diving into the lake and swimming far enough out that they couldn't follow. Goblins. Carl backed away hastily. They are active around the lake again. They have been active in the area for months, Bard growled as he finished tying the barge off with the aid of the other dock workers. We've known that for a while. They're just getting bolder as time goes on. You're not much of a guard if you can keep off the goblins, muttered one of the other dock workers to much laughter. Harry shrugged his shoulders. I killed two before one of them got my leg with an arrow. If any of you can dodge arrows, please tell me. Once I have some coin, I might pay to learn such. Another mouth to feed then, Carl growled, setting aside the issue of goblins and Bard's attitude for now to glare at Harry, his earlier shock at hearing about goblins fading as he did. And as he looked more closely at Harry, his face went blank, and he turned away quickly. We've enough of those already. Still, anyone who can fight can find work with the master of Lake Town. Now come on, lads, start unloading. Before the men could start moving, Bomber and Dwellin moved to the side of the barge, hopping off it onto the wharf. There was a noticeable shift in the balance as the two dwarves left the barge, and Harry shook his head. Ballast, thy name is Bomber. Soon, all the barrels containing the dwarves were pushed off the barge onto the pier, one after another. Thanks to a few weightless charms, no one noticed the added heft thanks to the dwarves. But as they were moved to the docks, they were not carried away as the dwarves and Harry had thought. Instead, they were rolled away along the dock heading toward the gate leading into Lake Town. Ooh boy, are they not going to be happy, Harry murmured as Bard helped him to his feet. Bard smiled grimly, and Harry wondered if he had just pranked the dwarves on purpose before the other human helped him across onto the pier, and the two of them made their own way down the wooden planks to the wooden entryway into the town. Harry counted out the barrels which contained the dwarves, marked slightly by a cut made into the top of them pushed ahead of the two humans. He couldn't see the invisible Bomber on Dwellin, but considering that they had gotten off the barge before anyone else, Harry figured they must already be in the town. Neither Bard nor Harry had noticed, but Carl had sent some kind of signal toward the guards at the portcullis. On the other side from where they had found a small, smelly alleyway to wait in, Dwellin and Bomber watched as several more cards arrived, clenching their halberds tightly in one hand as they waited just out of sight from the pier. That's not good, Dwellin muttered. Pressing directly into his side, Bomber grumbled but bore with the feel of Dwellin's hammer pressing into his side. It could be worse. It could be his axe. But Bomber wasn't watching the action around the portcullis gate, like Dwellin was. Instead, he was watching the barrels carrying their friends. Inside the town, the barrels were taken by several people on small boats, moving them deeper into the town via the waterways that dominated the streets here in this odd, rather shabby, floating town. Bomber had seen other human habitations before, several villages and towns scattered near the Blue Mountains, where he and the others had fled to with their folk so long ago. And even the poorest of those had been better kept than this one. From where he was near the edge of the town, Bomber could see signs of disrepair, several drunks lying out in doorways or on the few walking paths. No refuse or anything else, though, which Bomber reflected they had the lake under them to thank for. Dwellin didn't see any of that. He saw more men moving to possibly attack Harry. Bomber held him back. There are too many of them. Let us get the others out, and then come back. Grumbling Dwellin did so, and the two of them followed the barrels with much cursing and growling between them. The need to move in lockstep and not pull away from one another, lest the invisibility cloak be pulled too far away and reveal them, was not something either had any experience with. But soon enough, they were inside the warehouse, watching as workers started to inspect the barrels before pushing them to join one of two groups. As they were, the barrels were opened and inspected for any damages. Seeing this, Dwellin moved to attack the workers, one hand grabbed at his axe's shaft. But before he could remove the cloak, Bomber spoke up once more, whispering the words into Dwellin's ears as he made tossed the cloak aside. Don't. Why fight when we can scare? Dwellin looked at him from barely an inch away, grimacing once again at the enforced closeness, as well as the fact that Bomber had bad breath at present. Verily I have come to know Bomber far more closely than I ever wished to know any male dwarf. Ugh. I might be forced to bathe after this just to get the feeling out of my skin. What do you mean? Bomber rolled his eyes at that and then moved forward and began to bang on one of the walls. As he was doing so, he was very careful that the movement didn't dislodge the cloak from around him. All the warehouse workers looked up at the loud noise, then around themselves, frowning and muttering about where the noise had come from. Then more noise came, and the men started to look around for it quickly, spreading out, wondering where the noise was coming from. Then more noise came from somewhere else with no reason, and someone muttered, "Is there some kind of foul elvish curse on these barrels now?" It made no sense, of course. But most humans in this age were very credulous people, having no understanding of the magic of the world or of science to explain away things. Moreover, you didn't get put on barrel duty in Lake Town for being a go-getter or intelligent. You were put in charge of checking the barrels when there was no other job anyone would trust you to do. The drunken sots around the barrels thus considered this idea as good as any other and began to look around, one of them even whimpering, "We're not bad folk, Sir Elf, we've naught to do with you. 'Tis but our job to look these barrels over." In the barrels, many of the dwarves had been using all their willpower to concentrate on keeping their food down after being rolled and banged around like rats in a barrel. But Ori and Bilbo both caught on to the scheme occurring outside and began to add to it, making noises. The men began to back away, and then Dwellin, who'd had enough of this, pulled Bomber up in front of one of them. Then he pulled off the invisibility cloak and thrust his head forward with Bomber looking over his shoulder for all the world like a two-headed monster. Boo! That was the last straw, and the warehouse workers screamed and bolted towards the nearest doorway. Dwellin blinked, then shook his head as Bomber instantly moved away from him, moving towards a bung hammer. I didn't think that would honestly work. It helps that they were all half drunk and sods besides, Bomber grunted. Now come on, let's get the others out of the barrels and head back to help Harry. Oh. Having been about to pass under the portcullis, Harry's eyes narrowed, and he warily took a half step back as the group of pikes being thrust towards him. Bard kept a firm hold on Harry's arm, helping him keep his balance as he, too, stared at the guards. What are you all doing? Can't you see this man is hurt? He's no threat to the town. Bard, step away, said a man Bard knew all too well. He was a slight man, sallow-faced, with lank black hair. The master of Lake Town's been warned about this one. He's apparently a fell magic user, who did something in their lands, and the elves want him back. I defended myself against spiders, and then refused to be jailed like a good little boy, Harry drawled, his hands coming up as he gently pushed Bard away, grimacing as his injured leg took his weight. Grimace or no, this was the equivalent of a wizard cocking a shotgun, but it simply looked as if he was raising his hands in surrender to the guards, not making certain that his palms were facing them. This allowed his scars to be seen, which caused a few of the smarter guards to stare, but otherwise, they all stood firm. Bard held up a hand. Now wait a moment, do you have even a description of this young man Alfred? I tell you Bard's voice slid to a halt as one of the pikemen pointed his weapon at Bard. You're already on in thin ice with the master of the town, don't make it any worse by trying to aid this dissident and rebel, Alfred sneered. I thought I was a mad wizard caught on their lands, now I'm a dissident and rebel, Harry quipped. He was answered by a dwarven voice on the other side of the pike wall. Don't think to look for sense from such morons, Harry. It will only hurt your brain. Before the pikes could turn, there was a gurgling sound, and Thorin continued, as several of the men craned their necks to look behind them. Now, the king under the mountain said coldly, one arm around one called Alfred's throat as he bent the man backward almost to the point where his spine looked like it should break, having previously kicked the man in the back of the knees to bring him down to choke level. We are going to have a little chat with the so-called master of Lake Town. And we will do so openly. And before you think about trying to turn those pikes on us, look around you. The dwarves were in an angry, combative mood, and those who had lost their weapons in the river had availed themselves of bung mallets, billhooks, and other items of similar apparel. All told, they were the most warlike-looking group these guards, used to roughing up people like Bard who spoke out against Percival's policies, and ever seen. Indeed, this lot hadn't even seen any action guarding the wine convoys. The fight went out of them immediately, and more than one actually went so far as to lay down his weapon. Boffer hopped forward, grabbing up a pike, efficiently smashing it over one knee so that he broke the shaft halfway down its length. Now it was a long, oddly shaped spear for him, and he grinned as he put it on over his shoulder. Well, boys, that was right smart of you. Now, let's see if we can keep the trend going, hey? Drop them. You're all under arrest, Alfred whimpered. Thorin blinked as the man he was holding tried to make noise. Then he very deliberately pulled the man further back, causing him to whine in pain as his back truly began to strain. Are you really that stupid? He is, Bard said with a sigh. That's one's name is Alfred, and he believes that the sun sets and rises at the master of the town's orders. Shaking his head, Harry nodded to Bomber and Willen. Good job. Dragging his prisoner, Thorin nodded to Bard. Show us the way to the master of Lake Town's hall. Meanwhile, Balin, who had taken control of Harry's cloak, looked at Bilbo, Philly, and Keely, their best climbers. Get up high and watch over our advance, lads. Don't do anything without need, but make sure we're not walking into a trap. Bilbo nodded and quickly led the way to the right, while Philly took Harry's cloak and followed his brother and the Hobbit. Then Balin moved with his brother to either side of Harry, lending him their shoulders. And as for you, Harry, lean on us for now. It's hoped you won't need to use any of your magic just yet. The group had drawn a crowd around them, as Thorin knew they would. While he had spent a goodly portion of his life as a blacksmith, making his way in the Blue Mountains and then in the human lands for coin, Thorin had been trained as a prince when he was younger, and it wasn't just his determination and drive which he retained from those years. Now Thorin boomed out, justice has come to Lake Town, the king under the mountain has returned. Follow us to Percival's hall, and you will learn more. Threadbare their clothing was, dirty and tired and battered though they were, there was no doubting the power of Thorin's voice or his stern conviction, and many of the watchers either raced off to inform their loved ones what was going on or followed after the dwarves. And though they were battered, sore, and dirty, the dwarves quickly proved the better fighters when a band of guardsmen tried to slow their passage through the town. They lowered their pikeheads and bellowed for the dwarves to surrender, then were astonished as Gloin and Dory led the charge directly into them, using their own purloined pikes to batter up and aside the pikes of the guard as the others raced in behind them. Once under the pole-armed guards' reach, the dwarves quickly began systematically beating up several of the human men. At that point, most of the dwarves disdained their weapons, instead just attacking with fists and feet. Most dwarves were stronger than most humans and not just of similar size, dwarves being far denser with muscle and bone than humans. The local bullies were learning this to their cost, and one wag watching it called out, "It's the little man's revenge, lads. Ha ha ha, look at 'em go." Twice more when they were faced with a group of guards. Each time the dwarves battered aside pikes, pulled them from hands, then pummeled the local bullies into submission. And each time, there was cheering from the growing crowd all around them. There was no love lost between the guards of the town and the townsfolk. Many, indeed all the so-called officers, of the guards were barely locals, having been brought in by the master of Lake Town's money. Others were known thugs and worse. Those who were neither of those things were also intelligent enough to see where the wind was blowing through down their arms or shouted out for Bard to explain what was going on. Bard, as he had told the dwarves, was well known among the townsfolk, and it wasn't just the guards who asked him what was going on. Many of the fisherfolk came forward, shouting out questions for him, and were relieved by the answer. And all the while the crowd grew, men, maids and elderly, boys and girls, all came out to watch this display. By the time they reached the small area in front of the large townhouse that was Percival's dwelling, a majority of the townsfolk had gathered, spreading out through the streets, even crowding boats on the little river roads. Some had even joined Philly, Bilbo, and Keely, although Keely was still under Harry's cloak, on the rooftops. All of them watched as events unfolded, the legend of the king under the mountain being whispered or even shouted out openly, where barely an hour before it would have been crazy to even speak of it. The days of Dale were long gone. But now, once more, dwarves moved among them. Because of these interruptions and the town's odd architecture slowing the group down, Percival had time to prepare. In a small cleared area that served Lake Town as a central square, Percival faced them with 10 guards on either side of him gripping short-hafted halberds, wearing plate armor, and helmets. This was unlike the majority of the guards they'd seen already, who only had pikes and leather jerkins. Percival himself was, well, Harry had to bite back a laugh when he saw him. God, could he be any more of an evil merchant stereotype? The so-called master of Lake Town was slightly overweight, although not overly so. Yet his face and jowls showed the fact that he was not one who believed in good exercise. Percival had lank orange hair, scowl lines on his face, sweat on his brow, his hair a little thin up top, and a little too long around the edges. He wore a heavy gold chain, on which a small seal of office could be seen. His robes were dark burgundy and brown, and his eyes deep-set and beady. His mustache, though, Harry had to admit, was somewhat magnificent. You have taken officials of this town hostage. The man shouted, and Harry was somewhat surprised to realize that his voice was a deep, almost pleasant baritone rumble, completely unlike his appearance. You are escaped prisoners of the elves who are this town's patrons, the only reason we can survive in this cursed land always under the danger of the mountain. He gestured up to the lonely mountain, which loomed above the town as it did the lake, an ever-present reminder of danger and death. But I can be merciful. Surrender yourselves, your arms, and cease this foolishness, and I will intervene between you and the elves on your behalf. You will be allowed to go free to the south, transported there at my own expense with the next wine convoy going in that direction. And what gives you the right to make dictates to me? Why have you bent over backward for the elves? Did they even tell you what we were imprisoned for? Thorin shouted. He looked around at the crowd as he stepped forward from his people, gesturing to them and then himself. Have any of you ever wondered why you have never seen traders from beyond Mirkwood? The elves have neglected the roads, to the point where you cannot carry enough food to get through the forest without leaving the path to forage. We were imprisoned because we trespassed on their lands rather than starve. There were a lot of grumbles at that, but Thorin decided to change tactics. It was evident that while the people had no love for the elves, they were still in some awe of them, and further attacks on the elves would not garner them aid here. Instead, he decided to challenge them. And why should you care for the dictates of the elves? This land was the land of Dale, an ally of the dwarves. A kingdom of men, of high towers, wide streets, wise people, skilled craftsmen. The toys of Dale fetched a high price among even my folk, your woodwork and food of surpassing quality. And yet here you squat, willing to live off scraps? Willing to drink yourselves into ruin on the trade this man champions? When this lake could become a bastion of stability and strength. Where is your industry, where is your pride? There were many more grumbles from the crowd at that, but most didn't seem to know what to think, and Percival sneered. My trade in wine gives us stability. I put clothing on their backs, food in their families' bellies when this land could not sustain us. If not for the wine, where would we be, what would we do? Fish, farm, build. When was the last time Lake Town grew? And yet wherever I look, I see people living 2 or 3 families to a single house. Bart shouted, stepping forward in turn. Where are our taxes spent, master of Lake Town? Where was the agreement with the elves to allow us access to some of their trees so that we could expand, which you have promised for years? The elves and the wine are not the true enemies here. They are simply a symptom. A symptom of the fact that alas, you were left behind. Thorin sighed, releasing his prisoner and taking another step into the center of the square, turning to look out into the crowd, not just at Percival. The prisoner made to scamper, but Dory grabbed his wrist, and while Thorin had gripped him in a vice of steel, Dory was just as implacable. The man tried to tug free of that gentle grip on his wrist, but Alfred found it about as impossible as getting away from an iron hawser. This caused some laughter from the crowd and not a few jeers. Alfred was not well liked by the other people of the town but had been protected up to this point by his loyalty to the master of Lake Town. But it was Thorin who is the center of this stage, and he rose to the occasion. Good people of Lake Town, I tell you this. We dwarves remember Dale. We dwarves remember how we, your people and mine, created something magnificent. Surely there are those among you who remember the tales of that time. There are, but we also remember the coming of Smaug in those tales. Percival shouted back. Smaug whose fire burned Dale from one side of our nation to another, Smaug who slaughtered our people, who that was attracted to these lands by your wealth. And where is that wealth now? It is Smaug's, never to be seen again. Perhaps, but perhaps not. And perhaps, hope for the future is worth a bit of sweat and effort now. Percival says that he offers stability, and I will not gainsay that. Thorin used the man's name deliberately, making him flinch and more than a few people titter in laughter. Yet stability can be just as crushing as the boothiel of any tyrant. I remember Dale, Thorin repeated, and I would see you and your people raised to that status again. I am Thorin Oakenshield, son of Thror, son of Thrain. I am rightful king under the mountain, and I have come to reclaim what is mine. For a moment, Thorin's ringing oration drew silence, then there were cheers and screams of joy, pounding of feet and delight from the crowd. To Thorin's concealed surprise, the people didn't even think to question whether or not he could, in point of fact, claim the mountain or even whether or not Smaug was still alive. He could see those questions forming in Percival's face, but not in any of the watching crowd. The cheering went on for some time, but Percival was not done yet, and he was no more willing to draw the ire of Smaug down on Lake Town than he was willing to draw the ire of the elves. And what of Smaug? What of his wrath? I see 11 dwarves here and 1 man, who might be an evil magic user according to the message I got from my good friend, the king of the elves. But that is surely not enough to face the might of Smaug. In open combat, it would not be, Thorin replied instantly before that fear could move through the crowd. But we do not intend to be open in our approach. I have a way into the mountain, unseen, unheard. A secret path that will allow us to surprise Smaug. Furthermore, we do, indeed, have magic. Philly. Keely. And we are not 11 dwarves and 1 human. We are 13 dwarves, 1 hobbit and 1 human. On top of one of the roofs, Philly pulled off the invisibility cloak he and his brother had begun to share when they took up position watching the tableau below. Nearby Bilbo too appeared, moving around a chimney as if he had appeared from nowhere while beside him Keely matched his arrow, grinning viciously down the shaft towards Percival. We have guile, we have magic and cunning, Harry went on, moving to stand beside Thorin. We have a sword whose poison is specially prepared to kill Smaug. All we require from you is food, animals to carry it, and certain spices and plants which our young friend Bilbo up there says we can use to deaden our smell to any animal, even that of a dragon. It is not bravado and a simple faith in destiny that led us here, Thorin continued, nodding to his friend. It is not just the goal driving us ever onward, but a plan to gain that goal. What say you people? Will you throw off the shackles of your mediocre present, to grasp a brighter future? While the word mediocre might have gone over their heads, the majority of townsfolk certainly understood it by context, and several of the guards standing with Percival put down their weapons. Others gripped them even harder, backing away into the doorway of Percival's hall. Percival was a decent politician and, above all, a survivor. Now looking around him, he knew that his small moment of forward momentum had been halted and reversed. The people were most decidedly on the dwarves' side. So he did what any good politician would. He abandoned one platform and hopped onto the next. In that case, I have no objections. What would you wish of this town? That brought more cheering, but Bard stepped in, knowing when to strike while the metal was hot. Hold. Hold. I agree with all the dwarves that said, I agree with their plan, the magics they have shown me. However, I think that we need to start our bright future now. By getting rid of Percival and his cronyism. Percival hissed, you would betray me, Bard? I knew that you would eventually. You've always been a rabble-rouser. To betray someone, you have to actually be on their side in the first place, Bard growled back. My family have always served the people of this land. Not you. From there, Bard described many of the moments of incredibly poor leadership that could be laid at the feet of Percival, to the times when Percival had committed the next best thing to murder to keep his popularity among the people. He called forth names from the crowd, and those named came forward, attesting they had witnessed a guard drowning a man for speaking out against Percival, or how there had never been any work done on the upkeep of the town, or how other people had suddenly found themselves in debt due to contracts none could remember signing. By the time Bard finished, the crowd seemed ready to lynch the man on the spot, and all of his guards looked at that most dangerous moment of bravado. Their backs were metaphorically against the wall as they knew that the townsfolk understood they had been a party to much of Percival's misdeeds, yet they still had weapons in their hands. Against a mob of civilians who were unarmed for the most part. Realizing this could go bad if the dwarves were forced to attack, Harry decided to do his part, and with a grimace, reached out with his scarred hands towards the guards. A transfiguration spell struck the weapons the guards carried one after another, shifting them into rope, the rope flopping in their hands to be flung to the ground in shock. At them! Bard shouted, not letting his own surprise slow him down. He racing forward, to be joined by the majority of the men in the crowd. Behind them, Thorin shouted, I will have no lynch mobs. We will have the rule of law here. Just like in your ancestors' time. Capture them, do not kill them out of hand. Percival's the judge magistrate too. Shouted a voice from the crowd. Then we will have one of our own go through his books. Anything and everything he has done we will discover. He will answer to it, by the law of Dale. Thorin returned. That won another cheer from the crowd, and finally, Bilbo, Philly and Keely came down from the rooftops. Of course, that was only the start of their work in Lake Town. Thorin had examined the local weapons and deemed them unsuitable for even a short amount of time. Their armor was worse. So in return for teaching some of the blacksmiths in town, Thorin gained access to their smithies. He put several of the other dwarves, Nori, Bifer, and Ori, to work with him. Keely was put in charge of patrolling the town, and a group of young men who Bard had recommended to find a few individuals who apparently were toadies to Percival. They would be clapped in irons by the end of the day and forced to work for the town for a time. Bilbo was true to his word. He asked Bard to introduce him to the local farmers, and they, along with Boffer and Willin as guards, had headed ashore. Nearby there were a series of farms, the vast majority of their land devoted to grapevines or bushes. Here Bilbo went to work eagerly, calling on Yavanna to bless his work as he spoke to the farmers and began to teach them how to really work with the land instead of trying to conquer it. As he did, Bilbo felt lighter than he had for days. There was just something about working with the soil, he decided, getting to the roots of it all, he thought, before tying the pouch that contained the ring he had found during his meeting with Gollum tight at his waist. With that done, he got down to work. Meanwhile, Bard worked with Balin and Fili to create a written contract between himself and the dwarves and the town and the dwarves. Beyond Bilbo and Thorin's work with the desperate crafters, everything else that the dwarves needed would be annotated on one parchment, to be paid for later. Bard's agreement to help them gain the aid of the town was on a second. And finally, a third was filled up by the agreement between Lake Town and Erebor restored, a mutual defense treaty, and material aid in times of trouble, which the current times were. Harry had been given a crutch by Oin and had watched Thorin for a time before heading back to Percival's hall. There he had watched the argument between Fili, Balin, and Bard, reflecting that Fili had some hidden depths. He was not only a good people person but very good with contract work and verbiage. Still, that didn't matter to Harry all that much, and with a sigh, he decided to get some rest. He passed another room, Percival's study, as he went, only to stop and stare at the sight of Bombard chortling madly, a sound that was not for the faint of heart as he sat at Percival's desk, several rolls of parchment and books in front of him. "What are you laughing at, my big-boned friend?" "Oh, just amused by the blindness of those who attempt to hide their perfidy in numbers, Harry," Bombard chuckled, tapping a finger down on some of the papers in front of him. "Honestly, it's as if you all think you invented it." The former master of Lake Town was a very, very bad boy when it comes to taxes and funds. "Still, I'll have it sorted by the end of the day. Make sure they send me some food." He shouted at Harry's back as Harry, rolling his eyes, turned away. The nearest flat surface that wasn't likely to be trodden on was calling to him. Around Harry, the whole town was filled with new energy and excitement. Tales were sung, stories of ancient times retold, and the people of Lake Town, for the first time since the destruction of Smaug's arrival, could feel honest hope again. While Harry was resting, Bilbo ranged far afield of Lake Town, leaving behind his guards not seeing the point of them. After all Bilbo was doing was moving around and taking samples of the soil and plants already existing in the area. And besides, Bilbo had insisted, "If I run into trouble, I can either sneak or outrun it far better than you two." Willin had tried to argue with him. This would turn out to be as important as Bard's original agreement to aid the dwarves in return for their aid in ousting Percival. Bilbo had decided to take a break from gathering soil samples by climbing up an apple tree to see if any were edible. This tree was part of a small copse of such having been planted in some bygone era. It wasn't the right ground for them any longer, Bilbo reflected, hence why there were so few apples per tree and those that were there were small and somewhat sour. And yet, there are possibilities elsewhere, perhaps nearer to a stream and more running water? The apple trees were at least 3 miles, perhaps more, away from the edge of the lake. Perhaps at one point, the lake was bigger? Regardless, I should take some of the seeds. With enough tillage, the area around the lake further to the south could. The Hobbit's thoughts froze as did his body as he heard something nearby, where there should not have been anyone. He had left the dwarves behind, aiding a group of farmers who were moving some stones around in the hardened soil near Lake Town, as well as pulling several acres worth of vine bushes out to allow for another seasonal plant whose seeds Bilbo had found when he asked around the town. So there should not have been anyone nearby. But as Bilbo looked, he saw a goblin, moving into the small area of trees, looking around sniffing the air. He was armed with a short bow and a dagger and looked around with beady, narrow eyes. Where did he come from? Slowly Bilbo reached down to the pouch with the ring in it, grasping the pouch, and very quietly flipping it open, reaching inside but not yet putting the ring on. He waited, watching as more goblins appeared, 3 of them, then 7 orcs on their wargs, followed by more. Many of them were riding double saddle on their wargs. To Bilbo, they sounded angry as they grumbled and snarled at one another. Soon though, thanks perhaps to this double saddle technique, there were at least 50 orcs and a further 28 goblins. One of the orcs was taller and stronger than the others, and he snarled orders in some dark tongue that Bilbo couldn't understand. They started to make camp, falling asleep here and there while the goblins were pushed out to the edge of the copse of trees. Others started to move to the trees themselves, perhaps to take up guard posts. Bilbo decided he'd seen enough and slipped the ring on his finger, moving around the tree from where he had been hiding. Being very quiet and sure-footed, making no more noise than an elf would, he was able to climb down, moving away from the goblins quietly and unseen. As soon as he was out of the tree line, Bilbo picked up speed, keeping the ring on his finger for now as he raced forward. I have to get back and tell Thorin and Harry we're still being followed, curse it. When word reached Thorin and Bard, there was a lot of consternation, while Thorin thought murderous thoughts centered Azog and his unending enmity. Will I never be free of that creature dogging our trail? As Bilbo relayed the numbers of the war band he had seen, more than a few of the humans looked terrified, but Bard was made of sterner stuff and took command of the meeting between the dwarves and the leading townsfolk, declaring, "This is not the first time we have dealt with raiders, it will not be the last. We will fight them as we have always fought. And if there are too many for us to fight, we can but cut the hawsers, and let the lake's currents pull us away." Lake Town wasn't merely a coastal town. It was literally a floating town, tied to the lake's edge by large hawsers, and more by the two long wooden bridges that connected it to land, allowing access to the vineyards and small, scattered farms. Those bridges were embedded in the earth beyond the edge of the water and were about 100 yards in length and could be cut loose from the town side easily, just as easily as the ropes could. Thorin held up a hand, looking at Bilbo. "Bilbo, were you seen?" Bilbo looked affronted, shaking his head. "No, I'm certain of it. I was out of sight when they arrived, and then was able to get away when they started arguing with each other." Again, he made no mention of the ring. Something about it made Bilbo keep it secret even from his didn't even question it at this point. The ring was so useful but seemed too minor a thing really to bring up. That and Bilbo feared that the dwarves would mistrust it, coming from under Goblin Town as it had. Thorin nodded slowly. "And you pulled in the farmers as you came in?" Dwalin snorted. "When Bilbo ran up to us talking about orcs and goblins, most of the farmers fled to the town instantly. It was all we could do to stop them from causing a panic." A few of the farmers looked a little shamefaced at that, but the others just shrugged their shoulders. They weren't fighters, after all. Indeed, they were just grape pickers for the most part, not even real farm owners or landowners. Thorin nodded slowly, then looked over at Bard. "Would you mind accompanying me? I would like to survey the land side of Lake Town." "What are you thinking about, Thorin?" Harry asked, having been roused from his rest for this meeting. "I am thinking that we should wipe this group out entirely," Thorin snarled, a bloodthirsty smirk appearing on his face. "And I think that with the Lake Town folk and surprise on our side, we should be able to do so." There were some mutters and exclamations at that, but Bard slowly nodded. "You mean to trick them into attacking the town, then pin them in the area around the portcullis entrances?" Harry nodded slowly, understanding what Thorin was thinking. "How many archers are there in the town?" There turned out to be quite a few. Over 70 men came forward saying that they knew how to shoot bows, with Bard nodding, indicating that he felt they were up to the task, though he also cautioned that their actual bows were not the best quality. About 100 more men came forward indicating that they could hurl spears, and a dozen former guardsmen stepped forward, saying that they would be willing to fight in the front lines. The dwarves all accepted this, with Boffer and Keely going to work with the townsfolk on creating more arrows and throwing spears while Harry, Thorin, and Bard made plans. And Bilbo added his own piece to the trap. Oh! In the townhouse that Percival had owned and in the area around it, the women, children and infirm among the townsfolk partied as if their lives depended on it. Seeing as this was part of the trap Thorin and Bard had cooked up, that might well be the case. Harry and Balin watched the festivities, with Harry leaning against a nearby wall, his crutch unseen in his shadow. "So, do you think this plan will work?" Balin grunted. "Orcs are aggressive by nature, and this group's been trailing us for who knows how long. They'll want to finish it." And that Bard, he's a good head on his shoulders. "Indeed, I think this plan is better than the one we've come up with for Smaug. Far less unknown variables at any rate." "The poison within my sword will work," Harry answered after a moment, his tone thoughtful. "It is applying it to that is going to be the issue. I agree there's a lot of unknowns, but I think that Thorin's plans of steam, heat and trying to deprive the beast of air to breathe will work as well as any. Although, there is one aspect that I am concerned about, and it concerns you, Thorin and the others." Balin looked at Harry, indicating he should continue with a raised eyebrow. "When Thorin and I met with Elrond, he mentioned something about dragons tainting their horde. We'll have to be on the watch out for that. I know Thorin swore he would not let it affect him, but if the taint is so powerful that Elrond feared its impact, we need to be aware of it. That is, what was the phrase Bard used this morning, rather like putting the horse before the donkey, isn't it?" Balin chuckled. "Although I do truly enjoy your optimism. Still, I will be on the lookout for any behaving strangely once we enter Erebor." Harry's nodded, then looked down at his leg wincing a little. The wound hadn't festered, but it certainly wasn't healing just yet, barely a day after he had gained it. Still, with a crutch, Harry could move along well enough and would do so. There was no way he was going to sit out tonight's activities. He stared up at the sky, seeing the stars, smiling slightly in delight at the sight. "The first night we've had free of Mirkwood. He sighed. I liked Elrond and Rivendell, and of course the lady as well. I even liked most of Elrond's elves we met. They were good people. And so, too, were at least a few in Mirkwood. But there, well, I suppose that when the king goes sour, the kingdom is sure to follow. Balin opened his mouth to reply, only to close it, and Harry realized he wasn't looking at Harry but over his shoulder. Harry had 16 years to get used to how his luck worked, and he raised one hand to pinch at his nose, shaking his head. One of the elves is behind me, aren't they? Two of them in point of fact, Balin answered, now looking somewhat amused. Remind me to speak most harshly to Bard and Keeley. However did they get this far into the town without being challenged? And one of them is Toriel, Harry grunted, still pinching his nose. One of them is indeed, Toriel announced herself, hopping down behind Harry, and Harry turned to look at her before she swung her palm around, cracking it into the back of Harry's head just once, shaking her head as she did so. That was for what we both know you accidentally walked into, and you're muzzling me. Considering the first as an accident, I believe that it and the muzzling are now paid for. I did indeed deserve that, Harry acknowledged with a dry chuckle, bowing to her slightly from the waist. And I would ask you to forgive my impertinence, my lady, except you seem to have followed me with the intention of taking me back. So instead, I will simply ask you to look up. From a nearby rooftop, Keeley, who had heard the crack of skin on skin, waved cheerily at the two elves who, among all the others, had been the least annoying while they were all kept captive by their king. However, an arrow was notched to his bow, and it was pointed directly at Legolas, even as Keeley smiled at the tableau. Other archers also appeared around him, looking confused, shocked and annoyed at the two elves in the middle of their town. Might I ask why those humans and your dwarven companion is up there? Toriel inquired, showing no fear, only wariness. Surely you did not think we were following you? Yet we saw many of your fellows and the humans moving around, seemingly ready for battle. We seem to have an infestation of orcs about to descend on us. Although the fact you two were able to sneak in does not make me happy. With that, Harry moved to a nearby chair, sitting down heavily, grimacing as he touched his leg. And the timing of the orcs is still up in the air. Instantly, both Toriel and Legolas were kneeling beside him, looking down at his leg in concern. Both elves could see as good at night as in the day and could easily see Harry's wound. You are hurt. By one of the orcs? An arrow from one of their fell bows? Legolas asked quickly. It's not so much a fell bow as a foul arrow, Harry quipped, patting the wound. Oin tells me they poison their shafts. Then how are you still? The same poison that is on my blade works through my system, Harry interrupted Toriel. I'm pretty much immune to any lesser poisons. He then smiled thinly. But I take it you two weren't all that interested in dragging us back. No, and if we were before, we are not now, Legolas sighed. I would not wish to fight an entire town to simply drag you back when you truly have not done much wrong in my own eyes. My loyalty to my father does not equate to being suicidal. But what is this Orcish infestation you were speaking of? Well, elf, I think you are going to find out, Balin murmured, as he saw Keeley start to wave his hands frantically, relaying a signal from the outer wall facing the shoreline. The play is won, lad and lass, best we move to our places. Oh. That night, the goblins snuck through the surrounding territory on their wargs, their noses to the wind, while behind them, the orcs came, their own wargs also sniffing the air. In the center, Bolg sat on his wolf in the center of the pack, snarling out orders as they spread out. There weren't even any guards visible on the outer wall of the lake town, and Bolg shook his head with an irritated snarl as he stared at the town from the nearby shoreline. Only a few of the goblins could swim, and the lake became deep very, very quickly. So even to get to the side of Lake Town, you would have to swim for it. But those sides were almost completely open, a few houses abutted the edge of Lake Town providing walls that would have to be avoided, but that was all. If the orcs had been able to attack from the sides, they could have easily gotten into the town. But facing the shoreline was a wall, backing up the two long wooden bridges leading into the town via two gates. They weren't being protected, which was a good thing supposed, but they made Bolg wary. He gestured the goblins forward on them, watching as the short, weak creatures nervously urged their wargs onto the bridges, which rocked under their feet slightly. They sniffed the air, then moved forward slowly, coming to the side of the wall and peering inside. Here the wargs ran into trouble. They started to whine and whimper, pawing at their noses and twisting this way and that. The goblins too could smell it, an overwhelming stench of fish, so strong it was painful for the wargs. It meant the wargs' enhanced sense of smell was useless here. Yet the goblins kept control of their creatures and peered around, finding that they couldn't see very well given the number of houses that were crammed all around them. There were only 4 pathways forward, though, 2 along the walls, and 2 leading deeper inland. Yet even along those routes, they couldn't see very far, given they all seemed to turn just out of sight. Still, the goblins couldn't see people moving about. And even better, they could hear the sounds of merrymaking deeper in. It sounded as if the whole town had gathered deeper in to have a party. Sneering at one another, the goblins nodded, turning back quickly, racing back to Balg to report what they had discovered. But the town is large, mighty Balg. Many hundreds of manlings, perhaps. Then the spoils will be all the more, Balg growled. Forward. The orcs will lead the way. You goblins will bring up the back and spread out once we are within the town. Remember, the wizard must be found and taken for the master. The others must be killed. I want Oakenshield's head to give to Azog. Balg led the way, his massive sword out in one hand, a dagger in the other as he urged his wolf forward with just his legs. The beast balked hard at the entrance to the portcullis, whimpering and pulling back from this man-made thing that looked so much like a jaw and from the smell of fish. But with his prizes so close once more, Balg threw all caution to the wind. The dwarves were battered, the wizard no doubt poisoned and on his deathbed. They had to complete this mission and return with the wizard alive. Or the master would flay them all. He urged his warg forward with a smack of his sword hilt on its head and gestured his orcs and goblins into the town. The mixed band of orcs and goblins moved into the town quickly, spreading out and moving forward, slowly losing sight of one another in the warren of Lake Town. When this happened, groups of goblins began to climb up the nearest rooftops, only to find themselves facing the guards' pikes thrusting down into their faces. Behind Balg, Bilbo sat hiding within the gatehouse between the two portcullis entrances, hidden by the ring. As the shout of Erebor and Dale rang out, he hopped to his feet and threw his full weight against the pulley system that controlled the portcullis gates. The two portcullis grates slammed down while a dozen men raced up from boats that had been hiding in the darkness between houses. They raced forward and began climbing up ropes onto the wall. A simple two-story wooden palisade, there was normally only one way onto the wall, the now barred and heavily barricaded gatehouse Bilbo was hiding in. From the walls, these men began to shoot down first at the goblins that had yet to enter the town. The plan was to wipe out these attackers, and the goblins provided most of the warband's long-range power. Bard himself took 3 of them, hurling off the invisibility cloak that Harry had given him, as he stood between the two gates, killing the farthest goblins away from the gates, before turning his attention into the town. The town's interior had been greatly changed since that afternoon, although the goblins, not having seen it before, could perhaps be excused from not noticing. Before, tiny boats, small bridges and a few barges had connected the walkways to another in a haphazard fashion allow for easy access and travel through the town. Now, there was only water and the walkways for more than half the town from the shore side. The few normal walking streets had also been blocked by large barricades or random junk and wooden flotsam just out of sight from the gates. Most of those tiny boats had been pulled backward, tied into position well beyond the entranceway, creating platforms for the spearmen to attack the groups of goblins and orcs from long range as they pressed into the town. The rest of the archers were on the roofs, helping the pikemen keep the goblins from ascending to them, led by Keely, and now Legolas and Toriel. Knowing now that this was a trap, Balg snarled, turning and racing back towards the portcullis. As it snapped shut, he leaped off of his wolf, slapping it in the side and snarling, "Charge!" The orcs obeyed instantly, racing in a single direction down the nearest walkway, straight at the barricade there with the few warg riders in the lead, leaping upwards onto the top of the barricades. Other wargs began to panic, the smell and the unfamiliar area causing their animal minds to go wild, forcing the orcs and goblins to fight their own mounts just as much as the enemy. Yet the orcs knew that if they could hack the barricades aside, they could get to grips with the humans. And these were but townsfolk. None of them would stand against the might of an orc in close combat. Not even with the dwarves with them. As they did, spears and arrows began to land in amongst them, killing wolves, goblins and even a few of the orcs as they charged. But the barricades didn't move, and the wargs who got onto the top of the barricades found their legs being cut out from under them. Thorin led the defense personally here, hacking one warg out of his way, stabbing the orc riding it and hurling both back down into the mass below. Barak Hazard. Hazard ai Durin Nur. He shouted, Orcrist flashing down, hacking into an orc's head. Beside him, Ori, Gloin and Boffer fought too, while behind them, a few townsfolk thrust forward with long spears. The added height and defense of the barricade, which Harry had transfigured into a single piece for a time, allowed the dwarves to completely dominate the orcs at the point of attack. Elsewhere on the other walkways, Philly, Dwellin and Balin led the others in similar defenses. This, and the fact that the warband had been broken up and strung out as they entered the town, meant the orcs and goblins were in a death trap. They couldn't even escape by breaking down doors or walls, the doors of the buildings around them backed by further, if smaller blockades. Sensing the battle quickly turning against his forces, Balg turned aside, determined now to escape himself if he couldn't win through. Moving along the outer walkway towards the battle occurring there. But instead of joining the assault on that position, Balg leaped upward, a prodigious that allowed him to reach up with one hand to grab the side of the parapet and pull himself upwards, a show of strength few could have matched. Rolling onto the balustrade, Balg grunted as an arrow took him in the arm, but he still lashed out with his sword as he came up from his roll in a crouch. The human who had been standing nearby cried out as his feet were cut from underneath them, collapsing off of the parapet to the road below, where he cracked his head before rolling into the water to one side, his arrow going over Balg's head. Then another arrow hit Balg in the back, coming from the rooftops, and he stumbled. Another human was on the wall nearby and turned as his fellow screamed. Now he fumbled with an arrow of his own, his eyes wide and pale in the moonlight as he saw the orc looming in the darkness. He placed it on the string and pulled it back before Balg charged, but then he dropped his weapon, turning to run away, but he didn't get far. The orc cut him down from behind and then made to leap over the wall, trusting that figuring out how to swim would be easier than facing an entire town of manlings. As he did, 2 more arrows hit him, causing Balg to stumble as they punched through his plate armor. A third arrow struck him in the side of the neck, puncturing straight through from one side to the other. Balg gasped, his fingers going up to his throat, as he collapsed, freedom still seeming just a single jump away even as his strength failed him. Balg turned, staring as yet another human moved across the parapet towards him, his face set in a rictus of hate, and yet another arrow on his string. Balg tried to lift his weapon, tried to push himself to his feet, yet could barely snarl in defiance, as Bard the bowman put another arrow into them, right through his forehead. The orcs who had raced forward to crash into the barricades on the streets, anxious to get through and into the humans rather than stay in the killing zone around the gates, were also being overwhelmed now. The barricades hadn't broken on their charge. Instead, they had rebounded, and the dwarves on top of the barricades were now hacking down at them with short and pike heads, swords and spears. The wargs were all dead. The goblins hacked off the walls before they could gain the roofs. Dwellin and Philly had already led a charge down onto the orcs, slaughtering the remainder facing them and taking the group attacking Balin's position in the rear. And now, from one of the rooftops overlooking the center of the killing zone, their final doom approached. Harry moved from where he had been hiding with Legolas and Toriel, staring down into this busy street below. He then raised a hand gestured. A bombarda lashed out, exploding among the orcs, hurling them this way and that. And then, Balin and Philly's forces crashed into the survivors from behind, hacking and slashing at the remaining goblins and orcs. Soon enough, the entire battle was over. Surprise, lack of room to maneuver, and with numbers on the side of the defenders, for once, had allowed Thorin and Bard to organize a one-sided massacre. As the last orc fell and was kicked into the water to sink, never to be seen again, there was a moment of silence. Then from his position on the wall, Bard shouted, "For Dale! For Dale, Erebor, and the Alliance!" This shout was taken up, along with the shout of King Under the Mountain. And even the 2 elves cheered, although shouting like that was not something their people normally did even in moments like this. The final tally was 12 injured and 2 dead among the townsfolk. The battles to keep the goblins off of the rooftops had been fierce but quick, and a few of the pikemen had been injured at that point by the arrows of the orcs and weapons of the goblins. At the same time, arrows had also caused injuries among the spear hurlers before the goblins had been dealt with. But the only dead had been the 2 that Balg had slain, the ambush having been planned to thoroughly remove the strengths of the attackers. His ability to leap that high had come as a surprise. Indeed, if the other orcs had been similarly capable, they might well have been able to get away, or at least ascend to the walls and wipe out the archers there. Maybe even get behind Balin and Philly's barricades. But all in all, Thorin's plan had worked a treat, and, as the last of the orcs were kicked into the waters of the lake, the air about the time was jubilant. Soon enough, the mock party that had been going on in the main townhouse became a real one, spreading out quickly. Meanwhile, Legolas, Toriel and Oin quickly began to care for the wounded along with a few of the locals who thought themselves skilled in healing, making certain that the rules didn't fester. Several hours later, they were done. Between them, the elves had made certain that none of the wounded would succumb to their injuries or the poison and vileness in the arrows and weapons of the orcs and goblins always carried. All done then? A voice asked from nearby, and she turned to look at Harry, leaning on his crutch as he looked at her. Narrowing her eyes, Toriel peremptorily gestured Harry down to a nearby cot. "You shouldn't be standing," she said sternly. Smirking slightly, Harry didn't obey her peremptory command, instead motioning Toriel out of the house that had been turned into a hostel for the wounded. "I will sit when we find some place to sit together." Leaning on his crutch, Harry walked slowly through the town with Toriel, the 2 of them silent for a time. Toriel was looking up at the stars and the moon, smiling faintly at the sight of them. All elves, regardless of their origin, took special delight in the stars and the moon. Meanwhile, Harry was looking around the town in pleasure. The hope and energy he had seen grow within the townsfolk throughout the day seemed to have solidified into something deeper with the victory over the enemy warband. A few people were mourning the dead, but even they were ecstatic at what their fellows had accomplished. A warband of that size could have done a lot of damage if they had taken the town unawares, and many remembered a time that, when faced with a similar attack, the town had simply been cut loose from the shore, retreating out into the lake. Yet this time, the townsfolk's strength, combined with the dwarven strength and ingenuity, had seen them win the day. And for simple townsfolk, that was something to be very proud of. Eventually, the two came to the main square, where the party was in full swing. Both took one look at it, then looked at one another and shook their heads. Too noisy. Harry was all for noisy parties normally. He had a lot of them when the Gryffindor Quidditch team won back home, but right now, with his leg the way it was, he wasn't in the mood. Indeed, Toriel agreed. The two of them retreated a bit, finding a series of chairs set out on the porch, currently unused. Harry sat down, and after a moment's hesitation, Toriel did the same. We will have to be leaving soon, Toriel began without preamble. Legolas will be missed by the king if he is gone for over long. And you? Toriel paused at the simple question, staring up at the stars once more. I would rather like to travel. But now is not the time. There are troubles at home. The spiders, the necromancer behind them, the sickness that has grown in the forest due to his touch. Our borders are not secure, and until they are, as a captain of the unseen host, I cannot look for adventure elsewhere. No matter how much I would prefer to do so. Duty, Harry slowly nodded. I know that tune, even if I've never been all that loyal to governments in general. People though, yes. Shaking his head, Harry, but have you really never been out of the woods before? That's rather sad. Your opinion of the woods is biased, Toriel retorted tartly, a faint smile taking some of the sting out of her words. Moreover, you came across Mirkwood, rather than lengthwise. Even one of my folk would need to travel for weeks before reaching the edges of the forest in either direction. You humans, with your limited endurance, and your inability to let live off the land as efficiently as my folk would take even longer. Careful madam, your arrogance is showing. Toriel snorted at that, and Harry moved on. That's true enough. And well, while I enjoyed some of the sights I saw in the forest. He didn't put any particular emphasis on those words, but for some reason, both he and Toriel started to flush a little before he moved on hurriedly. I rather think that for the most part, I saw the worst of the forest had to offer, with none of the best to offset it. Toriel nodded. Would you like that? To explore the forest? That would depend on the timing, whether or not I was free to do so, and perhaps the company on hand, Harry answered after a few moments of silence, turning to look at her. Toriel smiled at that and nodded. Hopefully, after all of this is over, and you have proven that you and your dwarven companions are not insane, my king will relent. Harry's face stiffened, and Toriel winced. I really don't fucking care what your king thinks, Harry bit out harshly. Then he breathed in deeply, grabbing his self-control with both hands and dispelling his anger. I am sorry. I shouldn't curse in front of a lady, but your king. I don't want to talk about Thranduil right now. Very well, nor do I, Toriel answered hurriedly. No good could come of talking about Thranduil with Harry. But if I am to come to your land, he would have to at least give me leave, or you would have to hide me away somehow. I do not want to be a wedge between you and your king or your peoples, Harry went on, shaking his head. I understand. But we will have to see. Perhaps if the darkness to the south is dealt with by the White Council, I will feel free enough to set aside my captaincy, but not before. And, when my friends and I reclaim the mountain, and Thranduil decides that he doesn't like the idea of a strong dwarven kingdom re-emerging on his borders. I thought we were not talking about my king, Toriel asked lightly, yet the tightness of her eyes and her lack of answer spoke for itself. Harry chuckled at that, nodding his head, and the two fell silent for a bit before Harry spoke up once more. What would you like to do? If you can set aside your duty? If nothing else happens between your people and my friends? The Lady Galadriel told me to see out Lothlorien once I was finished helping Thorin, and I agreed to do so. He smirked, a faraway smile on his face. Twice over, in point of fact. So that will be my next destination, once Thorin is installed as king under the mountain, Smaug dead, and their defenses capable of standing up for themselves. That is a journey I would like to take as well. The Lady Galadriel's lands have long been sung of among my people. To see them for myself would be a treat. Toriel nodded before blinking in shock as she realized that she did indeed think that day would come. Harry and the dwarves would see their mission through. Then I believe we have a plan, Harry said with a chuckle, reaching out to take her hand and squeezing it gently. If that is, I am not reading too much into the idea that you would like to travel with me? Toriel looked at him, then slowly nodded. I believe that, too, is something I would enjoy. At that point, Harry nodded and, still holding her hand, turned to look up at the stars. My own people had a class called astronomy, you know. I always enjoyed some of the stories behind the various constellations. Do you have any such here? Of course, although the way you use stories seems to imply the reasons for the names behind this or that constellation is made up. Here it is not. Tell me of the stars where you come from, and I will tell you what we Sindar elves know of the stars. It is perhaps the most important thing we share with the Noldor and the Vanyar. This conversation continued for some time. Toriel laughed aloud at the idea of a dipper being so memorialized in the stars, while Harry learned about the work of Varda, wife of Manwë, in setting the stars in their places, the unsullied light of creation, which Morgoth had never touched. He only interrupted once, exclaiming aloud, "You laughed at the idea of a dipper, but what is the difference between a dipper and a Valacirca, sickle, being so immortalized?" To which Toriel laughed gaily. But alas, Toriel had been correct, and Legolas soon came up them at that point, having been spending time speaking to Bard, making a new, less one-sided trade agreement than his father had been able to create for the wine his people so enjoyed. He paused for a moment, watching the human and elven woman speaking before shaking his head and finally setting aside the last of his desire to court Toriel. It was obvious his childhood friend was quite taken by the human. What would come of it he did not know, but he would cease his own pursuit of her. That wasn't to say that Legolas would let Toriel join the dwarves in their mad venture, however. Not with Smaug's anger being such a potent threat. Or my father's fury. "Toriel, we should be leaving soon, unless we want to be caught away from the forest another day. My father is already searching for us." Sighing, Toriel nodded and stood up, looking back at Harry, who looked up at her in turn. "Farewell, for now, Harry Potter." "Farewell, for now, Toriel," Harry replied just as formally. He watched them go, unable to stop his eyes from going down her body to her swaying hips for a second before shaking his head. "Damn!" He was then startled as Keely's voice sounded out from nearby, followed by Balin. "Come on, man. There was no kissing, no heartfelt farewells. You didn't even ask to exchange promise gifts as we dwarves would. I thought humans were all about forward momentum and passions. We are so disappointed in you, Harry," Balin jibed, moving to sit next to his human friend, clapping him on the shoulder as he did. "You should at least have exchanged promise gifts. Although admittedly among our folk, it is the woman who offers such first." Keely groaned mockingly, leaning against the nearby wall. "Seriously, you spent most of the time talking about the stars. It's romantic, I'll grant you, but only for the first 5 minutes or so, not for half the night." "Yeah, that was kind of funny," Harry laughed, not taking their ribbing seriously. "Who knew that astronomy course I took would come in handy? And as for your point, Keely, I don't think elves go into passionate leave-takings. Nor do I think material possessions matter overmuch to their courtship." Harry's eyes widened then, as he realized he had just tacitly admitted that he was interested in Toriel and hastily added. Besides, I still think you all are seeing too much into this." "Say that to the grin you're wearing, Harry, me lad," Balin rejoined, chuckling, while Keely just laughed, causing Harry to blush, visible even in the light of the stars. "Oh." Gandalf woke up. That in and of itself was not unusual. Indeed, Gandalf rather liked waking up normally. It meant he was still alive. But in this case, being alive might well be the signal of the start of further trouble. Opening his eyes, Gandalf found himself in a cage to one side of a patio area overlooking a vast opening in the ground within the old fortress of Dol Guldur. Below, what looked like the last portion of an army marched out. And this was not a slathering horde. This was an army, with ranks upon ranks of orcs, groups of riders interspersed by infantry, all of them heavily armed and armored, just like the ones he had seen in the hidden caverns underneath the fortress. The sight made him clench his teeth angrily, a fact which may have saved him from biting off his own tongue a second later as a voice like nails on the chalkboard battered into his mind from one side of where he was hanging. "You witness the start of my rise to power once more, Olorin. This army is the match of any in this world in these days of weakness of man and elves. I had thought to send it against Thranduil, to wipe clear all other races and slowly expand from here, forcing you all to pay in blood to oust me. But instead, Gandalf, you handed me such an interesting puzzle. Those stones you were carrying, with carvings into them gleaming with odd magic. You received them from the young Shara-Burzamkar, man born of darkness, wizard, did you not?" Gandalf did not turn to look at the owner of that voice. He knew if he did, he would be overcome. The sight and the voice would be too much. Instead, Gandalf clenched his eyes tightly, hissing out the words, "You will have nothing from me, Sauron." He made the name an epithet. "That name serves you well, doesn't it? It has served you for so long. Do you even remember your own name, the Abhorred? You are forever cast out from the light, your old name forgotten, forever seen as something to despise." For a moment, there was a heat flash from one side of Gandalf, as Sauron dealt with his anger at Gandalf's words. Indeed, one of the things that Sauron regretted most was that in serving Morgoth, his original name as a mayor of all had been purposefully removed from him by his former lord. Since then, he had been Sauron, the Abhorred in the language of the Vala. But then, Sauron seems to regain control of himself. "Kuglob, old fool, do you think I care of your opinions of me? Do you think I care of the opinions of those who you serve so docilely, the Vala who have turned their back on Middle-earth? Like a dog you run hither and yon, eager to bend to their will. Yet here in Middle-earth, it is I who am the power, I who will bring order. The powers beyond the sea will never come again. And only they could deliver this world from my resurrection. It is inevitable. Abruptly the voice changed, becoming a drill trying to force its way into Gandalf's mind, crashing against his mental defenses like a wave on the shore. The young Sharaburzum. His strange magic, his powers, the runes of power that you were carrying. Where did he come from? Who does he serve? These questions reverberated through Gandalf's mind, going round and round as Sauron's power poured into Gandalf's. But Gandalf bore through, clenching his eyes tight, as blood began to drip from his nose, eyes, and mouth. I will not, I will not. I already know where he is, Olorin. My army will bring him to me. My army will meet with Smaug, and with his fires I will create a new power, one that no power on Middle-earth can overcome. I shall have his magic, Gandalf, his powers, his knowledge. Save yourself some pain, give me what I want to know. Never. By the power of Manwë and Varda the Fair, you will have nothing from me. Gandalf shrieked in response, his skin flaring white like a fire was just barely covered by his skin as his power as a Maya rose to defend his sanity. Sauron retreated for a second, and this time feeling a slight bit of pain. Although he had decried them, the names of the Vala still held power here in Middle-earth, especially when spoken by one of the wise themselves. But this simply made him angrier, and he bore down once more, attempting to break Gandalf's will. You will break, Olorin. I will have what you know. Eventually, even Gandalf the Grey would have broken. If it was a contest of will, perhaps Gandalf could have thrown Sauron off, but there was a limit to how much of his power Gandalf could use in his current raiment, and Sauron was far more powerful than Gandalf in terms of raw magical strength. However, this process was interrupted, as there was a crack of thunder, and the side of the square overlook where Gandalf was being held shattered. Through the haze of dust walked Saruman and Elrond. They looked at Gandalf where he was hanging, and their faces went blank and grim before they turned to look at the blazing eye that hovered by one side, the iris of which looked like an armored man standing in the flame. That would only have been true if Gandalf stood alone. He does not, and never will. Saruman intoned calmly. And as for the rest of you, Elrond growled, a sword in his hand almost like it had been teleported there, gleaming with magical light. You all should have stayed dead. Shouted as the ring-wraiths attacked. All but one were here, and they all attacked, trying to drive Elrond and Saruman back, only to be pushed onto the back foot as their weapons and stats crackled with energy. One of them died instantly, dissipating to a blow from Saruman's staff as he shouted out a word of command in the language of the Vala. A second later, he held up a hand, making a slight motion in the air to one side of him. Behind Saruman came Gandalf's staff, flinging itself through the air, to where Gandalf grabbed it out of the air, smashing it down onto the bottom of the cage. The cage floor broke, and Gandalf reached forward, grabbing at the remnants of the metal circle around the edge of the floor, flinging himself forward to roll along the ground of the overlook. He stumbled to his knees but still raised his staff in front of him, creating a shield of air as one of the ring-wraiths went for him before wearily pushing himself to his feet, glaring defiance at the ancient ghost of a dead human king. Enough of this! Sauron shouted, and suddenly his willpower bore down at all three. Saruman flinched, and Elrond turned, his ring hand gleaming for a moment before he stumbled another step backward as Sauron's power crashed over them like a wave, sending them back as Gandalf collapsed to his knees again. A second later, the 5 ring-wraiths charged in once more, their dread blades raised. But then there was a blast of answering power, and the pressure against the trio faded. Instantly Elrond leaped forward, engaging 4 of the ring-wraiths as Saruman went to aid Gandalf. Behind them, Galadriel walked through the opening. Ignoring the combat all around her, she moved directly towards the eye, even when one of the ring-wraiths went for her, her hand flashing up. Begone! She ordered, and from her hand, a star was born. The flash of power was such that it flung Elrond and the others to their knees and blasted the remaining ring-wraiths to nothing, but that was merely the backlash of the assault that crashed into Sauron. He shrieked in pain and agony as Galadriel attacked him with her magic and will, showing the power of one a princess of the Noldor, daughter of the High King beyond the sea, the power of one who had walked with the Vala and Mayer both. And one who wielded the power of one of the 3 rings of elvenkind, Nina, the Ring of Adamant. That sight, the white star glowing from Galadriel's outstretched hand, caused Sauron just as much mental pain as her assault. He had always coveted the rings of elvenkind, which were forged in secret from him. But he could not overcome her assault. Such was her power that only with his own ring on his finger could he have matched Galadriel of Lothlorien, one of the greatest of the Noldor, wielding Nina. Sauron shrieked in agony and then retreated, his presence shrinking, becoming a fiery bolt of fell magic that disappeared into the distance. As he faded, Galadriel turned to the others and smiled at them gently before almost collapsing from exhaustion, only to be caught by Elrond. Behind Galadriel came 2 more elves. These were Elrond's sons Elroer and Elladan, called here by their father. Now they went to their knees beside Galadriel. When they realized that their grandmother was well, they moved swiftly to Gandalf, nodding to Saruman in respect as they did. We have driven Sauron off, but he must be pursued. Galadriel gasped. Leave that to me, Saruman growled, gripping his staff tightly. You weakened him dearly, my lady. I will finish Sauron off if anyone can. But we must take heed of what he said to me, Gandalf said, gripping Eladin's wrist with surprising strength, causing the young elf to grimace slightly even as he put an arm around the older man's shoulders, heaving him to his feet. He is going after the dwarves and Harry, after Smaug. We cannot let Smaug contact. Even as the elves travel, we would not arrive there in time to do anything in the battle against Smaug. I sensed Harry once more using his powers, in a town, near the mountain, Galadriel gasped. She looked at her two grandsons, however, pointing at them then looking over at Elrond. He nodded and hopped to his feet as well. I will see to the Lady Galadriel. You two will go with Gandalf. Find Harry and the dwarves. Do what you can to help them stave off that host we all saw leaving a moment ago. The group had arrived about 10 minutes before Sauron had started to torture Gandalf, but it had taken them a while to get to the lookout where Gandalf had been kept. And while Galadriel, Saruman, and Elrond could have done something to the last group of the army to leave, they would have been discovered and been too exhausted to face Sauron. It had been a calculated risk which had paid off for now. Should we contact Thranduil for aid? Elroer asked. They should already be aware, but yes, Gandalf said, standing on shaking legs but unwilling to rest. Saruman nodded and then moved quickly, bowing to them all. I will start my own hunt now. Good luck to all of you and to me as well. The other council members nodded at him, and Elrond gently helped his mother-in-law to her feet, putting one arm around her waist as his sons moved off with Gandalf, ready to aid him in turn. Oh. Early in the morning, Thorin and company prepared to set out for the Lonely Mountain. They would be leaving behind a newly reinvigorated and renamed town of Esgarote, with Bard in charge. At first, Bard had indicated that he should probably come with them, but he had decided to place his trust in the dwarves to repay the aid they had been given and was also leery about leaving when Percival was still alive. The man is tricky and still has friends among the populace of the town. Trying him in an open court will allow him to have his say, and his voice has always been a dangerous tool, Bard said to Thorin, as the other companions finished looking over the 2 donkeys they had been given, making certain all the packages were tied down. Most were the herbs that Bilbo had insisted they bring, arrows for Kili, and weapons. Most of the foodstuffs had been placed in Harry's moleskin pouch, along with several new rune-carving tools and pieces of stone for said work. Thorin slowly nodded, looking around at his friends and family. Agreed, they are your people, Bard, lead them. When I have reclaimed Erebor, we will send a message to you at that point. You or one of your representatives can come to claim the initial payment. But you are certain that your messenger to my folk in the Iron Hills will be able to get through to Dane? Bard nodded firmly. Joseph is a good man, and he and his 2 sons will make it there for certain. They are the best we have when it comes to horsemanship and trailblazing. I'm sad to see them go if I'm honest, I could use their help here. That is always the way of a leader. There are never enough truly competent people around, Thorin commiserated. Nearby, Harry grumbled as he was hoisted up onto a donkey, wincing as the impact to his thigh stung his wound. He had told them all he could walk, but the dwarves were not impressed by his attempt to tough it out. They weren't willing to leave Harry behind, but they also weren't willing to let Harry hurt himself further. Bilbo finally joined them, at that point, waving farewell to a few of the farmers, who had insisted he join them for breakfast. The Hobbit had made quite a name of himself in a single day among them, and Bard chuckled, gesturing with a finger towards the curly-haired Hobbit. Are you certain that I cannot interest you in leaving Mr. Baggins behind? He asked jokingly. He knows more about soil and planting than anyone our farmers have ever met. And I thank you for your kindness. Indeed, I would like to stay for a bit, make certain your farmers follow my instructions. But I am part of this company, and I will see it through, Bilbo announced firmly. He was clapped on the back by several of the dwarves for that, as the others started to move towards the gates. The whole town had once again turned out for the dwarves and their 2 companions. Dozens were lining the wall facing the edge of the lake. Hundreds more lined the way both within the town and on the lake shore, shouting their farewells. The dwarves took it stoically, save for Ori and Kili, who waved back and hammed it up quite a bit, whereas Harry just nodded his head to a few of the locals he'd met personally, trying hard not to be embarrassed by the fact that he was the only one currently riding a donkey. Thankfully for Harry, they soon left the crowd behind and moved deeper into the no-man's land around the Lonely Mountain. And as they went, Harry stared up at it, taking in the daunting size of the thing. The dwarves too had stopped, staring up at it as the cheers of the townsfolk dwindled behind them. So close, Balin murmured. So close, yet still we have so much work to do. Thorin grunted at that, then gestured them on. Onward. A thin, grim smile crossed his face for a moment. We have but 2 weeks left before the end of summer, and I want us in position in front of that door long before the last light shines upon it. The other dwarves all nodded but didn't turn away from their mountain home, staring up at it even as their feet began to carry them forward once more to whatever awaited them. End chapter. And now on to Smaug. That might be a medium-sized chapter. We will see. Regardless, I hope you enjoyed my take on this oft-overlooked segment of the dwarves' journey. Chapter 12. Not named Tolkien or Rowling. Here, at last, is the next chapter of Fate Touched. This story will return in the small story poll for July and will stay there until we are finished with the Hobbit stuff, after which, depending on what other stories I have going, it might be put on hiatus. Doubtful, but we will see. I would like to finish Semblance of Hope and Making Waves at the very least this year. Stallion of the Line, for those who follow it, is still with Timon. As he has been a major help with that story going forward, I am not willing to post the chapter without his having looked at it. No one has edited this chapter but Grammarly, and I sorry, folks, but while I suppose I could have gotten the first half of this chapter out to an editor this month, I just forgot the need to do so. This month has been extremely hectic at intervals, and RL was both atrocious and unpredictable. Despite that, I hope you all enjoy it. Edited July 8, 21, thanks go to the self-described pedant part2 for pointing out a few lore mistakes I made. Look for the words taboo and concerns you, Mithrandir. When I have time I will go back and make certain the lore mentioned in prior chapters are changed to match. Chapter 12, Smog. I tell you, I am more than capable of walking, Harry grumbled as he was helped up onto the donkey for the second day of their trek out from Lake Town. And I am telling you you aren't. Oin said, shaking his head. You don't see Balin or me arguing. The two of them used the second donkey, switching off every few hours. The two old dwarves themselves had been rather more battered during the trip downriver than they had been willing to admit. To put it bluntly, neither of you are arguing with being forced to use the donkeys because you are of an elderly persuasion. The last time I checked, I wasn't, Harry retorted dryly. That won a round of laughter from the dwarves, but Bilbo held up his hand, offering, if Harry does not want to be upon his donkey, I would cheerfully change positions with them. Ha! Thorin chuckled. Master Baggins, we could put both of you on that donkey, and it would probably still count it as a very good day. But no, Harry. You'll stay up there until Oin says you are healed. I want you at your best when we get to the mountain. Harry scowled at his friend. I would have thought that you would begrudge the time my healing from this leg wound is taking from our sword lessons. They'd continued those here and there on their journey, and Harry knew that Thorin was still extremely disdainful of Harry's skill with the blade. I do, and when you are better, trust me that I will work you hard to make up for it, Thorin said, causing Dwellin to bark a crack of laughter and for Philly and Keely to shake their heads in commiseration. You're in for it, Harry. Best you rest up while you can. My uncle's idea of training hard makes even most dwarves balk, Keely intoned dramatically, patting Harry on his uninjured thigh as he passed by, heading to the front of the column. With his archery skills, he routinely moved ahead of the rest of the dwarves while Bilbo and Philly were at the back of the column, doing what they could to remove any trace of the dwarves' passage. Even though they had defeated the band of orcs and goblins following them, Thorin was unwilling to take the chance that another similar band was out there. I will cheerfully take up that challenge if I can stand on my own 2 feet rather than sit on the back of this admittedly robust animal, Harry replied dryly, patting the donkey on the neck. If I spend any more time up here, you'll simply be exchanging the wound in my leg for another covering the entirety of my ass. Once more, laughter came from all of the dwarves nearby who appreciated humor like that, and on the march towards the lonely mountain and their former homes, needed it sorely. Harry had noticed since leaving Lake Town that 1 or 2 of the dwarves occasionally would stop their trek, staring ahead of them at the mountain as if mesmerized. But when Harry passed Gloin, he realized that mesmerized wasn't quite the right word. Haunted fit better. Seeming to have noticed the same thing, Bilbo had taken it upon himself to talk to anyone who would listen about his teenage years, when he and his friends had engaged in pranks and various adventures to keep the dwarves' morale up. Harry had been particularly interested in tales that touched on the Brandybuck River and the lands next to the Old Forest, and now as they began their second day out from Lake Town, he asked for more tales about the forest itself. Have you ever been inside? Personally, no, although perhaps when I return, I might explore within. After this journey, tales of the Old Forest hold scant fear. Bilbo chuckled, shaking his head, before smirking slyly up at Harry. Although why the interest in the Old Forest, are you thinking of exploring its depths with a certain someone? Ha! That just proves there's something wrong with your head, Harry. Boffer shouted from nearby, ducking between Balin and Harry's donkeys, grinning up at the human before moving to the other side of the column and reaching for a series of berries he had spotted. The only green thing that should ever be part of any courtship are emeralds. That shows what you dwarves know about it, Bilbo scoffed, grabbing the dwarf's hand before he could touch the berries. And I will be very careful picking those. The leaves of that particular bush tend to cause itching for quite some time. He then reached forward, being extremely careful to pluck at the various berries himself and half of them to the dwarf. Even if the berries are quite tasty. I keep telling you that Toriel and I are not involved. There is no courtship going on. Harry knew he was blushing a bit and didn't like it or the tone of pout he heard in his voice just now. We're simply friends, that's all, which is quite odd enough given everything that occurred since we all met the elves of Mirkwood. True enough, my lad, but through all of that, your and Toriel's interactions proved that you are both attracted to one another to anyone with eyes to see, Balin said from behind Harry, causing him to turn in the saddle to give the older dwarf a look of betrayal. But Balin simply shook his head with a chuckle. Such things should be grasped, my lad, not avoided. We dwarves know that all too well. I know you still have some issues inside your head, and I know you think that Toriel's loyalty to her king will get in the way. But from what I saw, that last at least is not insurmountable. And the issues in your head seem to be fading out as we have traveled too. I am a human. She's elvish. Aren't there a lot of old cautionary tales and taboos against that kind of union? No taboo. To have become a taboo, it would have to have occurred often enough to be even seen as possible, which it hasn't. Balin shook his head. Indeed, I can only think of one union of man and woman, and that's the one that resulted in Elrond, eventually. Are you talking about Luthien Tinuville and Byrne or Tuor and Eldril? Bilbo questioned, and all the dwarves turned to him in surprise. They had forgotten since leaving Elrond's hall that Bilbo was quite incredibly well read, especially in terms of the history of elvenkind. Now he spoke causally about a tale that few among even the most learned dwarves knew. Lord Elrond comes from both those lines. Tuor and Eldril was perhaps the happiest in terms of how society viewed them. Tuor won the hand of Eldril from her father, the last king of Gondolin, Bilbo began, shaking his head. Their union resulted in Eärendil the Mariner. And it was Eärendil who eventually convinced the Valet to bring war once more upon Morgoth, thus becoming loved by all free folk. And Eärendil and his wife, Elwing, had 2 sons, Elrond and Elrose, I believe. When given the choice by the Valet to look to one part or the other of their heritage, Elrond chose to be counted as an elf, and his brother became human. Balin nodded. That was the tale of which I was speaking, Master Baggins. I know of Tinuville, vaguely, but have never heard the tale told fully. Bilbo winced just a bit. Well, that particular union was quite fraught. Then he rallied, looking at Harry rather than at the dwarves. But while their union might have been cursed, it was not cursed by the 2 lovers themselves, Harry. From there, Bilbo went into the tale of Byrne and his quest to win the hand of Tinuville, fairest of all elves on Arda, and how together they wrested a Silmaril from the very hand of Morgoth. Thereafter, Byrne had fallen to the mad wolf Charcowrach, who he had driven insane by feeding that same Silmaril to it in desperate defense, along with his hand. Luthien soon joined him in death, her spirit wasting away without her mortal love. But there, the tale becomes even more romantic, Bilbo exclaimed, seeing that even Dwellin and Bombur's faces had fallen at the tragic ending and Harry looked distraught. For in the halls of Manduz, Luthien sang a song of such power and hope that Manduz gave them both the choice to continue to his halls and be reborn, or to be given new lives as mortals. They chose to live as mortals, and had many happy years together once given their second life. From there, Bilbo expounded further on that part of the tale since it connected directly to Lord Elrond through his grandfather Tuor, although this caused some grumbling among the older, more learned dwarves. Their species' interaction with Byrne in his second life had not been pleasant, and the tales of it was remarkably one-sided, having been written by the victors. One of the Silmarils, the same Byrne and Luthien had stolen from Morgoth, had been placed in the necklace of Noglamir, constructed by the dwarves. But the Silmaril madness had driven the dwarves to try and claim it, killing the king and plunging Doriath and the dwarven nation of Nogrod into a bloody war which ended in the destruction of Doriath. Byrne had come upon the dwarves with a force of men while the dwarves had been returning home. Byrne then challenged and killed their king in single combat before the rest of the host was annihilated by Ents. Indeed, so complete had that destruction been that it was only through the tales of elves that the totality was known. Because of that, many dwarves, those who knew the tale at all, disputed the whole idea that they had been the villains in the sack of Doriath. Thorin did not. As much as he loathed most elves, he knew that magic like the Silmarils was beyond his people's ability to cope with. And seeing that Bilbo was getting tired and the day pressing, he quickly changed the topic. Enough of that. Now is not the time for such dark tales. Bilbo, tell us more of the Old Forest. His lips twitched. We will leave off teasing Harry about his love life for now. His gaze then twitched over to his nephews. After all, at least he has a love life, which is more than I could say for some dwarves here whose prospects should have enabled them to start attracting a dam if not for their attitudes. Or do you call my sister, your mother, a liar? Philly blushed rosily and quickly ducked under one of the donkeys, heading towards the back of the column. At the same time, his brother just as quickly continued his aborted journey to the front of the column. Despite a rueful twist to his lips, Harry nodded his head towards Thorin in an abbreviated thanks, knowing that the dwarves would set in on him again. With the shadow of the mountain looming ever larger as they continued towards it, all of them were more than happy to find what pleasure they could at poking fun at him or Bilbo or one another. But that was all right with Harry. It wasn't the first time he'd been made fun of. And maybe they have a point about Toriel anyway, much as I don't want to think about it until Smaug's dealt with. Bilbo's tales about the old forest took them meandering through the various interactions the hobbits had with it and, of course, its denizens, as well as the one time they'd been forced to fight off a wolf rider pack, intent on ravaging the Shire coming over the frozen Brandybuck. That garnered a lot of interest from the dwarves, although what Harry was most interested in were Bilbo's tales which touched on the old man of the forest, Tom Bombadil. Harry remembered that Gandalf had mentioned him in passing when they had spoken that night in the Shire, and now he asked Bilbo what he made of him. Bilbo frowned thoughtfully, scratching at his hair for a moment, noting that he needed to get a haircut at some point. Alas, I'm not about to trust any of the dwarves, except for perhaps Philly, with that task, and only then at great need. Only Thorin and Philly seemed to take much interest in their looks normally, and Thorin preferred a shaggier, if somehow still authoritative, appearance than Bilbo was comfortable with. I don't rightly know, I've heard many a tale about him, and yet the truth is often elusive. As is Tom himself. The hobbit laughed, shaking his head. He might look human, but I rather doubt he is. Considering that none of the tales have ever mentioned any aging. My personal theory is that he is a mayor of Yavanna who has taken up residence in the old forest to help control the fell trees there. Do they truly move? Ori asked. That sounds kind of terrifying. Like the old tales about the tree folk, Dori agreed. While few knew about how they had destroyed Nogrod's army, Ents were still something of a social nightmare to dwarves. I've heard of them, Ents, Harry murmured. So have I, and not just in a tale or two here and there. But no, these are most definitely trees. They don't communicate with one another verbally as the tree folk was supposed to, and they certainly don't physically attack most of the time. Which Ents certainly would, Bombur muttered, shivering. The idea of moving trees was just wrong. Lumber shouldn't have an opinion of if it's time to be chopped. Exactly. No, these are trees, and they only move when they are not being looked at. They block trails, crowd the walls, grow over the top of it, try to undermine it. According to the Brandybucks, the Withywindle is the center of it all, but as I said, old Tom Bombadil seems to be able to control them, or scare them, anyway. Harry nodded and was about to say something when he noticed Bifur had stopped, staring ahead of them, his eyes shadowed and lost. He sighed and reached out from the saddle, tapping the dwarf on the head. When Bifur turned to look at them, Harry gave him a concerned, commiserating glance, and Bifur nodded back, shaking his head once before moving along the column, resolutely keeping his eyes away from a boulder set to one side of the route that they were following towards the distant mountain as if trying to keep memory at bay. As the day continued and as the next day dawned, the morose, withdrawn attitude of the dwarves began to become more and more prominent. Even Harry and Bilbo's continued efforts to take their minds off of the lonely mountain and what they would find within began to fail, the dwarves just not taking part in the conversation any longer outside of Philly, Keely, and Ori, who could not remember anything of the mountain, not having been born there. But eventually, those three too fell silent, affected by the gloomy, withdrawn air of the others. Eventually, their attitude even began to affect Bilbo, as he paused one day, staring around him, then moving away from the others, working his toes into the soil for a moment before kneeling down and doing the same with his hands. There was a farm here, he murmured, staring around them. Harry frowned, looking around himself, but couldn't see it. All Harry could see was a few blackened trees and a small, cleared area with nothing within it. Not even one stone on another. There was. And more than one. When most humans and even elves think of dwarven nations, they always think in terms of our tunnels, our underground cities. And while it's true that most dwarves would prefer to sleep with a real roof over our heads as it's said, even dwarves need the outside world for food. Most of our food admittedly came from trade with Dale, but there were a few things that we grew on her own, and we always had enough farms of our own just in case. Balin answered a little bit happier than he had a second ago, eager to actually talk about their ancient nation without touching upon its fall. I remember of a morning, watching from my guard post as the farmers left Erebor to head to their steadings, Dwellin opined. A few of them would start a singing chant. I remember a few of the words even now. For the sun has risen, and we must go to work the soil, for food on the plate is as good as a ring on the finger. For some reason, that caused Bilbo to glance away even as he rejoined them, but his voice was normal as he replied. Some of this soil could still be usable right away. Something to think about. But tell us more about your people, Balin. Not their end, but your own lives here. What was it like growing up in Erebor? From then on, one or the other of the dwarves would speak, talking about the area around the mountain and a small childhood adventure they had. Many of those ended with "and when my father caught me, he thrashed me, but it was worth it in the end." It appeared as if having teenage adventurers was something hobbits and the dwarves had in common, even if the type of adventure varied wildly. Bilbo's adventures mostly dealt with sneaking up on people, playing small pranks, and stealing mushrooms. The dwarves spoke of campouts in the woods, stealing away real weapons to play fight with, and then wrestling matches whose violence always got out of hand to the point an adult was called for. As they traveled on that third day, the hills became steeper, leading up into the lonely mountainside. The dwarves now were past their grief stage. They were still grim but no longer seeming to have moments of complete disconnect. Yet oddly, Bilbo began to exhibit much the same attitude. Harry looked at him and reached down from the saddle, grabbing at his shoulder once when Bilbo seemed almost to be about to run into the rear of the other donkey. "Ho there, Bilbo, you've been looking out of it all day. What's wrong?" Bilbo looked up at him, one eyebrow rising in question. "Surely you can feel it too. You felt it when we reached Mirkwood." His brows furrowing, Harry looked around them, then slowly shook his head. "I can't sense anything yet, Bilbo. But you are certain there is the same kind of corrupting touch on the land here?" "Not quite. It is there within the ground, something weaker than Mirkwood. It doesn't affect the trees or other growing things, nor the birds and the air as it did in Mirkwood. A lesser corruption but still something there, something foul I can feel through my toes." Thorin had been silent most of the day, staring ahead of him like a man possessed. Now hearing Bilbo speak like that, he seemed to come out of it, moving back to Bilbo and Harry from where he had been talking to Balin, who was riding ahead of Harry today rather than behind. He looked at Harry, then said slowly, "Elrond, he mentioned something. The dragon's taint. Do you think, Master Baggins, that you can fight this whatever it is now that you have felt it for yourself?" "If it is in the soil, yes," Bilbo answered firmly. "With the blessings of Yavanna and my own knowledge of the soil, I can safely say that. Whether or not I can do it to something else, something the dragon has touched, for example." "Like gold," Harry interjected, unwilling to dance around the issue like Bilbo was. Yes, that. I don't know yet. I think a tree perhaps, a new sapling placed nearby and blessed to Yavanna and your all would work. Considering that Erebor is a dwarven nation, calling upon the smith for aid would no doubt help." Here, Mr. Baggins," Thorin said, reaching out to clasp Bilbo on the shoulder, nodding his head up to Harry as well. "Thank you for that. Knowing that there is indeed something of a taint from the dragon staying in our city will help all of us fight the influence of it, I think." "So would humor," Harry drawled, waving his hand towards Thorin. Unlike the elves Harry had previously used this particular trick on, Thorin had no magical sense of his own. The first he realized what Harry had done was when Nori, walking ahead of them, chanced to glance back and then promptly began to heel over in laughter, shouting out polka dots. "I never would have thought you polka dots fan, Thorin." "What?" Thorin looks down at himself and then growled in anger as he saw that he was indeed dressed now entirely in white with red and purple polka dots. Even his beard had changed, matching the colors of the rest of his clothing so well that it almost blended in, a travesty for any dwarf. "Remove this at once, Harry. The moment you acknowledge that you would find it funny if it was on anyone else, I will remove it," Harry promised. With the snickers and outright guffaws of his fellows, Thorin had to concede the point, looking down at himself, letting out a snort. "Very well, I do acknowledge," he said formally, his eyes twinkling dangerously. "Although, I will warn you, Harry. Oin did say you were but another day away from being let off that donkey. And you have been complaining all over about not getting enough exercise. I think I can give my fellow dwarves a laugh without being the specific laughingstock of it." Harry, however, simply grinned down at him. "When the time comes, I'll take my lumps with good cheer. Until then, all hail Thorin Oakenshield, Lord of Polka Dots." "All hail," said more than one dwarf until Thorin charged Gloin, who was the nearest dwarf, grabbing him up by the waist and tossing him to the ground, shouting out about how he still could remember how to wrestle with the best of them. "If you want to laugh, you had best be prepared to pay for it." The next day, Harry was sore for an entirely new reason, as indeed, Oin had given the okay for him to start walking again. Thorin had instantly grasped with both hands and put Harry through the ringer, pushing him as hard as he could to basically restart his sword training, calling a few of the other dwarves to help. Harry hadn't taken this lying down. Instead, he had tossed Bilbo and a few of the others under the bus with him. "I'm not going to do this alone. There are others here who could benefit from actual weapons training, not just me. Bilbo, for one, Ori, Nori, Dori and Bomber could use some training as well." Most of those named protested, saying that they had gotten this far and didn't need any training. Thorin and Willin disagreed, however, and soon had most of the dwarves began training every night, going through specific moves with swords, axes or warhammer, while Keely and Philly kept watch. None of this would be much use against Smog, admittedly, but the training might come in use later. Bilbo, too, was roped into things, although in his case, he was turned over to Balin, who, despite his reluctance to fight, was the third best swordsman among the dwarves and the only one who used anything that could be called a short sword. Of course, a short sword for the dwarf was still a long sword for a hobbit, but he could teach Bilbo some exercises at least. Still, despite his soreness, Harry was happy to be on his feet. That feeling stayed with him for half that day until the trail began to become even steeper than it had been, the side of the mountain looming above them. It didn't happen smoothly at all, as had been the case when they had entered the mountain range. No, here, hills became mountain very suddenly, the entire environment around them changing as stone replaced scattered shrub and forest, and the hill they were on led into a massive cliff face. Harry stared upward, and upward still more, shaking his head slowly as he took in the sheer immensity of the lonely mountain. I thought I was prepared for this, from your tales about how the land around the lonely mountain changed. But that is entirely different from standing at the bottom of this thing. I feel dwarfed. Poor choice of words there, Harry, Bilbo muttered, as the dwarves all groaned, and Dwelin went so far as to smack Harry on the back so powerfully that he caused the human to stumble forward a few steps. Yet I agree with the sentiment. Since the trail ahead of them ended here, Thorin led them to the east, knowing the roughly on which side of the mountain they would find their entrance. Finding the trail that led upwards took Thorin and Balin some time despite that start, but eventually, they found a small, barely passable trail leading upward. Here, they had to go in single file, and very slowly, and more often than not, their left sides were completely open to a daunting drop off the mountain. Because of this, and because of the difficulty of the trail, and occasionally the need to set up ropes and take breaks during the day, their speed dropped dramatically. And no more could they put out cook fires either. There just wasn't enough space for it on the trail, and no wood. All food was now eaten cold and in smaller lots. Yet as they did, and as Thorin started to search for the hidden door, Harry turned his mind to other matters. That evening he started to create small, scent-masking runic arrays. He and Bilbo had experimented with Bilbo's herbal concoction and decided it didn't work well enough to put their lives on the line with it. The herbs would still prove useful, but not enough. Thus the runic arrays and notice me not arrays would hopefully keep them all from being spotted right away from the dragon. Although Harry didn't know if they would continue to work once the dragon became aware of them, since no one could give him a proper answer as to how magical a creature the dragon was. Considering it was a giant fire-breathing lizard that flew, Harry considered that the fact it was magical in the first place was pretty obvious. The question was, could it detect magic? The dwarves quickly noticed what he was doing. "What is that you're working on now, Harry?" Philly asked, sitting beside Harry on the trail. "That doesn't look like the same configuration you've been doing the past few nights." Harry had begun to create notice me not arrays when they left Lake Town. "It isn't. The others are to make people not notice the user. This is to make your scent disappear, which isn't a sense that most people who use the first type of array tend to think of. The only problem is, I have no idea how to test it. None of us have the same level of nose that even a wolf might, let alone a dragon." "That's simple enough," Dwelin snorted, looking over at Ori past his brother Dory. You are famous for making stink bombs at one point, weren't you? Make a few, toss them down the trail, and then have Harry set this rune stone in the middle of them." "That isn't the aspect I want to test. I am perfectly capable of using a spell to create a smell so strong it would rot your nose off, Dwelin." "No, it is hiding our scents from a more powerful nose than we have access to," Harry answered to many chuckles. "I thought we were all still hoping that Smaug would be dead." Boffer's voice came from somewhere around a twist in the trail, his tone confused. "Why are you making those, Harry, before we can even figure out if he's alive or dead? Seems a lot of effort." "It's always better to be prepared rather than scramble after the fact," Gloin intoned from the same direction. "Do you have any other ideas, Harry?" Harry looked over at Thorin over Philly's head. The two of them had talked about Smaug several times over the trip, in particular when they were in the cells of Mirkwood. Thorin nodded at him, indicating he could say whatever he wanted, and Harry began. "Well, like I said, this current runic array I'm working on right now is to mask our scents. I have others that can mask movement and sound, if only for a given value of both. It wouldn't cover, say, someone walking across a room of gravel, but it would cover someone whispering to someone else. That's half of my battle plan, keeping us all hidden as much as possible, not allowing Smaug to find a target." "I like that idea," Bilbo called out from somewhere behind a number of the dwarves. "As do I, but that is defensive. What about all offensive?" "It pains me to say it, but even my weapons won't do much against Smaug," Dwelin grumbled, staring around a few of his fellows to where Harry's sword lay beside him. "Are you certain we can't try to use that blade of yours?" Of course, he hadn't been practicing with the sword of Gryffindor when he was being trained by Thorin. That would have been stupid. Instead, Thorin had created a wooden blade that was heavier than the sword, forcing Harry to work his muscles even more than he would if he was his own sword, and thus helping him to train his endurance. "Go ahead. If any of you can pick it up. I most certainly don't need to be the one to deal the final blow or anything like that." "I like to think I don't have that large an ego," Harry answered, his tone dry. With that, Dwelin eagerly stood up from where he had been shimmying himself around Ori and reaching down to grab the sword. While he was not a swordsman, he was a hammer and axe lover through and through. There was something to be said about a blade that had such a deadly kick to it as Harry's blade was supposed to. But as he tried to lift it up, the sword didn't move. It steadfastly refused his efforts, not even shifting in place as he grunted and heaved, veins standing out on his neck. What they? It's so heavy I can't lift it. Harry nodded, reaching down to the blade and lifting it up gently. I have no idea why, but when I was given this blade in the first place, I was told that you had to have a few special qualities, that only a person who held the values its owner believed were important would be able to wield it. Honestly, of all the dwarves here, you, Keely and Thorin would probably be closest to that ideal, Dwellin, so I have no idea why it rejected you. Sorry. That's the problem with magical blades. They have magic in them, Balin mocked, causing his brother to laugh, losing some of his anger as he returned to his place between Balin and Ori, the younger dwarf grumbling at having to scrunch himself up to let the older, bigger dwarf pass. Smoke, Thorin grunted, leaning back from his meal, looking around at them, and dragging the conversation back to the dragon at hand. In a cave or a mine, smoke can be deadly, and even a dragon needs to breathe, although we will need to close all of the air shafts leading outside. That was part of my plans to slay Smog. The other part was attempting to pin it down by dropping the ceiling on him. That would depend on where Smog is, but it's certainly an idea. As is the need to stop it from getting out, Balin opined, while many of the other dwarves made noises of shock, astonished at Thorin's willingness to talk about destroying segments of Erebor. But to Thorin, sacrificing part of the whole was something he was willing to do. Slaying Smog and claiming the mountain after was the thing. Is the main door the only way that dragon can come in and out of the mountain? Harry questioned. Indeed it is, and that too is where we would be most able to drop the roof down on him, Thorin answered with Balin nodding in agreement. There is a final defense set there, a series of dead drops in the ceiling, which, if you pull the right levers, will drop several thousand tons of rock down onto the entrance hall directly in front of the gate. We've been talking about hiding ourselves from Smog's senses, but Thorin just talked about smoke, that's a... Bilbo paused, trying to think of a word. An indirect attack. When the nearby dwarves all nodded, indicating they understood, he went on. And the herbs Ori and I have combined can surely make Smog wish he didn't have a nose. Is there some way of attacking Smog's ability to see? Above and beyond the smoke, I mean. What about maybe using molten metal or something? I was a youngling when we left, but I worked in the smelters, and I remember how big some of those cauldrons were. Surely we could do something with them. Bifur opined, his words attenuated by distance but still audible. Maybe, if we could get one of them right above his head, Harry cautioned. I don't think anything less than that would work, considering that Smog isn't going to just stand there and take it. Balin snorted. Indeed not. While he was able to simply overpower Erebor, it is known that all dragons are fiendishly intelligent. Smog won't allow us to attack it like that. These are all good ideas, but I think we're missing one important point. We need more information on the environment within the mountain, Thorin said. Let's put our heads together tonight and on the march tomorrow, boys, see if we can come up with a map of the mountain. That will help Bilbo and Harry when they go ahead to scouting out. Only when we have all the information necessary will we all move into the mountain and attack Smog together. That night, Harry dreamed. That wasn't so unusual, of course, but most nights, he dreamed about his past or the fight against Riddle in the Void. That night, however, Harry dreamed of something entirely different. He dreamed of a woman made of fire. So much of her features were made of flame that one could only barely discern skin from hair, but the shape was that of a woman as she stood at the helm of an odd, nearly circular ship. But this was not a ship made of wood or even metal. Instead, it was a ship made of magic, the magic of the Vala made into a solid object by all, for nothing else could withstand the heat of the woman and the object she had willingly bound her spirit to. For at the center of the vessel was the son of Arda. Called Anar, the last light of Laurel in the Gold, one of the two trees of light that Morgoth and Ungoliant destroyed. And this was Arian, the Lady of the Sun, a spirit of fire which, unlike so many others, Morgoth had never corrupted. When this ship rose, it drove Morgoth into despair, forcing him to hide away under his fortress until he could make enough clouds to hide from Anar's light. Ever since, Arian steered her ship across the same span of the sky, bringing light to those below. And now, she turned to stare at Harry. Her eyes were so bright they made the rest of the dream seem dull in comparison, so bright they hurt to look upon, something that Harry instinctively knew was part of some kind of test. So as she stared at him, Harry stared back, unwilling, almost unable, to look away. Somehow Arian's expression amidst the fire shifted into a smile, and she seemed to speak, her words drilling into Harry's head like her eyes had his own. Prove yourself, Harry Potter. Prove you are worthy of my intervention between you and Arda. And how am I to do that, my lady? Harry asked, thankful that Manwë and the other Vala had passed on his request to talk with the fiery maiden. Speak of yourself. Speak of your fight against the darkness, Arian replied. For though my duty might seem merely to guide Anar, it and I do not do this just to give light to humans and elves. We do so because it is a way to weaken those who look to death and darkness for their power. Manwi and Este tell me you know something of that. Something of fighting evil. Over the next few nights, that was what Harry did, telling Arian about his life. The telling was slow because Arian continually asked questions, not just about Harry's life but his world, showing an intense curiosity. It soon became apparent that Arian was trying to build an image of Harry Potter beyond what could be discerned as the surface level. Moreover, the impression grew on Harry that Arian was somewhat uncomfortable speaking to him like this and out of practice of communicating with others in general. She seemed to get over it slowly, and her aloofness disappeared as their talks continued. Arian also seemed disturbed at certain points from what she was hearing, his willingness to kill, his somewhat loose moral code when it came to rules. But Arian was also visibly impressed by the tale of his friendships in the battle against Riddle's Shade and questioned him closely on that topic. Meanwhile, the dwarves settled down and began to plan out the mountain's interior as best they could. Apparently, interior maps of the place had been created at one point, but none of the survivors of Smaug's attack had thought to take any with them. But together, the group began to recreate one, debating on where bits of the city went in relation to one another and where the secret tunnel would come out. And when he was awake, Harry joined Bilbo in working with the trio of youngsters on their swordsmanship as much as they could despite the narrow confines of the trail, and Harry finalized his anti-smell runic array. Others were easier, a flame freeze array and others to help the dwarves remain hidden. Enough movement would overwhelm those, but even so, they could be a help. Eventually, they reached an area of the trail where they were forced to leave the donkeys behind, tying them together and around a rocky promontory. One of the dwarves would come back down the trail after that to feed them daily, but it was too steep now to take them alone. Indeed, the dwarves Bilbo and Harry actually climbed up walls of stone to continue on their way. But the fact that those walls of stone had hands and footholds carved into them was a sign that they were getting close to where the secret door might be. On the fourth day after arriving at the foot of the mountain, they arrived at what looked at first to be a dead end. The trail opened, coming out onto an area that was almost as flat as a table and was about 100 yards wide to a side, one side of which opened out into a cliff face, while at the other side, the end of the trail was marked by a rocky escarpment, the top of which none of them could see. "It's here," Thorin announced, looking around him thoughtfully. "The hidden door must be here." "Lovely. Now, exactly how are we supposed to find a hidden door with hidden runes on it?" Harry asked dryly. "And the setting sun, with the last light of Durin's day, will shine upon the keyhole," Bilbo quoted, looking around them. "We're what, 3 days early?" Thorin nodded to Bilbo's question before looking over at Harry to pose his own. "Unless you think you can find it, Harry. Even if he could find the door, unless we blasted it open using his magic, which I don't think we want to do, be rather like announcing our presence to Smaug after all, the keyhole would still not be there," Bombur grumbled, laying out on one side. Harry had used another spell to lighten his load a bit, but even so, the fattest dwarf was feeling the burn from that last bit of the trail. Harry nodded, looking around thoughtfully. "I think I can sense something here, some kind of magic in the stone. I can't tell what it is, though. Nor do I have any idea how I would go about finding a magically hidden keyhole that only responds to a certain type of light. I could play with my Lumos spell but, if it's a specific type of light and needing to shine at a specific place from a specific angle." Harry chuckled. The phrase needle in a haystack comes to mind. "Agreed. Barring a miracle in that area, we will have to wait and be on our guard," Thorin shrugged. "We got here in enough time. That is the important thing. We will continue to plan, continue to train, and eventually, we will be not only ready but able to take the fight to Smaug and reclaim our homes." The dwarves all answered with a cheer, even as they cast wary glances at the opening to one side. Bilbo also nodded, although he looked up at another sound was heard nearby. As he looked around, to one side, a thrush landed on a rock, looking at them with beady eyes, trilling a song. Harry looked at it too, shrugged, and pulled out some jerky. He tore off a piece and tossed it to the bird, who caught it deftly, nodding his head in thanks almost, and began to tear at it with its beak. "We have the thrush, now too." Thorin nodded firmly, then ordered the others to start setting up camp while he told Harry to come over towards him, and they would begin their training once again. Later, as the dwarves bustled around the camp preparing the evening meal and taking some oats back down the trail to the donkeys, Harry sat dangling his legs over the edge of the cliff. Several of the dwarves had looked ill at this, and even Bilbo shivered and turned away. To them, sitting like that was a sign of insanity, but to Harry, heights held no fears. With the others busy behind him, Harry set aside his rune carving kit, staring out into the distance, specifically, the lake and beyond, where the forest lay. "I wonder, what is going on out there? Not just with Toriel, but with Gandalf too. I thought he was supposed to meet us here, and I can't escape the feeling that something happened to delay him." Oh. Those were two very separate questions, although it would not have surprised Harry to know that, indeed, something had happened to Gandalf. Although by the time Harry was worrying about him, the aforementioned wizard had nearly 6 days to both recover and it on the trail again afterward since being rescued. At the same time, Harry was staring towards Mirkwood. Mithrandir and the two sons of Elrond were entering the lands of that forest claimed by Thranduil and his folk. I must thank you for your aid, Radagast. You sped us on our way most effectively. Gandalf thanked his fellow wizard as he clung to the back of Radagast's rabbit-drawn sleigh. It is no trouble at all, Gandalf. You, the Lady Galadriel and Elrond, did what I could not. You cleansed Dol Guldur. My home will be much safer now, the brown-garbed wizard of forests and animals answered with a chuckle. That may be, but I will not say that that place is cleansed, Eladin said, shaking his head. The chief darkness within has been rooted, but it is still a place of evil. I know that Thranduil's people resided there before the last war of elves and men, but I could not detect any hint of goodness there. Such is the touch of Sauron, Radagast replied. But so long as the fell things, the orcs and such can be convinced to move on, the forest and living things will eventually reclaim it. He paused, looking shifty. I hope anyway. How much further do you think before we start seeing patrols, brother? Elroer suddenly questioned, his tone implying something that went over the two wizards' heads. I think we are already in sight of one, brother. Eladin laughed and turned to the surrounding forest shouting out, Ho cousins, should you not be showing yourselves to welcome us? Are we unwelcome indeed, or has our odd conveyance stunned you so much that your manners have left you? The second option, Wanderer, said a voice, and 4 elves made themselves known all around the sleigh, which slewed to a stop, the rabbits all rearing up and looking around. 3 of them were staring at it, although one of the elves was looking with scant favor on the wizards and the 2 sons of Elrond half-elven. What brings you to our lands? That one asked almost brusquely. Elroer was off the sled and stepping forward quickly, so quickly that the other elves backpedaled quickly. But Elroer stopped abruptly at the edge of sword range, holding up his hand in an elvish greeting. I think that your manners have yet to return. Perhaps we should start on our side then. I am Elroer. This is my brother Eladin. We bring Mithrandir to meet with King Thranduil, with tidings brought from Lady Galadriel and our father, Lord Elrond. The man stumbled back but eventually, with the 2 brothers watching him, raised his hand in equal greeting, intoning formally, Be welcome in the land of Tori and Edalos. Follow us, and we will take you to the king. Good, Gandalf barked sharply. He and I need to have words, and then, we must be off soon after. As you say, Mithrandir, the elf replied, now somewhat obsequious in comparison to his previous attitude. The squad of elves moved ahead of the 2 wizards and the 2 foreign brothers, allowing Mithrandir after saying his farewells to Radagast. With that done and Radagast to keep an eye on Dol Guldur, he looked over at Elroer and asked quietly, and what was all about? Nothing that needs to concern you, Mithrandir. Let us just say that some here and in the White Harbor still hold a grudge against our lineage for various reasons. At times, it is because we can trace our lineage through Elrond to Beren and Luthien, and many elves still resent the fact that because of Beren, they lost Luthien for all time. Others resent the fact that Elrond, our father, has become so important despite being half-elven, even now, and despite all the good Beren and Arundel did for Arda. Foolish, more than foolish. Gandalf scoffed. To harbor such divisions even in peace is beyond stupidity. Especially given the fact that elvish power in this world has continued to wane since the time of the last war of elves and men. It has never gotten to the point where it will threaten that peace, just harsh words and harsher glares in times of local trouble, Eladin replied quickly. But Thranduil is. He paused, thinking of a polite way to say what he thought of the Lord of Tori and Edalos. Not the leader his father is reputed to have been, Elroer supplied, once more letting his tone imply more. Mithrandir frowned at that, scratching at his beard, noting absently that he desperately needed a shower. Not so much because of the state of his beard, but because he could still feel the touch of Sauron on his mind and hoped that a nice shower would at least let him rid himself of that. But his frown had much more to do with what the 2 brothers were saying than the memory of his confrontation with Sauron. Tell me, how exactly do you think that Thranduil would respond to Harry and the dwarves coming through his territory? As long as they stayed on the eastern road, he would have to leave them alone. Although, come to think of it, can you think of the last time we saw anyone coming from the east, brother, elven or human? Elroer questioned. Eladin shook his head. I can't, and we skirted around the edge of the forest all the way down to Dol Guldur. Why? The touch of Sauron is heavy in this forest and may well have spread far enough north to perhaps pervert the spells on the path unless Thranduil was being proactive about keeping them from being so tainted, Gandalf supplied, his frown deepening. To that, neither brother had an answer, and the group moved on in silence. Early the next day, they came upon the entrance to Celebritil. The wizard and his guardians were left in quickly, through the city and to the halls of Thranduil. There, Mithrandir was greeted with a joyful cry of, Mithrandir. Legolas, prince of the Sylvan Elves, moved towards the old man, clasping Gandalf in a hug. The 2 of them had met before several times when Gandalf came through the forests. The old man returned the hug, but then Legolas pulled back, smiling wanly and, surprisingly, somewhat warily, as if a thought had just occurred to him. What brings you to my father's halls? A few matters. You will learn of them when I speak to your father, young Legolas, Gandalf retorted, although he was smiling at the young elf, who looked somewhat affronted at his use of the word young as he did. After all, he wasn't young, he was over 500. Which, while younger than many of his folk, certainly did not make him a stripling. And yet, I can sense a heaviness to you, and indeed, a heaviness to the air here. What has been going on? And does it have anything to do with my friend young Harry and the dwarves I left in his charge? Gandalf asked shrewdly. So you truly were a friend of Harry's then? Legolas seemed to pale at that, shaking his head. Then your meeting with my father will be interesting indeed. What has happened? Gandalf growled, pinning the young elf in place with a glare as he stomped the butt end of his staff on the ground, causing a loud cracking noise, far louder than it should have made. Speak. If you wish to speak to anyone in my halls, Mithrandir, perhaps you should show the common courtesy to speak to me first. Thranduil's voice cut off whatever answer his son might have made from the top of the staircase leading up to the royal quarters. Mithrandir looked in that direction, locking gazes with the king, who stared down at him, his expression one of cold aloofness before he turned and moved away, heading into the same room where he had entertained Harry and Thorin months ago. Gandalf stared after him, then looked over at Legolas, who did not meet his gaze. I am building an image of events here. And I do not like what I am imagining, he mused aloud, before moving towards the stairs, heading upwards, not even glancing side to side of the two guards stationed there nor the guards stationed outside the room leading into where Thranduil waited for him. Will you not offer an old man a drink? He asked the king as he entered. Scoffing, Thranduil waved Mithrandir into a seat across from him at the table. I will offer you a chair, and if what you have to say places me, I may offer you some of my wine. But I will hear your news first. Very well. But before that, can you tell me when young Harry and the dwarves with him passed through your lands? They made excellent time over the Misty Mountains. I hope they did not lose it in passing through Mirkwood. Thranduil raised an eyebrow fractionally but otherwise did not react. And why should I care for dwarves or one lone human? Do not play games with me. Gandalf growled. Anyone with power can tell what Harry is. And I know him well enough to know he would mention Elrond and I if the two of you ever met. I can tell something has happened. Legolas is looking guilty, and you are looking far too aloof and cold, even from the last time I saw you. So tell me what has gone wrong. The last time you saw me, that was a long time ago. Thranduil kept his own tone light, almost jokingly, but there was nothing humorous about his face as he stared at Mithrandir. I was newly come into my position then, and you came requesting aid in driving the goblins out of the mountains. I gave it. That was a long time ago. He repeated. Much has happened. Much darkness has come into this world. Indeed it has, and indeed that darkness has spread once more. News of which was brought to the Council of Wise thanks to my brother Radagast. Yet I wonder, given your own proximity to Dol Guldur, why we had to hear of it from him when Radagast lives far to the south of that ancient bastion. Why did you not send word of the vileness within when it began to spread once more? Thranduil did not respond, and Mithrandir shook his head. It has often been said, beware the folly of kings. Perhaps it should instead read beware the pride of those self-same idiots. No matter the race, I have found you to be a foolish lot once you put a crown on your head. Thranduil surged to his feet, glaring angrily at the old man. These are my halls, Mithrandir, and I will demand you keep a civil tongue in your head. The wizard did not respond at all, merely staring back at the elf coldly, his hands tented on the table in front of him. I may think about it when you stop prevaricating and answer me. Tell me, what happened when you met Harry and the dwarves? When they trespassed on my lands, I had them seized as is my right. I became aware of Harry's power at that point, it is true. But he refused to help me learn how to use his spells and was quite rude. He and Oakenshield both. I left them to cool off in my cells for a time, Thranduil announced as if it was of no moment. Hearing this, Mithrandir barely restrained his anger, his knuckles widening as his fingers wound around one another. That was remarkably foolish. And yet, you say it in such a way that implies that you eventually let them go. That is good. Tell me at least that when you did, you set them on the path to Lake Town and allowed them to keep their weapons? The weapon of Harry Potter is of special significance, and Thorin came to wield Orcrist honorably. Here, Elroer spoke up. Our father, Lord Elrond, agreed that blade should stay with Thorin, that it had come into his hand at this time for a purpose. And if anyone should have had ownership of that blade, it was Elrond who could trace his lineage back through his mother to Turgon, the last king of Gondolin. Neither of Elrond's sons said so aloud, but they made it clear through Stance and Elroer's tone that they would not approve of the sword having been taken from Thorin. Elves of all sorts were very good at using tone to imply things, and the sons of Elrond were his messengers and agents well beyond the borders of his lands. They have their weapons, yes, and they had made it to Lake Town at last report, Thranduil answered. And yet your tone implies far more than your words. Gandalf tugged at his beard, allowing a wide smile to appear on his face, almost a smirk as he looked at Thranduil. They escaped, didn't they? You didn't release them. They released themselves. Thranduil's face was blank, but Legolas wasn't nearly as good as his father at being his emotions in check, and he smiled slightly back at Mithrandir, nodding his head. But instead of replying, the king went back to something Gandalf had said a second ago. Yes, the weapon Harry Potter carried, which he went to great lengths to retrieve. Do you truly believe that his magic and that weapon will be enough to slay Smaug, a Wyrm the likes of which has not been seen since the days of the Greater Darkness? I have to question this. I question it most heartily. Especially since you no doubt will be somewhere else when the disaster comes calling upon my people, who have suffered enough. They have suffered because of your pride. Gandalf roared, standing up from his chair so hard that the chair flew backward while the table was pushed back into the king. Thranduil let loose a grunt of pain as it was propelled into his chest, sending him and his chair backward in turn. Thinking that their king was being attacked, the two guards at the door to this level quickly entered, moving towards Mithrandir, confusion playing on their faces but certain of their duty. Yet they had only taken a single step into the room before the tips of Elladan and Elroer blades were pressed into their necks, and the two brothers shook their heads, speaking as one. We wouldn't if we were you. Let's keep this talk between Mithrandir and your king, Elladan added. Slowly, the guards backed away, and the two brothers swiftly sheathed their weapons, also backing away from the confrontation to either side of the guards, leaving Legolas alone, who had also backed away to one side. The fact he wasn't going to his father's aid was rather telling, Elladan reflected. Thranduil now stood up too, pushing the table away from him, but as he did, Gandalf moved forward, seeming almost to swell with power and fury as he looked at the Elven king. Pride! He exclaimed, bellowing the words into the king's face. Pride and arrogance. They alone kept you from reporting the events of Dol Guldur. Worry about how it would affect your position to seemingly ask for aid. Aid that would have been freely given, aid that, had it come in time, could well have seen the death of Sauron before he could have regained his strength. At the word Sauron, some of the fight seemed to flow out of Thranduil, and Legolas gasped. It is true then, the enemy has returned. The great enemy returned, yes. But Lady Galadriel, Elrond, Saruman and I have since driven it out of Dol Guldur, Gandalf answered, calming down slightly. You could not have stood against it on your own. You should have asked for help. The moment this influence began to spread, the spiders, the sickness in the woods, you should have said something to us. Not even one such as I or Saruman can be everywhere at once, and even we thought that Sauron was dead after the last war of elves and men and the vileness in Dol Guldur had disappeared after my initial investigation there. We made mistakes, but had you told us, told me, we would have come. Thranduil looked away, unwilling to admit even now that it had been his own pride that had stopped him from asking for help, and the fear of what would happen to him personally that kept him from fighting back against Sauron's taint as it spread through the forest. If that is all that you have come to say, then consider it said. If you wish to chase after Harry and those dwarves, then I suggest you get on your way. That is not all I have come here to say. Gandalf boomed, once more looming over the king, his fury coming back. I am willing to look past your arrogance and the wrongs that you have done to Thorin and company. But only if you answer the call of all good people now. While Sauron was driven out, he had already sent his armies into motion. An army is even now marching to meet with Smaug. Hopefully, Harry and the dwarves will be able to deal somehow with Smaug. But an army is beyond them. You can redeem yourself. You can redeem your people's honor if you stand with the dwarves against the storm that will break over the lonely mountain all too quickly. Looking back at Mithrandir, Thranduil shook his head, somehow pushing through the impact of the wizard's presence. You come here to make that demand? What then do I get in return for risking my folk? Especially when I personally do not agree with you that they will be able to deal with Smaug. Marching out to fight a battle against the orcs and goblins is one thing, but it will simply remove us from this, a safe haven, and present on a platter to Smaug. Even now, you speak from fear and arrogance in equal measure. You have had your last chance. Now be silent, Thranduil. With a crash of his staff, Mithrandir froze Thranduil as if he had become a statue, turning instead to his son, who stared between his now frozen father and the wizard. But now that it has come to it, I do want to know the exact depth of your perfidy. Legolas, tell me what happened here, from the moment you all became aware of Harry and the dwarves. Unlike his father, Legolas was almost eager to get it off his chest and confessed everything, from how they had captured the dwarves after the dwarves had exhausted themselves in a hard-fought battle against the same spiders that their king had forbidden Legolas and his people to battle unless they encroached on Tori and Daedalus. How he and Harry had gotten off to a rocky start but had become, if not friends, then at least acquaintances over time. He smiled wanly then. I wish I could say that I was an ambassador of normal elven hospitality, but if anyone could even try to claim that, it would be Toriel. Toriel? Who is that? I do not believe I have met a Sylvan elf of that name. Gandalf mused. Toriel is a captain of the Unseen Host and Sio led the band that first met the dwarves. She and Harry started to exchange barbs almost at once. But eventually, I think true friendship and perhaps even something more developed between them. Blinking, Gandalf was quite surprised that and secretly pleased. He knew that Galadriel had done all she could in a single night's session for Harry's wounded heart and mind, but there was only so much that even she could do in such a short amount of time. A new love interest could perhaps move Harry's mental healing along. But then again, his confinement no doubt created new issues and new hatreds. What is it about elves, humans, and dwarves that they are compelled to continually search for reasons to hate one another? Continue. Legolas did so, explaining how the party had escaped the cells due to clever use of magic and perhaps some aid from one of their band on the outside. How they had then taken the river down to the lake and then into Lake Town. Legolas described the battle there as he had seen it, finishing with, and then, Toriel and I returned here to report to my father. And were either of you punished for not bringing Bilbo, the dwarves, or Harry back? Elladan asked from where he and his brother had listened to this tale with growing revulsion at the treatment the dwarves and Harry had suffered and then amusement at the battle and their escape. Despite his being frozen, the king tried to glare Legolas into silence. But Legolas's last loyalties to his father had badly frayed over the past few days, and he resolutely did not look at him, instead shaking his head. I was confined to my quarters until this morning, but Toriel was imprisoned in the same cells which held Thorin and the others and remains there now. Release her, now. Not even waiting for Legolas to move, which he did quite promptly racing towards the door, Mithrandir turned back to Thranduil. Will your arrogance know no limit? Harry was brought here by the actions of the Vala, or perhaps an even greater power than they. He has my friendship, he had Elrond's word, and you still imprisoned him. You still try to capture him and Thorin again when he had escaped you. Your actions are not that of a king. They are that of a bandit lord hiding away in his patch of forest, eager to clamp onto any power that passes him by, but too afraid to fight his more powerful neighbor. With a wave of his staff, he released Thranduil, even as his body began to grow, glimmers of power welling out of him. As a servant of the secret fire and representative of the White Council, I command you, Thranduil, to lead your armies out. March to the Lonely Mountain's aid, make right the wrongs you have accrued on Harry and the dwarves. Or I will remove you, exile you, and demand your son do it in your stead. What will it be, fool king? Oh. 2 days of training and planning passed, and every time he slept, Harry was visited by the Lady of Fire in his dreams. Arion and Harry talked about his life, about his powers and abilities. Eventually, she finally decided that the two of them could indeed form a permanent connection rather than the temporary one Arion had forged at Manwë's orders so they could talk mind to mind. Mind you, Harry Potter, I am still not certain of this. I was a mayor until I bound myself to this ship in Anar. Arion routinely spoke of Anar, the sun, as if it were a living thing, but Harry couldn't tell if she thought of it as another mayor, a child, or an animal at times. It was clear, though, that the two were connected on some level. It had also been clear from the start that Arion was uncertain how to go about interacting with Harry or anything about their conversation and was, in fact, making it up as she went along. The reasons for that became apparent now. While I am now something else, I do not consider myself a Vala worthy of being followed even if Manwë has decreed that it is possible for you. But I am also uncertain if you and I can make that connection. There is too much of you, which seems like it should call more to Tulkas or all than I. While I fight the dark, I do not do so in as physical a manner as you do. She then smiled grimly. But I am willing to see. My mind keeps coming back to your very arrival here on Arda, Harry Potter. If Eru Elevator wishes for you to be here, then perhaps, there is something beyond your own intuition guiding you to form a connection with me. So, what now? Harry asked in some confusion. Now? Now you fight Smaug, Harry Potter, and meanwhile, our connection will grow. You will no longer feel as heavy a drain on yourself as much as you have before, but connecting you to this world will take time. Shine a light into the darkness that was Erebor, Harry Potter, retrieve what is within, the source of light and madness, and you will prove worthy of our connection, Arion replied cryptically. Then she began to smile. After all, is it not normal for a human male to do something to impress your new lady of the manor? Harry's mental eyes narrowed. You've been practicing looking cryptic, I see. And I also think that you are either mixing stories or giving me mixed messages, hopefully not on purpose. I already have one lethally dangerous woman who might be interested in me, thank you. Arion's laughter was still ringing in his ears as he woke up on Durin's day, the day when the hidden door would be revealed. As the sunlight faded, the dwarves became anxious, looking around, wondering when the light they were waiting for would appear would happen. But Bilbo, Balin, and surprisingly, Philly reminded everyone about the other aspect of what they would be waiting for. Stop complaining. It will happen at the last light of the setting sun, which means it is not at the start of sunset, but the end. Beyond that, we already have the thrush. We just have to wait. I have to wonder, what is the connection between the thrush and the rest of the events needed to find the keyhole? Is that just a euphemism for finding the place where thrushes nest, or is there an actual magical connection? Harry mused. The birds of this mountain are more intelligent than you might think. Indeed, my people were friends with many of the bird clans in past decades. Of course, they're not as intelligent or as independent as the giant eagles which saved us from the orcs, but they are certainly intelligent enough to converse with to a certain degree. Yes, the giant eagles. I can't remember, have I mentioned how unspeakably jealous was about all of you flying like that? Harry murmured, watching Keely, who had been the one to speak. His words about their being friends was given an added weight that he was feeding one of the thrushes at that moment. I am personally wondering if we could send one or two of them out to find my cousin and his army on the march. The knowledge that they are doing so would make me feel more certain about our ability to keep Erebor if we can take it in the first place. So saying, Thorin looked at one of the thrushes, the largest one in sight, which also happened to be the first one that they had seen upon their arrival. Among birds, size and courage were even more important in terms of a leader than in other races. The thrush in question bopped his head once, then jerked its beak towards the mountain face to one side. As you said, Keely, smart bird. He knows that it is coming up on time for the door as well. Bilbo smiled cheerfully in an attempt to hide how worried he was about what that meant. They all fell silent then. Over the next few hours, they ate a hearty meal, the dwarves saw to their weapons, and Bilbo and Harry went over their plans one last time, looking at the maps the dwarves had put together for Erebor. They were the scouts, and on them would lie the highest burden. Watching them, Thorin was sad to think that was the case, but it was true. Without Thorin, Harry, and Bilbo, any attempt to scout out the mountain's interior would have been many times more dangerous. To say nothing of fighting Smaug. Indeed, over the past few days, Thorin had forced himself to realize that without Harry's magic, any attempt to fight the dragon was at best a forlorn hope, if not impossible. Beyond the portion of the treasure that they will have earned many times over, we, myself and our nation will owe them immensely. Hours later, the sun fell beyond the misty mountains, and the last light of the sun seemed to shine across the distant mountains towards them in a thin beam of oddly white light, the color reminding Harry almost of a patronus. As this happened, the thrush began to knock a nut against the wall just as the beam of light struck the mountain face. When this happened, Harry felt it through his feet, the enchantment activating on the door, and he watched avidly as the stone seemed to shift and mold itself into a new shape, showing the keyhole. That is an impressive bit of enchantment. Thorin didn't reply, being too busy sticking the key Gandalf had given to him, the one which the wizard had saved from the body of his grandfather, Thrain, into the keyhole. Looking back at the others, he locked gazes with each of the dwarves in turn. The looks they exchanged spoke of longing, loss, determination, and the dreams of a brighter future. Then he slowly turned the key in the keyhole. Once more, Harry felt magic reverberate through the stone of the mountain, not far, just this small area. As it did, a circular crack appeared in the stone, and then slowly the area beside the key slowly started to shift, the surface of the stone, about 2 feet of it maybe, recessing into the rest of the mountain and then shifting to the side into a slice cut out of the side of the tunnel with a smoothness that this astonished everyone there. The entranceway that was thus revealed was about wide enough for 2 or perhaps 3 dwarves, so long as one of them wasn't Bombur, to walk abreast. The sides of it looked perfectly smooth, a circular hole in the side of the mountain, with impenetrable darkness beyond. But the air that wafted out was vile, thick with the stench of decay and the passing of years, causing everyone to step back, grabbing at their mouths and noses. Thorin had the presence of mind to push one of his packs into the doorway just in case the doorway automatically closed if no one was holding the key, and the rest of them moved away. But soon, it became time for the mission they were all there for to continue, and it was with some ceremony that the dwarves looked at Bilbo and Harry. I feel as if we should say something here, something profound, something deep and emotional. But words fail me, my friends. You two have given so much for this, for our mission, for our obsession. And now here we must ask still more of you. It seems churlish, yet reality is what it is, Thorin said, reaching for to clasped forearms first with Bilbo then with Harry, staring into his human friend's eyes. Be safe. And by all come back to us in one piece. The two of them looked at one another, and Harry raised a hand, going through the series of spells that he had devised for this portion of the operation, placing them on himself and Bilbo at once, which would allow them to see one another. Then Harry pulled his invisibility cloak around him. The dwarves would keep the number of Notice Me Not, anti-smell runestones and several other goodies Harry had provided with them. That would hopefully allow them to ambush Smaug eventually. But for that, Bilbo and Harry needed to map out the lay of the land inside the mountain. The two of them moved into the tunnel, with Harry leading the way. Both of them had spells on them to see in the dark, which would be necessary in the mountain. Or it will, until Smaug starts to provide us with far too much in the way of firelight for comfort, Harry thought morosely. The secret passage wound down in a spiral until they were near where Harry estimated the middle of the mountain was. There it became straight, heading into the heart of the mountain, where Erebor would be. Soon after that, the passageway ended at what seemed to be a dead end. But when Harry touched it, he found the wall was not stone, but a cunningly wrought kind of weave, made to blend into the stone so exactly that only by touching it could you tell it was there at all. On the other side of this cover, Harry and Bilbo came out onto a balustrade above. Well, Harry had to blink and stare for a moment as Bilbo nearly stumbled beside him. Neither of them was the sort to be blinded by the gleam of gold, and indeed both of them had thought they were ready for the sight of a lot of gold since Thorin had been certain the secret tunnel would bring them out into the vault, which would naturally have become the center of Smaug's lair within the ruins of Erebor. But hearing about the wealth the dwarven nation had accumulated was something entirely different from seeing a room as large as a football stadium covered from one end to another in mountains of gold. Gold coins, for the most part, with other gold items scattered throughout, along with silver suits of armor that were almost shining with a silver light on their own and a few other larger items made of precious metals. Throughout the mass of gold, the gleam of jewels was scattered like stars, but they barely registered to Harry. Yet strangely amidst all that gold, the dragon was nowhere to be seen. The two of them looked at one another and then used hand movements to communicate. While Harry had covered them both with a spell that should help to deaden the noise, gold coins could shift, clinking against one another, the sound moving beyond the reach of that spell, so it was of limited utility. Both had decided over the past 2 days that there was no need to tempt fate. Harry mimed reaching forward to take a coin, then shook his head, pointing along the edge of the balustrade around the edge in a random direction. Bilbo nodded and moved into the lead. A few minutes of silent, slow movement brought them into the sight of a small doorway on the same level as the balustrade. Yet between them and it was a portion of a mound of gold that had washed over the balustrade. But Harry didn't trust himself to move across the gold mound between here and it silently. He was about to signal Bilbo to stop, but then Bilbo did so without any such prompting, one hand rising and shakily pointing forward and down. As he did so, Bilbo turned a bit, allowing Harry to see how his eyes had widened, the sudden fear on his face. Looking in the direction that Bilbo had pointed, Harry saw what had caused his reaction, the tip of a snout sticking out from under the gold. One of the nostrils thus revealed was about as large as half as wide as Bilbo's body, while the rest of the snout was wider than Bilbo was laying down. And from here, they could both see that the nose was moving, the dragon breathing in and out. Trying hard not to estimate how big Smaug must be with a nose that large, Harry gestured to Bilbo, gesturing back the way they'd come. From what Thorin and Balin had told them, there were 2 ways out of this area, which had once been the Vault of Erebor. One was the royal entrance, which Harry had ribbed Thorin about unmercifully as they tried to construct a map of Erebor from memory. The other was the main entrance to it, which was supposed to be at one of the far ends of the vault, while the royal doorway was set into its side. Nodding understanding, Bilbo indicated he would continue on. Harry's eyes widened, and he shook his head, but Bilbo was adamant, reaching down and patting one of his big, fur-covered feet with a wry, if shaky, grin. Rolling his eyes at that, Harry eventually agreed, and with a light touch to Bilbo's shoulder, turned away, pulling the hood of his invisibility cloak forward further over his face. For the wizard, getting down from the balustrade took up some of the rope that the party had brought in just in case and was somewhat harrowing. But soon, he was down and moving towards the large open entrance to the halls beyond. However, as he went, Harry began to feel a certain kind of pressure. It wasn't a physical one. It was purely a magical thing, hitting his senses like a weight settling onto his shoulders, pressing his magic down. He had felt this from the masses of orcs or goblins before and when he became exhausted, but it was stronger now. Much stronger, so much so that Harry's connection to Arion, which even now should have lessened the impact of that kind of thing, didn't do much. Harry could literally feel the spells on him start to fade. Harry pulled back, staring hard all around him, his eyes narrowing until he spotted segments of what had to be the dragon's tail sticking out of the gold here and there. Shit, so Smaug's main body is around here, and the dragon's definitely creating the same kind of anti-magic impact to my powers that I've run into before. But does that mean he can sense me and my magic, or is it just a natural thing with dragons thanks to their origins as creations of Morgoth? For a moment, Harry stood there, crouching down in his invisibility cloak, undecided. For his part, Bilbo was able to move across the balustrade to the mound of gold blocking his way, where his hobbit feet allowed him to move across the gold without making any noise whatsoever. Trusting in that and Harry's spells, he didn't even have to use the ring, although Bilbo could feel a certain desire to do so just in case, wishing to add a second layer of invisibility. Yet Bilbo kept it in reserve for now and was soon across the hill of gold and moving into the doorway there. On the other side of it, Bilbo paused as he was just about to step up and off the mound of gold onto the balcony, his eyes caught by perhaps the largest, purest-looking jewel he had ever seen. It was large, about as large as his clenched fist, as white as the driven snow, gleaming with an inner fire that seemed to shift in color as Bilbo stared at it. What manner of jewel is that? He was almost tempted to go and take it, but Bilbo held himself back. The stone looked like it would be heavy, and he and Harry had too many things to do for Bilbo to want to overburden himself. Shaking that flight of fancy away, Bilbo walked over the gold mound onto the balcony, making his way inside to find himself standing in an office, the personal office of the king. Looking around, Bilbo fought back a manic chuckle, thinking about Harry's jokes on this score and agreeing with them heartily. It says something about the dwarven mind that the king wanted to have an office where he could very easily overlook the gold vault. But moving through that area, past another room that housed ancient-looking books, which didn't seem, thankfully, to be molding given how dead the air was in here, he came out through another series of what was obviously living quarters for the royal family. They were nice, a little too gaudy for Bilbo's tastes, but he could still get a feeling of a family and home here, despite the overdone glitter of it all. From there, Bilbo moved from that area out into what was obviously a throne room. The throne itself was a stone affair that looked incredibly uncomfortable to Bilbo's frame of mind, but he could not argue with the artistry that had gone into its construction. It looked as if it had been carved up out of the stone of the floor, with its sides and back showing dozens of dwarves, hammers or axes raised in salute to the man on the throne. Above, there seemed to be a series of gemstones set into it, with a place for a particularly large one right above where the king must have sat, set into what looks like a series of sunrays carved into the stone of the back of the chair. This kind of thing was seen elsewhere in the hall. Columns as massive as the trees of Mirkwood stood in a row on either side of the main pathway to the throne, 6 of them to a side. These lines of pillars lead out into darkness beyond Bilbo's sight, and as he passed each of them, he saw that these columns had been carved to show different frescoes of various parts of the mountainside or Erebor's history. Spoiling the hall's look was a wide streak of what looked like seared stone leading from the far end towards the throne. The hall's sides also showed that they'd been subjected to a massive amount of fire, and any tapestries which might have hung on the walls or various columns had long since been burned away. The dragon must have used fire in here because it's too large to enter physically. At the far end of the throne room, the double doors to the throne were open, leading directly into the central portion of Erebor. There, Bilbo paused, staring up and around in awe. If I had any doubt that dwarves are capable of being artistic to put any hobbit to shame after seeing the throne room, this would have cured me of that. Meanwhile, Harry knew he had a choice. He could try to push on, trusting that his cloak and the various spells he had on him would hide him from the dragon's senses despite the pressure he could feel even now pressing against his spell work. Or he could turn around and try to follow Bilbo around in the other direction. But with the area there covered with so many gold coins, Harry knew that would be a non-starter. Nor did he even think of simply retreating and letting Bilbo do all the scouting for them. I have to get past it. With that thought, Harry pushed himself flush against the wall, putting as much distance as possible between him and the tail. Moving around the vault in this manner, Harry eventually stumbled back into the open doorway, watching as the tail twitched once more before turning and quickly moving away from it. Behind Harry in the mound of gold covering the snout they had previously seen, an eye slowly opened, its iris barely able to peer past the gold coins covering Smaug's head. With the danger past him, Harry made his way forward now, noting that he passed what looked like a few small hallways leading up and off the main entranceway to Erebor's vault. Some of those were shallow, ending in what looked like small offices. Others moved deeper into the stone around the vault. Past them was the central area of Erebor, and there, Harry stopped, pulling the hood of his cloak off his head as he stared around in shocked wonder at Erebor. First of all, it seemed as if the city had been built into what was once a natural cavern of immense size. Several football stadiums could have been made in that same amount of space. The sides of the cavern were lined with small entrances leading into homes or side streets. And as he moved along, Harry could see that each of those side streets or entranceways was marked by small glyphs, as well as tiny crystals embedded into the stone. The floor underneath him had been leveled so much that the stone underneath his feet was flat and smooth to the touch. Stones of various colors had been set into patterns, while words carved out in runes were here and there. There was nothing magical about them. They were simply the dwarven language, the names of their ancestors maybe or something similar. Regardless, the overall effect was quite stunning, and what stood out most was the colors. The bits of bronze and copper hanging here and there or discarded as the dwarves ran. The stalls, some of them having been left almost untouched other than being flattened, the purple and bright green silk standing out against the overall gloom of the cavern crushed there or part of various doorways into smaller side streets. The walls had all been smoothed, too, almost to a mirror shine. Which makes sense, Harry thought. Light in an underground city will always be an issue. Although they seem to have solved that too. High above Harry, what caused that last thought was the stalactites in the ceiling. Because they too had been carved, each of them carved to look like upside-down castles, with either lights or crystals embedded in their sides. Alas, marring this vista were the bodies. This had obviously been the central area, not just in terms of the city but its people's everyday lives. There weren't many in sight from where Harry was standing, but Harry knew that was because the dwarves had held off Smaug outside for a time, letting them prepare their interior defenses. He was grimly certain there would be more elsewhere. On a wide staircase that led up to what Harry could see was another large hall, Harry spotted Bilbo. He had simply sat down, taking in the sights around him in awe, but when Harry reached him, Bilbo stood up willingly, glad to see his friend had gotten out of the vault. And as amazing as this place looked, they couldn't simply stand here all day. He then gestured to the ceiling and out into the distance further along the thoroughfare. Against the far wall, Harry could barely make out what looked like another set of massive doors. But these were closed and even more massive than those smashed down leading into the vault. This impression was borne out when the two of them came close to those doors. The gates of Erebor had been carved to have the likeness of a dwarf warrior on either door. Facing one another, the carvings raised their swords in a salute, their shields placed on the ground in front of them. But as artistic as that was, it didn't hide the fact that those doors had been battered inward at some point in the past, then closed with equally dreadful force. Harry was vaguely surprised they seemed to have closed so well and that indeed, there didn't seem to be any seam even now. But he couldn't really concentrate on that, and Bilbo hadn't even bothered looking at them yet, distracted by what was all around them. For it had been here that the dwarves had apparently made their stand, and all around the two scouts as they made their way towards the side of the gates were bodies. Several of them still had bits of helmet on them or metal armor, their weapons held in clenched, skeletal hands. But not one of those suits of armor was intact. Many had been simply rent asunder along with their owners, the metal stained red. Others had been simply crushed entirely along with the dwarves they had protected. It made for a gruesome sight even after more than 100 years, the sheer number of bodies in one place making it worse than the rest of the main hall. To one side of the doorway, there was a stairwell set into the side of the mountain face so cunningly that you couldn't see it until you were right in front of it, which they had been warned about by Thorin and the others. There, the two of them made their way upwards, passing several offshoots to various defensive works facing out from the mountain's side until they came to the ceiling of the massive cavern there, where they entered a tunnel. In that tunnel, they found the controls to the dead drop that Balin and Thorin had mentioned. Harry could still feel some of the magic within it, although what that magic did, he didn't know. But since the dead drops were supposed to allow tons of prepared stone blocks to drop into the area right in front of the gates of Erebor as a final defense, it wasn't the kind of thing you could actually test before use. So, Harry and Bilbo simply marked that it still existed on their maps and that it hadn't been disturbed in any way before moving on their way. At the other side of the main thoroughfare, staircases led down. Indeed, 10 staircases wound in different directions. Many went down and under the area they had been exploring to other parts of the city. Others went up to a series of tunnels leading possibly to other caverns where larger clans would have lived rather than the single families or farmers that lived on the main floor. 2 of the staircases led down to another portion of the city, which overlooked what had to be the largest smelting operation that Harry had ever even envisaged. It was huge, with large smelting tubs, lathes, and other things Harry didn't have the words for, filling an area about as large as the vault. And while every hint of precious metals had been removed, Harry saw that a lot of the coal and other minerals and things had been left in place amidst the ruin of Smaug's attack. This area would be part of their plan, the smelters and everything else would be used to create smoke to both partially blind and slowly weaken Smaug. I have to wonder why the dwarves are so certain all of this will still work after so long. But all of them, even Balin, who's always the voice of caution, said they would still work. Why that is, I have no idea. One aspect of the underground city that both Harry and Bilbo were pleased to see was that most of the side entrances were too small for the massive dragon to enter. He could make his way down into the area with the many staircases, but not with any speed or dexterity. Not all of them, of course. Many side passages were at least large enough for the dragon to perhaps get his head into. And any of the tunnels which didn't twist and turn enough would no doubt be susceptible to Smaug's fire. Indeed, as they went, the two scouts continually saw signs of this, marks on the ground or walls of the dragon's flames. And bodies. Many more bodies. These were the bodies of women in dresses, children, their skeletons smaller than the others. In one place, Harry found a family, the male standing in front of his wife and child, all burned, their skeletons the only thing surviving other than the scorch marks creating an outline of them. In another home, Bilbo found a nearly intact skeleton of a child who had hidden under the bed, only for perhaps his head to be caught in the dragon's fire. This was to say nothing of the larger clan community centers. These, for rich or otherwise prominent families, were scenes of macabre horror. But both scouts could not let themselves break down from seeing this tragedy. They had to push themselves to do their parts to avenge it. The important thing was there were enough side passages and tunnels to allow the dwarves to hit and run. Now they had to find enough weapons to, if not annoy Smaug, keep his attention. Orienting himself, Harry used the information that Dwalin and Thorin had given them on where the various armories had been to examine them one after another. Unfortunately, most of these armories had been so close to the main hall that the dragon's attempts to burn the dwarves out had melted or simply destroyed most of the weapons within. Yet, in a few of the armories well below the main thoroughfare, they found some of the heavier weapons that would have been used to defend the lonely mountain as a whole rather than the interior of Erebor. A few ballistae remained scattered throughout the armories. These were heavy, two-person weapons which looked as if they hadn't seen any care in a long while, but Harry hoped they could still be useful. With the help of spells to make them lighter, the two of them moved many of these weapons out to the smelting area. Then, they moved through the whole mountain, mapping out where the tunnels leading up to the surface which led in the air were. Of course, All of these air vents were set to open up near the top of the mountain where no one could get to them, and this took them both several minutes. But blocking those off would be another part of their mad scheme to possibly choke Smaug on his own smoke if the poison of Harry's blade didn't work. How long this took Harry and Bilbo had no way of knowing, but in the furthest tunnels away from the dragon, Harry saw that the spells on them were starting to fade away. Reflecting that Bilbo didn't seem to need the silencing spell given how silent he could already move, Harry renewed the spells on both of them, then chanced to speak aloud. "Are we done?" "I think we are." "Now comes the hard part," Bilbo whispered in reply before leading back the way they had come, shivering in fear of the battle to come. It was only as they began to move to the rope Harry had left behind that both scouts realized some of the gold piles seems to have moved. By then, it was too late, as the dragon shifted, raising its head out of the gold pile which had previously covered it. That head was as large as Harry had feared it would be from the size of this out sticking out earlier. Its eyes were almost as large as Bilbo would be lying down and opened on luminescent, cat-like orbs, which looked this way and that, as the green-scaled dragon opened its mouth, showing serrated rows of teeth, lots of them. And even worse, the dragon was between them and the safety of the hidden tunnel. "And what is this which has entered my home, creeping about in the shadows?" The dragon spoke in a voice so deep it sounded like the very earth had spoken its words slightly sibilant, but not overmuch, as it turned in their direction. "I cannot yet see you, but I can feel the movement of the air you breathe, sense your presence here. What manner of human has been able to these halls, and why do you smell of magi? Are you a wizard then, one of those busybodies from across the eastern sea come to steal my treasures? I would have thought that of a group of people called themselves the wise would know not to disturb a dragon in his lair." For a moment, Harry panicked, thinking that the cloak and the spells Harry had cast on Bilbo had failed. Bilbo stared at Harry, nearly invisible in his cloak, despite having turned his face back to Bilbo in shock. Then acting faster than Harry would have thought possible, Bilbo doubled back the way they had come a tiny bit, moving behind a pile of gold on the floor, closer to the dragon. Somehow the hobbit moving silently even now as the gold shifted and moved with Smaug's movement until he was hidden from dragon and human. "There," Bilbo began to speak, calling attention to his position even as he slipped on the ring, causing him to become invisible to a level that Harry's spells couldn't match. "I am no human, oh, great and powerful Smaug. Nor am I a thief. I note that you have no issue with the creeping about in the shadows part of my statement," the dragon replied drolly. "But if you are not human, which I can well believe, what kind of creature are you? You smell different than any dwarf, human or elf I've ever eaten before. And what are you? And my other question, oh shadow lurker? What is this magic I feel in the air? And if you are not a thief, and do note the sarcasm in my tone, why have you come here, little creature? Those are two extremely long answers you wish of me, O greatest and most ancient of calamities." Bilbo answered, causing Harry to gape at his bravery even as he slowly backed away from the dragon, trying to move silently and unseen even without his spells. "Which do you wish me to answer first?" Smaug chuckled, small puffs of smoke rising from his nostrils as he slowly shifted his head, staring around him but still unable to actually see his visitor. "You have some manners at least, my unseen guest. Answer me my questions in order, I believe. Then I will answer them in riddles, Lord Smaug, for it is said that like all intelligent beings, dragons enjoy them," Bilbo began, still speaking both obsequiously and dramatically. When Smaug gave his assent, Bilbo began, making things up as he went along, blessing the riddle game he'd had with Gollum for awakening this part of his mind. "I come from under the hill, and under the hills and over the mountains my paths led. And through the air. I am he that walks unseen. This I can well believe. Yet no mention of magic as yet." Smaug interrupted, but it was clear from the smile on his face and the twitch of his tail that he continued to find Bilbo's words amusing. "No magic, no. But I am the clue finder, the web cutter, the stinging fly who slew the spiders." Smaug huffed in delight. "Aha! Mirkwood then. I have eaten several spiders in the past who attempted to leave the forest's environs and move to my mountain. But you are no elf, riddle maker. You do not speak as one, and you certainly came from much farther away than the woods." "Indeed not, my home as I said was under a hill, not a mountain such as your magnificent lair. There I came from the end of a bag, but no bag went over me, and I was chosen to cancel an unlucky number. On my trek, I have been the friend of bears and the guest of eagles and become a barrel rider." "Fascinating. If I were to take your words as truth, you have certainly come a far way. That makes me even more curious, although no longer about your origins. Instead, I will repeat one of my earlier questions. Why have you come?" "I wished to simply come and see, to see if the legend of you has grown over the centuries to eclipse the reality, O great Drake," Bilbo answered. While Bilbo and Smaug had been conversing, Harry had been making his way rapidly away from the hobbit, shaking his head under his invisibility cloak at the young hobbit's bravery. "It's always the quiet ones." Now, as he was almost at the point where the rope hung down to him, Smaug laughed at Bilbo's attempt to appeal to his arrogance. And yet, it did seem to work. Smaug reared up out of the piles of gold, shaking himself almost like a dog would get rain out of its coat as millions of gold coins rattled to the ground all around him or off the walls of the vault. Several of them hit Harry, and one of them caught him in the side of his cloaked head with enough force to send him stumbling to his knees. A swishing noise in the air caused him to fling himself forward flat while Smaug's tail flew through where he had just been standing. Then look upon me, O barrel rider in despair. For no passage of centuries has made me any less fearsome. I am Smaug. My claws are spears, my teeth swords, my scales like tenfold shields. My wings are hurricanes, the shock of my tail a thunderbolt, and my breath, death. Now fully out of his golden bed, Smaug stood revealed. He was easily twice as long in the body from the tip of his tail to his snout as the basilisk that Harry had killed in his second year, and the tail was just as thick around as the basilisk's body, while his body put to shame any ship Harry had ever seen pictures of in size. Its forearms and back limbs were both the size of trees, his claws gleaming like metal at the ends of long, dexterous-seeming fingers. His wings filled the air of the cavern from one end to another, and his head brushed the ceiling high above them. Along Smaug's back, a series of thick plates rode up his back until around halfway to his head. In front of Smaug, Bilbo gaped, then narrowed his eyes and stared at one particular spot on the dragon's breast. There, almost invisible against the dragon's vast bulk, was an area where a series of scales were missing or perhaps had never grown in. A weakness? But before Bilbo could feed Smaug's ego further, Smaug twisted around, lashing out with his claw right above the balustrade where Harry was lying. His claws dug into the solid stone of the vault, tossing bits of stone down onto Harry, one of which nearly smashed into his head, but he roiled to the side at the last second, then got his feet under him and dove behind another pile of the gold which had been spread out to the sides of the cavern from Smaug's movement. It isn't very polite, O hidden one, to allow your companion to talk for you, Smaug growled out, bellowing in some amusement, a tongue of flame flashing up to the ceiling before Smaug stared down into the area around him once more. Well, what do you have to say for yourself? Using a spell to launch his voice in random directions, a prank spell that he had learned from the twins, Harry replied, now thinking that the only way to get out of here was to keep the dragon talking until one of them could get to the tunnel's entrance. My companion is rather more talkative than I am in the normal scheme of things, Harry replied. I meant no offense. It seemed to fool Smaug for now as he turned partly away from where Harry was crouched down, depending on his cloak of invisibility. Offense was given, hidden one. And yet again, I cannot actually see you, fascinating. But I can still smell your clothing under those spells which hide you from my gaze. And I am wondering how long you can keep this spell up in my presence. Smaug seemed to chuckle again, but much of the humor had disappeared from him when he spoke once more. I am also wondering what to do with two thieves who have stolen into my lair. But, as fascinating as the mystery is, and as interesting as it has been to have a conversation after so many decades, all good things must come to an end. And I think perhaps, for all your strange magic, hidden one, that you have yet to prove you are fireproof. With that, he turned towards Harry was standing once more, and launched a blast of fire towards them. Hastily Harry transfigured the mound of gold in front of him into a solid wall, hitting it in himself with a flame-freezing charm as the fire lapped out all around and above the wall. Then he used the Avis spell to conjure hundreds of birds into being, which flew up and towards Smaug over the fire. The dragon seems to blink at this, then bellowed a laugh and used his flame once more to turn the whole covey of birds into so much burned charcoal. But by that point, Harry was moving already, lashing out with a blasting spell towards Smaug's face as he left his hiding spell. This did nothing, but Harry, remembering the conversations about indirect attacks, lashed out with a Lumos spell, then a cutting spell. This blinded Smaug for a few seconds, and he cried out, growling and smashing his head into the ceiling as he stumbled backward. That is just not on, wizard! He roared, and more flame erupted from his mouth down towards Harry's former position, who had already moved on. Come on, you giant flaming cockerel! Harry bellowed. You won't be the first overgrown reptile I've slain, and your eyes aren't nearly as dangerous as the last ones. Now thoroughly annoyed, the dragon seemed to have forgotten Bilbo. With a final glance in Harry's direction, Bilbo turned and sprinted for the rope leading up to the balustrade, trusting in the ring and his own hobbit-given ability to move silently. Gaining it, he raced towards the tunnel, knowing that he needed to get the dwarves involved, or else Harry would die. Oh! Outside, the dwarves waited anxiously as the night moved on, and dawn began to break without either of their companions returning. Given the size of Erebor and their mission to map out what the underground city was like after so many decades of Smaug squatting within the ruins, the time made sense. Yet that made none of them any less anxious. Thorin, in particular, was pacing about, his hands clasped behind him. On the surface, he looked calm and determined, but inside, the man who wished to be king under the mountain was feeling every bit as anxious as his fellows, on top of an immense feeling of guilt. Guilt about leading his nephews and their other companions to this place. Guilt at how far Harry had come for simple friendship. Guilt at how they had basically belabored Bilbo into joining them. Admittedly a part of that last had been thanks to Gandalf, but at the moment, Thorin was in no state of mind to admit that. Harry had nothing in this world, no part in our quarrel, our struggle to reclaim our home and our pride as a people. And I have dragged him across half the world in pursuit of it. And Bilbo, poor Bilbo, torn from his peaceful life in the Shire and brought along on this adventure. Not only brought along but instrumental in its success up to this point, just like Harry has proven. And then, to add to our ignominy, we had to ask them to do this one last task. Around and around these points, Thorin's mind went as dawnlight began to bathe the lonely mountain in its glory until Keely, on duty inside the tunnel, hissed out, "Someone's coming. And they're running." I can't tell much beyond that, but it sounds like only one set of footsteps. The rest of the band quickly grabbed up their weapons and waited as Bilbo came into sight inside the tunnel, having removed the ring a few turns of the upward spiral ago. He stumbled into Keely's arms, and the younger of Thorin's cousins helped Bilbo forward, whispering concerned questions in his ear. But before they had gone a few paces, Bilbo wrenched himself free, shouting out, "Harry! Smaug, it smelled us out. They're fighting now, but Harry's spells, I don't think they're doing anything to Smaug." "Ah, so Smaug's still alive then," Nori muttered before being smacked upside the head by Dory. Ignoring that, Thorin clapped a hand on Bilbo's shoulder before looking at his other companions, throwing off his guilt and anxiousness in the face of battle. "We didn't think that Harry alone would be able to win this for us in the first place, Mr. Baggins. This is it. This is the moment we have been dreading and hoping for in equal measure. Now, let us win back our kingdom." With that, the dwarves forward, even Balin and Oin growling out an affirmative before racing inside with Thorin in the lead with Bilbo beside him. "Oh." Blinking his eyes rapidly, Smaug's tone turned into a sneer, as he turned his full attention on Harry. "I feel you, wizard. And now that I can see your spells in action, I know you are not of this world. You're not strong enough to withstand my might. Maybe not in might, but I think I am more than fast enough to dodge you, you fat tub of draconic lard." Harry retorted as he raced forward, slashing at a toe with his blade before dodging away, rolling underneath Smaug's tail and then hurling himself over another small, quickly shifting pile of coins. The blow from his sword hadn't done anything. Instead, it had been like hacking at a stone. So much for that idea. Harry thrust the sword of Gryffindor into his mokeskin pouch, then rolling away from a foot stomp. "Ha ha ha. Yes. Fight, struggle, lets me amuse myself more." Smaug shouted before a reducto crashed into his neck. It did nothing, not even making him choke, the reducto spell simply unable to find purchase on his scales. But the next second, another indirect spell was flashing up towards Smaug's face, filling the cavern with a smell like someone had dropped 1,000 dung bombs right on top of Smaug's nose. "Thank you, Fred and George, for your horribly inventive bag of tricks. Now that was just annoying, wizard. Do not think I will make your death anything less than excruciating for this." Smaug howled, trying to get away from the smell, only for it to cling to his snout. Grey. Harry's response was another Lumos spell, which conjured a minor sun right above Smaug. It was so bright that Harry had to quickly cancel the owl sight spell, which had allowed him to see in the dark up to this point lest he be blinded. Even the dwarves who had just reached the vault and who had recently been outside in the sunlight had to stumble to a halt, rubbing at their eyes. It was only a last-minute injunction from Bilbo to keep silent that kept them from crying out. Blinded and without his ability to smell anything at the moment, Smaug raged at Harry's previous position, lashing out with fangs and claws. This allowed the dwarves to get down to the king's personal entrance to the vault. Then, Smaug seemed to somehow sense where Harry's next assault came from. In reply, fire flared once more. And even though Harry rolled away from them, the heat followed him, boiling Harry despite his flame freeze spell, and he began to cry out in pain. Behind them, the dwarves, who had raced to the closest entrance, the king's personal entrance, heard Harry screaming somewhere near the flame. They couldn't figure out where Harry was thanks to his cloak and the voice-throwing spell, but Smaug evidently had been able to, or at least a general location, as he had just doused the far area of the vault with fire from one end to another. Thorin stared towards where Harry's screams were coming from, then over at Smaug. "Not this time, creature." Urging his people on, he bellowed at the top of his lungs, "Dragon!" In response, Smaug's flames cut out. He turned his long neck around to look behind him and saw Thorin standing there, and as the last of his fellows raced past him out into the personal library beyond his grandfather's office, Thorin spoke once more. "Dragon, these halls are not yours, these treasures are not yours, and we, the sons of Durin, have come to reclaim them." In response to this, the dragon smiled, a terrible, condescending, arrogant twist of the lips. "Truly? The wizard at least had his magic, which he could have been deluded enough to believe he had even a chance of hurting me with. But you? A dwarf? What madness has addled your brain? Still, I will indulge you. I don't have to eat you afterward after all. I wouldn't wish to catch anything. With that, Smaug lashed out with his tail towards where Thorin was, only for Thorin to fling himself back into the office. Rolling as he hit, Thorin popped to his feet, running as quickly as he possibly could into the hallway beyond, putting several stone walls between him and the blast of fire that chased after him. Growling in amusement, Smaug straightened up further, shook himself, sending a few errant gold coins bouncing, then moved towards the main entrance into the vault, staring out into the main cavern. There, he looked around and began to laugh, staring. For in every direction, he saw dwarves racing away in seeming panic. So it isn't just the one madman who has returned, but a small band of little rats scurrying back into their holes. Stalking forward, he looked over to where Thorin was hiding near the entrance to the king's throne room, and, deciding to play with his toys' minds before he started the chase, Smaug taunted them. Tell me, little rats, have you ever wondered what your people felt when you left them to their doom? Oh yes, ha ha ha, Smaug laughed, easily the evilest laugh any of them had ever heard. I can smell you, Prince of Erebor. I well remember the scent of your father and your grandfather before, given how it permeated that little alcove overlooking my den. How nice of one of you at least to return. There is a sense of completeness in killing a royal when you take a city, which alas I was not able to feel because you and your family ran so quickly. Stalking forward, Smaug continued to taunt, not realizing that in so doing, he was playing into the dwarves' plans. Because while it seemed as if the band had simply panicked, that was not the case. No, Bilbo had hastily filled them all in on what he and Bilbo had found on the race through the tunnel, and they had all put into motion the plan they had come up with over the past few days. Ori and Boffer, the fastest runners, had already disappeared up side streets leading to the first air shafts. Balin and Oin had raced to the maintenance tunnel that would lead them up to where the dead drops near the doorway could be released. And Bifur, who had worked in the smelters, had led Nori down to them and was now frantically running hither and yon on that lower level, hoping that their boasts about the smelters still being able to work would be accurate. It turned out that they were, and the two swiftly started them going. This left Gloin, Dori, Dwellin, Bombur, Keely and Philly to aid Thorin in distracting the dragon. The best fighters and Bombur, who, alas, was just too slow on his feet to help much elsewhere. Tell me, in your freedom out in the world, have you ever dreamed about how they died, how many you left behind to die? The ones that tried to hide rather than flee, the dams that couldn't escape fast enough. Smaug well knew what would hurt the dwarves the most. They died in agony, slow or long. They died trying to get past me, a swift death, or starving to death in fear, hidden in these tunnels until they at last succumbed to madness or sank into darkness. The stink of their fear was delicious. They died cursing you and your family, king's kin, for leaving them behind. Yet their vengeance is nigh, dragon. Thorin shouted, trying hard to not let the dragon's words get to him. Every last one of my people, every last dwarf you slew in Erebor, they will all be avenged. Smaug laughed, and then Bilbo, Dori and Gloin rolled a ballista out from one of the old armories which hadn't been completely destroyed. The bolt had barely enough time to fly before Smaug turned in their direction, flames reaching towards them. All of them yelped and dodged or ducked out of the way, but before Smaug could move over and breath fire into the hole they had entered, another ballista bolt from further along the main level caught him in the shoulder, bouncing off his scales. Then, the chase was on as Smaug whirled, launching himself forward, his wings flapping open involuntarily as he lashed out towards Dwellin and Philly. Back in the vault, Harry had barely gotten out of the way of the tongue of flame Smaug had launched his, and the heat of the fire had nearly cooked him alive despite the flame freeze charm. Now, as he rolled away from the bubbling, molten gold behind him, it was all he could do to have finally clamped his jaw on his scream. He could feel his mind fading in and out, but Harry couldn't let it win. In this, he was aided by another image of Arian, the Maiden of Fire, which appeared in his eyes as he began to lose the battle with unconsciousness. Take heart, Harry Potter, she whispered into his mind. If you do not fight, your death will not be the only one mourned this day, and I would hate for the first being to ever look for me rather than NR for guidance to die. Take of my power and bring the battle to the twisted creation of Morgoth. Let not your light be diminished. Ugh, now I know what Oliver was talking about when he talked about high-maintenance girls, Harry grumbled, but the image had somehow helped to deaden his awareness of the pain he was in. The pain was still there but no longer threatening to drag him into darkness, definitely a gift from Arian. Harry slowly pushed himself to his feet as he pulled his burned, possibly ruined invisibility cloak off, tossing it behind him. There would be time to retrieve it later if he survived. Outside, Smaug was laughing now, a great booming sound that set the scattered remains of the dead dwarves to rattle as he enjoyed the chase, knowing that the dwarves, wherever they came from, could not return to the hidden tunnel that had somehow brought them into his lair. Before exiting the vault, Smaug had destroyed the balustrade where a mysterious tunnel had seemingly appeared. They were trapped here, and Smaug was confident that nothing they could do could actually hurt him. That was, until a massive blasting curse caught Smaug on the side, hurling him off his feet. What? At the main entrance to the vault, Harry stood on weary feet, his hand outstretched towards the giant dragon. Both his legs were marked by burn marks, his pants having been set on fire when he touched some of the molten gold left after Smaug's attack. One side of his body was a mass of thermal burns, his hand on that side useless, clenched into a claw, the old scars on that hand having been exacerbated tremendously, to the point where they had opened and were slowly leaking blood. But his emerald eyes gleamed in the spreading firelight, and he was stumbling forward, lashed out with another blasting spell that hit Smaug in the side once more before Smaug was able to turn his neck around. When he did, he launched a massive fireball towards Harry. Keely was there suddenly, diving and catching Harry across the waist, taking them both off their feet to land in one of the offices set into the side of the wall separating the vault from the rest of Erebor. This saved them as the blast of fire roared past where Harry had previously been. On the other side of the main cavern, another ballista bolt, this time fired by Thorin and Bombur, crashing into the side of Smaug's snout, causing him to growl in pain. Although they couldn't really do much damage there, his nostrils were sensitive enough to touch and thus sensitive to pain. That diverted Smaug's attention in that direction, and he whirled around, continuing his fiery assault across the central plaza and into the hole that the two dwarves had disappeared down into. The blast caught the ballista and burned the wood of it to ash, but Thorin had turned, grabbing Thorin and rolling them away down the corridor. The blast of fire flashed into the tunnel, but there was a slight bend in the tunnel, enough for both dwarves to lie there, staring as the flames passed them by. Racing into the area where Keely and Harry were now hiding and reflexively pulling off his ring as he skidded into place beside them, Bilbo eyed Harry up and down, gasping in horror at the number of burns covering him. Harry. How are? He paused, realizing the stupidity of that statement. I am all right. Pain is an old friend to me, Bilbo. I will collapse after all of this is done, but for now, how goes the battle? Harry asked, his voice calm, almost disconnected from reality, such was the pain his body was in. We are completely unable to hurt the dragon, and frankly, I don't even know if the dead drops will do enough damage. But Harry, I have to tell you, when Smaug showed off, I saw something, a weakness. He quickly explained about the small area of missing scales, and Harry reached into his buckskin pouch, thankfully unburned, pulling out his sword to both use as a crutch and as a focus for now. That is a damn small target, Mr. Baggins, but it is a better idea than aiming for his mouth, where the fire originates. Harry even laughed at his own little joke, although it was more of a grimace made into sound than an actual sign of humor. Still, let's see what we can do. Sticking to the edge of the main thoroughfare and cutting in and out of sight through the tunnels had allowed the dwarves to keep themselves alive up to this point. Meanwhile, above, Balin led Oin in their own part of the battle, making certain as best they could that the dead drops would work, waiting for the opportunity. Seeing Smaug scrabbling at the hole where Thorin and Bombur had hidden with one of his forepaws, Dwellin and Gloin feared the worst. Without even thinking about it, they charged forward from the different houses where they had been hiding, hacking at Smaug's tail with their weapons. But Smaug's scales would have been proof even against the elven blade or crest, let alone dwarven-made weapons. The tail flicked once, smashing Gloin off of his feet, then hammering back to send Dwellin flying, bouncing off of the far wall like a metal ball bearing. Gloin staggered to his feet, but Dwellin lay where he had been hammered with several cracked ribs. Smaug turned and would have gone for Dwellin then, but for Harry again blinding him with another Lumos spell. That is getting tedious, wizard. My name's Harry Potter, you overgrown gecko. Harry retorted, firing off a transfigured spear that crashed into the side of Smaug's mouth, shattering on impact. That somehow seemed to get past Smaug's arrogant imperturbability more than any of the previous attacks had, touching him to the quick. He twisted around himself, roaring towards where Harry's voice had come from. Gecko, I will show a gecko. I will burn your body and crunch your bones beneath my feet. Harry was nowhere near where his voice was sounding from. Indeed, he moved towards Dwellin with Thorin coming from the other side, using one of the disillusion runestones that Harry had prepared. This let him move around Smaug, and when he was by Dwellin, Thorin shouted out, Baal-Yain. At this signal, Balin and Oin hit the levers to remove the ceiling holding the dead drops in place. The ceiling, which had been so cunningly wrought as to look like a single piece above Erebor's main gate, came apart above Smaug. Giant, multi-ton stone slabs crashing down towards the dragon, including several that had been stalactites. For all his insane reaction time, Smaug was not fast enough to get out from underneath this sudden deluge, and the stones slammed into him. One of them went through the membrane of one of his wings which had opened as he leaped towards Harry's voice, causing Smaug to cry out in a terrible fury and pain. Another few caught him on the back, and then still more came down, then more. The equivalent of several skyscrapers in weight of stone, intended to completely bar the front gate to any foe, crashed down onto Smaug. The dwarves watched with bated breath as the dust settled, then as the dust dissipated, Smaug roared, rearing up, pushing the stones off of him, trying to drag himself out from underneath them. But the damage was severe. Both of his wings had been ripped in places, possibly ruined, and Smaug might have well suffered even more broken bones given how he was moving as if his body was no longer quite as responsive, but his scales were so tough that even this had not finished him off. However, the worst injury was to one of Smaug's eyes, which had been caught directly by one of the larger stone blocks. Hitting the eye corner first, the stone had pulped Smaug's eye as the weight of the blow and several others smashed Smaug's head to the ground. But Smaug was nowhere near dead and was rapidly pulling and shoving the stones off him with his head and his one free back leg. Roaring and shooting fire in every direction, all of Smaug's normal urbane air, his taunting contemptuous arrogance, was gone now, leaving wrath made into a voice that shook Erebor from one end to the other. I will kill you. I will kill you all. And then, when my wings heal, when I can fly once more, I will go to your iron hills, dwarves. I will ravage them to the bedrock. I will eradicate your people. Bally stay. Thorin roared as he dragged the wounded Dwellin into cover behind a smashed statue that had once shown the likeness of Durin. Everyone, find one of the Bally stay. Aim from on high, aim for his eye. Philly and Dory instantly returned from the side passage where they had been hiding, having even saved their weapon from the earlier attack. Now with Bomber holding the weapon for him, Philly twisted the back of it this way and that until he lined up a shot. Not being the marksman of his younger brother, Philly's shot missed, but it caused Smaug to reflexively twitch his head away, roaring in a fury, the fires reaching for the two of them even as they ducked back once more, protected by a hasty protego from Harry. Other dwarves among the attacking team also began to fire ancient ballistay at Smaug. Many of the ancient weapons didn't fire, portions of their bodies having rusted, or the wood in them breaking under the strain after one or two shots. But enough bolts struck Smaug to, along with Harry's spells now Bomarda and various conjured creations mainly, keep Smaug raging, twitching his head this way and that unable to free himself as quickly as he would have. The ruined eye was now a danger, a visible wound that they could aim for. Even worse for Smaug, it had occluded half of Smaug's world, blinding him from being able to see to his left at all without twisting his other eye to look that way. For the first time since he had hatched, Smaug felt vulnerable, and he had to fight a growing amount of panic down. Meanwhile, Ori and Boffer were nearly finished sealing the mountain. All of the hidden air vents had been closed. And in the smelting area, Bifur and Nori had the fires going. Instead of turning out metal in large amounts, they had set up a heap ton of coal into the massive braziers, creating smoke. So much smoke that the dwarves had to retreat. Above this and Smaug's continued use of his fire had an impact, and smoke quickly began to spread, making eyes water. Realizing the danger of this, Thorin shouted out, pull back by teams. Harry, you first, far side. The rest, meet up with Harry in groups of 2. Grimacing, Harry raced away from where he had been hiding, Keely staying behind to race to another tunnel which would eventually lead to another armory. As Harry went, he grabbed up a piece of old, frayed leather from the ground where it had up to this point survived the battle. Transfiguring it into a pair of goggles, Harry felt anew the drain of changing something of Arda into something else on top of his growing exhaustion, Arian's touch having begun to fade. But it would hopefully stay in this shape for long enough, and luckily, Harry's pain was still being kept at bay for now. Able to see through the smoke now, Harry began linked up with Dory, Philly, Bifur and Nori, casting bubblehead charms on them, before once more join his own attacks to that of the dwarves, giving the next group to retreat from the battle around the doorway cover fire. In this, he was joined by Keely and Bilbo, who had yet to retreat, trying to stop Smaug from freeing himself from the trap while also keeping his attention on them, not thinking about the sheer amount of smoke or the fact it didn't seem to be dissipating. The teams rotated out, with Ori and Boffer joining them, and soon nearly every dwarf bar 4 had been given bubblehead charms. Dwellin was still hidden, too close to the dragon for any to get to. Balin and Oin were stuck in the ceiling, unable to get down without the dragon seeing them, and Philly was simply missing, causing Thorin and his brother a good deal of anxiety. But thankfully, Bifur and Nori had also supplied goggles for everyone, taken from the corpses of dwarves working the smelters when the dragon had broken into Erebor, so everyone would be able to continue to see through the smoke somewhat. By this point, the smoke from the smelters had nearly filled the main cavern, with Smaug adding to that smoke every time he breathed out his fire, using up the air available in the now closed city. And as the dragon pushed itself out of the trap, at last, Smaug seemed to at last notice this and laughed. You think you can hide in this smoke from my gaze? Or, could you be so stupid as to believe that I would be suffocated by it? Is that your great plan, to smoke me out? I guarantee that you will die of it long before I do, dwarves. Yet despite Smaug's words, Thorin, near the front once more, could see that the smoke was indeed having an effect. First, like Harry's Lumos spell, it and the loss of an eye greatly impaired Smaug's sight. And despite his bravado, the dragon was also moving slower. After all, smoke was only one portion of the problem. The other was that said smoke, and the various fires were using up the air within Erebor. And unlike the dwarves, the dragon didn't have a bubblehead charm or something to wrap around their noses and mouths to keep the smoke at bay. But will it be enough, or will Harry's spells give out first? Thorin thought worriedly, trying hard not to think of his missing nephew or his pair of respected advisors. The dragon wasn't breathing out as many flames any longer, either. Instead, he was stalking forward on all fours towards where the bolts were coming from. When he closed with one such, he ducked his head down, blasting a long jet of fire into the side tunnels, pinpoint attacks rather than long range. That was incredibly dangerous to the scattered teams of dwarves, and one such attack nearly killed Ori and Boffer, too slow to retreat from their first assault on the dragon. Indeed, it might have burned both dwarves alive if the dragon's attack hadn't cut out when Harry began to attack from long range. At the same time, under cover of the smoke, Dory raced forward from another nearby tunnel, bringing down a hammer that looked as if it would weigh as much as Bilbo to crash down on one of Smaug's toes. Where cutting and slashing attacks had not worked on the scales of Smaug, blunt impacts seemed to be able to get through them, however little. The scales themselves didn't seem all that damaged, but the flesh underneath certainly felt it, and Smaug screamed in rage, twisted around, and would have caught Dory with one of his claws, if not for a bombarda spell from Harry blasting into his snout right by his ruined eye. As it was, his tail still caught Dory in the chest as the dragon turned. Another ballista bolt smacked into his neck then, doing no harm but dragging his attention towards where Gloin and Keely had just fired at him. As Smaug scrambled forward towards them, Harry saw it. He saw the weak spot on Smaug's chest, and after a brief second's thought, Harry raced forward, the sword of Gryffindor in his hand. But Smaug caught his movement and twisted around. Then, setting aside his need to conserve air, lashing out with a blast of fire. Harry may well have been caught full force by this blast of fire if not for Thorin. Oakenshield had seen his charge and raced out to impose himself between the fire and his friend. A metal tower shield taller than he was that Thorin had grabbed from an armory hung on one arm. And in his offhand, Thorin clutched his flame freeze runestone. The runestone shattered within seconds of the fire hitting him, its magic overcome by the sheer heat of the fire hitting them. A second later, the shield began to melt, the interior of it searing Thorin's arm. But he kept it there as Harry hit him with another flame freeze charm, the pain in Thorin's arm dissipating slightly. A second later, Harry hurled the sword of Gryffindor over Thorin's head like a spear. It was not a very aerodynamic spear, and sword throwing was an art that Harry had never perfected. But as the blade was in the air, Harry grabbed it with a modified version of the Leviosa spell, adding the impetus of a banisher charm so automatically that Professor Flitwick would have given him an O on the spot. As his magic took command of the flying sword, Harry, moved by an impulse he didn't quite understand, screamed out, "By the name of Manwë King of Wines and Arion the Sun Mariner, you will not cast your shadow any longer on Arda, Smaug." Harry screamed as he poured all of his remaining magical power into the spells carrying the sword of Gryffindor forward. It was as if combined with his own magic, the names of the King of the Vala and Harry's new patron merged to create an even more powerful spell. The flying blade became covered in a lance of blazing red and orange light as it flashed through the smoke. Having already proven that he was completely immune to their weapons, Smaug didn't even try to dodge until he could see the white light of the spell surrounding the sword. And by then, it was too late. Guided by Harry's will, the sword's course shifted, following Smaug's last-minute twitch, to stab unerringly into the weak spot on the dragon's chest. But it didn't hit dead on. It came in at an angle, so, although it pierced his chest down to the hilt, it missed his heart. Smaug roared in agony beyond that of his eye as he slumped onto one side, fire exploding again and again from his mouth as he spasmed. But despite the blade stuck in his chest, Smaug righted himself, charging towards Thorin and Harry. Turning, Thorin dropped his shield and grabbed for Harry, hurling them both to the side, dodging the next, far thinner and weaker tongue of fire. Then Keely and Gloin were there, holding up shields of their own as Thorin pulled Harry to his feet, dragging his friend back and away from the dragon. A moment later, Harry nearly stumbled as his feet missed the first step to a staircase, but Thorin simply hefted the human up into the air and carried him bodily down and away. Soon, all of the dwarves were in hiding, underneath or simply away from the areas of Erebor Smaug could reach. This wasn't pleasant for any of them, as these were where a majority of the skeletons of those who had died could be found. But for now, they were safe. Behind them, another fireball followed, but it was a short one, cutting off quickly. When it did, all of the dwarves there could hear Smaug's voice raised in rage-wrath. But weakness too was apparent there, especially as it started to trail off within a minute. "You think a single blade is long enough to pierce my heart? No, this is not IA, what is this? What is?" Smaug's voice faltered, and from where he was now being carried by Thorin, Harry grinned. "I think the poison's having an effect. So is the smoke. But for now, let us pull back and let it and the smoke do its work. We need to rally with the others." Harry nodded and recast the spell on the three dwarves with him. This, though, seemed to drain Harry past the point where he could still ignore his pain, and with a cry, he slumped further against Thorin, his whole body becoming near boneless. Looking at his friend, Thorin made a decision. "Stop the smelters. Keely, run to the nearest air shaft and open it. We need the air now just as much as Smaug did." I'll send Ori after you when I can. As they waited there, the other dwarves slowly began to trickle in through the smoke and fog. By the time the smelters stopped putting out smoke, Bilbo, Philly, Dwellin, and Balin's team were the only ones still missing. That wasn't to say all of them were uninjured, of course. Gloin, Keely, Nori, and Bomber had all been scorched badly, with Bomber and Gloin losing most of their beards, a terrible thing for a dwarf. But thanks to the flame freeze arrays, none who had shown up just yet had died. Worry about those still missing ratcheted higher, while above them in the main thoroughfare, Smaug's death rattles began, accompanied by hissing, pain-filled screaming. Hearing this a sound like thunder in the distance above them and seeing his youngest nephew racing towards them along with the equally young Ori, Thorin pushed Harry towards Bomber as he stood up. Then, waving the other dwarves down, he grabbed up his sword. Wait here, I will see if Smaug is truly dead. If not, we will restart the smelters and then escape through the open-air shaft that Keely just opened and let the poison and the smoke continue to do their work. With the dead drop already used and Harry's blade stuck in him already, we have nothing else that can truly hurt Smaug directly. Above, Thorin found the smoke slowly clearing, although not very quickly. And there was no sound of any movement, certainly no sound of Smaug moving any longer. Such a large creature could never be stealthy after all. He turned towards one sound, though, seeing Balin and Oin hurrying towards him, carrying a blonde-haired body between them. The sight of what could only be his sister's firstborn being carried towards him unconscious caused Thorin's heart to waver, and he raced in their direction, ignoring his search for Smaug for just a moment. Philly. He nearly tripped over Bilbo, coming out from hiding behind one of the now shattered columns of stone that had served as signposts in the past. Thorin. Are you all right? I should ask you the question, Mr. Baggins, Thorin said, ducking around him. You have a positive gift for moving around unseen. I rather think that was a necessity here. With that, Bilbo, his face covered by rags to keep the smoke from getting to him, raced along beside Thorin until they reached the trio of dwarves. How is Philly? Thorin asked anxiously, lifting Philly from between the two older dwarves, looking into his face but noting with relief the rise and fall of his chest. Same as the rest of us, a little burnt around the edges, but Philly also took some stray piece of rock right underneath his armpit. We staunched the bleeding, but it's a serious wound, Thorin, Balin reported grimly, staring around him through the haze of smoke behind his own mask of rags. Where is Dwellin? Alive, Bilbo answered from behind Thorin. He's probably got more broken ribs than whole ones, but when Harry tricked Smaug into heading towards Erebor's gate Thorin was able to drag him into cover, and I moved him afterward into one of the side houses. But with my limited medical knowledge, I couldn't see how badly he was hurt. How is Harry? Barely conscious and in a lot of pain. But alive. Indeed, I believe that only Dory is still missing. Balin, you and Bilbo will take Philly to the others. Tell Ori to join Keely and have them open up more of the air shafts. Then come back for your brother. After he is seen to start the search for Dory. Thorin turned in the direction where he had last seen Smaug through the smoke and fire and fog. I need to make certain that we are finished here. Seeing through the smoke and haze was still somewhat difficult, yet Thorin found Smaug's side quickly enough and slowly moved up towards his head. There, he climbed up onto Smaug's snout, staring into the dragon's one remaining eye, before, with a roar, he brought Orcrist down in a two-handed stab. Pus and blood sprayed yellow and black, but Smaug didn't move. Smaug, the last dragon in the world and the greatest since Ankalagan, was dead. Harry's poison on top of his already rapidly beating heart had finally finished the dread beast off. Barak Hezid, Hezid ai Thrain Nur. Hezid ai Thror Nur. Hezid ai Laurel Nur. Pulling his sword back out, Thorin stabbed, again and again, shouting out the names of his father, the name of his grandfather and then began reciting the names of friends he had lost to Smaug. How long he did so before Bilbo pulled him away, Thorin didn't know. But he was literally covered in Smaug's brackish blood and was still trying to stab his sword deeper into the creature's eye as Bilbo's arms wrapped up under his armpits, locking into place behind Thorin's head in a wrestling hold as Bilbo shouted in his ear, "Enough Thorin! Enough, it is dead! It is dead, and we need to see to the living." Eventually, Bilbo's words got through, and Thorin dropped Orcrist from suddenly weary hands. The elven sword rang on the stones of a freed Erebor, and Thorin, king under the mountain, turned aside from Smaug, nodding to Bilbo. "My thanks, Bilbo. I'm calm now." Once the Hobbit freed him, Thorin clapped Bilbo on the shoulder, pushing him away from Smaug to where the others were. As they went, Bilbo kept a wary eye on Thorin, grimacing at the amount of blood on him. If even being near a dragon is enough to taint the gold they sleep on, then I shudder to think what their blood can do. I will have to insist he bathes somehow and stays out of the mountain for a time. Indeed, we might all wish to head down to the nearest bit of honest soil we can. But hopefully, with the blessing of Yavanna, whatever taint the blood carries can be removed before it takes hold. The gold, that's going to be a tougher task. Good news waited for them with the others in the form of Dory, who had been knocked unconscious but was otherwise unharmed. Now he was propped between two of his brothers while the doctor fussed around him, having already seen to Philly and done what he could for Harry. Dwellin had also been seen to, but unlike the other two worst injured, Dwellin was awake and moving around under his own power, a growl on his lips but no weapon to hand at present. Amidst the dwarves Harry stood, leaning heavily on Balin as they came up from the smelting area, but unwilling to let his exhaustion or wounds carry him into sleep just yet. He stared at Thorin, then over his head into the gloom above them on the main level. "We won, right?" "We won, Harry," Thorin replied. With a smile, Harry nodded, the touch of Arion in his mind receding, letting unconsciousness claim him, slipping to the side, his weight becoming a dead weight on Balin's shoulder, to the point where he had to call for one of the other dwarves, Gloin, to help him. As he did, Harry heard the fiery maiden's words once more in his head, stronger and clearer than ever before. "I accept you fully now as my pseudo-mayor, Harry Potter. Let the light ever go with you as you venture into the dark." End chapter. I am uncertain if this fight scene is up to par. But I had to deal with the whole giant monster underground thing, which really pushed my ability to visualize the battlefield. I hope you all enjoyed it though. The small story poll will be up on fanfic on the 6th, so if you enjoyed this, make certain to vote. Chapter 13, Last Minute Warnings are so last year. I ain't a Tolkien nor the Rowling. Hey all. Woot, this was a trip and a half. As those who also read Balsan Remodel already knows, July has been annoying in RL for various reasons, the main one being I went through an operation on my head, still won't say what it was, and recovering has meant a whole lot of itching, which as an ADHD poster boy, is a thing of horror when considering how it impacts my ability to stay on task. Because of my desperate attempt to get FIL-FI done by the end of the month to send off to my editors, I only had 3 days to get this chapter out. Still, I think it's pretty damn for all of that. And a funny note. I looked this up. Aragorn, or, as he was born, Arathorn II, is only 10 when Smaug dies in 2941. Aragorn was born in 2931. Uncertain if I have mentioned him in the past, but yeah, any idea of having him and Harry meet will wait a few decades. This has been edited by no one but myself with Grammarly. Despite that meaning there will be little mistakes within, I hope you all enjoy the bits of world building and romance within. Chapter 1 Number Last Minute Warnings are so last year. Of course, as with all things supposedly simple, why should getting out of Erebor not be harder than expected? Balin asked rhetorically as he stared at where the walkway around the edge of the treasure room lay in ruins. In particular, right in front of the entrance to the previously hidden passage. Yet even as he stared up at that, Balin was aware that this was the same place where Smaug had slept and where the gold was piled. Balin was trying very, very hard not to think about the gold. It helped to think about the number of bodies they had found, how close the battle against Smaug had been and the task at hand, but that just made the old dwarf feel depressed. "We need to rig up something to get us up there." Nodding, Thorin glanced at Bilbo, smiling lightly as he patted the hobbit on the shoulder. "One more task for you, Mr. Baggins. You and Nori are our best climbers. Do you think you can get across from the king's old entrance?" The two so named went into a huddle, staring up at the wall, then nodding. "The rope, a lot of it. And we'll need to rig up something for Harry and the other wounded." That the wounded included Dwellin and Dori, 2 of the strongest dwarves, and Philly, 1 of the fittest, compounded matters. Dwellin could still move under his own power, stubbornness keeping him on his feet. But both of the others had to be moved with makeshift gurneys. Both Bifer and Boffer were also wounded, spraining their wrists, and many of the dwarves had horribly bruised shoulders and arms from firing their ballistay. "Then let us be about it." Thorin stared down at where his human friend lay, the man who, like Bilbo, had been instrumental in reclaiming their lost home, keeping in mind the wounds that the man had sustained to ignore the call of the gold nearby. He could already feel that call, and looking around, he knew that several of the other dwarves were also feeling it. Bomber and Bifer in particular were looking avariciously at the gold, and Bomber was even now moving towards it, one hand outstretched towards the nearest pile, his face gleaming with the reflected light of their torches on the gold. "Bomber, stop. There will be time enough to claim our portions of the treasure afterward. Remember the words of Gandalf and Harry both." Boffer reached for his brother's hand, grabbing it at the elbow and halting the fatter dwarf's reach. The two brothers stared at one another, and eventually, Bomber nodded, shaking his head in and turning away. This was not the last time that one of the dwarves would become nearly overcome by the gleam of gold, but despite that, the dwarves created a pulley system to get the wounded up to the entranceway after Bilbo and Nori had reached it, hammering in makeshift tines there to tie the ropes to. Indeed, by the time they were done, all of the dwarves still on their feet, bar Keely and Ori were looking at the gold longingly, even the wise Balin. So the task fell to Bilbo to keep the dwarves moving, warning of madness and the draconic taint, gesturing to Thorin. And Thorin was overcome by his anger at the dragon and is now covered in blood. Who knows what kind of mind-altering poison is within it? Hearing that, Keely nodded firmly, looking around at his kinsmen and fellow adventurers, recognizing the danger. Crud, and with Thorin so, well, bloody, and Philly unconscious, it falls to me to do something about it. Damn it. Shuddering, Philly spoke up, gesturing at the next two youngest dwarves still on their feet. Nori, Ori with me at the back of the group. Let's get the wounded up there, he shouted, gesturing to the group of wounded and to Thorin. Twice Ori and Nori had to resort to thumping one of the other dwarves as they tried to turn away from their work to reach for the gold. And by the time the last of the wounded was up and moving through the secret tunnel, Thorin was looking somewhat out of it, staring around him in thought, his eyes dilating, his breath coming in gasps. Keely came up next to his uncle, touching his shoulder gently. Uncle, we need to moving. Yes, I suppose. But first, I need to find just one item. The most important item. The Arkenstone. It must be here. We must take it with us, Thorin replied, moving towards the gold, shrugging off his nephew's hand. Uncle, we can do that later. Out of here. I want to see the sun again, Keely answered, moving in front of Thorin, holding out his hands placatingly. It will still be here for us when we return. When we can bring sunlight and life back into these dark halls. For a moment, the lyrical turn of phrase from his nephew produced a sardonic raise of an eyebrow and the mutter of, now if only you could speak to the dams as well as you waxed poetic just now. But the moment passed quickly, as Thorin made to push Keely aside, before staring at his own hand as he had moved forward to push Keely aside. A hand that was covered in dragon blood up with the elbow. With a shudder, Thorin backed away, moving rapidly towards the ropes, grabbing them and closing his eyes, climbing up blindly until he felt hands reaching down for him from above, pulling him into the entrance to the tunnel. Let's get out of here. Keely has the right of it. Erebor is ours, but it is yet not fit for living dwarves. His lips twitched as he opened his eyes, nodding to Bilbo, who had waited there for the three royals. Nor for a hobbit or human, I would wager, Mr. Baggins. Lead on. With the younger trio behind him, Thorin moved up the tunnel, walking briskly away. As the tunnel wound on, that briskness faded, and he started to glance behind him occasionally, although everyone missed this in the darkness of the tunnel. When they came out of the tunnel, many of the dwarves, a race who mostly preferred to be underground for one reason or another, cried out in delight at the sight of the sunlight streaming into the open tunnel. The first dwarf out, Gloin, had to fend off an inquisitive thrush who landed on his shoulder and began to twitter happily into his ear. Enough, little one, he grumbled, waving his hand at it. I have not the tongue to speak to you. And there are more besides me coming out. As Harry passed into the sunlight, his body seemed to explode in white-hot flames. But Ori and Nori, who had begun to drop the makeshift gurney that the human was laying on, froze in astonishment. It's not burning. As hot as that flame looked, it felt to both of them as if they were lying out on the grass on a hot summer day. For a moment, all of them stared, but then the flame faded, and Ori gasped. Look. His wounds. They're gone. Hurriedly setting the human down on the large shelf outside the entrance to the secret tunnel, the other dwarves all crowded around, some even going down onto their hands and knees to poke at where Harry's wounds had been. Wherever he had been burned, those wounds were now gone. And the hand which had been so badly burned on top of his old scars was now completely healed, including those scars. A miracle. A miracle of the Vala, Balin and Bilbo murmured as one before looking at one another and chuckling wryly. But if he's healed, why isn't he waking up? Ori asked, looking around at his older and wiser companions. Which was, even he knew it, the entire company. Oin shook his head. Remember, he'll have to deal with a great deal of magical exhaustion too, youngster. However, at the word exhaustion, Oin's words were nearly drowned out by the grumble of stomachs all around them, with Bilbo's being by far the loudest. Sorry all, he said as the other dwarves turned to him in both shock and amused respect, all of them remembering how much Bilbo ate daily, yet still looked so much fitter than he had when they met him in the Shire. But it has been a long time since Elevensis. The dwarves all laughed bar Thorin, who had stood up from his friend, looking down at him with a faint smile, before turning his attention back to the entrance. His face hardened in resolution and growing obsession. Now that the wounded were out, he could return, and... At that point, Bilbo got in his way again, his normally friendly face firm. Thorin, we still need your help here, he soothed, trying to use the dwarf's duty to the others to convince him. Taking the wounded down to our packs is not going to be easy, and I think we should all move down that way, away from the tunnel. And temptation. That last word was perhaps a bit too pointed, and Thorin's face shifted into one of anger as he stared over Bilbo's head towards the tunnel. The scent of the blood on him and the curse of the dragon was now swiftly winding its way into his mind, the magical impact of that blood aiding in the slow breakdown of his mind to the dragon's curse. And yet, Bilbo had taken the right tack, and Thorin moved over to Harry, hefting him up into his arms, disdaining the gurney now that moving him would not cause further harm. Come, I will hand him down once we get to the harder areas. The way down to where they had left the donkeys was difficult, but everyone agreed with Bilbo that getting away from the entrance would be a good idea. All of them now were stealing glances Thorin's way, seeing him starting to twitch even as he clasped Harry's body to him. When they reached the top of the nearly vertical stretch leading down to where they had left the donkeys, Bilbo breathed a sigh of relief, clambering down it with some of the other dwarves following quickly. The donkeys were all still there, although most of them were now looking a little annoyed at the Hobbit and the others, their feedbacks having emptied that very morning. It was a look of a domesticated animal reminding its domesticator that they had a deal. Bilbo moved over to pat them on the noses, then pulled out several bits of hardtack meat, passing them around to the dwarves as they joined him, while the wounded were slowly lowered down into waiting hands. Unfortunately, this took Bilbo and Balin away from Thorin. He waited until handing Harry down into the waiting arms of the dwarves below, then turned, scrambling back the way he had come, almost going on all fours in his haste to get back to the tunnel and back into Erebor. Nothing existed in his mind at that moment other than finding the Arkenstone. Keely saw this and scrambled after him, climbing up the wall of rock after him as swiftly as he could. Uncle, wait! Several of the others also followed, but most got in one another's way. The Arkenstone! I must have it, I must! It is mine by right, like Erebor itself. No one else can touch it, no one else can own it, I must have it in my hands, now. Thorin, that is the madness talking, Keely returned, having caught up with the slower moving Thorin and grabbing his uncle's arm. We must. No. You want it for yourself. But it is mine. With that, Thorin turned wildly, swinging his arm back. The blow caught Keely in the jaw, sending him stumbling to the side before Thorin could even understand who had even grabbed him, not having recognized his nephew's voice through the rush of madness taking over his brain. So surprised was he by the sudden attack that Keely hadn't even set his feet against it. And the area of the path they were on was very thin. The blow caused him to stumble out into space, where Keely had a brief moment to feel horror at the feel of air all around and beneath him. That sight, the sight of his nephew's wide, terrified eyes, broke through Thorin's madness once more. He grabbed at Keely's arm, pulling him back until Keely's feet scrambled for purchase under him, and the newly arrived boffer grabbed his other arm. When he saw this, Thorin dropped his grip on Kill, stumbling away from him and going on to both knees as sheer horror at what he had nearly done burned brighter than the taint. Someone, knock me out! He shrieked. This was an order that Bifur was more than willing to obey, and he moved around the others with some difficulty but at speed. A blow to the back of the head from the side of his axe sent Thorin crashing to the stone of the path. Keely needed a moment to just sit and get over his near-death experience. When he finally returned, his older brother, who had been woken from his unconsciousness by the cries of alarm from the others, had him in a hug that would have broken a human's ribs despite his wounds the instant he touched down from the wall of stone. No words were exchanged between the brothers as Keely returned the hug far more gently while the others looked at Thorin in shock. Dragon madness, a horrifying thing indeed, Balin murmured. What can we do for him? Bilbo looked over Thorin, frowning. I think we need to get down to the feet of the mountain. I also think we need to find some running water. Why running water? Bombur asked, looking a little ill. He knew he had been one of the ones who had been fighting the lure of the gold the most inside Erebor. And unlike Thorin, he didn't have the excuse of being covered with Smaug's blood. Running water is the sign of one of the Vala. Given what happened to Harry, I think we can't deny that our quest to end Smaug's life was something they were watching most closely, and want running water might be able to help us. The rest of that day passed uneventfully, although Philly did quickly fall back into unconsciousness. He had lost quite a bit of blood, and although Oin had done what he could to set the wound, there was nothing he could do for the loss of blood save force-feed Philly and make sure Philly lost no more as he recovered. Eventually, they managed to make it down to the start of the hidden trail. There, Thorin was piled up onto one of the donkeys. Then he, Gloin and Bilbo, went in search of running water. At the same time, the others made camp, setting the wounded down and making them comfortable under Oin's draconian commands. They did find a small stream, but it wasn't big enough for them to wash Thorin in all at once, making the entire effort that little bit harder. They washed each of the dwarven leaders' limbs first, watching as the dragon blood colored the water moving downstream. Then Bilbo used several canteens that they had brought from their supplies to wash the blood away from Thorin's chest and beard, muttering, I wonder how long it has been since he was able to actually wash this thing. I would take offense at that for all dwarf kind, Bilbo, but at the moment, I cannot find the truth of your words, Gloin chuckled from behind Thorin, having propped him up to let Bilbo have more access to the beard. Soon, all of the blood was cleaned away, but Thorin still didn't wake up from his Dory-induced unconsciousness. But what now? Now we return to the others. And we bury Thorin. Bilbo answered simply, his tone so matter-of-fact that for a moment, Gloin didn't realize what the Hobbit had said. But back at the camp, despite the dwarves looking on incredulously, this was precisely what Bilbo did. He dug a shallow grave and had them place Thorin in it before filling it back up to the neck, at which point he began to plant little seeds around Thorin in the now tilled earth. As Bilbo worked, he hummed a tune he had heard his mother's knee while also sending a thought to Yavanna, the Lady of the Gardens. Please, Thorin is a good man, an imperfect one true, but he does not deserve to be cursed by one such as Smaug. Catching his companion's incredulous stares, Bilbo shrugged his shoulders defensively. Don't look at me like that. This will be the first time I've ever had to purify anything. I am grasping at straws here, good dwarves, and just doing what a hobbit would do to the earth and hoping for the best. If my people's connection to Yavanna really can do what we think, then it has to do with our care of the earth and growing things. This is about the only way I can think of to make that transfer over into ridding a person of such a taint. Nearby, Philly had woken up once more from where he had been laid out after the hug earlier, showing the hardihood of the dwarves. Despite that, he still couldn't move much, unlike Dwellin and even Dory, who was now moving around, if a bit cross-eyed. Seeing his uncle's predicament, Philly let out a weak chuckle, and some of the incredulity of the dwarves faded that sound as they turned to look at him. Well, Bilbo's right. We don't know how a person could be freed of the gold madness, and I have to admit to some humor at the idea of my uncle surrounded by so many living flowers. What he will say about it, I can only imagine, and do so with delight. That won a round of laughter from the other dwarves, but Balin turned his mind to other matters, although he did wait until Bilbo was done with his ministrations. Do you think, that is? He pounds thinking, then asked slowly, would it be even safe for us to enter Erebor? If Smaug's blood was able to do that to Thorin, then surely his body remaining within Erebor will cause the taint to grow, even if it is removed by a distance from the gold. Bilbo frowned thoughtfully as he turned away from his work, looking down at his now soiled fingers with some small delight. It had been a long time since he had worked in his small garden at home with good Master Gamgee helping him with advice and strong shoulders both. A sudden longing for his home hit him then, and it took him a moment to shake it off before he turned back to the dwarves. First, help them reclaim their home, then I can return to mine, with an entire lifetime's worth of stories to share if I ever wish to do so. In answer to your question, Balin, the answer is I don't know. Like I said, I am simply guessing about most of this. However, I would suggest that we start small. Bring out small clumps of gold, and let me bury it as I did Thorin. The Bilbo waited for a moment as the round of laughter at that phrasing went around the dwarves. But I also do believe that Smaug's body will need to be removed first. You bring a good point, Mr. Baggins, and I fully agree with the idea of removing Smaug's corpse, which begs the question, Balin replied, looking at him quizzically, then leaning back in the lead between two tree roots, which he had used as a chair, looking around at the others then back to Bilbo, letting his face assume a quizzically mocking expression. How? Scene break. Traversing Mirkwood was a chore for all but the elves if you didn't use the road through it. A road that would have taken them out of the way to Lake Town by quite a few days, time that Gandalf could not afford. But finally, Gandalf and his two guards, who had gone ahead of the rest of the elven army, since even an elven host could not move all that quickly, Gandalf, at last, saw Long Lake, close enough to go around the edge of it quickly. Thank all the stars above for Radgast, he breathed out in some relief. If not for his speed, we would still have been winding our way through Mirkwood to try to meet with Thranduil. He looked at his two companions, patting Elroer on the shoulder with his free hand as he continued to stumble on his way with the aid of his large staff. He had replaced it soon after having been freed, although he still bemoaned the original's destruction when he had been captured. And thank you too as well. Your aid has been a major benefit to my old bones. Old bones? Say rather ageless, Mithrandir, Eladin quipped from Gandalf's other side. You may seem like an old human to our eyes, but I would wager that you could still traverse the world several times over before getting truly tired. The spirit might be willing, but the flesh is not, my young friend, Gandalf teased, knowing in point of fact, that both of these young elves were older than his own stay in Middle-earth by 900 years, something they knew as well, judging by the chuckles this comment earned. Then he became serious. But come, we still must press on hard. Thanks to the two of you and Radgast's aid, we might be well ahead of the Orcish host, but the more time we give the dwarves and everyone else to prepare, the better. A day and a half later, Gandalf reached Lake Town. He had been here before, although he had never announced himself as Gandalf the Grey at the time. He rarely did so if he could get away with it. Better to watch and observe, with no one the wiser as to your true identity. That way, you could tell how people would really act or think. He had found Escarot a most unpleasant place, slowly going to ruin due to mismanagement, but now, even before he entered the town, Gandalf could sense and see something different around it. For one thing, there were far more people on the lakeside rather than within the town, and he could spot several of them working what looked like small farms here and there. For another, a certain smell had seemingly been removed from the town. It looked cleaner almost. There were guards at the lakeside portion of the two long docks that connected Lake Town to the shoreline. They were ready to greet the three travelers, having been warned by some of the guards on the town's wall of their arrival. "Halt and state your business in Lake Town," one of them barked, trying not to sound odd at the sight of two elves. His companion was much better, having been among those who had been forced to threaten Toriel and Legolas when they attempted to infiltrate the town before the battle against the orcs. "I am Gandalf, the Wanderer. With me are two elves of Lord Elrond's court, not that of Thranduil," Gandalf said, making an instant decision to mention his companion's loyalties for no reason that he could quickly discern beyond the near glare of the silent guard standing next to the one who had demanded their identities. A glare that subsided at Gandalf's worlds. "I bring grave news from the east." That caused everyone within earshot, of which there were several heading out to the fields, to frown, but the guardsman who had spoken simply nodded, then turned and headed into the town. "Wait here. I will bring word of your arrival to Lord Bard." "Lord Bard? A minstrel has taken over here then?" Elladan quipped. "I would have thought to hear more singing and song, as humans reckon such things if so." Gandalf chuckled, shaking his head. "When last I passed through here, I believe the fellow named Bard was but a simple archer, or was it a fisherman? Regardless, why do I think that his sudden elevation to leadership has much to do with the dwarves and Harry?" "You are friends to the king under the mountain then?" the heretofore silent guard inquired. "Yes, Bard met with King Oakenshield, and they worked together to bring to light much of the vile mismanagement that the master of Lake Town was guilty of. Bard is our lord now, although I caution you not to use the title to his face. Much of the newcomers, people who have come in from small hamlets, who we barely even knew of, call him that, and Bard's getting sick of it." Elroer nodded, holding up a hand gently to forestall another quip from his brother, whose love of puns was detrimental to good humor in his opinion. "It is often that those called to leadership feel uncomfortable with the trappings of it, and indeed, I have long preferred to see that rather than the alternative." It took the guard a moment to understand what the elf was saying, but when he did, he simply nodded. "I can see that, Lord Elf. Elroer, and this is my brother Elladan." Elroer introduced himself, shaking hands with the human in a human manner. He and his brother had been their father's representatives to many a human kingdom and got along pretty well with human cultures, to say nothing of their deep and abiding friendship with the Rangers of the North. "Tell us how this transformation came about, if you please," Gandalf inquired. "I doubt that we will have time to discuss it after I tell your new leader the news we bring." The guard nodded, and after introducing himself as Arter, explained how Bard and the dwarves had snuck into the town, getting past the guards at the wharf, then confronted the master of Lake Town. He then went into greater detail on the battle against the orcs, pride for what he and his fellows had done shining through. He was nearly done by the time Bard arrived. The new lord of Lake Town paused, staring at Gandalf thoughtfully, recognizing somehow that this old man was not just any old man, above and beyond having two elves as his companions. This guess was proven correct when the old man introduced himself, and Bard bowed his head in respect. "Gandalf the Grey? I have heard the name but thought it mere legend until now. But what news do you bring us?" "Fell news, I'm afraid," Gandalf answered, nodding his head back to the younger man before using his staff to point toward where Dol Guldur lay in the forest of Mirkwood. "I am afraid that the ancient fortress of Dol Guldur was conquered in ages past by orcs, who have now put forth their strength in an army whose mission is to meet with the dragon Smaug and lay claim to ancient Erebor. But, unfortunately, their passage will bring them straight through your lands, and even if you retreated to the center of the lake, they would find a way to attack you. Such is the hatred orcs and goblins have for all free folk." Bard stared at him in dread, while a few of the people who had come out with him, other leaders of the town, questioned Gandalf closely, trying to figure out if he was telling the truth for one, and trying to figure out how he knew about this for another. But Gandalf answered their questions easily, mentioning his own mission to Dol Guldur but not mentioning the great enemy. Doing so would make his tale seem less real to the humans in front of him, who had never faced Sauron, and to the name would mean a little beyond the tales of ancient times if that. But soon, the questioning subsided, leaving Bard to stare off into the distance, slowly shaking his head. "Where can we go?" he said, his voice almost broken but with anger as much as despair. "There is no place around here, none where we could defend ourselves. If you say we could not even retreat to the center of the lake, then we would have to rely on speed to get away, and there are too many children, too many old people, not enough horses or even wagons." Gandalf nodded slowly, understanding his point. And if it was any other living orc general than Azog, perhaps retreating to the center of the lake would be a good defense. Orcs were not known for their boat building, after all. But Azog was determined and vastly more intelligent than most orcs. Worse, he had access to goblins, who were actually quite dexterous wood builders. The only way to make certain that the orcs would not attack such would be to provide another target for their army rather than simply linking up with Smaug. However, at that moment, a thrush arrived from out of nowhere, zooming down out of the sky to land on Gandalf's shoulder, singing joy at meeting him. All good birds knew of Gandalf and revered him for a follower of their lord, Manwë, and this thrush had been sent to Lake Town in any event. "That is one of the thrushes from the Lonely Mountain. They occasionally come by here." The children give them bits to eat, and they keep away bugs and mosquitoes. In turn Bard frowned, staring at the bird. It's often been said, and by my father and grandfather before him, that they are far more intelligent than people might think. That is truer than you know. The thrushes of the Lonely Mountain have long had dealings with the dwarves of Erebor and are often used as their messengers. I believe that is what has brought this little one here, Gandalf mused as he reached up and unrolled the parchment that Bard had been staring at, handing it over to Bard as he whispered into the thrush's ear. Speak to me in your own words, my friend. What has happened? In this manner, news of the battle in Erebor reached Lake Town, as well as the cost to the dwarves. The victory was something Bard was ecstatic to hear about, although hearing the dwarves needed help in the form of food and further medical supplies was less pleasing. However, he could deal with that, and it gave Bard both hope and a plan. Quickly, he began to organize, shouting out orders to the guards nearby to running fetch messages to other people, while Gandalf looked on in some amusement, watching these events while hearing of the details that Balin have not mentioned in his letter, particularly who had been hurt, and the near disaster with Thorin. Yet even as he listened, Gandalf was nodding in approval. Bard would be a good leader and possibly, a good king for a reborn Dale. By the time an hour had passed, 4 packs had been readied with food and medical supplies. They were given to 5 of Bard's men, the 5th being Arter. They were about to set off when Gandalf interjected, myself and my companions will join you. I feel that the dwarves might need a more erudite healer than Oin can provide. Bard simply nodded at that and then continued to turn away, beginning to organize the evacuation of Lake Town. Many of the town's leaders protested, saying how they should simply just move out into the middle of the lake as they always had before when faced with raiding parties too large for them to see off. However, the mention of goblins stopped that protest. Orcs they feared in battle. Goblins, they feared due to their ingenuity. And even the few who feared that the dwarves would be unwilling to take in the entire town were mollified by the fact that they did indeed have an agreement to help one another with the dwarves and that their need would be borne to them by Gandalf. While this was going on, Gandalf had waited for a time, sending the thrush out with a message his own. When he was asked by Elladan what he was up to, Gandalf merely shrugged. We might need more allies for this battle, and I know of at least one group that could get here in enough time to be of some aid. Scene break. As he lay once more having pushed his magical core beyond its limits, Harry dreamed of a song. The song was beautiful, an entire choir of voices singing without words. Each person in the orchestra raised their voice in harmony, creating noises that could be likened to instruments but with no instruments in sight. The sound was powerful, uplifting, yet threatening to drag his mind away to that place across the oceans to the halls of Manduz, yet didn't quite. Instead, as he slept, Harry saw the great task that the choir had been created to fulfill, the image of the world in front of him. The song became louder as that image grew, and then changed, becoming deeper, almost discordant as Morgoth changed the tune, adding darkness to the world, adding evil into the creation. But even that didn't stop the song, for the being who had created that song, Eru Iluvatar, was able to mold his errant followers' works into his greater work, muting his ambitions, minimizing him while also, Harry could now see, crystallizing Morgoth's desire to supplant him in the great scheme of things. He heard it all, and then, he saw something new. 2 Vala stepped forward from the rest of the host, their forms becoming more certain in his eyes as they did. All, the smith, creator of the dwarves and master of earth, and Arian the lady of the sun, stood there, side by side, singing a new note into the song. A new note, the beat of drums which sounded somehow challenging yet humble, almost, and, though Harry's mind struggled to put a term on it, young compared to the rest of the notes of the song. But now, part of that greater whole, and it was with a start that Harry realized that note was supposed to signify him. Welcome to Arda, Harry Potter, Arian announced simply, a fiery grin on her face as she nodded to Harry. And now, awake, for my love has passed, and I am high in the sky. And do remember to retrieve that which creates light in the darkness of Erebor, all intoned, his voice a deep bass to Arian's almost fiery alto. My people will need it. If one be worthy. 2 days of making camp and worrying at the problem of Smaug's corpse had not helped the dwarves much. None of them had a good idea on how to move the dragon because that issue was made of many different smaller problems. How to open the main doors was the only one they had solved at this point. This left how to lift the dragon and get it over the massive amount of stone and rubble in the way thanks to the dead drop, and then how to move it outside and finally bury it somewhere. That last, like the first, at least they could do. After all, that's just a matter of digging a big enough grave, as Bilbo did for Thorin, but without leaving the head above ground, Ori chortled as he took a plate of thin soup from Bombur. He looked over in shock as Harry muttered, that sounds like a tale, opening his eyes and looked around him, tiredness disappearing as he looked around at the physical world once more. He tried to push himself upright, only to stare down at where he knew he had been burned in surprised wonder. What the? The dwarves hurried over to him, Oin quickly beginning to poke and prod in his body here and there. I suppose I have Arian to thank for this, quite a welcoming gift. Harry's now healed hand, in particular, took his attention. The stark contrast between the number of wide, deep scars on his other hand, which would forever be red and hurting whatever anyone could do, and the now healed skin of the other, was just incredibly startling. You do that? Your new lady, Arian, healed you magnificently. I've never seen the like, Oin muttered, looking over Harry's body once more. We live in interesting times truly, when such wonders are apparent to us here in Middle-earth. We often forget that this entire world is based upon magic, Balin interjected. Everything in this world owes its existence to Iluvatar and the Vala one way or another, none more so than we, created as we were by Mahal. Seeing something like this must serve as a reminder of that fact. Or, maybe there's a simpler reason behind it. Maybe this Vala, Arian, is sweet on you. Nori joked. Poor Toriel, having to compete with an actual Vala. Don't even joke. Heck, how would that even work? I mean, my new patron is literally made of fire. Mortal I might not be any longer, but flesh and bone I certainly am, Harry retorted, shaking his head. This quick report had many of the dwarves laughing as he went on. Besides, she's a boyfriend, the moon spirit. Dwellin frowned at that, sharing some confused glances with the other dwarves. Your question right back at you, Harry, how would that even work? I mean, how would they even meet? Don't look at me. I don't have all of the answers. That little tidbit just came up in conversation. Right now, but that doesn't really matter, Harry thought ruefully. Still, Dwellin's right. Conjugal visits must be really hard to schedule. That brought up more questions, but Harry disdained to answer them, staring out over the heads of the dwarves to where he could see Thorin's head stuck in the ground like an odd plant. Never mind, why is Thorin taking a dirt nap? Harry! Thorin suddenly shouted, causing many of the dwarves to flinch. Thank the spirits that you are awake again. Get me out of here, these turncoats, these traitors. They are keeping me from my birthright. I must have it. I must have the Arkenstone. All of you are traitors. You will all. A quick muffling spell shot over the heads of the other dwarves to impact Thorin, and Harry turned away, looking at the others, frowning heavily. Balin supplied the answer to his question, and Harry sighed, hearing how the smog's blood had horribly weakened Thorin, letting the taint take over. Since then, they had kept him buried within the dirt for most of the day, letting him out only occasionally to eat and stretch under supervision, mostly with his hands tied in front of him and Dory nearby with a cob of wood ready to knock him out. What is this Arkenstone? Harry asked. It is a giant jewel, around the size of a fist, which was set in the throne of the king. It gleams with all the power of the sun from the interior of it, a golden gleam through a diamond, Balin began, slowing into hesitation then shrugging. You have to see it to believe it, frankly. It sounds magical, Harry said with a frown. It can't be one of those. What are they called, the ones created by Mad Fëanor in the First Age? Silmarils. Bilbo bellowed laughter while all the dwarves looked a little shifty, once again reminded of one of the darker points in their race's history. Of course, none of the dwarves here were related to the dwarves of Nogrod, but even so, the fact that they had gone to war for such a stone, won the war and then lost both stone and army was still something of a low point. Indeed, a few of the dwarves, Bifur, Bofur, Bombur, and Nori, liked the idea of the Arkenstone being a Silmaril, and it was Bombur who gave voice to this question. Why do you laugh, Bilbo? Surely it isn't without the realm of possibility. We know that at least one of them was lost beneath the earth, wasn't it? Some strange movement could have covered the thing in diamond, and then... Perhaps, but I doubt it, Bilbo interrupted, still laughing. You forget the other power of those jewels. They are made of the light of the two trees, Laurelin and Telperion. They will suffer nothing evil to touch them and yet will entice evil to do so. There is no chance that Smaug would not have found it, coveted above all others, touched it, and been seared by it. That stopped that kind of talk, although Harry was still interested in the Arkenstone. Could that be the jewel of that Arian, and all demanded I bring out into the sunlight? It makes sense, but I don't think now's the time. But there would be time enough for that later. Is there anything I can do to help? He inquired as he removed the spell from Thorin, wondering as he did what his new patronage would allow him to do from now on. After all, Arian hadn't actually told him. Did it remove how quickly I became exhausted when using my spells, or do I have an affinity for light and fire now? Unless you have suddenly discovered a means with which to purge the taint from his mind, I doubt you can help. We're feeding him well enough, or as well as any of us are eating currently, and he just needs to get over it, Philly answered from where he was still laying out nearby. 2 days had been enough time for the wound under his armpit to slowly start to heal, but the blood loss still made him horribly weak and pale. What we need you for, Harry, is to start work on getting the dragon's carcass out of Erebor and starting the reclamation project, I suppose we can call it. Harry frowned at that, then nodded. Agreed. Let's head to the main doors then and see what we can do. Are you sure you're up for it? You did just wake up after being unconscious for 2 days, after all, Oin grumbled, shaking his head as Harry stood up, stretching and moving his body this way and that to get the kinks out. I'm fine. In fact, I think I'm more than fine. My stomach might be a little empty, but the rest of me feels almost bursting with energy. So let's put it to good use, Harry said, clapping his hands together. Keely and many of the other dwarves nodded in approval, even Thorin, who was looking on silently, having spent much of his energy in his earlier shouts. Then Harry looked around quizzically. I don't suppose anyone retrieved my sword. All the dwarves looked at one another in some chagrin, and Harry sighed. Right, although come to think of it, I'm uncertain who among you would have been able to move it. But I still want it back before anything else. Leaving Oin, Bombur, Dwellin, Balin, Boffer and Bifer behind, the others went with Harry around the lonely mountain to Erebor's main entrance. Or rather, the only entrance that nearly everyone had ever known about. There, Harry found that the dwarves had already begun work. Keely had led Bilbo and a few of the other youngsters back into Erebor and had, through great effort, and quite a lot of stored grease, pulled back the deadbolts keeping those doors in place. With that done, even a single dwarf could move those gates, so well were they made. Beyond that lay a veritable field of giant stones, remnants of the dead drop, and beyond that, the dragon laid deeper into the main hall. We've measured it, and we think there's enough room for the dragon to be carried over those stones, so we don't have to move each of them in turn, Keely explained as he led the way over those stones, crawling up and then climbing up several of the larger ones to get through them. This kind of boulder climbing was quite fun, Harry reflected as he scrambled along behind and then to the side of the dwarves as they moved deeper into Erebor's main hall, idly creating a Lumos spell and sending it above them as they left the state of sunlight behind them. He also reflected that there being room to get the dragon over the stones was a very good thing since those stones combined would probably weigh at least half as much as Smaug did, with far more stones in the way than there was dragon. But then they came within sight of Smaug's corpse, they all paused, moving around it slowly, staring at it from every angle. The dragon's blood had seeped into the stone somehow, something that the dwarves hadn't noticed before, not having come this far into the main hall. Seeing it, Keely pointed out, that stonework will have to be pulled out and entirely replaced, I fear. Even if the dragon taint in the blood eventually dies out, those stones will never match the rest of the pattern in color. Really? Nori thumped the other young dwarf on the back. Is now really the time to worry about aesthetics? Maybe yes, if that taint is still active within the blood, Keely retorted. Although he didn't say it aloud, Keely was extremely grateful that Harry seemed to be concentrating on the dragon's corpse to the exclusion of everything else. Because even he had noticed the treasure room out of the corner of his eye as they passed it, the gleam of distant gold beckoning from the darkness. It had called to Keely for just a second before Smaug's corpse had grabbed his attention. If even that little glimpse is enough to make me pause, we can't let any of the oldsters in yet. Harry was oblivious to this, moving around the dragon, staring at it from every angle. He ignored the ruin of its dead eyes, the damage it had taken in the fight. He tried not to remember how close this thing had come to killing not only him but all of them. Instead, Harry looked at it like a thing, an ungainly weight that needed to be moved. The tail and head are going to be an issue, he muttered, frowning. The dragon had died with his head fully extended from his body, while the tail had been curled to one side, his body twisted to lay on its wounded wing as Smaug breathed its last. If I begin to move the damn thing, both head and tail are going to flop and maybe catch between some of the stones. The dwarves around him laughed at that, the imagery hilarious to them, but all of them understood the point he was trying to make. There were indeed places between the stones where the head or tail could get caught. We're going to need to be aware of that, Keely mused. Maybe even use long pikes or boat hooks to steer them. Or, do you think that the dragon's anti-magical properties vanished with its death? At that, Harry raised a hand and sent out a cutting spell into the side of the corpse's neck. Unfortunately, the spell didn't do a damn thing beyond making the dwarves look away from the sudden bright flash of red energy. That would be a no, he drawled, scowling as he looked at where only the hilt of his sword could be seen, pulling it out of the dragon's chest with an oxio. Dory, the oldest of the dwarves with him, stared at the dragon in some interest. That's actually a fascinating idea. The others turned to them, and he shrugged. If we can wait out the taint somehow, bury it and wait for the teams to leave its body, then could we perchance harvest its scales and everything else? Perhaps, although how long exactly would it take for the taint to leave the body? Harry asked. To that, none of the dwarves had an answer, but Bilbo did. Plant some grass on top of the grave. Once the grass stops dying or showing signs of the taint, going brown, or black or what have you, you'll have a hint. Remove some of the scales at that point, bury them, see if anything happens. And then come back for the rest. It won't be a fast process even as you dwarves measure things, but it is possible. Good thinking, but that's for the future. Let's move this bad boy. Harry grunted, looking over the dwarves. You said something about pikes. All of the dwarves grinned, taking some vicious humor in this as they remembered how Smaug had toyed with them, slaughtered their families, taken their homes. And now, they were talking about moving his body as if it was just a giant ungainly package. There was a lot of catharsis in that thought, and it drove out any hint of gold desire in the dwarves as they scattered to the various armories. Most of the weapons within, not just the siege weapons they had used against the dragon, were ruined through disuse. But they eventually found enough halberd tops and left Erebor, eager to find wood to turn into shafts for their new tools. It was nearly midday when they returned, and Harry was anxious to get this done. With the dwarves situated in places within the field of stone blocks, Harry looked at the dragon, then thrust out his hand, concentrating as he used one of the oldest spells he'd ever learned, indeed, a spell that was near and dear to his heart because it had eventually led to his becoming friends with Hermione. Wingardium Leviosa. While the spoken words had no meaning and didn't help Harry any longer in directing his spell, nostalgia had taken over for a moment. But as the dragon slowly lifted off the ground, Harry grimaced. The anti-magic properties of the dragon were fighting him hard on this, and he grunted, shaking his hand, then his whole body as the dragon rose up only a foot off the ground. The anti-magical properties of the dragon had not decreased over much with the dragon's death, unfortunately. But they had thought of this, and the dwarves quickly raced forward along either side of the dragon dragging a massive carpet behind them. It had once served as a carpet used in the king's hall for special occasions and had been stored away carefully. Now it would serve a simpler, if possibly nobler, purpose. Within minutes the dwarves were done, and Keeley shouted, "We're done, Harry." Harry released the spell with a gasp, collapsing to his knees, wringing out his hand and arm as if they had gone dead, while his head was slowly throbbing. "Fuck me, but that was hard." "You're not my type," came the answer from many of the dwarves. Harry turned and gestured with both hands with his middle finger. "Tell me, is this still a universal gesture?" The dwarves laughed heartily at that, and Harry grinned, taking a canteen of water from Bilbo and drinking down quickly. All of them were just getting a kick out of this, despite the difficulty of the task. And after chewing his way through a long piece of jerky, one of the last few they had, none of the hunters among them having had much luck in finding came near the lonely mountain, Harry straightened his shoulders and stood up, wringing out his hands once more. "Right then, fellows, run to your secondary position, and let's get this show moving." It was tough. Even lifting just Smaug's weight was hard, and for a moment, Harry feared that the carpet would tear due to the weight. But with the dragon's weight distributed all across it and Harry's spell acting on the entirety of the carpet, there was no one point for that weight to really settle on and start tearing. It would have been different if the dragon had been on his back when he died because all of the back scales were sharp and edged, but the scales of the underbelly weren't. Harry was thus able to use the carpet to carry Smaug into the air and over the stones, where, yes, the tail and head proved to be problematic. But the first time they had smacked into the rocks beneath, all of the dwarves fell about themselves with laughter, and even Harry, holding the dragon in the air, had to fight off an urge to join them. "Ha, hee, if the dragon falls fellows, those stones are going to rip the carpet, and we will have a devil of a time moving it again. I want this job done, damn it. We can laugh afterward." This didn't stop the dwarves and even Bilbo from occasionally laughing when the head got stuck in stone here and there, or the tail was caught and pulled taut before the dwarves could push it clear. But they went about their work with a will, grinning all the while. Somehow, that sense of humor, that sense of fun, kept the fears of the taint at bay and not once did any of the dwarves turn aside from their work to stare at the entrance to the treasure room. Outside, Harry ended the spell, gasping and nearly falling backward only to be grabbed by Dory. "Well done, Harry. We did it. We did, although, what you all are going to be doing with those stones, is something you lot are going to have to figure out. I think I could move 5 or 6 of the larger ones a day if I was doing nothing else, but even so, that is one hell of a task." He looked at the dragon's carcass, then shook his head slowly. "And what we're going to do with the damn thing from now on is another question entirely. Perhaps a giant cart of some kind? Crude, but just a set of logs, 2 axles, and wheels." Many wheels, Dory decided. Had once worked as a farrier and wagon maker and had noticed several wheels of carts to move goods inside Erebor were still there. Many axles, many wheels, and heavy logs. Keeley asked him what kind of tools he would need for that task, then Keeley and Ori re-entered Erebor, with Bilbo moving to join them automatically. As they did, Harry noticed that his earlier Lumos light spell was still going strong. "Well, that answers my question on if I now have an affinity to light magic. I only put in enough magic in that spell to last an hour at most, and we've been at this for far longer." While the other trio searched within Erebor for tools, Harry and the others were left to search for trees. They had to range further away from the lonely mountain but eventually found a small copse of trees. This allowed them to be the first to meet the aid from Lake Town. Harry had just used the spell to knock over several trees, which the dwarves went to work on when he heard a loud halloo in the distance. Turning in that direction, Harry saw Gandalf coming over a small hill, waving his staff in the air. By the time Harry and the others with him arrived, Harry had pulled the doors off their task, and all of them were waiting for the humans to reach them. Well met, Harry Potter. It is good to see you hale and hearty. The news we had from the thrush you sent to Lake Town told us of your survival, but seeing is still believing, Gandalf greeted Harry, holding out a hand to the younger man with a merry twinkle in his eyes. Once twinkling eyes might have annoyed Harry, but now he simply chuckled, holding up his other hand, the one that was still scarred. I'm almost intended to light myself on fire just to see if Arian would be willing to heal me again. If you were actually serious about that, it would worry me, as it would almost certainly not work. The Vala are kind, but they do not reward stupidity. Gandalf laughed even louder, then pulled the younger man into a hug. Well done, Harry Potter. Well done indeed. Once introductions were made all around, Harry and the dwarves decided to call it a day, leading Gandalf and their new allies to where their camp been made. As they walked, Harry was unsurprised to feel Gandalf's eyes on him. Say what you want to say, old one, or should that be, senior? Harry quipped, turning to wink at the older man. Senior indeed. Gandalf understood the joke and shook his head, feeling lighter and more pleased than he had in many a decade. Indeed, he almost felt young again, in a way he had not felt since the burden of his mission to Middle-earth had been placed upon him. You are truly one with the land, one with all of Eru Iluvatar's creation now, he went on in a softer tone. I dreamed of a song, Gandalf, Harry said, his own voice light, yet his tone serious for all its sudden tenderness. No one, least of all someone with a heart like Harry Potter's, could come away unchanged from the dreams he'd had. I dreamed of the song of creation. And I watched as my lady and the Lord all sang a new note into it, connecting me to this world. Before I'd never thought of myself as much of a drum person, I was more of a strings bloke, you understand, but I think drums have grown on me now. Harry tried to make light of it, but Gandalf could tell by looking at Harry what he had been given. I understand completely. And I welcome you into our brotherhood, young Harry. Gandalf said, reaching over to touch the younger man's shoulder lightly. Never before has something happened, and yet, I am happy that it happened with you, and I hope that in the long years to come, you find peace and happiness in this new world of yours. Harry said nothing to that, simply nodding his head, and the trip passed in companionable silence between them while the humans and dwarves exchanged information around them. Reaching the camp, Gandalf stared at where Thorin was still buried up to his neck in the ground, small flowers having grown in the past few days all around him where Bilbo had planted them. Most crude, Mr. Baggins, but perhaps effective, he mused, calling the attention of all the dwarves to him and the new arrivals who had come upon the camp unawares. Neither Bilbo nor Balin had kept watch, believing themselves safe at the foot of the lonely mountain, and all of the dwarves that hadn't been working with Harry on the trees were there, Bilbo and the others who had entered within Erebor having come back out and headed back to camp to work on the tools they had found. Gandalf! Bilbo shouted in delight, smiling at the old man as he scrambled to his feet, followed by many of the others. By the farms of my forefathers, but it is good to see you. He paused suddenly, looking at the two elves with Gandalf, and going on politely in Elvish. Your pardon, good elves, but while you look familiar, I cannot believe we have actually met. Gandalf smiled at that before introducing his companions while striding past the dwarves, shaking hands with those who offered but making for the fire, where he set a kettle on the holder and ordered two of the humans to bring over flasks of water they had gathered the day before. Once the water had been poured in, Gandalf added a series of herbs he had taken out of a pouch at his side as he looked over at Thorin and Fili. Fili first, I think. The herbs to stimulate the creation of blood will need longer to work with. So easy, Throckle. Fili quipped, using Gandalf's dwarven name for once. And why is it that you arrive now when all the hard work is already done? In that, young Fili, you are quite wrong. Your work against Smaug is finished, true, but as much as I would like you all to have time to rest, there is more work to be done. But tell me, what is wrong with Thorin? He was doused in Smaug's blood after exhausting his anger on Smaug's corpse, Bilbo replied. This made him incredibly susceptible to the dragon's curse. He then smiled wryly. Thankfully, he didn't actually ingest any. His beard protected him from the splashback. Gandalf laughed at that but quietly as Thorin stared over at him, his eyes wild. He is getting quieter at least and is still eating the food we feed him well enough, Balin explained, staring over at his king for a moment, then back to Gandalf. But you said something about having more work to do. While the other humans and the elves dumped their burdens down around the campsite, Gandalf explained the news he had come with. He was frequently interrupted, though, as Harry and the dwarves all asked questions about the nature of the army, how Gandalf's explorations into Dol Guldur had gone, forcing him to share much of his own ventures, as well as the battle that had finally ousted Sauron from his fortress. The news that the Lady Galadriel had collapsed due to exhaustion made Harry grit his teeth in anger, a part of him wishing that he had gone with Gandalf, but the majority of Harry knew that the dwarves had needed him more. Who knew what would have happened without him here to help against Smaug? Even with these interruptions the tale eventually finished, and Harry frowned, touching his old lightning bolt scar thoughtfully. Why are they coming here with an entire army? Surely they don't need that large a force if all they were thinking of doing was meeting with Smog? Or even if they thought he was dead and we could claim the Lonely Mountain without a fight, there aren't enough of us to demand such a response, and no offense to you four, but Lake Town just isn't important either. Not important enough to send an entire army against. They are after two things. For all that Thorin had screamed himself hoarse several times due to the taint, Thorin's voice was still deep and powerful, drawing all eyes to where his head stuck out of the ground. The serious expression on his face as Thorin looked back at them was almost comical, surrounded as he was by flowers and, well, the whole head sticking out of the ground thing. But Thorin ignored that and the snickers from the younger dwarves as he continued on into the side of the manor in comparison to how he had been over the past few days. 1. They wish to fortify this place. Even without the dragon, Erebor and the Lonely Mountain represent an incredible defensive fortification. Close the main doors, and even a dozen men could hold off armies. That is why they are sending one. He then locked eyes with Harry before glancing over at Gandalf. The second reason is you, Harry. Isn't it, Gandalf? I'm afraid you're right, Thorin. Gandalf looked at him thoughtfully and decided to make 2 batches of the potion that would convince Philly's body to generate more blood rather than one for him and one for Thorin. It seemed as if the gold curse was working its way out of Thorin's system regardless. He turned to look at Harry, who was already looking at him in confusion. I have mentioned the fact that you and your magic make splashes in the past, Harry. With your connection to Arion, those splashes are mostly muted, but Sauron knew where you were. And he knows that you possess powers and abilities that he wants. So that army is not only to create a defensive fortification to rival Dol Guldur but also to capture you personally. But Gandalf has given us a precious gift coming here so quickly. Time. Thorin once more drew attention to himself, and as everyone looked at him, Thorin slowly shook his head, the dirt around his neck shifting with the movement. I still shouldn't be allowed out save for mealtimes. I am not entirely lucid just yet. The thought of the Arkenstone still haunts me, as does the idea of anyone else laying claim to our gold. But at the moment, I am lucid enough for this. He looked at the humans, who looked very confused about the whole gold curse thing, his voice turning even more formal than it had been. As king under the mountain, I agree with your plan to evacuate to the Lonely Mountain. If it can be cleared of the dragon's taint, Erebor will welcome you all within its halls. We will pay you the portion of the treasure we have agreed to previously, and we, the people of Lake Town and my party, as well as the dwarves of my cousin Dane, will stand together against the orcs. His lips quirked, looking over his nephew. I would shake your hand to signify my acceptance of this, but instead, I will have Philly do it for me. Thank you, your majesty. Arter, the man who had been sent to lead the men of Lake Town, slammed a fist into his chest, bowing from the waist even as his lips twitched at seeing Thorin, who had left quite an impression in Lake Town, being subjected to something like what he was seeing now regardless of why. Until I am well, Philly, you are in charge. Disregard everything else but clearing Erebor of the taint if possible and preparing our people for war, Thorin ordered, unaware of what had already been done to remove the dragon and everything else. Even as weak as he was, Philly nodded, straightening his shoulders and standing up, nodding formally to his uncle. I'll see it done if it can be done at all, uncle. Thorin nodded and leaned back, closing his eyes, gritting his teeth. When they opened again, they once more were wide, almost manic with anger and rage. He was about to open his mouth when Harry hit him with a muffling spell. Well, that was good while it lasted. What are your orders, Philly? Do you have orders to return once you dropped off your supplies? Philly asked Arter. When the human shook his head, Philly smiled. Good. We will need more hands for this, I think. He looked up at the sky, realizing they had only a few hours left of sunlight. Still, they were only within an hour's walk to the entrance, and Philly decided he needed to see for himself how bad the boulder fields and the dragon issue were before making any decisions. He then whooped as Harry pointed at him, and Philly rose into the air. This is becoming my favorite spell, Harry said dryly, pulling Philly behind him like a balloon. Keely led the others in laughing at his brother, but Gandalf interrupted things, barking out that young Philly is not going anywhere until he has the concoction that I am brewing at present. And I mean for you to drink it all, young Philly. Eventually, Philly gulped down the horrid-smelling potion, and leaving Balin and Bomber behind to watch over Thorin, the group left. However, the moment they came within sight of it, the humans all stopped and stared at the carcass of Smog laying there, a mound of scale and muscle and ancient hatred. When he saw the corpse, Gandalf shook his head, frowning. Smog was truly the greatest fire drake since Ankalagan. The fact that you all killed it without taking any losses is a tremendous miracle. It was far too close for many of us. But I certainly hope that it is a tale that will ring down the ages. After all, if we can't beat this orc horde, there will be no one left to sing of it, Philly answered tartly. And that corpse can in no way be part of our defensive works. So first and foremost, we need to move it further away from the entrance to Erebor. Harry nodded and explained the plan they had been making. The fact of the matter was, the dragon was just too damn heavy for Harry to move with just his own magic any real distance. So a giant cart to move it while Harry lightened the carcass's weight was the only way they were going to move it anywhere at all. Obviously if the taint of the dragon was able to be felt through the ground, they didn't want it anywhere near the entrance. Gandalf nodded, but he was looking thoughtfully at the dragon. He waved his staff in the air, and above the dragon, a visible world of air occurred. He then smiled. I believe, Harry, that if you can but lift Smaug's corpse into the air, I will be able to do the rest. You see, it isn't so much moving the corpse, but moving the air around it. You're going to have to teach me that one, old man, Harry muttered, then reached forward with both of his hands to direct his own spell, almost absent-mindedly setting Philly on the ground beside his brother. Sweat broke out on his brow as he once again lifted the dragon, using the frayed and tattered remains of the carpet underneath it. The thing had not done so well as they crossed over the stones, slowly coming apart due to the weight despite the amount of pride the dwarves had in something so ancient still being in one piece. Harry had lifted the beast barely a foot above the ground when Gandalf began his own magic. Whispering words of power under his breath, Gandalf gestured with his staff in a circular motion, and underneath Smaug's carcass, the air began to move, moving so fast in one place as to almost become solid. Watching it, Harry had the thought that it almost looked like something from a show that he and Hermione had once watched at her parents' house, a hovercraft. Regardless, much of the strain Harry felt in his spell work disappeared as Smaug's weight was taken by the air beneath it. Working together, the two magic users moved the carcass from where it had been lying in front of the gates to Erebor, slowly moving with it for several miles. By the time they were done, both of them were now drenched in sweat, the effort of moving the dragon taxing even Gandalf. But they eventually set it down, breathing sighs of relief. That, I think, has been working enough for this old man for one day. Let us go find the others and return to camp for the night. Considering that it was now well into the evening, Harry nodded, and the two of them returned to the others. With the two wizards gone, Philly and the others had begun to make plans. These plans came under two headings, one for the war and one to combat the taint. And as they all moved back to camp, Philly outlined them. Bilbo and Harry discussed some of those plans, and Harry nodded since most of it was doable for his part, while Bilbo was a little concerned. Still, there were trees near enough, and so long as their root systems were so sprawling, they could be transplanted with enough time and work. The other plans involved preparing a series of camps outside the entrance. With the taint still within, the citizens of Lake Town would only be moved inside when battle actually beckoned. Watching the still weak Philly talk to the humans and the dwarves around them as they walked, Harry reflected that while Thorin would probably have been a better commander, he didn't have the younger dwarf's sense of humor or easygoing nature with the humans. So this might actually help us in the long run. Over the next 3 days, as the people of Lake Town made their slow way to the Lonely Mountain and armies moved elsewhere, Philly's ideas were put into place throughout Erebor and around the Lonely Mountain. First, several of the dwarves, with Dory leading them, hacked out the portions of the main hall's floor where the dragon's blood had seeped into the stone, removing the stone and not touching it at all, their hands covered with leather gloves resized to fit them from gloves and other things they had found scattered through the museum that was the ancient city. This was a somewhat distressing task, because not only was the work hard, but they had once again had to go scavenging throughout Erebor for the gloves and tools. This had forced them to again face the sheer number of skeletons scattered around their ancient home. Balin, Oin, and Gloin wanted to start removing them for burial, but there were just so many that doing so would have taken far too long. The majority of the skeletons would have to wait until they could be taken care of appropriately. Meanwhile, Dwellin, easily the most experienced combatant among them who was still mobile despite his broken ribs, marked out areas around the mountain, areas that were easy avenues of assault or could be made into defensive positions, and so forth. They would, after all, have to protect a large portion of the exterior of the Lonely Mountain if they couldn't retreat inside Erebor for fear of the taint. At the same time this was going on, Harry and Bilbo used magic to create a wooden palisade within the entrance to the treasure room. Bilbo marked an area on the floor in front of the gold and then had Harry explode the floor in chunks before filling the trench with soil. With that done, he, Elladan and Elroer replanted trees brought to him by Gandalf and Harry. But it was Bilbo who led that effort, moving the soil around the roots, tending to the trees, watering them, making sure that the transplanting had worked. Under Bilbo's touch and the light of another Lumos spell from Harry, the trees were successfully transplanted. And over the next few days, as Bilbo and the two elves worked on them, they started to show signs that they would eventually flourish. That would take time, but the sheer amount of trees would block people from getting to the gold easily. The other entrance, Harry blocked off by the simple expedient of stuffing it with one of the stones from the drop zone. During this, Harry found himself befriending the two young elves. They were affable, good-natured, and not at all condescending. They were also, Harry reflected, dangerous. There was a kind of hidden anger within them, which he called them out on one evening as Elroer sat next to him at the fire. In this manner, Harry learned about what happened to their mother and fully understood, even replying with the tale of how his parents had died to Tom Riddle. He disdained to call the man a Dark Lord. In comparison to even a single one of Sauron's Nazgul, the man had been a dabbler at best. Seeing the desire to change the topic, Elladan smiled at Harry, one eyebrow rising. By the way, what is this I hear of you and a young Sindar elf named Toriel? Harry's blush was all he could have asked for, aided and abetted by the other dwarves piling in, and even Thorin, in another moment of lucidity, shouting out his own thoughts on that subject from where he, once more, was buried. Despite the toil of the day and the dangers to come, around the campfire that night, laughter resounded. Scene break. Unbeknownst to Gandalf, a small boat moved across the long lake, lined with goblins who were inexpertly using paddles to move them across the water. They slowly get moved across the lake towards the distant mountain, and when they got there stopped. One among them, taller and stronger looking than the others, pulled out a long metal and glass object. It was an amazing piece of work, and he had been well drilled in its use, a gift from Saruman, although only Sauron knew that. With the device, the goblin stared at the lonely mountain, his breath hissing out in shock at the sight of the dead dragon. Unfortunately, the device was not powerful enough to see anything else, not where the dwarves were, not where their camp was. Only the dragon's corpse dumped several miles away from the bottom of the lonely mountain could be seen from here. He turned back, quickly stowing the object away, hitting the others with the end of it, no longer caring about how amazing it was. Back into the boat. Back. The dragon is dead. Lord Azog must be told. Scene break. Families from Lake Town began to arrive on the third day after Arthur and the others had arrived. These were families without children, children near to fully grown, and no elderly to slow them down. All of them eagerly set to work on whatever needed doing, which all the dwarves were grateful for. During this time, the group had moved their camp directly in front of the entrance to Erebor. This was closer to their various projects and served as a test to whether or not the dwarves could be that close to the gold without the taint reaching out for them. That experiment worked, as none of the dwarves evinced any interest in rushing inside to search for the gold or take their portion of it or what have you, unless they were near to where Smaug had fallen, and the wooden palisade that Bilbo and the elves had made over the past few days. During this time Thorin woke up, once more fully aware, cognizant and without a hint of the taint, taking command from a very happy filly. However, before that, he gathered his companions, politely excluding the others from the discussion. Once alone, he looked at them all in the eye one after another and then slowly sank to his knees in front of them, his face twisting into an expression none had ever seen there before, guilt. Balin, Bombur, Dwellin. I apologize for the words I said to you. No dwarf should take such words lying down, and the fact that you are not railing or demanding a trial by combat with me, or simply just leaving me here to rot in the dirt, is more than I am worth. You're our king, and you were sick, Dwellin replied for all three. There is nothing to forgive. He fell silent, but his brother spoke up in his place, Bombur nodding silent agreement. Most of us have felt the pull whenever we entered Erebor over the past few days, Thorin. It is still powerful and something we will have to be aware of going forward. Thorin nodded, in acknowledgement not agreement with their words, still castigating himself severely for his weakness. Not so much the weakness against the blood. That Thorin would allow himself. But the fact that he had lost control of himself. Now he turned to Fili and Kili. Fili, Kili. I said things I should never say to any dwarf, let alone one of my blood. I will confess all of my words to your sister when I meet her and take whatever punishment this gives to me. Not only for that, but for nearly killing you, Kili. While I might have saved you, that does not in any way absolve me of. I nearly. He fell silent, unable to even say the words, and Fili and Kili both grabbed his forearms in both of theirs, squeezing. They said nothing, simply giving their wordless support. He smiled at them before going on, giving every one of his companions personal apologies until he came to Bilbo. With Bilbo, he pulled him into a hug, something that most would not have thought Thorin would ever do to someone who is not family and even then rarely. Bilbo Baggins, you have been a friend and an ally, one whose worth I can never truly repay with anything so crass as gold and jewels. If ever you and yours need aid, you have but to say it. Embarrassed, Bilbo mumbled something and pulled away quickly as Thorin released him, and Thorin turned to Harry. He hadn't said anything about Harry over the past few days, considering that whenever he was about to open his mouth when he had been under the control of the madness, Harry had simply muffled him, and the wizard said so now. Don't apologize for words said in anger when they were never heard. Just promise me you are over your madness. Especially for this Arkenstone thing. Chuckling at that, Thorin shook his head and held out his hand for Harry to shake. I am over my madness, but why do you mention the Arkenstone? I will still require it as part of my raiment of kingship if nothing else, as worried about that fact as I might be. I think the Arkenstone is something that Lady Arian mentioned to me. She basically demanded that I bring it out of Erebor and into the light of day. And then all demanded the same thing, so it must be important. Well, in that case, I suppose someone else will have to go and fetch it. However, I am not going to enter the mountain until we retreat into it in the face of the orc host, Thorin declared, staring at Harry as if this was some kind of final challenge, which he would meet and overcome. Chuckling at that, Harry held up his hand towards the entrance into Erebor. Oxio Arkenstone. Nearby, Gandalf felt the pulse of magic from Harry, but everyone else was simply staring at him quizzically while inside Erebor, clunking could be heard as if something small was bouncing off the wood. And then, as the dwarves turned to stare, something whizzed out of the darkness, glowing almost with an inner light. The Arkenstone seemed to be made of diamond covering over something that looked like a golden or perhaps an orange opal. But whatever it was, that in her light earned. It didn't just shine. Instead, there was a light burning within, which shocked Harry, having thought that the others had simply been speaking about some strange stone. But no, staring at this thing, it was very obviously magical in some fashion. And as Harry held it, the glow within it became brighter and brighter. Then, moved by an urge he didn't quite understand, Harry held out the stone to Thorin. Take it. Thorin frowned, putting his hands behind him very firmly. I dare not. I have only recently overcome the taint. I saw what processing that for over long did to my grandfather. Take it, Harry said, and the voice with which he spoke was no longer his own, instead it was almost subterranean in its depths, powerful, almost like the earth itself had spoken. You are worthy of the heart of the mountain Thorin Oakenshield. You have overcome your blood's weakness, debased yourself as few royals would to show contrition and humility. You have shown drive skill of hand and mind before this to reclaim your ancient home. You are worthy. In another lifetime, this would never have happened. In another lifetime, all, like all the other Vala, would have turned their attention away from Middle-earth, deciding that the time of magic and their interference had passed. But, all of that had changed with the arrival of Harry, and it had changed again when he had proven himself to Arion, becoming part of the song. They would still not stretch forth their hands to smite Sauron. Middle-earth would not have survived such, and humanity had to learn to fight for themselves. The elves would also still decline, too focused inward to truly protect the world around them as they had in ages past. But the dwarves? Their future was very much up in the air thanks to how they had been created solely by all, putting them beyond the scope of Eru Iluvatar's songs. And in his vast halls underneath Amon, all exulted as Thorin proved that his folk could overcome the greed inherent in their being and grasped a creation that all himself had made. For the Arkenstone was literally the heart of the mountain indeed. As long as one worthy held it, the Arkenstone would give him power, strength and durability, as well as skill of hand and eye far above those of a normal dwarf. But if you were unworthy, madness and decay would result, spreading from the owner to those around him, as it had in the hands of Thror and his father, the first king to own it, much to all us chagrin. Although only a few dwarves now alive still remembered how weakness had started to creep into Erebor, ended as Thror's reign had been by Smaug's assault. Thorin and all of the dwarves there stared at Harry in shock, knowing without being told the voice with which Harry had just spoken was not his, but that of their lord and creator Mahar. Then, slowly, hesitantly, Thorin reached out and took the Arkenstone into his hand. As he did, he felt the energy within it pulse into him, and the dwarves heard Mahal's voice once more. All hail Thorin Oakenshield of the blood of Durin, king under the mountain. Scene break. From one of the topmost bunkers in Erebor's original defensive positions, Keely groaned as the thrush on his shoulder finished its report. Using the thrushes as their eyes and ears around the area had been a masterful idea, and it was coming in handy now, even though the number of people who could understand them was limited. Eladin Elroer, Gandalf, Keely and, surprisingly, Balin was able to fully understand the thrushes twittering, which forced at least one of them to be on post up here at all times. Because, of course, Dane and the elves have to arrive at the same time. He turned to one of the humans, a youngster around 15. That was still shocking to Keely, and many of the other dwarves, that humans would allow someone so young to be placed in such danger as entering Erebor with the taint still active within, and Keely had to continually remind himself that humans matured much faster than dwarves. Luckily, they had the example of Harry to look to in that area. Run and find Bard and my uncle. Tell them we're about to have company. Nodding, the human youth raced off down the stone staircase that led from this large lookout post and down through several internal doorways to the main defenses of Erebor and from there down to the base camp outside. Like the main balcony-like structures carved out of the stone above the main entrance, this place was designed to protect that main entrance and nothing else. They had interior doorways that closed automatically, small circular bits of stone that acted as a second, inviolate defense against assault unless locked open. Against the dragon, none of that had mattered since the defenders stationed here had died by fire, the doors closing behind them. If they hadn't, the idea of using smoke to weaken Smaug would never have worked. Keely turned to the thrush, gently patting its head as he pulled out a tiny bite of jerky, feeding the thrush with his other hand. Thank you for the information, little friend, but now I have another task for you. You must go and find Dane. Warn him about the elven army and that they are friendly. Then, tell him to march around the mountain's southern side. The last thing we want is for Dane and the elves to spot one another before they see us. Thanks to Keely's quick thinking, this possible disaster was averted. As Harry, Thorin, Bard, and their companions watched from a hilltop leading into their camp, the two armies came into sight of the defensive lines around the entrance to Erebor from different directions, the elves to the north, the dwarves to the south. Around them, the 170-plus human men of fighting age from Lake Town and a few surrounding villages arrayed themselves in the defensive positions Dwellin, Bard, and Harry had mapped out. Almost all of them were armed with bows, but around a fifth were armed with dwarven weapons, and those men also wore dwarven armor found in Erebor and repaired or, in a few cases, even recast by Thorin over the past few days. The same could be said for the dwarves of Thorin's band who were the best fighters, Dwellin, Fili, Keely, and Thorin himself. Even Harry and Bilbo had been given some armor, and like that of the dwarves, it was quite special. Flashback. The day after being given the Arkenstone, Thorin had insisted on going through the gold, a fact that at first had made Harry and the others somewhat leery. But Thorin's eyes and face were clear, and he explained why quickly. While many of the armories within Erebor were wrecked or are useless to us due to disuse, my people made weapons and armor of passing beauty and ability as well. He tapped his sword, smiling faintly. Nothing like Orcrist, but still, very good weapons, and more particularly, armor. There were several suits of mithril armor within our halls, only one of which was lost with my father when he ventured into Moria. There were some rumblings of interest at that, although the term mithril flew over Harry's head first. When the metal's special properties were explained to him, his idle musing caused Thorin and Dwellin to go cross-eyed at the implications. I wonder how that kind of thing would take to my type of runic enchantment. End flashback. Standing next to his friend, Harry was once more impressed by the change that had come over Thorin since cleaning the Arkenstone and throwing off the taint of Smaug's curse. He was once more his somber self to be sure, but he stood straighter, he moved faster, and Harry had seen that Thorin was actually a good deal stronger than he had been. He even wrestled Dori, the strongest of the dwarves, into submission the day before, both of them laughing and joking as Bard and the rest of the dwarves had stood around them, placing wagers on the outcome. But one thing hadn't changed in the past few days, and that was Thorin's admittedly understandable anger towards Thranduil. Watching him, Harry could see Thorin's face closing down as he stared at the elven host coming towards the mountain. The elven host had marched around Long Lake to the north and now were coming towards them from that direction. Calmly, Thorin. As much as we have legitimate grievances against that asshole, now is not the time to voice them. From his other side, Fili and Balin both murmured agreement. The younger dwarf had stepped up even after Thorin had taken command once more as his uncle's second main advisor, and now in the face of their united front, and perhaps helped by Gandalf's firm glower of agreement, Thorin breathed in a few times, then resolutely turned away to stare at where his cousin army was coming into view. I was told as a young dwarf that if one cannot say something nice, one should not say anything at all. So, I will follow this advice now. Chuckling, Harry turned in that direction too, watching as the dwarves and army came up over one of the hills leading to the lonely mountain before halting at the top and reforming a ring itself for battle. It was an impressive sight, to be sure. From here, Harry couldn't make out many details of that army, but he could see the gleam of steel on all of the dwarves up there. It looked as if the dwarves were either larger in general than those from Thorin's company, which Harry discounted, or were wearing extremely heavy armor while wielding large hammers or axes, along with equally heavy shields. My word, they even have helmets. I didn't even know that was allowed here in Middle-earth. Rolling his eyes at Harry's wry amusement, although inwardly acknowledging his point, Balin nodded. Aye lad, no people in the world can carry as heavy armor as a dwarf. Our endurance and strength are what makes us dwarves in the first place. I have no doubt that there is a baggage train out of sight somewhere behind them, but Balin has the right of it. Every dwarf over there would have marched the entire way here carrying most of their kit themselves, with only their armor on the packs of the mules, if that, Thorin said, equally proudly to his advisor. Harry turned to look back at the elven host. Unlike the dwarves, who seemed entirely made up of what Harry would term a single type of unit, that being heavy infantry, the elves had two portions to the army. One was a force of what Harry estimated as perhaps 2,000 or so infantry. Whether or not they were heavy or light infantry, Harry couldn't tell. They were wearing armor, sure, and it was gleaming gold, and they had high helmets gleaming gold, and they looked very impressive moving into a combat line, using large double-bladed glaives and kite shields. But the way they moved seemed too loose, too quick for their armor to be that heavy. Beyond that was another 500 or so, again, Harry was guessing, but since it looked as if it was only about a quarter of the rest of the host, he felt it was probably accurate, of the unseen host that Harry had seen examples of before. They were dressed in green raiment that seemed to blend into the environment around them even here, let alone the forest that they were charged to patrol. Each of them seemed to carry a bow and several quivers of arrows. As Harry watched, a group of 4 elves came forward from the army. There seemed to be some kind of argument going on with one of them, and Harry smiled as he saw the flash of red hair from the elf at the center of this argument. But his attention was pulled to the side as Thorin grunted. Here comes Dane. I have no doubt that he's going to be quite prickly about the idea of so many humans camped outside Erebor, and explaining why we can't all be inside the mountain is going to take some doing. Especially with elves nearby. Gandalf, can I ask for your assistance there to explain the taint? Using small words and continually hammering the point about madness, if you please. As Gandalf chuckled assent at that, Harry turned in that direction and blinked as he saw a single dwarf riding down the hill towards them on a... What the heck is he riding? A battle boar. A giant forest boar trained to fight, our equivalent of warg riders, although it's a new addition to the Iron Hills military. That's why my cousin is the only one you see up there, Thorin snorted in amusement. There were only 15 or so trained for war throughout the Iron Hills the last time I met with Dane in person. As the creature came closer, Harry realized that Thorin was telling the truth rather than pulling his leg. It was indeed a giant bristly, tusked, mad-eyed boar. Which also had its own barding, complete with helm set on its face and head. Interesting concept, weird looking, but interesting, Harry drawled. But since he is coming forward, and I think the elves are about to do the same, do you think we should go forward and meet them as well? Unless you want to meet with them in our camp. It's customary to meet on neutral ground, even between supposed allies. Thorin snorted, then pointed to a small hill a ways ahead of their lines and to the south, nearer to a neutral point between the three armies and down toward the long lake. On the other side of which, not at all incidentally, Smaug's corpse lay, having been recently buried by Bilbo, Elladan and Elroer after they had finished work on the palisade guarding the treasure room. Although again, Harry had been forced to help, blowing up large chunks of the ground, which the three then shoveled onto the corpse. We'll set up a pavilion there. Harry nodded, while beside him, Bard gestured to two of his people, who raced in different directions. Soon enough, a makeshift pavilion was set up by the people of Lake Town, along with some water and simple refreshments. Very simple, since the camp didn't exactly have a lot of food to go around. To get to the pavilion, the elves had to pass by where the dragon's head could still be seen sticking out of the ground, much like Thorin's head while he was being cleansed of the taint. Watching the elves recoil from it was amusing and quite gratifying, Harry reflected as he looked down at them from the top of the hill. From the other side, Dane couldn't see it, and Harry could hear Thorin greeting the other dwarf heartily, then bringing him over to meet Harry and to see the proof of our victory. When he heard the two sets of booted feet stop, Harry turned his eyes away from the elves to nod respectfully to the older dwarf. He was slightly larger in the shoulders than Thorin, with ginger hair that reminded Harry of the Weasleys. His beard was even more bristling than any of the other dwarves Harry had already met, and at his side, Dane had a large warmer, one whose shaft was almost as large as the dwarf was tall. His eyes were slightly deeper set into his head than Thorin as well, and he looked up at the human speculatively. So, you'd be the magic user then? The one my cousin here calls friend? His agreement with Bard is one thing. Making local allies is just smart business, even taking in his people like this, although I'm confused about why you're all camped outside the mountain rather than in it. Yet what surprises me most is my cousin, Thorin the hard-headed, Thorin the aloof, Thorin the... Yes, thank you, Dane, we get it, Thorin mock growled, thumping the other dwarf on the shoulder. Dane laughed, more guffawed, really, and it was then that Harry decided he would probably get to like this dwarf. Well, you understand what I'm saying. You, of all of us, saying that this human is a friend. That is most peculiar. Well, while Thorin is indeed prickly and hard-headed, I rather like him, but there's no accounting for taste, I suppose. Harry drawled. Even Gandalf chuckled at that, and so it was that Thranduil and the other elves with him arrived to discover all of the people they were there to meet with laughing or as snorting and humor. Legolas and Toriel both smiled at that, although Toriel's smile was more because of Harry than because of whatever was putting a bit of humor into the proceedings. Likewise, Harry's eyes went to her, and he bowed slightly from the waist towards her. His eyes flashing with delight. But as the elves arrived, the dwarves' good humor vanished, and all of them glared at the elves, who stared right back impassively. To one side, Bard and Arter, who he had chosen as his second for this meeting, looked uncomfortable, while Harry just rolled his eyes. It fell to Gandalf to move between the two groups, thumping his staff down on the ground, creating a sound far, far larger than a simple wooden staff hitting dirt should have evoked. Gentlemen, and lady, Gandalf interrupted himself to bow grandly towards Toriel, who he had last seen when Thranduil released her from her captivity, looking much the worse for wear and far angrier than she seemed now. We are not here to simply glare at one another, or worse, to cast aspersions on one another's honor, ancestry, or bring up past dealings in which elf or dwarf wronged one another. We are here to discuss the enemy host. An enemy host, moreover, that is barely 2 days behind you. Gandalf and Keely had organized the thrushes into a kind of scout force. It was harrowing work because the orc host had crows following it, or perhaps even as part of the army, and there were a lot more crows than there were thrushes, and they were all larger and more combative in the main as well. And yet, the thrushes had still been able to keep track of the army in general by watching the cloud of crows. So they knew the general area and speed of the orc army but had no idea about its composition. Although with the enemy so close, Eladin and Elroer would be leaving after this meeting to make up for that lack. There was some consternation at the news the enemy was that close, and Thranduil raised a sardonic eyebrow. Are you so certain? We have not seen any evidence that this army even exists as yet. No doubt you came via the east road, Thorin said, his tone mild but his eyes flashing. It is the preferred way to travel from east to west, after all. But it would have brought you up and around the northern tip of Long Lake. The orcs are coming from the southwest, from Dol Guldur Straits to here. Well, I'm not so vain as to gainsay what Throckle tells us, Dane said, thumping over to a chair and flopping down into it with all the grace of an extremely well-armored and armed dwarf who was fighting back the urge to wring someone's neck. So, what are we going to do about it? As you can see, we've already begun to prepare the mountain for war. But, unfortunately, there is a problem with retreating into the mountain, Gandalf intoned, gesturing with his staff down to the head of the dragon at the foot of the hill below them. The taint of the dragon is still there and will be for some weeks yet. Far longer than it will take the orc army to approach. Some people can go inside and interact with the pre-existing defenses, but we can't let the humans for the most part inside, or the dwarves. Gandalf explained about the taint then, as well as how they had started to combat it. The idea of a wall of living trees in Erebor's treasure room caused Dane to splutter in indignation, but the elves, even Thranduil, were looking speculatively at Bilbo, interest plain as they heard how he had helped Thorin. And I will be damned if I allow a large group of elves into Erebor without an equal number of dwarves to watch them. Thorin intoned firmly, getting nods of agreement from the other dwarves, although Harry didn't answer, leaving that decision up to Thorin. You speak as if you think we will make off with your gold? Or hold the mountain against you? Why would any of my people want to live beneath your mountain? Thranduil scoffed. It isn't your people whose honor I'm questioning, Thorin answered darkly before another clap from Gandalf's staff interrupted things. Children, behave, or else you'll both be sent to the naughty corner. The wizard said with a sigh of long-suffering patience. Thranduil, you must concede that how you treated Thorin and his company, to say nothing of your past dealings with his folk, was not in keeping with the honor of the elves. And Thorin, you must understand that regardless of past dealings, Thranduil has agreed to lead his army to aid us here and thus deserves respect. Thranduil made as if to speak but seemingly thought better of it, nodding his head to just once. If we cannot enter the mountain, what is our defensive position to be like? He asked instead of whatever else he was going to say. Breathing in deeply, Thorin seemed to gather himself, and when he opened his eyes, they were once more clear, his anger gone. With the work we have been doing in preparation around the camp and various projects within the mountain, as well as gathering weapons, we have yet to truly begin to prepare our defensive lines. We have begun to create some of our old siege engines. But your two armies represent a far larger fighting force than we have currently. Beyond my 12 dwarves, we have the men of Lake Town. Bard. Bard stepped forward, nodding his head once to Dane and Thranduil, showing no deference to either one. While he was still somewhat uncomfortable with the role, Bard understood he was here to represent his people, and he would not show subservience to either dwarf or else, regardless of Lake Town's past dealings with the Mirkwood elves. My folk can field around 170 or so men of fighting age. I further have 70 women who are capable of fletching arrows, and both they and a further 80 men are strong enough to help us create defensive lines, transport wounded during the battle, carry arrows and so forth, but not fit or hale enough to fight in the battle. Dane scowled, knowing those numbers weren't all that impressive in comparison to what he'd already seen of the elvish host. I've got 500 veteran dwarven warriors with me. Heavy infantry the lot of them, and if there is work to be done, we'll do it with a will. Although not being able to enter Erebor is a major blow, I'll tell you that now. Then he smirked over at his cousin. And we have a further 200 battle boars. They're a day behind us, foraging in this land for the beasties has been rough, and it slowed us down. But I think if we use them right, they can be an ace up our sleeves. Laughing, Thorin congratulated him for finally having raised enough boars to make an actual combat unit. But beyond that, we killed the dragon within Erebor, and it lay on our gold for decades. The taint is real, cousin. As Gandalf explained, I succumbed to it for a few days and was only able to recover with the help of my friends in a rather extreme method of cleansing. So unless you are volunteering your dwarves to be buried up to your head for days on end, entering Erebor in large numbers is not in the cards. Thranduil nodded slowly, his gaze flicking down to the dragon head, then back to Thorin, something like respect showing on his face for a brief moment. It sounds to me as if my people, particularly the unseen host, although all of my infantry are also trained archers, will be our long-range punch. Is this the case? Not entirely. As I said, we've been hard at work preparing the ballistæ. They'll have a much longer range than anything you have. And then we've got Harry, Thorin drawled, pointing to the wizard. Harry smiled grimly. I've been hard at work every evening since Gandalf arrived on various little tricks. But we do still need to create more defensive lines, and in that, I think we all have something we need to contribute to this, be it manpower or knowledge. But what about after? What happens after the battle is won? Are we to simply forget all the grievances we have with elvenkind? Are we to forget that the lonely mountain is ours, as is the gold within? Even if we taking these humans, they do not. Thorin interrupted his cousin, his hands smacking down on the table. Without the aid of Bard and his folk, we would not have won our mountain back. He and I already have an agreement in place. Money will flow into Lake Town, Dale will be rebuilt. They do not have a claim on the actual mountain, only on our alliance with them. And that is more than enough. As for the elves, let us keep this discussion on current events, Gandalf nearly ordered. After the battle, there will be enough time to discuss what will occur, not before. Everyone there had to agree with that point, and all of them got down to business. Orders went out, and Dane's dwarves began their march down into the existing camp of dwarves and men to much cheering from the humans and the rest of Thorin's company, most of whom greeted old friends within that battle line, as they started to direct them where to go, where to drop off their camping equipment and so forth. The elves would make their own camp nearby to keep hostilities between the two groups at a minimum. Soon, the group had stood up, and with Gandalf leading them, they began to move around the area, deciding on where to put defensive lines, scout positions, how far the archers could fire and so forth. As they walked, Harry moved over to walk beside Toriel. She looked at him with a smile, and when he asked, "My lady, would you like to take a walk with me?" Toriel agreed quickly. Neither of them could really add much to the current discussion. Harry was already doing what he could, and if someone wanted to, say have wall transfigured out of the ground or whatever, they could come and find him later. But, right now, he had something more personal on his mind. The two of them walked away, Harry resolutely ignoring the smirk on Thorin's face or the questioning look on Dane's. Thorin must have told Dane something because a bellow of laughter fall reached his ears before they were out of earshot, causing Harry to grunt in annoyance. "Is my company so trying?" Toriel teased, a faint smile on her face. How could anyone be annoyed to be in the company of someone so beautiful? Harry retorted, although his eyes told Toriel that he was actually serious about that, as he put an arm around her waist, looking at her questioningly. She could have easily pulled away from that grip, but Toriel welcomed it with a smile, leaning against his shoulder for a brief sideways hug. Then Toriel pulled away, although she did walk even closer to him than before. "How have you been? I have no doubt that you have a tale to tell about this," she said, taking the hand which no longer had scars in her own. "I thought that these curse scars would be a mark that you would forever have to bear. But it seems as if that was not the case." Harry laughed drolly, leaving his arm around her waist as he let her off, away from the others were now, and away from both and everyone else, heading north where hopefully, they would find some privacy. "Now, that is indeed a tale, my dear. I believe I mentioned at one point how my magic wasn't exactly welcome by Arda? How the very world seemed to fight against it. Well, things changed." Toriel's elbow connected with his side as she muttered, "Stop trying to downplay it, and just tell me what has occurred since I left you in Lake Town. And will you do the same? I thought I sensed some tension when you joined the group coming up to meet with Thorin and the rest of us," Harry observed. Toriel winced. "My king had thought to perhaps leave me behind when he realized that you would be part of the delegation. An extremely pointed snub to both you and myself. He and I are very much at odds at present. My duty keeps me where I am, for that is to my people rather than to Thranduil. But, I cannot say that I am happy to be in service to him at this point. There's a tale there too, and I will have that out of you, Toriel," Harry announced firmly, pulling her to a stop and moving in front of her as soon as they had started down a hill which would hopefully hide them from the others. "Whether or not you are my friend, or something more, I care about you, and if he hurt you. I am a grown woman, Harry Potter, and I do not need you to defend me," Toriel answered tartly before softening the words by reaching out and touching his face, becoming almost lost in his emerald eyes. Of all his physical features, those eyes were the part that she liked best. "But yes, I will tell you my tale, although I rather doubt it will be anywhere near as interesting as your own." As they continued on, Harry reflected that it was somewhat annoying, that there really wasn't any place that could be called even remotely romantic in the scrubland and brush that surrounded the lonely mountain. Although there might have been at one point, before the dragon had burned most of the woods around the mountain to ash at the moment, there was not. Then again, as it became Toriel's turn to talk, any thought about romance left Harry's head. At that point, the term towering wrath could easily have been used to describe this feeling. He'd felt something like this before, right before he took his jaunt through the nothing between worlds and was fully prepared to do something equally biblical to the man whose actions caused this. "I'm going to kill him," Harry said, his tone mild, but his eyes flashing with his real emotion, the heretofore-mentioned towering fury. "I'm going to light him on fire and use his screaming corpse to make Smories." It was a sign of how annoyed Toriel still was with her king that Toriel didn't seem at all put off by Harry's bloodthirsty statement, simply asking, "What are esmores? Have you ever had chocolate?" Harry decided to start with something simple, the question, and he knew this was why Toriel asked it, having knocked him somewhat out of his murderous thoughts. When Toriel shook her head, Harry thought about it for a moment, then conjured a bit of chocolate into being. It won't actually be food, and it won't have any vitamins or imbue you with energy, but it will taste like the real thing. One eyebrow raised in question, Toriel took the milk chocolate piece from Harry's outstretched hand, staring at it in thought. It was about the size of 2 fingers and a darkish brown color, but it smelled interesting when she lifted it to her nose. A tiny bite followed, and Toriel's eyes widened in shock at the taste hit her. "That is excellent. What is this?" "Chocolate. I honestly don't know how it's made, unfortunately, but I think I know the taste well enough to duplicate it like THA. Harry trailed off as Toriel ate the rest of the chocolate in a few short bites, making a humming noise that sent a shiver down his spine. "You will be making more of that later," Toriel nearly ordered, licking at her fingers in the most indelicate manner to get a few bits of the chocolate which had melted in her hands due to the heat of the day. Then she saw the look in Harry's eyes and blushed scarlet, looking away quickly. Although she was happy with how her little distraction had served there. Certainly, it looked as if any idea about killing Thranduil had left Harry's mind. "Yes, well, I'll certainly be willing to make it for you again. I can transfigure any kind of food into something like that if I wish, although it won't last, and as I said, it won't give you the energy rush that real chocolate does." Harry's lips quirked as she looked back at him, and he shook his head. "And don't think you'll be getting away with manipulating me like this again, my lady. I am going to remember what Thranduil did to you. And when all of this whole Orcish army business is done, I will have some satisfaction one way or the other." "Is it not enough that Gandalf threatened to remove him from kingship?" Toriel asked. "While I admit that my own feelings towards my king are mostly negative, your attacking him for whatever reason would not be a good thing in terms of peace between the dwarves and my nation." "I could make it look like an accident," Harry replied, although his voice was fainter now, and Toriel smiled at him shaking her head, and he sighed. "Fine, I won't hurt the idiot. Pranking the hells out of him, though, that is still in the cards." "Good." Mithrandir's remonstration seems to have been enough to get him moving at least, and I would hate to see Thranduil backslide into his normal arrogance as part of that defensive mechanism against further attacks on his person or character. Toriel paused thoughtfully at that point. "Although, I must say, that I am confused that Gandalf was willing to do so and that Thranduil went along with being threatened as if he knew Gandalf could follow through with his threat. I did not know that the Council of the Wise could do such a thing." To both of their shock, Gandalf's voice spoke from behind them. He had come upon them while Toriel was having her chocolate moment, and neither elf nor wizard had noticed. "You would be correct, Toriel of the Sindar, that kind of thing would be well outside our normal power if not for the fact that every elven nation agreed to a certain degree of oversight by us when we Istar arrived in Middle-earth. Further, the elven nations are represented on the council by Galadriel, Círdan, and Elrond. Therefore, the council has some control over them. We can compel leadership changes if we believe the king is acting in a treasonous manner, as treason and duplicity have always been Sauron's chief weapons. In this case, Thranduil not warning us of his concerns about the growing power of Dol Guldur falls under such a heading." "You couldn't do the same thing to the human nation?" Harry asked quizzically. "No, I cannot, although we can influence those nations who can trace themselves back to the lines of the Númenóreans. I could perhaps browbeat them if I saw the need, although such a thing would not sit well with me. Indeed, I did not enjoy taking Thranduil to task and would not have if he had not compounded his acting in fear with acting in arrogance towards you and your companions at the time." Gandalf coughed, looking at Harry, deliberately not looking towards the elven maiden at his side. "I also was acting in a way to punish him for his treatment of you specifically, Harry, and spoke as a servant of the flame imperishable. No elf would be able to disobey an order from me in such a case." Harry nodded thoughtfully at that, understanding that Gandalf might have had some inkling as to Harry's own recent conversion. Harry wasn't certain how to put it. Elevation, maybe? Regardless, it was clear that Gandalf had wanted to make it very plain to Thranduil that he was in the doghouse and had best be on his best behavior. The fact he then turned around and attempted to not bring Toriel along to the peace talks when he spotted me shows that Thranduil is taking that lesson just as well as one would think given his previous actions, Harry thought dryly. However, he did bring his army here, so I suppose allowances can be made, the young wizard said aloud before shaking his head and turning back to look at Gandalf, reluctantly moving another step away from Toriel. "But you didn't come here to just tell us that. We are done discussing defensive positions and other such matters. We wish for you to rejoin us and start discussing your own additions to the battlefield," Gandalf said, smirking slightly. He'd been avidly learning from Harry over the past few days some of his rounds, but it was an extremely fiddly process, and while Gandalf had memorized a few of the runes, he was in no way willing to experiment. Harry nodded and then looked over at Toriel. Would you care to join me? If nothing else, we can at least keep talking. And tonight, I'll make you some chocolate, he wheedled. Toriel laughed and linked arms with Harry, following after Gandalf as he turned away. Unfortunately for Harry, the two of them did not have much time over the rest of that day and the next to be alone again. Preparation for the battle ramped up, and Legolas, Eladin and Elroer, who had left the camp within an hour of the meeting, broke up to find the Orcish host. The existing defensive structures needed to be expanded, Harry needed to use transfiguration magic on the earth to create bulwarks, the elves needed to make their camp, the dwarves needed to do the same and set to with a will to create various defensive structures all around. Thankfully, the two of them finally had an evening off the night before the battle was thought to begin to steal away once more. At that point, preparations were all done, and everyone had been given the night off to talk, party, and drink, in the case of the dwarves. Harry had objected to this, saying, "Are you seriously thinking that letting your troops get hung over the day of a battle is a good idea?" But Dane and Thorin had both waved his worries on that score away. "It is a poor dwarf who will drink to excess, Harry, and drink tonight, will make them fight all the harder tomorrow, for they will have that memory of what they are fighting for." Gloin nodded, then looked at Harry consideringly, knowing that he and Toriel would probably spend some time together that night. Reluctantly, Gloin reached into a pouch at his side, where he pulled out something he had been working on for a while, ever since the dwarves and their companions had moved camp directly in front of the entrance to Erebor. "Here, Harry, try it yourself, I." Dubiously Harry took the large flask from Gloin and took a sip before his eyes widened in shock. Not just because of the burn going down his throat or the hit from the alcohol. But no, just the taste of it was amazing. It was like the mead that he tried before with the dwarves, but it was stronger, and somehow, there was a hint of spice to it as well. "That, Gloin, is incredible. Try it with your last night," Gloin waved him off. "And, if we win the battle, there will be more in your future. Now see, that is a reason to fight." Dane shouted with a laugh, slapping the other dwarf on the shoulder. "Tell me you didn't just give the pansy elf lover all of your good mead." Harry rolled his eyes at the redhead attitude. He'd gotten used to Dane's bluff manners over the past few days and had also seen that he was a hard worker and extremely intelligent underneath that gruff exterior. Between him, Dwellin, Thorin and Thranduil, they had created an extremely good defense in depth. This would allow them to bleed the incoming orc and goblin army in intervals, hopefully keeping their own people alive at the same time. "I doubt I'll drink it all even if he did, Dane, and if we all make it through the battle, I'll cheerfully share what remains until Gloin makes another batch." "I'll hold you to that, wizard," Dane snorted. "I as well, Harry," Thorin said, clapping his friend on the shoulder, then smirking. "Now, go find your lady, and enjoy some time off." Harry smiled and, to the amusement of Thorin, no longer objected to Toriel being called his lady. Harry got the impression that their courtship would be a rather long one, but if he had learned nothing since joining Thorin on this trip, it was that the journey should be just as rewarding as the destination. Entering the elven camp, which was still separate from the dwarf and human camp and not nearly as raucous tonight, he found Toriel, Legolas, and several other officers having a last-minute meeting with Thranduil. He waited by the sidelines, but his attempt to be unobtrusive without using the invisibility cloak failed. Harry had gone out of his way to avoid the king, knowing that his own temper might get the better of him if he didn't. And seeing the king's eyes on him now, Harry realized that had been a very good decision. But after a moment, the king turned away, finishing his discussion with his officers. He then waved Toriel off, gesturing to Harry with one hand, as if he was a smell to be wafted away before turning away deliberately and entering his tent. "Well, I can take arrogant dismissal over any other kind of interaction, I suppose. Thranduil's anger, though, that I could do without. I just hope he keeps his eyes on the real enemy here and doesn't try to do anything tricky for whatever reason." Harry wiped those thoughts from his mind as Toriel moved towards him, smiling. At that, Harry bowed to her, asking in as grand a manner as he could contrive, "My lady, would you like to take a walk under the starlight with me?" Toriel smiled at that and linked arms with Harry. "I would indeed." The two of them walked out of the elven camp and away from everyone else, pending around the mountain for a time, simply talking about the day's events, what they thought the battle would be like, the fights each of them had already seen against the orcs and so forth for a time. But then, the conversation turned more personal. As they left the last of the elvish guards behind. The first time, Harry learned that Toriel had a family, parents, a younger brother and an older sister, who had just conceived her first child. "Mind you, Mahariel and I are not all that close. She is nearly 1,000 years older than I and was never around the house as I grew up." He further learned that she got along very well with her father, but not her mother, who had disliked her entering the unseen host and had thought at first that she and Legolas would bond. "So she is a social climber." Toriel looked at Harry quizzically for that one, and he explained the phrase, to which she frowned but then slowly nodded. It annoyed her to no end, but the concept was all too accurate in this case. Harry told her in turn about his own life, not touching on anything family related, but more about his schooling as a wizard and the adventures he'd had that he hadn't discussed with her before. The story of the basilisk had been the one he had told Toriel about previously, in a way to explain why he was so willing to face the dragon. Now, Harry talked about the first adventure he had in the wizarding world, the battle against the possessed Professor Quirrell. Eventually, their discussion turned to the future. Are you still planning to travel to Lothlorien once your friends are fully ensconced in Erebor? Toriel asked. Harry nodded. I am. I think, on the whole, I'm mentally all there now. But I would like an expert's opinion, he finished drolly before shaking his head as Toriel laughed, holding up his still scarred hand. I would also like to see if Lady Galadriel could do anything about my hand. Taking his scarred hand in both of hers, Toriel traced the scars with a finger very, very lightly, causing a shiver to go down Harry's spine for the second time since they had met up again. I understand why. But do not think that your scars are enough to mar my opinion of you in any way. Indeed, I rather think that they add character. Not just these scars, but this one as well. One of her hands moved up to gently trace the lightning bolt scar on Harry's forehead. It shows that despite your age and human years, you have proven yourself a man of substance time and time again. A man of substance? For some reason, I quite like that turn of phrase rather than simply a tested warrior or something similar, Harry mused, then looked at her, reaching up with his other hand to take the hand that was still tracing his lightning bolt scar up and down. Bringing it to his mouth, Harry kissed the tip of each finger, causing Toriel to blush at this forward action. And, could I perhaps count on having some company on my trip? The way he asked it sounded light, almost teasing. Yet his eyes were serious as he looked at her, both of their features visible to one another in the light of the moon above. Something that Harry reminded himself to thank Arian's boyfriend for, if only second-hand. If possible, I would like that, Toriel replied honestly. I fear, however, that it might not be possible. Regardless of anything else, with the greater threat driven off from Dol Guldur, the king will probably rescind his ruling on not antagonizing the spiders. I would like to be a part of rooting them out very, very much. Even if you have to keep serving Thranduil. Even then. Thranduil is but a small annoyance compared to the threats the spiders pose to my people. Besides. Toriel paused, then shook her head, deciding not to discuss some of the inner politics of Torrhen Delos with Harry. He wouldn't care, and the fact that the king was now on very thin ice even with his own people was dirty laundry that she really didn't want to share with any outsider despite their relationship. Well, if you can join me, I would appreciate the company. If not. Well, I suppose both of us will have time to spare. Toriel nodded, having been told once before that Harry's magical power had basically made them nearly as immortal as an elf before, and now, with his being bound into the Song of Middle-earth by Arian and all, he was probably just as immortal as one of the Istar. Although he is far more handsome than any of them, Toriel thought, then scolded herself for it. Perhaps her thoughts that direction had taken over Toriel's tongue because the next thing she said was, well, while that may be, do not think that all of our courtship is going to be like this, emphasizing the slow, elven manner. In fact, I was wondering, what you humans do for courtship, and was thinking that perhaps you would something of that sort tonight. Harry snorted, then, feeling very daring, said, well, there is a way that most lovers would see one another off to battle. Would you like to try it? Before Toriel could answer, Harry was leaning forward and kissing Toriel full on the lips. It was the first kiss of this sort they'd shared, but Toriel found herself almost unsurprised by it and indeed eagerly returning the kiss, so much so that when her back hit a tree behind her, she didn't protest. Instead, as Harry's tongue tapped against her lips, Toriel didn't fight her instincts, slowly opening her mouth, meeting his tongue with her own. Harry's tongue seemed to be almost alive with a mind of its own moving around Toriel's and into her mouth, exploring, licking, flicking, causing Toriel to feel sensations that she had never felt before. There was so much that it took her breath away. It was with a jolt that Toriel realized that was not, in fact, a turn of phrase that her mind had come up with. She actually was out of breath and had to pull back after a few moments. Harry let her, leaning his forehead against hers. Well, my lady, what do you think of human courtship now? Gasping in air, Toriel knew she was blushing but found she didn't care over much, instead biting her lip in delight at what happened. I think, Harry, that I quite enjoyed it. Do you think you could show me another example? By the time both of them returned to camp that night, Toriel's lips were slightly bruised, and she had a hickey on her neck, fully visible in her uniform, something that had astonished her at the time. Why would someone mark their mate in such a manner? But the pleasure of having been bitten in such a way had been its own answer, and Toriel ignored with aplomb the looks she was getting from her fellow elves, men and women alike, as she took to her tent. On the other hand, Harry had to deal with Balin, Thorin and the others all laughing at him as they too saw that Toriel had left a hickey of her own, and Harry's lips were also similarly bruised when he came to their campsite that night. Regardless, both of them went to bedrolls that night feeling very good about their relationship, where it was going, and life in general. That feeling did not last past noontide the next day because the outriders, including the three princes, all had rushed into camp at that point, shouting out their news. The Orcish host was barely an hour behind them, and it was coming on hard. As to the enemy host's numbers, I could not be certain, but I believe they are at least 4 times our own. Eladin reported as he gratefully grabbed another quiver of arrows from one of the humans stationed as a runner for the upcoming battle. It would be up to men and women like them to rush arrows forward to the elven troops. Some would even serve in Erebor's own defensive line, doing much the same work for the 10 ballistae that the dwarves had repaired in time for the battle. Is that all? Harry quipped as he raised the sword of Gryffindor. I'm almost insulted that this Sauron fellow felt that was enough. The dwarves all around him laughed, and even the 2 sons of Elrond chuckled. Up and down the line the news went, but also the upbeat attitude of the leaders, as Bard moved forward, nodding at Harry, the 2 of them clasping forearms before moving forward to join the unseen host in the first line of defense with the elven twins. Behind them, Thorin and Dane jointly commanded the main battle line, a series of makeshift ditches and bulwarks, backed up by the dwarves and the humans. The other dwarves from Thorin's company had spread out throughout the dwarven battle line, commanding portions of it and the humans backing it up with arrows and pike. The dwarven cavalry was elsewhere, hidden for now, with the thrushes ready to take orders to them when they could get it stuck in and do the most damage. The elven host, by far the largest of the combined armies, had also been split into different commands. The 2 main portions of the elven army anchored the battle lines, centered around 2 hills, and protected by walls that Harry had raised from the very earth. But in front of the main battle line and spread out in a curve around the other defensive positions were several other ditches and dikes, where the unseen host stood scattered in groups of 5. To them would come the charge of starting the battle, raining down long-range fire on the orcs and goblins as they closed, picking off enemy archers when they could, but generally pricking the enemy army before retreating behind the main lines, where further raised positions had been readied for the elven and human archers. Bard and Harry moved forward to this line, grimly determined. We've got this. Trust in the plans and the battle line. Harry said, just as they reached the forward position. Just remember to stay away from the red-painted stones, he said in a louder voice. Let's not get ourselves trapped in any of the little surprises I've put out, right? The humans and elves in hearing range either smiled or laughed at that, the humans laughing, the elves mostly smiling thinly. The proof of Harry's otherworldly abilities had brought some interest from the elves, and all of them realized now why their king had to keep him captive, although few agreed with Thranduil's methods. Nearby, Harry could see Toriel also moving forward, to one side, with Legolas on the other. Depending on which portion of the unseen host's forward positions was attacked first, Harry and Bard would move to that position to reinforce it for a time before calling the retreat. Harry held up his hand towards Toriel, who returned the gesture, and then, Harry resolutely turned away from the red-headed elf woman, looking around at the humans around them, seeing the fear of their faces, the determination as Bard began to whisper to each man in turn. As the thumping of many thousands of feet began to reach them, and the sound of the enemy's drums began to thunder in the distance, Harry lifted the sword of Gryffindor into the air and shouted out, "Who is ready to kill some orcs? Who's ready to fight for their families, their homes?" His words caused the men around them to hesitate, some faces firming, others looking indecisive as the noise from the enemy army grew louder, but then Bard replied in a booming voice. "We are. The men of Dale will fight. For our lives and for the future." That did it. Spines stiffened all around, and men began to shout, roaring out their own battle cries as the elves looked on in some perplexity. They didn't understand how humans needed to bolster their spirits before battle, and further not understanding that this was even more true for an irregular force like this one. The cheers continued as orcs and goblins began to appear, spreading out as they came, chanting their own war cries, slamming large swords against shields or pounding the dirt with heavy boots. But they did not advance. Instead, they kept on spreading around the defensive position, thickening their lines, bellowing their own cries, shouting down the defenders, until the cacophony was so loud that even the humans at the front line could not hear themselves bellow. In the far distance, in the center of a group of trolls, stood Azog, the white orc. He stared forward from his raised position on a platform held between 4 trolls, snarling as he saw all of the enemies of his people gathered in one place, assembled in a meager alliance against his mighty host. Then, with a bellow, he raised his sword and pointed forward. At that signal, the orcs and goblins all started forward. The Battle of the Lonely Mountain had begun. End chapter. Now, I know that a common thought in fandom is that the Arkenstone is a Silmaril or something. However, that isn't possible, given the reasons Bilbo gave in the chapter above. So I had to come up with something different and decided that perhaps All would have his own plans for the dwarves, since Eru Elevator said that they were outside his designs. Hence the heart of the mountain. And making its power only able to be wielded by someone worthy just makes sense, especially given how much trouble the Silmarils caused. All ain't no fool, lol. There will be more about it and the impact it has on Thorin in the future. Beyond that, I hope you liked the travails caused by the taint, and the romance. Now, a filfi satrap, it isn't going to be posted either here or on part2, since no one over there asked me to post it without my beta readers having seen it. So it will be updated in August, but I will not promise an exact date. I have no idea how long it will take me to go through and Grammarly the out of it, and I have no idea how long it will take my beta readers to get the chapter back to me. So August will see filfi, one part2 story, one story that hasn't been updated in a long while, and one large story. The large story poll will be up here on fanfic when I post it over on part2. Chapter 14. Hey all! This was supposed to be out by New Year's, but I lost several weekends in terms of FIC time and that pushed back all my works last month, and then Timon started to get Stallion of the Line back to me. That should be up in the next week or so. Chapter 14, War Comes to the Mountain. As everyone on both sides knew it would, the battle started with a flurry of elfin arrows. With their greater eyesight, the elves of the unseen host, the elven rangers, could shoot farther than the best human archers. Although in the case of Bard, that wasn't quite as far as most of the elves around the humans' leader would have anticipated. Barely had the goblins acting as the foaming froth of the enemy army's advance come forward another 10 paces that Bard fired. He didn't shoot nearly as quickly as the elves, but he was just as accurate, and from where he was waiting nearby, Harry spotted several elves talking to one another in shock and even a packet of lembas changing hands between two of them. However, Harry could also see that the goblins were not stopping. They had already lost about 100 goblins with more wounded, but still, the goblins came on. Lots of them. Quickly this changed as the goblins reached their own range. Deceptively strong despite their short stature, the goblins could fire just as far as the majority of the humans, and both the humans with the unseen host and the goblins opened fire almost at the same time. We're about to take fire ourselves, boys and ladies, Harry shouted, his words carrying from one end of the skirmish line to another thanks to a sonorous down. Into the foxholes. Bard ordered, and elsewhere lieutenants among the few humans and the rest of the unseen host shouted the same thing, including Legolas and Toriel. Being in the foxholes slowed the rate of fire, forcing the archers to hold their bows lengthwise or fire upwards at an angle, but that was all right. Even though the foxholes weren't as deep as they would if someone was firing a rifle, they still protected more than half of the archers' bodies and made them a much smaller target. More goblins pushed forward began to join the ones already engaged with the unseen host in an archer duel. At first, despite the enemy's ever-growing numbers, the better abilities and the foxholes made the exchange quite one-sided. But then some enterprising goblin realized why their aimed fire wasn't working. A moment later, the enemies began to arc their massed fire. 6 elves and 2 humans died, one in the same foxhole as Harry. The elf fell without a cry, 2 arrows impacting his face and punching through into the elf's brain, killing him before he could even feel the pain. Another fell back with a loud cry, the pain of the arrow in the shoulder causing him to crumble. Protego! Harry shouted, causing a protego shield over the foxhole like an actual shield, before rushing to either side, aiming his hands out towards the nearest foxholes. With those on either side defended, Harry leaped up and out of his initial foxhole, racing to the next on his left side. The sight of his magical shield caused consternation among the goblins, but when Harry leaped up, many were quick to fire on him. But Harry was too quick, and he skidded under that foxhole's protego, nearly kicking an elf in the head before the man could get out of his way. "Excuse me," Harry murmured politely before moving to the other side of the foxhole and once more targeting those holes he could see, creating more prot-egos. "You are made, Istar," the elf shook his head, staring at the young magic user. "Mad, I say." Harry just chuckled and moved on, racing out into the open again. He did so twice more before the enemy fire got too much for him to attempt it. As he gasped in air, somewhat winded from multiple sprints in a row, he shook his head. "They thought up the idea of arcing fire a little too quickly for my tastes." Nearby, one of the other humans, a younger man but one with a scar that ran down the side of his head, shrugged. "Ain't no one said goblins weren't clever, master, all you'd have to forget that notion is run into some of their traps. Sides, it ain't all that impressive, sin that be what you do in a siege." "True enough, although I think we might have underestimated their numbers too. At least among goblins." The young man shrugged, and Harry looked to the front once more. Doing so, Harry noticed that while lots of the goblins had stopped to trade bow fire with the now defended archer positions, many more began to race forward. Now we can't have that." Harry waited a few more seconds, watching a series of small sticks he and Toriel had placed out there, marking the range Harry could shoot his spells. A moment later, the group of goblins Harry was watching passed one of those sticks. Harry gestured forward with one hand, and the first clump of charging goblins exploded in a burst of offal that covered a goodly portion of a group right behind them in blood and bone matter. A second group of 4 took a cutting spell right across their bodies. This dumped their bodies to the ground, fouling up goblins directly behind them. At that point, the first orcs moved into the contact zone. Like the goblins, these orcs were armed with bows and were quick to follow the example of the goblins. Instead of aiming for the head and shoulders of their opponents that were sticking up out of the foxholes, they began to use arcing fire as well to hammer into the shields that Harry had conjured into being. However, the orcs also did something even more dangerous. They concentrated their fire, bellowing at the goblins to target the foxholes where Harry hadn't been able to protect. Screams began to abound as goblin arrows, and the heavier arrows of the orcs began to find their targets. And elves and men began to die. Legolas and Toriel were in charge of this aspect of the battle. And once whole foxholes started to be wiped out, Legolas started to shout out the retreat from one side, while Toriel did the same from the other. Hearing this, Harry tapped the young man he was currently sharing a foxhole with on the shoulder, gesturing him up and out of the back of the foxhole, where our crude dirt stairs had been formed into the side of the defensive structure. Let's get a move on. Harry followed the man up, walking backward, using his magic to redirect arrows as they came at him or any of the others who he could see directly retreating to the secondary earthworks. Thanks to this magical aid on top of Harry's previous work, this move was completed quickly in the center of the skirmish zone. Soon, the men there began to lay down fire to either side, defending their fellows that Harry had been unable to do much for before this. With Toriel and Legolas leading them, the rest of the skirmishers retreated while the goblins halted in some confusion. None of Azog's troops had expected the elves and humans to simply pull back like that. It had never been part of anyone's plan to let the unseen host and their human allies in place. Instead, this move, although coming far earlier in the fight than Harry had hoped, had been planned, just like all of the rest of the defensive earthworks that he and Gandalf had helped to construct, adding their magic to the brute force and knowledge of Bard, his humans, and to Thorin and the dwarves. Even the elves had helped in their own way. The second line of defenses was comprised of larger trenches. There were 5 of these, 3 in the center, with 2 faintly curved in front of the 2 hill forts on either side of the defensive line where the main elven host had taken position. This defensive line didn't cover as much area as the foxholes had but were more clever in build, mainly because they started where the hills leading up to the Lonely Mountain began, save the centermost trench, which cut across the road leading to the entrance to Erebor. Beyond that one trench, all of the others were on an angle and so had slight lips at the back to defend from arcing fire to a certain extent. This retreat had also moved to the unseen host and their human fellows close enough to Erebor for them to get some covering fire. The area right in front of them was within the range of the ballista bolts from the 7 machines that the dwarves had been reconstructed from the Lonely Mountain's previous defenses in the time allotted. The trenches themselves were also close enough for the elven archers on either side on the fort's walls to start to fire down at any attacker. Losses among the enemy began to mount, but still the goblins charged forward, with the orcs following at a more sedate cautious pace, driving the goblins forward instead of going themselves. But as they did, the ballistae began to fire. As Harry watched, 4 ballista bolts crashed into the frontrunners, each as long as a man was tall and as thick around as a young tree. The strikes hurled orcs and goblins aside even with glancing blows, while those fully struck by them came apart at the seams. "Someone get me a head count," Bard ordered, as Harry finally hopped down into the central trench with his young companion as well as several others. "How many did we lose?" The answer was that more than 80 elves and 12 men had been lost, with 4 lost in the retreat to the second line. The losses among the unseen host were far higher than among the men, although that was probably because they had made up the majority of the skirmishers in the first place. "Does Legolas want to pull your host back and join the rest of your archers?" Harry asked the elven runner who had reported to Bard. He was making his way along the trenches to report to the various commanders about the losses. "I do not know, Istar. I do not think we will retreat just yet. We need to blunt their goblin and orc archers more." Harry nodded, then looked through the scintillating shield he had created over the central trench, staring as more orc archers came forward. Along with them came a few trolls, lugging huge packs over their shoulders filled with troll fist-sized rocks. Meanwhile, the goblins were still being forced forward, rushing forward in clumps of 15 or 20. The trolls began to hurl their rocks forward like shot puts. Some of them crashed into Harry's shield, which started to flicker after only one shot. The next shattered the spell, forcing Harry to renew it. The rest of the rocks didn't do as much damage. Trolls weren't exactly known for their good eyesight. Still, Harry wondered how many of them were a part of the enemy army. With their size, even a small number of trolls could be devastating if used right. Not like these. Almost following Harry's thoughts, several of the ballistae from Erebor began to target the trolls, specifically in an example of what Thorin had called anti-battery fire. 2 of the trolls fell, the ballista bolts killing them as if they were goblins struck by an elven arrow. The others continued to hurl their stones forward, towards the forts on the hill this time. But even a troll's prodigious strength couldn't hurl the rocks hard enough to damage the walls of the forts from so far away, and after a second, they retreated, one of them having its arm torn off by a ballista bolt. "Hey, I wonder how they transported the trolls anyway. Keeping them under cover maybe could work but even so." There was a sudden flash to one side of the battle, and Harry started, realizing his preoccupation with the trolls had made him miss the fact the goblins were still charging forward towards the second defensive line in their disorganized clumps. At first, Harry thought that perhaps that was simply a sign of Azog's disdain for the orcs' lesser cousins. But then he cursed suddenly, realizing what that flash meant even as the main enemy army began to push forward into the initial contact area. Damn it! Warg-humping son of a rotten ass! What is it, Istar? One of the nearby elves asked, somewhat nonplussed at the idea of one of the wise cursing like the coarsest human, while a few humans nearby, including Bard, grinned. Those grins faded instantly as Harry pointed towards where the sudden conflagration was petering out before sweeping his arm across the front line, ignoring the hail of arrows flashing back and forth. Those goblins are going to reach my defensive works. Well ahead of the rest of their host. Bard knew just enough about what Harry had been doing with his redstone-marked defenses to realize that the magic so marked out were one-shot deals. That is not good, he answered, shaking his head. Harry's response of, "You could pass for a fellow Brit with that level of understatement, Bard," caused the man to frown in puzzled confusion at what he took to be a compliment. But then both of their attention was riveted to the action in front of them as Harry's words came true. Runic arrays were usually used as defensive works to hide, conceal, or protect a set area or a building of some kind in various ways. It was hard to create offensive runic arrays, but it was possible. Those first few goblins whose death warned Harry of the problem had run into the easiest type. The ones that technically were not actually working runic arrays. There was an activation and the magic gathering rune, but there were some very deliberate mistakes so that the magic within the rune wasn't formed into the proper ward. Instead, when the ward around the stone was tripped, the magic within the array exploded, turning all of its pent-up magic into heat and fury. As Harry watched, similar traps were tripped. Several dozen goblins were turned into so much offal, while an orc at the back of one group lost one of his arms. The orc had been holding it out along with the bow in that hand while he pulled the string back with his other hand. Only the arm having entered the aerial where the explosion occurred, not that the orc seemed of a mind to be grateful. Elsewhere, another group of goblins, this one smaller, tripped another ward. Instantly they began to turn into stone, although the effect didn't spread as far as the explosions. Several others were turned into living torches as they crossed over a flame-start ward, the kind Harry had seen a version of in his first year used to defend the Philosopher's Stone turned to a deadlier purpose. Others were not nearly as immediately lethal. Modified repelling arrays simply turned the goblins around, causing them to blink in confusion, mill about and become easy targets for a single ballista that crashed into a few of them, slaying many of them. Others were slain by arrow fire as they milled about. To one side, Harry saw another group of goblins walk through wards that had the equivalent of confounding charms as part of their makeup. This caused them to go wild, seeing enemies all around them. While Harry watched with a vicious smile on his face, several orcs who had been chivying that group forward fell to their blades, even as they hacked down their lesser brethren. And yet, the goblins were soaking up many of Harry's traps. More than a few of his traps went off only to catch one or two goblins, not clumps, and even those clumps were smaller than Harry had hoped. Within minutes the main enemy host of orcs began to race forward, closing the distance with the second line of defense across the entire front. At their head were warg riders, several hundred strong, heading not towards the trenches but the intervals between them. They mean to cut us off from any attempt of retreat. Bard. Lake Town's leader nodded, and as the enemy forces came closer, taking losses from the archers all along the line and from the two forts, he waited, firing his own bow only occasionally. Then he gave a single calm command. Raise the blue flag. At that order, two men pulled out a large flag from behind where Bard and Harry stood. They raised it above their heads on two large poles above the back of the trench so that it could be seen. At that signal, two small dwarven catapults that Dane's people had constructed fired from where they were situated behind the fourth line of they were sighted along specific lines, being hard to turn with men available back there instead of in the battle on the tertiary line, the real defensive fortification. And instead of a single solid rock, these shot forth canvas bags containing hundreds of smaller rocks. And each of those stones had been whispered to by Gandalf as Harry had worked on his runic arrays. Now they crashed into the front ranks of the charging horde, scattering those smaller rocks throughout. The sheer impact killed many of the charging warg riders and their beasts, but the carnage multiplied as the hand-sized rocks exploded on impact with either the ground or the enemy combatants. 3 times more, the two catapults fired, and the Orcish host had no response. Their front-runner's assault was ruined, and while their archers continued to lay down a deadly hail, the remnants of the skirmishers fell back out of that second line of defense. As they retreated, Harry caught sight of Tori and Legolas and took a brief moment to wave at them before turning back and using his own magic to help defend the slower runners among the unseen host and humans. An arrow sliced past his cheek, nicking his ear and causing him to wince, but the next few smacked into a protego, which Harry left in place as he retreated, gesturing those around him on. Move, move. None of us want any dead heroes today, people, move. Soon enough the skirmishers were pushing themselves up the man-made, dwarf-made, hill that formed the center of their first solid fortification, the line in the sand the orcs would not cross. This hill was made of many of the stones that had fallen on Smog, dragged out by teams of dwarves, then backed by logs, packed by dirt to create a hill across the road leading up to Erebor, its sides touching the hills leading up to the forts given over to the elven army. At its top, there was a short parapet, enough to give the Iron Hill dwarves manning it cover from the waist down. At its base a series of ditches lay, lined with stakes. As Harry and Bard passed over, Harry joined the dwarves, two of them moving aside for the magic user, nodding in welcome to him. Harry had proven himself many times over before this battle had begun, and they had all seen his use of magic this day as well. On the other hand, Bard continued on, joining with the men standing behind the dwarven line, hidden below the opposite slope of the hill. They were armed with long pikes, but unlike the dwarves, the men looked nervous as the bellows and jerks of the enemy grew closer. These were farmers, crafters, and fishermen, few real warriors among them. But as Bard spoke to them, their spines stiffened, and the clump of men who had gathered to greet their fellows spread out once more, backing up the dwarves once more. It was well they had, as, a second later, the first of the goblins reached their line, and as Harry lashed out with another cutting spell, the battle began in earnest. Scene break. Staring at the battle through the lens of one of Saruman's gifts to the Master, Azog snarled in fury as he saw the humans and elves once more retreat like the cowards they were, and also fury at his own mistake. They slaughtered my warg riders. He only had a bare 1,000 of those elite riders in his force and had just lost most of them. Worse, Azog couldn't make out many details of the third, perhaps the only true, line of defensive fortifications that the dwarves and their allies had thrown up, but he had seen the magic of the Sharaburzamkar, man born of darkness, his master was interested in. The other Istar's magic also was visible in the trap they had just sprung on Azog's warg riders. So he had no doubt those defenses would be formidable. And I don't have anything that can range like those cursed ballistæ. It was very clear that not only had the enemy known that Azog was coming, but they had known in time to set up truly formidable defenses. However, that didn't mean that Azog was without recourse. For one thing, he had more than 80 trolls in his army, a truly formidable force. Most were of the weaker cave troll variety, but 20 had been bred and trained in Azog's own home fortress of Gundabad, and they were covered in enough armor and thick cloth to protect them from the sun. They and the cave trolls had been carted during the day, the carts pulled by wargs and covered with tarps. And earlier today, they had been coated with a special salve the master had given Azog in large quantities to help protect the trolls from direct sunlight. Rumors abounded that the master was trying to breed trolls somehow that could be immune to sunlight. Azog did not know the truth of those rumors, nor what went into the foul-smelling concoction that the cave trolls and the faces of the Gundabad trolls were given. But he knew it worked, and they could be his key to victory. They, and my numbers. Azog had left Dol Guldur with a force of 6,000 orcs and 4,000 goblins. He had met with another 3,000 goblins from the Misty Mountains eager to avenge their fellows. So while his losses to this point were severe in terms of his warg riders and perhaps in goblins, his main force had yet to engage. With a gleeful snarl on his face, Azog reached over and cuffed a goblin nearby, sending him to his knees for but a moment before the runner hopped to his feet quickly. The goblin runner, specially trained for speed, knew that to remain kneeling as the warlord gave his orders would mean his death. And he would be lucky if it was a quick death. Run to the leftmost group of trolls. They should have begun their own advance by now, but make certain. As that runner ran off, another one was kicked in the side, causing him to stagger, as he was given the same order for the right. By that point, the third goblin runner was already kneeling, ready for his orders. Azog awarded this by merely smacking him one on the forehead, not even hard enough to leave a mark. You, order the third rank of orcs to split and reinforce our sides. And tell Crash and Ulice to ignore the drums when they start beating new orders. The goblin looked confused for a moment, but Azog snarled at it, and he quickly bowed again, repeated his words to show he had heard the order correctly, and then turned, hopping down off of the stand that Azog had ordered set down on a series of carts. This allowed him to see as much of the battle as he possibly could. He then barked orders to the drummers, who in turn rolled out the cadence. The bulk of his army picked up speed, hurling themselves forward. As they did, Azog too moved forward, watching as the army crashed into the third line of fortifications. Here, at last, the dwarves showed themselves. They formed the core of the defensive line, hacking down at Azog's orcs from the top of a man-made crest set between the two natural hills, their front protected by a berm. Even as more magical attacks began to hit his main force, Azog smiled at the sound of the fighting rising ever higher as more of his troops surged into contact. That will keep their attention on their front instead of their flanks. Which will let my trolls do their part. Scene break. From where he watched the battle high above the ruined entrance to his kingdom in a redoubt hewn out of the rock of the mountain, Thorin scowled, tugging at his beard thoughtfully. Have you seen aught of any more trolls? Those beasts were a shock to see in the daytime, cloudy though it is. No, uncle, Keely answered quickly, using a spyglass nearby. He had far better eyes than Thorin at the best of times and preferred to fight as an archer anyway, so Thorin had made him the commander of the ballista. Do you want me to order the ballista is on anti-battery duty to start targeting the main host? Or maybe signal the catapults to resume fire? Even as he spoke, the 4 ballistae already on that duty fired one after another. Inexperienced though the dwarves manning them were, the ballista bolts were still deadly, smashing small furrows through the enemy's ranks. Thorin thought about it for a moment, staring as the battle became general across the front. Then he shook his head. No on the catapults. We only have 2 more rounds of Gandalf's magically enhanced loads. Best to keep them in reserve. As for the ballistae, keep 2 in reserve, and I want watchers on the flanks. Azog is a crafty pile of rust and leavings. Right now, he's coming straight at us, doing precisely what we want him to do, and I don't like it. What else could he do? The other sides of the hills protecting the hill forts are too strong for them to get around. That means he's got to come straight at us, right? Scoffing, Thorin cuffed his nephew lightly on the back of the head. Never assume about your opponent. We were almost prepared to do that with Smaug before I met with Harry, and none of us would have left Erebor alive if we had continued to do so. Besides, and speaking of Harry, many of the traps he's laid out there have already been overwhelmed or bypassed without having a marked impact on the battle as a whole. And the enemy still outnumbers us better than 4 to 1. Thorin, Dwellin requests that you let him and the others move forward to join the battle, Bilbo announced from behind the 2 dwarves. He had just run up nearly 18 flights of steps and stood there barely winded, something Bilbo became shocked by as he stood there, looking over his shoulder a moment before turning to look at Thorin. My word, if I still thought I was the same hobbit that left his hole so long ago, that would surely have cured me of the notion. I wonder what my neighbors and those Sackville Bagginses will think when they see me. Thorin looked over at Bilbo and was surprised that beyond his bow and arrow, the hobbit was wearing the gift that Thorin had given him a few days ago, a mithril scale shirt. The workmanship on it was so fine that it looked almost like a silk shirt and was so big on the hobbit that it came down to mid-thigh. But that mithril scale would be proof against any kind of weapon. Thorin believed that it would even stop a blow from a troll. And at his side, Bilbo held staying, in its sheath, while a small buckler resided on his back next to his unstrung bow and quiver. Tell Dwellin to be patient. All of us will go forward along with the emergency reserve of the humans when we are needed to plug the holes. But let our cousins earn their gauntlets first. Bilbo looked confused, but Keely nodded, understanding what his uncle was speaking about. Dane and his people had come here to fight for the Lonely Mountain not just because of familial connection but because many of them too had families within Erebor when it fell. Families whose survivors would no doubt wish to move back, with many a person in Dane's army eager to earn the right to join them, influenced by the tales of Erebor at its height, the greatest of dwarven kingdoms remaining on Middle-earth. And what better way to earn their place in the new kingdom than by defending Erebor in its time of great need? Thorin then moved to grasp Bilbo's shoulder, squeezing lightly. And even if we do go forward, I would not have you with us. The front lines are not a place for you, Mr. Baggins, Bilbo. You have more than earned your reward many times over, and your friendship humbles me even now. But you do not have to stand with us out there today. Even so, I will fight as best I may, Bilbo answered firmly. I agree I am not a swordsman, nor any kind of frontline fighter, but I am certain that my bow and arrow can make a difference. He then smirked wickedly, causing answering smiles to appear on the nearby dwarves' faces. And who knows, as small as I am, perhaps the orcs and goblins will overlook my little sting, right up until I skewer a few of them in the fundament. Thorin and Keely both laughed aloud at that while the other nearby dwarves, who were working on the siege engines or shouting out corrections to the ballista teams, nodded in something approaching approval, despite momentary anger at seeing someone not of their race wearing mithril mail of such fine quality. But it was evident to all of them, few of whom had interacted with Bilbo since the army's arrival, that the little hobbit had earned a certain reputation with the king. In actuality, Bilbo had been tempted to use the ring to try and get close to Azog to assassinate him. It wasn't an honorable thing to do, but if he had learned nothing else on this journey, Bilbo had learned that in battle, honor had to be forgotten unless your opponent was just as honorable as you. A circumstance that had not, in point of fact, occurred at any time since Bilbo left the Shire. However, Bilbo had given it up when he saw just how large the host was and how many other enemies were always around Azog. While the ring made him invisible and even hid his scent, to a certain degree, that didn't mean that people couldn't simply bump into him, discovering him that way. At that moment, a shout from one of the watchers stationed on the left flank caused Thorin to race towards him, forgetting Bilbo for a moment. What is it? The dwarf, who was using one of the spyglasses that Dane had brought with him, handed the device over to Thorin, pointing out into the distance. A large group of trolls had been gathered in the lee of the hill and were now moving to attack the elven fortress on the right flank where Gandalf was commanding. A large force, at least 10 to 15 strong, more trolls than Thorin had seen since the penultimate battle against Azog in the War of Dwarves and Orcs. Good catch. Thorin congratulated the young dwarf, smacking him on the back and then shouting to the nearest ballista teams to turn their weapons in that direction. The one on this end of the redoubt that had remained quiescent, fired almost instantly, killing a troll with a blow to its upper chest. The other took time, but soon it too was firing. However, a shout from the other end of the stone-covered palisade caused Thorin to rush in that direction before he could see the result of the second shot. There, the same thing was occurring, although there were fewer trolls on this side. Runner. A young dwarf came forward from the entranceway onto the palisade, saluting Thorin crisply with fist to chest. Find another of your fellows below. I want a message sent to both elven camps. They are to prepare to be engaged closely with trolls. The enemy is trying to flank us on both sides. That's not all. It was Bilbo's voice who shouted, but he was joined a moment later by Keely, and the keening set to the song of the thrush, which had so helped them to find the secret entrance as it raced inside the mountain, leading several hundred of its fellows over their heads. Thorin was about to shout angrily after them, but he caught his nephew's look and instead moved to join him and Bilbo. He then stared not at the action below them but almost straight ahead and above where a massive cloud of birds had begun to descend. Fire! Put braziers and other fire near the openings. Bilbo shouted even as he strung his bow and prepared an arrow, staring up at the incoming horde of birds. Fire arrows too. We're never going to dent that stampeded on wings with simple arrows, but we might frighten them off. Scene break. With Harry and Bart joining Balin in command of the dwarven and human line, Legolas had left Tauriel to pull the unseen host behind the tertiary fortification. There she and the others would provide further archer fire from the center while Legolas moved to help Gandalf command the rightmost fort on his father's orders. Thranduil knew precisely how few of his officers had command experience on this scale, and he trusted his son to command more than any who did, despite their recent differences of opinion. After a few moments of conferring with a few of the officers, Legolas took position on the fort wall closest to the action, commanding the archers as they fired. Although the regular troopers were not as skilled at moving unseen or tracking the enemy, their archery was almost as good as the men and women of the unseen host. They took a terrible toll on the enemy, who had to shoot up the hill and to the top of the wall that Harry had raised to get the archers. It wasn't entirely one-sided, but they were giving far better than they were getting, and below, the bodies were piling up in front of the main battle line, with none of the enemies even coming close to the forts as yet. Legolas paused for a moment, letting his bow go slack as he looked over at the right wall of the fort, having heard something from that direction, a sound like a large meat cleaver hitting flesh. Looking over there, he could see the archers there and on the wall facing the fort's front towards the enemy had begun to fire even more hurriedly at something over there. Before he could send a runner to discover what was going on, there was a cry from one of the elves. Brethren, the sky! Look to the skies! Legolas did so instantly, firing an arrow from his bow upwards into a large raven that had been about to descend into his face. But behind it came hundreds, thousands, uncounted flocks of ravens, crows and other fell birds. Normally these carrion eaters would only come out after the battle. But they were not waiting for their meals now. Instead, they were attacking with talon and beak all over the battlefield, blocking the view of the archers all around Legolas and on the other hill while also blotting out the sun still further on this already cloudy day. Shields up! Shields up! Legolas shouted, then shouted further orders, trying to use fire to scare the birds away. But there were so many of them. Soon elves began to fall to their claws, screaming as claw or beak found eyeball or flesh, tearing away. Legolas even lost an ear to this assault, while an elf next to him fell, screaming as his eye was torn from its socket. Legolas slew the creature, but that was scant comfort. From where he had moved to stand in the center of the fortress camp, Gandalf had been seeing to the wounded before this, the majority of the wounded from the unseen host having been sent to him here. Now he growled, a sound that sent a shiver through the air, not just along the spine of nearby elves. The birds who had been attempting to attack him fled instantly. It didn't save them. Slamming his staff into the ground, Gandalf gripped it with both hands as he began to enchant a spell. The air began to move all around him, the movement slowly reaching upward and then shifting in both power and speed. A thin cylinder almost of fast-moving air began to coalesce into being over the defenders. This pushed up and away at the birds, sending them flying, disrupting their attack, breaking wings and generally keeping them away from the army. It didn't rise very far and couldn't protect the defenders stationed in Erebor. But there, Bilbo's ideas of multiple small fires made to send the smoke up and away into the sky had worked well enough. Only 3 dwarves had died before the fires and the smoke scared the birds away. At this point, Harry was near the front line, standing on top of a makeshift hill made of wooden logs and boulders covered with dirt, at the bottom of which was a long ditch. Around him, the dwarves stood in close formation, lashing out and down at the attacking orcs and goblins, while behind them, human men lashed down with long pikes, disrupting the enemy before they could reach the dwarves. He and the rest of the front line had not as yet come under attack from the birds, but they had seen it and had obviously noticed the decrease in fire from the elven forts. "You think you can do anything about that, Harry?" Bard asked. He still clung to his bow, sending out arrows towards any orc which seemed larger than usual or looked to be giving out orders. "Maybe," Harry answered, slicing at the head of one orc. The tiny cut began to fester as he watched, the skin cracking and blood oozing black from the cut as the orc screamed, rolling backward, holding its head with both hands. It was dead before it hit the ground, the poison within the sword of Gryffindor making short work of the orc. As it wasn't the first time they had seen this, none of the surrounding dwarves or humans commented. Instead, two dwarves moved forward at Harry's gesture to take his place, and Harry retreated from the front line, staring up at the contained cyclone of air above them. It didn't seem to be moving as fast as it should for a cyclone, but Harry didn't have any other words to describe it. "I've never studied meteorology after all." However, one thing Harry did know about the air was that it could carry quite a lot of fire. He grabbed up handfuls of soil, asking a few of the nearby humans to do the same, and then changed the soil into very fine flour, shaking his head at the impact doing so had on his reserves even now. Even with his connection to the Song of Arda, this world did not like transfiguration very much. Regardless, he then used another spell to send the particles up into the air, where Gandalf's wind caught them, swirling the flour up and away. Then Harry used a second spell, sending a thin rope of flame lancing upwards. The particles took fire within the wind and were carried everywhere, creating a vast conflagration a mere meter above the elves on the fort walls to either side of the main battle line. The fire was so hot that many elves cried out, dropping to their knees, but this was nothing compared to what happened to the birds. Thousands of them were burnt to a crisp in an instant, while others simply were turned to ash instantly. Those that survived already being above their fellows rose still higher. However, the damage had already been done. Several hundred elves had fallen to the birds, particularly on the left, where Gandalf's wind had been slowest to reach. And now, more and more orcs were hurling themselves up the small hill against the defensive line, and dwarves and men began to die even as Harry leaped forward, using more magic to aid the defenders. Yet the front of the dwarfen and human defensive line was but a sideshow for the moment. While the bulk of his army was engaged along that front, Azog's Sunday Punch arrived on the fort's outermost sides. The going had slowed those attacks down tremendously, and they had taken losses from the distant dwarven ballista. Still, the trolls were now within reach of the walls and carried with them massive chained grappling hooks to tear those walls down. Scene break. The trolls hurled their massive grapnels forward on top of the fort's walls. As strong as the stone might have been, it was not a match for over a dozen trolls pulling at it from various intervals. The elves on top recovered from the onslaught of the birds and began to fire down into them, causing the beasts to roar and snarl in anger. The arrows slammed into their armor or bits of their flesh but did no real damage. Thranduil was in charge of this fort and had pulled many of his people off the walls and down into the fort itself better to try and combat the birds. But when they had been forced back into the air by Gandalf's magic, he had been quick to order his men back up onto the walls. Now Thranduil stood there, directing the archers around him coolly and efficiently. He barely glanced aside as one of the trolls' grapnels caught an elf in the face, smashing it to a bloody pulp, before falling with a clang to the wall. He merely flicked his blade down, cutting through the rough iron, causing the troll to pull the now grapnel-less chain back over the parapet. The troll below pulled the grapnel back, then seemed confused to find no grapnel on the end. Then one better-than-average archer caught the beast straight through one of its eyes. The arrow didn't penetrate enough to kill the beast, but it certainly caused it to go berserk, screaming and falling back, lashing out at a few nearby orcs until one of its fellows punched it hard in the head, sending it to the ground. But that worthy died an instant later as two black arrows struck his chest, punching through his armor, causing him to collapse without a sound, heart and stomach perforated. Another elf was torn off the wall by one of the grapnels, hitting his shoulder and neck armor at just the right angle to not kill him but grab onto his shoulder. The next instant, he was pulled off the wall as easily as a fisherman would pull in his line. Ignore the orc archers for now. Every 20 archers, choose a different troll target. Aim for the heads. The eyes and mouth are their only real weaknesses, Thranduil said calmly, but somehow his voice carried to the entire wall facing the trolls. Elsewhere, the archers kept on firing down into the mass of the main battlefield, but more orcs were moving to back up the trolls even so. And even as Thranduil tried to wrest control of the chaos, the first portion of the fort's wall came down, a giant chunk of the top of the wall pulled away by one of the trolls. Instantly several orcs charged forward, clambering over the breach. They were met by a small line of elven warriors. Their long, thin halberds flicked out as they tried to climb down the now ruined wall. Steel crunched into steel or orcish guts, slaying many, and soon bodies further clogged the hole. But soon others joined the first as the trolls kept pulling back on their grapnels, then hurling them forward again and again, tearing out chunks of the wall. 3 of their number had died so far, but not enough, and Thranduil's elves had lost more than 70 dead to enemy archer fire. Another larger hole was quickly made, and Thranduil stared at it from nearby, then shook his head and moved to the wall above it before leaping down to place himself in the center of the opening right before several orcs were about to reach it. His blade lashed out lightning, not stabbing but slicing. One slice took an orc across the throat, causing him to fall, dropping his weapon to grab at his throat in a vain attempt to stop the bleeding. Another slice opened up the side of an orc's stomach, causing his intestines to slowly slide out as the orc screamed in agony. A third orc was cut across his wrist as he thrust his ungainly, crude sword forward. Thranduil moved lightly to one side, letting it barely pass him before Thranduil lashed out, and the sword fell from suddenly nerveless fingers as, like his fellow, the orcs tried to stanch the blood from his slit throat. 4 more came on behind them and behind them still more. Fall back from the southernmost wall. Retain control of the others, fire into the breaches as they are made. Form a shield wall inside, Thranduil ordered. Around him, Thranduil's people obeyed quickly, although more had already fallen since Thranduil had moved to protect that one breach among several now. Thranduil fell back, moving through the shield wall as it formed and then began to sing. It was not happy this song, a song of the ancient past or beautiful places. No, this was a magic spell woven into music, an enhancement spell that gathered the earth's energy below and began to imbue it into the elves around Thranduil. This stood the shield wall in good stead as the orcs crashed into it, pushing through the various holes in the wall quickly. The line stood strong, and the orcs couldn't quite reform into an attack line of their own to force the elves back. The advantage in numbers on the ground inside the fort was on the elven side, and they held. But behind the orcs rushing forward, still more portions of the wall were coming down thanks to the trolls and still more orcs. One of those trolls disappeared as a ballista bolt from the lonely mountain crashed into its side. Another lost his head to a similar bolt, but a third bolt crashed into the corner of the fort, punching through the wall and causing a large collapse, an even larger hole for more orcs to pour over once the rebel settled. Damn those dwarfs! Can they do nothing right? Thranduil snarled internally, although he kept up his song even so, and the bodies began to pile up in front of the halberd-wielding elven shield wall. A similar story was occurring on the other side. But there, Legolas took longer to realize the threat of the trolls to the wall itself, and his people had taken more damage from the bird assault. But here, they had Gandalf. The elves looked on in awe as the old and human-seeming Istar crashed his staff down onto the ground and summoned forth a lightning bolt that took an armored troll in the face before jumping to another one, then a third and then out of sight. As it did, Gandalf whirled on the nearby elves. "What are you waiting for, you fools? Off the wall! Listen to Mithrandir! Form a shield wall in the camp!" Legolas shouted in turn. As ordered, the others quickly began to form a solid line of shields and halberds with their officers calling the cadence. The orcs charged forwards, smashing into that wall, and then at the officers' orders, the shield slipped slightly to the side, and the halberds flicked out in upward sweeping motions, gutting or dismembering orcs by the dozen. Gandalf found himself ahead of this unit, protected by the charging orcs by a portion of the wall that still stood and fell back slowly, staff in one hand, sword in the other. He whirled, bringing Glamdring around to block a blow from an orchid, while his staff lashed out at another orc's foot, smashing into it with all the force of a hammer blow, dumping the orc on the ground. A quick stomp from the staff and the orc died, as Glamdring sang in Gandalf's other hand, decapitating another orc. Once more released on the enemies it had been crafted to slay, it sought out gut, chest, stomach, and face with impunity. 5 more orcs died in as many seconds as Gandalf retreated slowly towards the shield wall, moving forward now to meet him. Legolas was the last off of the ruined portion of the wall, and he leaped down onto one of the trolls, stabbing with his long hunting dagger down into his neck. Blood spurted over his hand, and he grimaced in distaste even as he was flung away by the troll's mad flailing. He rolled as he hit but heard the snap of his bow underneath him as he did, causing him to curse in Elven before divesting himself of his now useless quiver, grabbing up a shield from a fallen orc and using that as a defense against the blow from another orc. He redirected the blow, then ducked underneath a second one, his dagger flicking out, stabbing deep into the orc's thigh before he pulled it out. Legolas blocked another blow and took the orc through the chain up into his brain. Kicking that orc away, he too fell back as arrows thudded into the orcs all around him. "Get clear, my prince!" shouted one of the army's officers. "Get clear, Mithrandir! You cannot hold them there on your own." The Istar seemed to disagree with that for a few seconds, waiting until a troll had pushed its way into one of the bridges before intoning a simple word in Valoran. "Push!" At his word, the air within the fort coalesced into a battering ram of force. It lifted the troll up off of the ground by a few inches and hurled it back into its fellows, where it began to flail and cry out in anger and panic. For some reason, trolls always panicked when hurled onto their backs like that. "No amount of breeding has been able to get rid of it, I see," the old man murmured even as she turned and ran towards the waiting shield wall. He and Legolas reached the shield wall simultaneously and were allowed through, elves moving aside for them, before reforming as more orcs pushed through the breaches despite all the best the archers could do. And behind them came the trolls. They disdained to continue to destroy the outer wall as they were doing against Thranduil. Instead, these trolls moved into the fort as quickly as possible, even trampling some of the orcs underneath her feet as they did to close with the elves. The reason for this was the truly deadly fire coming from the lonely mountain. Legolas watched as another ballista bolt crashed down, not hitting one troll, but two of them, taking the arm off one, before smashing into the other so hard Legolas could hear its chest plate shatter under the blow, along with several of its ribs no doubt. It fell wheezing, gasping, clawing at its chest to remove the damaged chest plate, but getting nowhere. However, he turned away from the most pleasant view as a cry from one of the walls redirected his attention that way. Arrows were flying up towards the top of the rightmost wall of the fort. Before Legolas could do anything, the archers up top split their fire. This seemed to help suppress the orc archers, but it allowed more orcs forward inside the fort, and with them came the trolls. Legolas exchanged a glance with Gandalf, who looked back, then shook his head and lashed out with another lightning spell at one particularly large, ugly troll with a full face covering helmet as it charged forward, dragging its chain behind it, about to launch it forward. That troll fell, his helmet turned into molten metal by the lightning strike, possibly killed by the pain while Legolas shouted an order. Fall back! Fall back through the camp! Do not let the trolls reach the line! Scene break! Thorin scowled angrily as he took in the battlefield. There were more trolls than anyone had expected out there, and the terrain guarding the right and leftmost flanks of the army had proven no true barrier. It had slowed the enemy down and had perhaps funneled a large portion of the orcs on those flanks further to the center, but the trolls had been able to ignore it to a certain extent. Sir, we can't target the trolls attacking the right fort any longer. From this angle, we'd be smashing down the walls to get at them even if we could see them. Thorin tugged on his beard hard, staring in that direction, and then twisting around slightly, staring at the battlefield, but actually at the wall in the direction through the lonely mountain to where Dane's warthog riders were waiting. Should I order them to attack the enemy's flank? They could at least disrupt the attack on Thranduil. Curse him for making me need to rescue him to save this battle. However, before he could say anything, there came a cry from Keely. Thorin turned back, only to stare in shock at the center of the battlefield. Scene break. The trolls had not only been sent to the flanks to attack the elven forts. Most of them had, but the trolls of Gund Abbot, the largest, most heavily armed of the lot, had been husbanded by Azog to smash the center of the dwarves and human defenses. Those defenses had held up to this point. The use of the slope and the ditch at the bottom had given the defenders a marked advantage, coupled with the heavy armor and shields of the dwarves. The humans' use of long pikes to back up the dwarves was paying off dividends. Harry, too, was using math so profligately that he knew he would have been unconscious at least twice over before earning Arians as his patron. As the battle continued, Harry noted that fire spells seemed to be coming easily to him and drained far less of his energy than any of his other spells. Is that a sign of Arian's favor? He mused as he sent a bolt of fire down and into a group of orcs trying to race up the small slope towards the embattled line of defenders. All of them were reduced to so much ash, while those around the fireball screamed at the heat or were lit up on fire by the tiny licks of flame that reached them. And is it just me, or is my fire acting as if these orcs are made out of petrol and dry thatch? A thought struck him then, and he frowned, thinking about it. I know that the orcs and other dark creatures create a kind of suppression field around them for magic based around the Vala, but is the opposite true? That spells based on the Vala can damage these creatures more than would otherwise be the case? Or is it just Arian's influence? I know these creatures are supposed to fear the sun, and we can see in the sunlight the longer they are out in it. I had discounted that because, you know, this whole army had marched here day and night. But if that is the case... However, a shout from Bard drew Harry's attention away from his musings and the cutting and fireball spells that he was idly sending down into the attacking army. Above the attackers' heads, several large logs flew through the air like someone had thrown a particularly large branch for a dog, twirling end over end through the air towards the defenders. If those hit, they would crush dozens of the defenders, and if they moved to avoid them, they would create weaknesses in the dwarven infantry line. Harry desperately twisted around, pointing his sword towards one of them, using the sword of Gryffindor to direct his spell towards it. The fire spell crashed into the log and did not burn it entirely to ash as Harry had hoped. The impact of the fireball slowed the piece of log and set it on fire, but it still crashed down into the top of the hill, sending several of the dwarves back with bellows of fury and pain as the fire licked at them. Those curses turned into shouts of amusement as the burning log rolled back down the slight incline, smashing into still more orcs and goblins. And when the log stopped in place, the fires started to set the individuals nearby to light, forcing them to retreat. This let the log continue down into the ditch, where it crushed more orcs and goblins. Elsewhere, there were no shouts of amusement as the thrown logs crashed down unimpeded, smashing armor-plated dwarves off of their feet, crushing dozens and then killing several humans as the logs rolled down the opposite side of the hill, opening up a hole in the line. Quickly, the dwarves on either side of the holes moved to cover them, but the damage had been done. Unmindful of their own safety, goblins and orcs on that side of the line pressed in hard, getting in among the reinforcements and enlarging several of the holes. Trusting the humans and the dwarves to do what they could there and unable to see through the press of bodies anyway, Harry turned his attention over the battlefield to the creatures that had thrown those logs. 20 trolls came on like medieval tanks, moving through the court, bellowing and roaring, shifting their attention now towards Harry at some bellowed command he couldn't hear over the tumult of battle. Harry watched them thoughtfully, knowing that he didn't have any spell in his repertoire that could reach that far through that many bodies. Unless I'm right about giving my allegiance to Arian. But her power isn't just about fire. It's about light too. And Gandalf always made a point of saying that light spells were among the deadliest to the creatures created by the greater darkness. Time to see if that is true. With that, Harry began to craft a spell. It was essentially a light spell, like a lumos, at least initially. But instead of creating light out of nothing in his hand, Harry gathered the sunlight from above. This was a different type of spell, an older version in point of fact from what he remembered reading about it. It was mainly used for ritual work when the wizard used actual sunlight rather than regular old magical light. And then Harry gestured. From the 2 fingers of his free hand, a beam of hot red light lanced out, impacting one of the trolls in the head, searing through metal skin and bone before burning out the other side. A neat hole had been made in the creature, right in the center of its brain. Although the trolls were so stupid, it took the troll several minutes to realize that it was dead before it collapsed and fell onto his side, crushing several goblins underneath it. Harry gawked, taking a blow to his side that sent him stumbling and would have killed him if not for a dwarf, who stepped in and took the blow on his shield. It had been the dwarf's shield that had hit Harry's side, not the blade. That was magnificent, human, but get your head back in the game. Right. Harry stumbled back, leading to other dwarves moving to his former position. And then he stood up behind them, gesturing over their heads as he began to craft the same spell again, only larger. Above him, the clouds began to part, sunlight visibly pulled down from above them through the intervening clouds. At that, every troll across the battle paused, staring up in horror and fear. In the name of Manwë, all, and Arian, begone from this land. With each name, Harry felt power flowing from the world around him and into his spell. He even felt Arian's delight and sudden interest in what Harry was doing, not understanding the how of it, but knowing Harry was calling to her power to craft an attack spell. Never let it be said that Arian doesn't hate the creatures of Morgoth as much as they hate her. Light from on high shone down on Harry for just a moment, coalescing into his hand, which gleamed almost like a reflecting mirror, containing and directing the he gestured forward with the same 2 fingers sending that energy out like a beam, which Harry worked from one end of the battlefield to another. Where that beam went, orcs' heads were sliced off as easily as if by a red-hot blade and trolls died cut in half. Half of the army facing the center of the defensive fortifications died instantly. This was not without cost to Harry, however. Even as the enemy army recoiled, Harry fell back, gasping, slumping to the ground and rolling down the defender's side of the small man-made hill. Scene break. Thorin stared at the damage that Harry's magic had dealt. From his vantage point, Thorin could see that whatever his friend had done, it hadn't cut cleanly through the entire horde but had carved a goodly portion of it. And now, the center of the defensive line wasn't getting pressured at all. Indeed, the forces there were falling back, horror and shock and fear going through them. But they would recover. Still, this was a chance, and Thorin grabbed it, turning and racing towards the entrance to take them downstairs through the mountain to the entrance to Erebor. Find the rider designated to the Warthog Riders. I want them moving now. As he ran, he sketched out a brief message, along with visual instructions of where he wanted Dane to strike. Then tell the catapults to load up another set of Gandalf's specially prepared loads. I want them aimed at this point. Again, Thorin added an image of what he wanted and more instructions before he burst out of the stairwell onto the main road through Erebor. We will break them in the center and then split off to the right flank as Dane and his riders hit the other. We have a chance to end this whole battle now if we can but get there in time before the enemy can regroup. Scene break. While the center of the attacking army recoiled from the horror of Harry's attack, that was not the case on the 2 sides. Legolas was losing more men as he fought his way back through the small camp inside the fort towards the other side. With his archers dueling with the orc archers, they couldn't lay down enough firepower to stop the orcs from continually smashing into his line, and behind them came the trolls. He was holding it together, but barely, and only because of Gandalf and the raw courage of his men. Continue to fall back. Legolas shouted as he fired an arrow, finally hitting one of the eyes of a troll after having expended 6 arrows on the attempt. The creature's massive flail, which it had been spinning around its head, flew sideways, crashing into several orcs, slaying many of them. Continue to fall back, reform the shield line on the other side of the back wall. He looked over at one of the elves who had been following him and ordered that he hold up a pennant with a green and light grey checkerboard pattern on it. At that predetermined signal, the men and women on the walls, who could never have heard his orders, began to come down. Several joined the melee, while others continued to fire into the horde over their fellows' heads, now turning their bows on the trolls. Running out of arrows, Legolas grabbed up a sword from a fallen elf and joined in the hand-to-hand combat, ducking around a tent and lashing out with his sword into the side of an orc who was just about to finish off the wounded elf. He grabbed the elf, shoving him behind Legolas, as he dueled with 2 more orcs as they rushed at him. Both fell, but another wounded troll lumbered through the camp towards him, smashing through tents. It held no weapon, but a troll did not need a weapon to crush someone into a bloody pulp. Pushing the wounded soldier behind him, Legolas waited and then dodged to one side of the troll's mad rush, his sword flicking out. The troll stumbled a few more times, but his leg gave out, the tendons in his knee having been severed. It twisted around, trying to lash out with a fist, but Legolas dodged under it, his sword slashing up and into the creature's armpit, causing it tremendous pain and for the troll's arm to go limp in turn. Then Legolas was behind it, leaping up onto its back and stabbing down. Good elven steel sliced straight into its back, severing its spine and causing the whole troll to go limp, falling forward onto its face as it gave a keening wail. Legolas leaped off of it but found himself surrounded by orcs. He took several slashes to his shoulders and leg, none serious as he ducked and dodged, using his sword defensively, having no chance to reply, until two of his fellows pushed into the perimeter of the circle, killing two of the orcs in turn. Legolas killed a third and joined them in, falling back before pausing. The elf he had tried to save a moment ago lay dead in the camp's dirt, a dead goblin next to it. The goblin's sword was buried in the elf's guts. Suddenly there was a crashing blast of lightning from the clear sky, and several of the elven tents were set off on fire, causing the orcs and trolls, of which there were only 3 remaining inside the camp, to stumble to a halt for a second. "Retreat, idiots!" Gandalf's voice bellowed. "I do believe that Mithrandir's advice is good, gentlemen." Legolas kept his voice deliberately light, trying not to show any sorrow or shock at what he had just seen, knowing that that elf, whose name Legolas hadn't even known, was but one of hundreds of casualties on this grim day. "Let's get out of here." Legolas found the signaler and ordered the last wall to pull back to the ground as he fell back. The wall facing the center of the battlefield was reluctant, but eventually, they were reformed and moved backward and down the interior line of the hill towards the last line of defense in front of Erebor. The orcs and reaming trolls came after them, but as they did, the catapults that the Iron Hill folk had crafted began to open fire on them and the wall of the force behind them. Several of the ballista from above Erebor's entryway also began to fire, killing the last of the trolls. Human men and women rushed toward the retreat during elves, carrying more arrows and litters for the wounded regardless of arrows sent their way from the advancing orcs. Unfortunately, while his losses were not nearly as heavy as Legolas's, Thranduil wasn't as organized. The trolls hadn't entered his fort, instead concentrating on demolishing enough of the outer wall to assault Thranduil and his men from 2 sides. And it was only thanks to the ballista fire from Erebor that had stopped them from adding a third, coming up behind the fort's rear, cutting it off entirely from any hope of retreat to the last line of defense. Thranduil had also lost 2 of his officers, leaving him lacking subordinates who could help organize things. Unlike Legolas, Thranduil ordered the tents be stored away before the battle truly began. This gave them more room to move, and his people formed a square in the center of the force. The archers in the center sent out arrows into the attackers, making certain that none of them began to climb up the wall and use the ramparts against them. As his earlier invigorating enhancement began to falter, Thranduil started another, looking around as he tried to determine what to do. At the same time, his sword flicked out, slicing into an orc's chest, leaving him open to be finished off by one of Thranduil's men before Thranduil his sword flicked the other way, taking another orc across the eyes, blinding him. By the time he flicked the blood off of his sword and stepped back to allow another elf to take his place in the front line, Thranduil knew what to do. Right flank, fall back, lockstep. Front line, shift slowly to that side. Archers, shift fire, suppression fire to the left and rear. Previously, the archers in the center of the square of elves had been firing at any target they could, mostly disorganized, but mainly attempting to keep the orc archers from joining the battle, keeping the walls clear, and harassing any troll that still survived on this flank. Thankfully there weren't many of those. The trolls on this side had foolishly stayed outside the fort, where they had been cut down by the dwarves and the ballista almost to an individual. But they had smashed large portions of the wall before dying, and the orcs were now slowly enveloping Thranduil's people, hence the retreat he had ordered. For every 4 we kill, 6 more take their place. We are more organized and better in nearly every way imaginable. But we are not as tough as the orcs, whose whole life is pain, and they outnumber us like leaves on the wind. The last of their arrows expended, the elves on archery duty dropped their bows, some of them pulling out swords. Most had lost their shields and were forced to take some from their dead fellows as the disciplined elven square started to retreat. More elves died during this maneuver, which was difficult, especially without any lesser officers who could organize each position in turn. Thranduil stayed within the front line, where the fighting was thickest. He took several injuries himself, including one that nearly broke the spell on his face, allowing the horrible dragon fire scars to be revealed for a moment before the spell resumed. For a moment there, Thranduil panicked, one hand flying to his face, hiding his grotesque wounds from his people, falling back through the line. 4 elves died as orcs surged into the momentary in their line before it was reformed, and then, the elves were starting to move through the hole in the fortress walls, reforming outside. As they did, Thranduil could finally take in the rest of the battle. Even from a vantage point such as this, the eyes of an elf could see far more than any human would have believed. It was the limit of their arms and the strength of their bows that limited the range an elf could shoot, not sight, and so Thranduil could see from one side of the battle to another. He saw his son's portion of their army retreating in good order to the last line of defense. He saw the center looking as if it was going to be overrun, although there were far more bodies in front of it than he would have credited. And yet, behind those windrows of the dead, came still more of the enemy, although they had halted, presumably to reform their lines. Weakened by his wounds as they had been by poisoned blades and thrown by his recent moment of shock and dismay, Thranduil thought about the march towards the last line of defense. While the orcs in the camp began to boil out after his men, pushing them hard, slaying many of the rear guard. Their steps were no longer as certain as they moved over the rubble, breaking the shield wall in small places. Thranduil wavered, and then he looked to the south and saw nothing there. The enemy had yet to fully envelop the position, and his thoughts moved like quicksilver. We could retreat that way. Keep my men together, pull away from the rest of the battle. If we appear to be retreating, the enemy will leave us be, turning inward on the dwarves and men, cut off the tertiary defensive lines from the last line of defense. The thought was appealing. Why should I care about the doings of humans and dwarves? I am only here because I was forced to be due to council and its representative, Mithrandir. How dare they make demands of me, a king? I could let the dwarves and men further weaken this host, then come back in, attack and finish it off myself once it has been thoroughly weakened. For a moment, Thranduil opened his mouth to give that order. And then, arrows began to thud into the orcs and goblins facing his men. A second later, Toriel was there, along with the surviving unseen host, having pulled them out of the center of the battle and to the side flank to give Thranduil cover fire. Retreat! Toriel shouted. You have done enough here. Retreat to the last line. In the distance, Thranduil could hear the dwarves, the last of their reserves being pushed forward into the main line. But they weren't falling back. No, the dwarves were charging out into that abattoir, Thorin and his band in the lead. And turning back to the south, Thranduil saw something else. The husband, if somewhat ridiculous looking, warthog riders of the dwarves were moving in the distance, circling around. They are going to hit the enemy's flank. Here. To defend me and mine. The thought shamed Thranduil, and he instantly began to command the retreat to the last line of defense. And then, Thranduil felt the searing pain in his side. Looking down, he saw a black-fletched arrow and turned to stare out over the battlefield. An orc larger than his fellow stood at the far range of his bow, snarling in victory at the Elven King. Scowling angrily, Thranduil reached down and pulled the barbed arrow out of his side, unthinking for a moment in his fury that such a lowly creature had harmed him that Thranduil forgot that the arrows of the orcs were not only poisoned but barbed. There was a searing sense of pain and agony for a moment, and Thranduil collapsed, falling onto his side, his vision, which had previously been so clear and certain, clouding over. Toriel stared at where her king had once stood as a wail went up from the surrounding elves. Several of them retreated towards the king, leaving their position in the battle lines, leaving some of their fellows to die even as the unseen host sent another hail of arrows into their foes. Keep your courage. Keep your courage and keep moving back. But there was no more courage in the elves on this flank. Their king had fallen, they had taken so many losses against the orcs within the camp, and there was still more fighting to do. The elven host began to break, and no amount of arrows from Toriel and the unseen host were going to prevent it. But something else did. From the orcs' flank, there was a bugle cry, and the orcs shifted their attention that way, slowly at first, but with more and more of them looking in that direction, staring as a group of dwarves riding warthogs, 50 abreast, came over the rest of the hills. The dwarves lowered massive lances without pause and charged down the hills. The orcs couldn't get organized fast enough, couldn't pull back from the elves fast enough, and were completely unprepared for the hammer blow of the warthogs. Dozens were smashed off their feet, more pinned by lances, and then, the warthogs were in and among them. Their tusks were covered with steel as they tore and gored, their riders lashing out with massive warhammers or lockhaber axes, huge things that relied on counterweights at the bottom of her almost as deadly as the accident themselves. Dane led them, bellowing orders and war cries indiscriminately, shouting at his dwarves to always be aware of orcs trying to get underneath their beasties or behind them. But there was no need. The sudden reversal of fortune completely shattered the orcs and goblins on this portion of the battlefield, and panicky survivors began to retreat back and around the way they came. Scene break. Up Harry, we must seize the moment. Thorin bellowed as he rushed past Harry with most of his company around him. As he looked up from where Elladan was feeding him lembas, Harry woozily wondered where Keely and Balin were, before remembering Keely was in charge of the ballistay, and Balin in charge of the dwarves in the main fortification. And Bilbo. Bilbo smiled over at Harry patting his foot before he finished stringing his bow. Ah, well, I'm not about to charge with the rest, but I can still do my part. Elroer smiled, and Harry chuckled, before wearily getting to his feet. By the time he and the two elven brothers had gotten to the top of the man-made mound, Thorin and company had rallied the dwarves and men and charged down the slope. If the enemy had been organized at all, the few areas where a ditch hadn't been dug would have been deadly choke points. But the enemy was still rallying from Harry's laser spell, and the dwarves reformed on the other side into a wedge with Thorin at its point, slaughtering the orcs and few remaining goblins who hadn't already begun. But from this higher vantage point, Elladan realized that Thorin's attempt to break the enemy host wasn't going to work. Beyond the area between the two defensive lines, Azog had reformed his troops and now they were forming an actual battle line. Harry, look. Can you do something about that? I fear Thorin and the dwarves will be overwhelmed if not. Now that just isn't on. Let's see. Having recovered somewhat thanks to the lembas and a flask of water from Rivendell, Harry called upon his newfound powers over fire and light, throwing both of his hands forward, dropping the sword of Gryffindor to the ground for a moment. Harry didn't have enough power left for another attack like that. Instead, twin suns erupted over the host of orcs. They didn't last for long, but they blinded many of the enemy, and further caused dismay and horror among them. Many of the remaining goblins hurled their weapons away, turning to flee the battlefield entirely. Orcs covered their eyes with one hand, or cowered in place, fearful of the twin suns above them. At the front of his people, Thorin saw what Harry had done, and bellowed out, "See, even the light of Anar has come to war with us. Baruch Hesed, Hesed Ai Erebor." His roar was answered by hundreds of throats all around him, as the dwarves of the Iron Hills and his company hammered into the front of the enemy. There was a thunderous sound that almost defied description as the formed units of the dwarven army and the Orcish host crashed together, the sound filling the world, louder than all the sounds that had come before it beyond the loud fswee sound that Harry's laser-like spell had created earlier. The dwarves did not have as good discipline as the elves, especially on the attack. After that first point of contact against the organized portion of the enemy army, they struggled with keeping a set line. But they were far more heavily armored, far stronger and more robust than the elves. Bruises and cuts were nothing to the dwarves. The orcs' threadbare organization fell apart, and the orcs began taking losses as they tried to recover from the impact of Harry's spell work. "Well, I think that worked," Harry murmured, then noticed that Elrond's sons had left him behind, racing towards the battle, swords flicking out to slay any orc or goblin lucky enough to have survived the dwarves' advance. "Oi, you wonkers, wait for me." The fighting was frantic and frenetic at the front of the battle. Thorin lashed out with Okrasist, bellowing orders, shouting at his people to keep into a semblance of formation if not a real battle line, but it was for naught as the dwarves kept cutting deeper into the enemy horde, with more and more enemies around them. Thorin even lost sight of his companions, but he could not dwell on them. He had to defend himself after all, and even as Thorin realized he couldn't see any of the others, Orcrist blocked one orc's blade as his shield caught two more blows as a fourth hammered into his back. Orcs were no goblins, and that strike hit with bone-punishing force. "I am going to be a mass of bruises after this." Perhaps Harry's idle musing on some kind of shock absorption material underneath our armor would have been a good idea. "The undercoat are most decidedly not doing enough," Thorin mused as he leaped backward over a rock, letting the rock in front of him stumble over it before Orcrist sliced across his face, blinding him. A blow crashed into Thorin's side, sending him staggering. But it didn't break his armor, the mithril plate he was wearing proof against any Orcish weapon. His return strike disemboweled that orc, and then he was twisting around, using his shield to redirect another blow, his sword flicking up over his shield's edge and into the chest of another orc, stabbing in just far enough to puncture the orc's chest. Then he was back facing forward, his shield smashing into that of an orc twice his own size. This orc was a true monster of his race, and yet Thorin's short charge smashed him backward, sending the orc onto his heels, his shield going wide, opening him up for a strike from Thorin. Nearby, Philly and Willin had stayed together, forging through the enemy, with Philly handling defense mostly and Willin using his hammer and axe to slaughter orcs around them. They came within sight of Thorin once more at this point, and Philly could only stare for a second at this show of strength from his uncle. "Behold, Thorin, king under the mountain. Holder of the Arkenstone of all." Keely knew that Thorin was a deadly combatant, but that kind of strength and speed was beyond even him. It was a sign that the Arkenstone favored Thorin. "Oakenshield, Oakenshield!" came the answering cry from the surrounding Iron Hill dwarves, and the rest of the company. Even the humans who had charged forward with the dwarves, a bare dozen hardy folk like Bard and Arter, took up the shout, adding their own "For Dale, for Dale!" to it. The orc host wavered, falling back, their barely reformed organization and morale now coming apart entirely at the impasse of the dwarves. But they did not give way. They still had the numbers advantage, and they still had Azog's will driving them. Now Azog led his reserves into the battle. This was 1,000 orcs of his own clan. Larger, more heavily armored and armed than the orcs from Dol Guldur, they bolstered the host, halting its collapse and looking to envelop the charging dwarves from all sides. They were aided in this by Azog calling back the portion of his force that had attacked the rightmost fort, the orcs there rushing down the side of the hill there, getting behind the dwarves, between them and any retreat. However, while this began to work, Azog began to ignore the rest of the battle in favor of searching for his own hated enemy. Slicing a leg off one orc, Thorin smiled thinly as he saw a blast of some kind of magic envelope several others. Turning slightly he saw Harry and the two elven brothers joining the battle. But as Thorin took a brief second to watch them, he saw Harry was obviously not fully recovered from whatever that spell had been. His movements were slowed, far less than his normal snake-quick movements. Yet his sword was still deadly. Any touch of that blade, and an orc or goblin cried in agony, doing still more to dampen the enemy's morale, and Thorin knew that was important. Even now, the enemy outnumbered them at least 2 to 1, thanks to the losses the elves, humans and dwarves had sustained. "Rally, rally!" he bellowed. "Keep together, lads!" Harry saw what Thorin was doing, and hit him with a spell that allowed his voice to carry through the tumult of the battle. Thorin's call worked, and thanks to it and the scattered company, the Iron Hills dwarves started to work together once more rather than several hundred individuals. Circles and swars began to form as the momentum of the battle turned against the dwarves, and the local commanders started to order a slow retreat. The sheer number of the enemy and its new blood meant there would be no victory here. But while this was going on, all thought of the overall tactical picture left Thorin's mind, as a flash of white caught his attention. He turned in the opposite direction from where Harry and the two elves were falling back, and gasped in fury and grief. Bomber! Past several other orcs, Thorin saw Azog, his blade having just punched through Bomber's stomach. Through the melee he caught Thorin's eyes, and with a sneer flicked his sword to one side, sending the fat dwarf collapsing there, leaking his lifeblood onto the mud of the battlefield. "Hazard ai Erebor!" Thorin howled, launching himself forward, disdaining any attempt to guard his own flanks or rear. All that was in his mind now was the need to kill the white orc. Several other orcs attempted to cut into Thorin from the side, or get behind him. But behind Thorin, Dori and Nori saved him from that fate, cutting one of them several down as arrows from behind took more in the back or sides, slowing them or killing them outright. Then the two chieftains clashed, their blades slamming together. "Thank you, Mr. Baggins!" Nori shouted, before he too was engaged again, this time with 4 goblins who tried to circle him, forcing him back and away from his king using their greater speed to try and nip around his shield and sword. From behind the group of dwarves, Bilbo paused in firing arrows into any orc he saw threatening one of his companions, grief swelling up within him as he too had seen Bomber's body. But Bilbo knew he couldn't dwell on that, he could only do what he was able to in order to defend those he could see, and the sight should not have made him pause. No, what had caused the Hobbit to stop and stare was in the air above them. For there, Bilbo saw 8 arriving unlooked for. The eagles, the eagles! From high above, the eagles came. Called by Gandalf, they arrived in numbers unseen in Middle-earth since the War of Wrath ages past. From high above where any other bird could fly they lanced down through the remaining clouds of lesser birds. They didn't kill many, small birds were notoriously hard to catch after all, but they shattered what little cohesion the birds had, causing them to flee in every direction from their larger brethren as the eagles struck down into the Orcish host. Claws and talons sliced, slew and lifted up into the air and then dropped orcs as from behind the Orcish army, further aid arrived, dooming what remained of Azog's army. From behind the Orcish army having taken the same route as Azog's host a new army appeared, small, but only in actual numbers. In sheer weight of flesh, it was massive, for it was an army made entirely of bears. Bears of all types and sizes charged forward into the back of Azog's army, led by a Kodiak bear so large it looked like it came from the prehistoric era, larger and stronger than any of its fellows. It led the charge into the back of the Orcish host, catching them between the dwarves, and their own claws and fangs. Perhaps if the orcs had been an organized force they could still have rallied. Perhaps if they still had the numbers Harry had cut down with his laser spell, they could have absorbed even that shock. But it was doubtful. And as the orcs fell back, the elves had rallied, returning to the forts on the hills. Arrows started to rain down, and from the left flank Dane and his warthog riders appeared, flushed with victory over the flanking force on that side, and now hammering down into the centralmost horde. In the middle of the battle, Harry heard Bilbo's cry, and whooped in delight, his sword flashing out, lightly nicking several orcs around him, before coming back into the defense, blocking an orc's sword. His victims died screaming, and the orcs who had tried to best Harry in a contest of strength fell, a sword impacting the side of its neck and nearly hewing it off, before Elladan recovered, and he and his brother continued to forge forward alongside Harry. Hey were now joined by several of the company, and Harry could feel it. Could feel the last gasping efforts of the orcs disappear. "They are broken now," he shouted. Press them, press them." Nodding his head, Elroer added his own voice to Harry, somehow projecting his voice without any need of magic through the noise of the battle. "The morale is broken, and they have no place to go, brothers. Now comes the killing time." His words were spoken in common, understood by all, and the dwarves took up the cry, adding it to their war cries as they continued to hew and slay. The humans, even Bard, had begun to flag, but now took further heart, seeing these new allies arriving, seeing several of the elves also moving forward from the fortresses and down into the battle behind them, the shrieks of the eagles. It was all too much. The orcs finally broke. The goblins had long since begun to flee in smaller numbers, but now, that fleeing became a massive rout as the remaining goblins tried to retreat, all thoughts of fighting leaving them, tossing down anything that could hamper their flight. The orcs were made of sterner stuff, but even they were now fleeing mostly, their battle frenzy broken. Here and there clumps of the hardiest tried to make a stand, but those were the minority. The vast majority simply tried to flee. They failed. Bear, dwarf, elf, eagle, human, none of the orcs' enemies were willing to let them flee. And as Harry had learned in studying history, it was when an army broke and ran that the true killing began. Thanks to his earlier spell that wasn't really the case here, but it didn't matter. One of the clumps that began a grim last stand was around where Thorin and Azog were hammering into one another. Nothing else mattered to either chieftain now, all that mattered was putting their personal demons to rest once and for all. The Orcish warlord was quick and well armored for an orc. Twice, his armor had withstood a blow from Orcrist turning the elven blade, even as it sliced chunks out of the armor. In return, Azog had hammered Thorin's shield into uselessness, causing the Dwarven King to hurl it aside. Azog had disdained a shield, and now both were dancing around one another, their swords smashing into one another again and again. And around Azog, the orcs of Gund-Abbot continued to fight grimly on, determined to kill as many of the dwarves as they could before they died. For them, death held no fear so long as they were obeying their dread master. Thorin stumbled, one foot tripping over the chopped-off leg of an orc, and Azog was on him instantly. A blow got through Thorin's defenses to smash into his chest, nearly taking Thorin entirely off of his feet. But somehow, almost certainly thanks to the Arkenstone's influence, Thorin was able to move with the blow. And before Azog could recover, Orcrist slashed in a short arc, aiming at Azog's arm right behind where he was holding his sword. The orc wasn't fast enough to pull back or twist his arm aside, and once more, Azog lost an arm to Thorin, blade and hand going flying as elven steel sliced cleanly through the limb. The orc's bellow of pain and fury reverberated around him, and the fact that the same thing occurred to him before when facing Thorin was not lost on the white-skinned orc. It only made him madder, and with a flash of sudden cunning, Azog wildly flicked his stump of an arm, sending blood flying into Thorin's face, blinding the dwarf. Thorin stumbled once more, one hand going up to try and clear his face. The hook on Azog's other hand instantly flashed forward reaching for the dwarf's throat, but before he could reach Thorin, Boffer pushed aside one of the other Gund-Abbot orcs. Bifer's axe sought Azog's side, forcing the orc to stop and defend himself, dancing around the blow and lashing out with a kick that caught the dwarf in the knee, causing him to stumble. Then, another orc stabbed Bifer in the back, killing him instantly. But more dwarves were pushing against his people hard, and seeing that he would soon lose any chance at his vengeance, Azog snarled and hurled himself bodily into Thorin, bearing him to earth, knocking Orcrist out of Thorin's hand. Azog stabbed down with his hooks, but Thorin twisted his head to one side, his vision no longer clouded by the orc's blood, and reached upwards, grabbing at the orc's throat with one hand, the orc's arm with the other. Azog was strong, but was losing blood swiftly, and Thorin wasn't. Even as Azog lunged down desperately trying to bring his fangs to bear on Thorin's face, Thorin tightened his grip on the orc's throat and kept his face at a distance. For a timeless moment the two enemies strained against one another, then Thorin bellowed a roar of near-mindless rage, as he pushed with all of his might with the hand clasped around Azog's throat. There was a moment of strain, and then with sickening snap Azog's neck broke, his whole body going limp. Thorin heaved the dead weight of the orc to one side, staring at it for a brief second as he stared at the hate and rage in the creature's face before it went slack with death. Then the king under the mountain, pushed to his feet, grabbed up Orcrist as he rose. On his feet, Thorin raising the elven blade in the air with another bellow as the last vestiges of the Orcish host fell to the vengeful weapons of their enemies. Azog is dead. For Erebor. Hazard Ai Durin Nur. From nearby, Harry saw Thorin standing up, shouting his victory to the sky. He could see all around, the last of the orcs and goblins being cut down, and sighed, letting his sword fall to his side, turning aside and moving to where Bilbo was also pulling back from the battle. The Battle of the Lonely Mountain was over. End chapter. That was a doozy of a battle, lol. I didn't want Harry to just rar kill, so I am still making him weaken a bit in terms of magic if he tries anything huge, but as you can see, that didn't stop him, lol. Anyway, I hope you all like this, and as always, leave a review. Chapter 15. I am not Rowling, nor Tolkien. Yeah, this was the winner of the small story poll this month. I honestly didn't think I would finish it in time, but here we are. I Marleyed it, but no one else has seen it. Still, I hope there won't be too many small mistakes to bother your immersion. Chapter 15, Grieving, Promises, and Plans. The aftermath of any battle was always a sad thing to contemplate. After a climactic battle such as this, it was a truly horrific thing. There had been far more orcs and goblins than the scouts had reported, something that all the remaining leaders put down to the fact it was always hard to analyze the numbers of goblins. If that had been the only issue, the defenders would have been able to win the battle with relative ease. But it was Azog's ability to change tactics and the trolls that had made the battle so deadly. A smart orc was a shock. Seeing so many trolls active in the daytime, no matter how overcast some of that day had been, was far worse. Especially against the elves, it had been the trolls that had truly been the decisive factor. Indeed, this was such a concern that the first order Gandalf gave after the battle ended was to gather as many of those trolls together in one place. And do not put them to the torch. I must examine them closely. We need to know how these trolls were able to move in the daylight. But that would need to wait. The wounded called to Gandalf, and Gandalf retreated from the battlefield even as dwarves and men moved to obey him. He moved back towards Erebor and, using a spell like a sonorous, bellowed out orders so loudly everyone around the mountain could hear. I will need large basins of heated water and alcohol. The purer, the better. Seamstresses report to me and bring up the bandages. Before the battle, Thorin and Dane had prepared a large supply of what amounted to medical supplies in this limited age. Now the women, boys, and elderly of Lake Town raced forward, carrying all they could to where Gandalf had set up shop, a place almost equidistant between the two hills behind the front line. Gather up the dead amongst the enemy, Thorin ordered Dori and Nori. I know it is unpleasant, but if we let them simply rot, we will deal with disease and more in the coming days. I, my king, Nori, usually not the most respectful dwarf, replied, bowing his head deeply to Thorin. Dori nodded as well and turned, grabbing up an orc body. Should we do anything to Azog's corpse? Sometimes dwarves had taken prizes, the skulls of their enemies or some other such token, to show their victory. But Thorin shook his head as he wiped the edges of Or-Kristoff on Azog's corpse. No. He isn't worth that honor. Simply put him with the rest of the dead, and make certain to light the fires in such a way the smoke moves away from Erebor. Even the smoke from such foul corpses can cause those who breathe it ill. Harry nodded in his way, then gestured towards where Gandalf had just set off a bolt of light into the air, accompanied with the words, "Bring the injured here to me." "Go, Harry. While your levitation spells would be useful here, you will be more help to Gandalf," Thorin responded to his look. He looked over at Bombur, shaking his head sadly before he knelt down and lifted Bombur into his arms. "I will see to it that our friend here, and Bifur, lay in respectful repose. They and the others here will be laid to rest in the depths of the mountain as is our custom." While the dwarves believed in reincarnation like the elves, they preferred to bury their dead under their cities in specially created mausoleums. Their armor and arms would be set with them, the totality covered in thick glass before being laid to rest. Harry looked at Bombur and over at Bifur, ignoring the looks of shock from many of Dane's warriors nearby at this show of strength from Thorin. He watched instead as Bofur picked up his brother, tears streaming down his beard to wet his beard as he followed Thorin. Reaching forward, Harry touched Bofur's shoulder, exchanging a wordless nod of support with the dwarf before Harry turned away, moving through the blasted battlefield towards the aid station. The two elven brothers appeared out of the milling men and dwarves, with Eladin looping an arm around the weary wizard's waist, helping him along. Harry. Looking up the man-made mound that had marked the real line of defense, Harry breathed a sigh of relief as he saw Toriel standing there. Her body and face were splashed with the dark blood of orcs and goblins, but she looked uninjured and moved down the hill on fleet feet, at which point she began to fuss over Harry. "I'm not hurt, Toriel, just exhaustion. I took a hit to the side, but my mail turned it." While not mithril as the dwarves had no ready armor that could fit him and the one time Harry tried to resize the magical metal his spell fizzled, the scale mail that Thorin had gifted Harry was still of excellent quality. It had deadened the one strike that had gotten through Harry's defenses, leaving naught but a heavy bruise and some mangled scales. Calming down slightly, Toriel looked at Elrond's sons and Harry. "Good. Thranduil is dead. I need to find Legolas, but after that, I will join the medical efforts and see you there." Harry was shocked by that, not having heard of Thranduil's death before this, while both elven brothers looked surprised as well, exchanging speaking glances. "I can't say I'm altogether sorry to hear that. But I suppose he redeemed himself in this battle to a certain extent. Tell Legolas I'm sorry for his loss. I believe he is still leading your folk on the right flank." "I will, although I must admit to some ambivalent feelings myself. That is not something I would admit to most, nor is it truly in keeping with what society dictates I should feel, but my own interactions with Thranduil have been so negative since meeting you that I cannot separate my personal feelings from this matter," Toriel admitted. "He imprisoned you," Elroer answered with a shrug. "Imprisonment was a dire insult to any elf, and to be so kept for weeks by your king? No elf would be willing to deal with such an insult, regardless of race." Toriel's lips quirked, and she bowed from the waist to the sons of Elrond before racing off with a final glance at Harry. There would be time enough for more later. As Harry, the twins, and Gandalf worked with the human seamstresses and those few dwarves on the wounded, the elven healers were also busy, although they didn't offer much aid to their fellows among the other races. Not only did the elves have more wounded than either dwarves or humans to deal with, but like it or not, Thranduil's disdain for the elves had not been all that unusual. Still, the dwarves and men had Gandalf and Harry. Harry didn't know much about healing, but he still had recourse to his magic, and it proved helpful in many ways. Whereas Gandalf's poultices, tinctures and skill with a needle, as well as instruction, proved to awe many among dwarf and human, who had only ever heard of his magic before this. The blood and screaming of the wounded began to get to Harry, and he had to take breaks several times. Once, as he did, Harry spotted Thorin nearby, carrying the body of young Ori. The king of Erebor was singing a song in Husdul as he went, Keely and Balin following him, their own faces twisted in grief as they helped a weeping Dori and Nori along. Ori's older brothers were truly inconsolable, showing weakness and grief in public in a way that dwarves would only do in rare circumstances. Harry moved to join them, walking slowly back to where the bodies of the other dwarves, both of Dane's people and those of the company, had been laid out. Dwelin stood over them, his head bowed, and Bilbo sat nearby, just staring at the bodies of his friends. Fili, Gloin and Oin soon joined them, and Harry stayed with the dwarves for a time, grieving for their friends, guilt rising within him as he stared at Ori, one of the youngest of the dwarves, whose whole life had been ahead of him. If only I did more, if only I used that new spell better, earlier in the fight. This is my fault. I wasn't strong enough. Do not, a voice growled in his ear. Harry started and turned only to find Thorin staring at him, his thick brows furrowed in anger. Do not take the burden of our honored dead on your shoulder, Harry. You did all you could and more. You are no Vala. Do not assume you could have saved young Ori from his fate or Bombur from Azog. Their deaths are no one's fault but that of the enemies who slew them, and they have been avenged in our victory. Staring at Thorin, Harry made to open his mouth, but Nori turned away from staring at his brother to look at Harry. Thorin is right, Harry. You did all you could. We should have ordered him to stay back when we went on the attack. Poor Ori, he just wasn't ready for this fight, young fool. It's no one's fault, Harry. Just the way battle goes. While he didn't really believe them, Harry said nothing, just nodding before looking back at Ori's body. They all stayed there until a young boy came to ask for Harry's help with the wounded once more. That seemed to signal a break in the grief for the rest of the company. The living still needed them, and soon only Dori and Nori stayed there, sitting beside the body of their brother. The death toll among the dwarves and humans was heavy. Of the 500 heavy infantry that held the main battle line, nearly 200 had been slain. A further 80 would only live thanks to Gandalf, although Harry knew that if it wasn't for their insane amount of armor, the total would have been far higher, especially in the charge Thorin had led as the Orcish host began to retreat. In contrast, the boar riders had only lost 16 of their riders, although they had lost a further 18 boars, mostly due to the boars' reaction to Bjorn and his horde of bears. The humans had not contributed as many combatants to the battle as the dwarves, mostly the skirmishers that had worked with the unseen host to start the battle, and then the hardy men and few women who backed up the dwarven battle line with spear and arrows. This amounted to around 400. The humans had lost nearly 100 men, with 84 wounded. They had not done nearly as well as the dwarves when they went over to the attack. But thanks to Gandalf's skill and their own seamstress's needlework, most of those 84 would live without being crippled for life. The elves had brought by far the largest number of warriors to the battle with 2,000 infantry and 500 scouts, the vaunted unseen host. While Harry had only the vaguest idea about their losses, he knew it had been heavy. Elroer went among them at one point to pass along more of the heavy spirits that Gloin had somehow come up with and reported that the elves had lost hundreds of dead. Truly, it was not the goblins nor orcs who proved most deadly, but the trolls. With the walls broken, the trolls kept breaking the battle line causing chaos and death. As good as an elven warrior can be, few among the host of Torienda Edalos were real veterans, unlike within the unseen host, so they took losses they should otherwise have not. And the birds, brother, Eladin murmured, touching a new scar on the side of his neck gingerly. One of the crows had caused it, and he shook his head. Truly against the speed and numbers of those dark wings, we had little defense. And again, when the trolls broke the shield wall, their lack of experience started to tell. There was no joy or happiness at their victory that day. By the time the last of the wounded was seen to, everyone was just too damn tired, too stunned by the battle. Elves and men collapsed into their tents, set up well away from the battle while the dwarves continued the work of cleaning up after the battle with grim efficiency. As they worked, the dwarves sang dirges in Husdul, remembering past battles, past wrongs and triumphs. This work continued the next 2 days, with Bard leading his people to bring in food, aided by Bjorn at times. His army of bears had dispersed within minutes of the battle ending, but they came back every night, doing what they could to cut down on the number of dead among the goblins. They left the orc bodies untouched, while Bjorn took great delight in joining with the others, lighting mountains of the dead on fire. In this, Gloin proved to be a godsend. He brought out from Erebor several kegs of aged mead, and, although it physically pained him, and many other dwarves, offered its use. Dousing a pile of corpses with the mead made the pile light up far faster than just tossing several torches on the bodies, and though the smoke was still foul, the work on clearing the battlefield went much quicker. While this was going on, Harry helped wherever he could during the day. His fire and condensed light spells proved amazing in dealing with the mountains of the dead, while his levitation spell was in constant demand as the defenses were taken down, the foxholes and ditches filled in by elves, dwarves, and men. Despite that, Harry spent the next few nights watching over the bodies of Ori, Bomber, and Bifer with the dwarves of the company. They spent that time mostly silent, helping Dory, Nori and Boffer begin to recover from their grief by simply being there for them. Bilbo joined them only, having taken up the task of cleansing Erebor of the smog's taint once more. This was more about keeping the dwarves of Dane out than anything else, hence why he could not leave the task at night too often, but his touch with the trees lining the entranceway to the treasure room continued, and those trees flourished under his touch in those days in a way astonishing to all who saw it. Meanwhile, Toriel, the unseen host, and Eladin and Elroer helped the humans bring in food or scout the area, making certain none of the enemy had escaped. Although, they needn't have bothered. Bjorn's host was most thorough in their hunt. Yet, perhaps the most important work being done in those 2 days was done by Gandalf, who examined the trolls. He found evidence of a salve on the trolls and scrapped off enough to fill a few vials, which he set aside, thinking to run some tests on it. The salve didn't seem to have any magical properties, but then again, neither did King's Foil, yet it was the core of many a poultice. Eventually, the work on the battlefield began to die down, and while the knowledge of what it had cost them was still within the minds of the defenders, they were finally ready to celebrate the victory. On the 3rd day after the battle, fires were set that had nothing to do with burning the fallen enemy, and as evening began, so too did music rise from all 3 camps. Watching as Gloin and Oin rolled barrels down from Erebor, Harry shook his head and turned aside, looking for a single, grey-bearded head. He found Gandalf sitting alone well away from the reformed camps around the entrance to Erebor, leaning against a bit of the mountainside that jutted out there. In his hand he had a pipe, and he was lighting it as Harry walked up to him, holding out a skin of elven wine. In turn, Gandalf handed over his bag of pipe weed, whereupon Harry took out a pipe of his own, a gift from a warrior of Danes whose life Harry had saved in the battle. The 2 wizards sat for a time silently, passing the wineskin back and forth as they smoked and stared up at the evening sky, watching the first stars as they became visible. Toriel's told me about the stars here, the formations and so forth. Back where I came from, one of the classes we were forced to take at Hogwarts was the astronomy course. Some rituals you had to know the layout of the stars for. Now knowing what I do about Arion, I have to wonder if any of the formations up there are, well, real spirits. The stars were created by Varda, Queen of the Vala, loved and revered by the elves above all. The stars themselves hold the unblemished light of creation. I rather think that alone makes them worthy of reverence, Gandalf answered, smiling as he too looked up at the stars slowly appearing above them. And yet while they are important to some social functions among the elves and man and are revered by elves, the term ritual sounds like it is implying something more involved than that. Were these rituals so normal in your world? You've not mentioned that before. Rituals were still around but not very often used. But there was a time when they were so, of course, Hogwarts had to keep teaching it. That, and my credulous fellows firmly believed in astrology. But frankly, it was a waste of time. Harry chuckled, shaking his head. Unless you were into older women anyway. Professor Sinistra was an extremely good-looking lady. Not that as a student I could notice, of course. Gandalf chuckled. Of course. Although I would be cautious about being so truthful about such things in front of Toriel. Elves do not consider physical attraction in the same manner as humans do. They are far less enamored of the physical form and far less changeable than humans can be. Lust on its own rarely enters into their thinking. Harry shrugged. If it comes up in conversation, I will be more circumspect. Although I can't honestly see that happening. Just be aware that you might face some issues from the elven side of things, Harry, Gandalf warned. Courtship among elves is different than among humans. Indeed, there is no difference among elves from courtship to betrothal. The betrothal period lasts from a year to a decade. And you might need to deal with Toriel's family, although I do not know enough about her relationship with them to tell you how that might go. Probably not. Let's just say that Toriel's relationship with her family is kind of chilly, and leave it at that, Gandalf, Harry snorted. That is her secret to share. Regardless, I'll let Toriel decide on that kind of thing. It isn't as if my society will care one way or another, after all. The 2 of them blew smoke rings for a time before Gandalf asked, and what will you do now, Harry Potter? I think I will be heading to Lothlorien at some point. I'll stay here for a bit until the next round of dwarves arrives, mayhap. The day after the battle, Thorin and Dane had sent 40 of Dane's boar riders back with news of the victory. They would then help the rest of Thorin's folk travel from the Iron Hills to their new, or rather old, home. But I feel compelled to visit the Lady Galadriel. While I think my head is now screwed on right now, it's best to get the expert's opinion. Gandalf looked at Harry shrewdly but didn't respond to that. He honestly felt that mentally Harry still wasn't quite where he should be. From the glimpses Gandalf had of Harry in the battle, he still seemed a bit too willing to sacrifice his body. And even now, Gandalf could detect a new layer of grief within the young man, a new layer of guilt assumed when it should not be. But he said nothing, knowing it would not help. "What about you?" Harry questioned quickly, not liking the penetrating look in the older man's eyes. "This was basically a sideshow to your primary concern, right? Sauron, and what could be going on with him is your primary concern, yes." For a moment, the warm evening seemed to chill at the mention of that name, and Gandalf shook his head, seeming to banish the feeling. You have the right of it there, yet I do have other duties that constrain me. For one, I would rather like to bring Bilbo home. I took young Mr. Baggins out of his quiet time in the Shire and would like to make certain of his return. But in truth, you are right, I probably cannot stay here to wait for him long enough. I will have to go and meet with Elrond and then seek out Saruman, who was in charge of chasing Sauron thanks to Lady Galadriel exhausting herself in driving the Dark One out of Dol Guldur. If Saruman caught the Dark One, could he have killed him? Harry asked, frowning pensively. I do not think so. Greatly weakened the Dark One perhaps, but not killed. Gandalf frowned pensively. Unfortunately, I am uncertain what manner of being the enemy truly is any longer. While he began as a Maya of all, he went through so many changes under the greater darkness and then lost so much of himself first in the drowning of Numenor and then the destruction of his One Ring, his greatest creation in the Second Age. And yet his spirit, his will, survived. Harry shook his head sadly. Sounds like Voldemort. I never learned how the hell he had survived his death so many times, either. Bugger Dumbledore. Ha. Yes, well. I believe that the enemy can be killed, or perhaps better said, his spirit can be dissipated by applying magical power. Lady Galadriel heard him for certain when she, Saruman and Elrond drove him from Dol Guldur. But... Gandalf sighed, falling silent as he took a long draught of wine, before whispering, but I fear he will keep on coming back unless the ring is truly gone from Middle-earth. How certain are you that the ring is gone, then? Harry asked, frowning faintly. That has been in my mind a few times, Gandalf said slowly. And yet, all lore suggests that the ring was lost. I would make sure of that if I were you, Harry said with a frown. And I would cheerfully be willing to see you Bilbo home for you, Gandalf, so long as I am certain Thorin and the others will be safe here. That would be a weight off my mind. And as for Erebor and Dale being safe, we just massacred the greatest threat in the north, Harry. With Bard and Thorin allied, they will be able to see off any roving band of orcs or marauding men, Gandalf smiled. Still, I wonder. He looked up, looking down into the dwarves' camp, and in the light of the fires, spotted a head of curly hair with no beard to go with it. He held up his hand, and a small, iridescent butterfly made out of air appeared there. Leaning forward, Gandalf whispered into it, Bilbo, come here a moment. Starting as the butterfly rested on his shoulder, Bilbo turned away from where he had been engaging one of the Iron Hill dwarves to stare over to where the two wizards could be seen as vague shapes in the darkness beyond the camps. He clapped the dwarf he had been talking to on the shoulder and murmured an apology. But when a wizard calls your name, it's best to answer quickly. The dwarf laughed at that and watched as the young hobbit headed up the hill to where the two wizards sat. Turning in the other direction, the dwarf stared over the human camp to where the elven camp resided on the other hill looking down. For a moment, he snarled, but then another dwarf smacked his back, shaking his head. Let the blood spilled in this war end our animosity. We don't need to get along with the arrogant knife-ears to respect them. Fat. The first dwarf scowled but shrugged as the second dwarf handed him a mug of mead. Well, if you put it like that. They both guffawed and turned back to another nearby dwarf who had just begun to belt out a tongue-twister in Husdol, much to the amusement of those around him. By the time the dwarf had messed up the tongue-twister, Bilbo had reached the two wizards and was looking over his shoulder at the sudden burst of raucous laughter. Mr. Baggins, how much time do you think you will take to cleanse the gold of Smaug's taint? Gandalf asked without preamble, grabbing Bilbo's attention. Taking a sip from the wine, Bilbo thought about it for a moment, then shrugged. At this point, I am nearly finished looking after the trees I placed. I honestly have no idea how long it will take for the trees to remove the taint from the gold. Months, mayhap? Really, it is more in Yavana's hands than mine at this point. All I am doing is being a conduit. Bilbo handed the wineskin back, then straightened his shoulders. I will not stay that long. It's coming up on planting time, and I wish to see what good Master Hamfast has done to my garden in my absence. I trust him and his skills, but well, it is my garden, after all. The hobbit looked down at his hands, noticing the dirt under his nails, the number of calluses on his fingers, before smiling cheerfully up at the wizards, holding them up. It might not be as grand or as flashy as the magic that you do, but there is a certain joy that one can have when working with the earth. I've actually quite enjoyed my little project of transparent planting trees into Erebor, and even before that with Thorin, Bilbo laughed, shaking his head. Although, that it has to be the strangest bush I've ever dealt with. Harry smiled too, not only at the imagery but at how Bilbo's words evoked the memory of Thorin thanking him before begging for forgiveness for his actions while consumed by the taint. Others might have thought it odd, but Harry felt that that kind of action truly showed that Thorin had it in him to be a magnificent king. A king who acknowledges when he is wrong and apologizes for it is a king worthy of his crown. Bilbo went on softly, now looking out into the distance. I also think that a journey is not finished until you are back home. Until you are setting it aside, putting the thoughts into a book, the memories, the dreams, and nightmares. I have had my adventure. Now I yearn for a simpler life. The two wizards were quiet for a time while Harry attempted to blow a smoke ring, and Gandalf did so magnificently. Eventually, Harry simply nodded. You paint a pretty picture, Bilbo. Make certain that whatever you have done to the trees will continue to work when you are gone, and I will see you home. We will see you home, I believe you meant to say, Toriel announced, coming up out of the night and causing Bilbo to twitch, not having noticed her coming, something that startled Bilbo a great deal, given how used he had become to sneaking up on others. Harry smiled widely when he saw her, stood, bowed, and created a soft plush chair for her with a wave of his hand. She looked at it askance, one eyebrow rising, and he chuckled, before changing it into simply another rock, albeit one with a blanket over it. She nodded at that, sat down, and held out a tray she was holding of meats and cheeses. And what of you, Toriel? Harry asked. I know that duty means you have to go back to Mirkwood for Thranduil's funeral, but after that, do you still want to travel with me? I could think of nothing better, Toriel replied with a smile for Harry before looking over at Bilbo. And I rather think I would like to see your shire. Although I do not know if I will be able to do so right away. Toriel's expression turned fierce in the light from the campfires below as she went on. Legolas has yet to be crowned king in terms of the ceremony needed to take the crown, but he is prince, and there is no question of his doing so. And he has already decreed his first edict. The spiders are to be wiped from the face of Mirkwood. I am looking forward to that duty, as are the rest of the unseen host. What were your casualties like? Harry inquired, his tone somber. He also thought about volunteering his services in that effort, but he wanted to check with Thorin first. After all, there were so many places here that could truly need a wizard's touch, so to speak. We actually didn't lose all that many from the unseen host. It was our regular armies that lost heavily. The number of trolls they sent against us. She shook her head, unintentionally reiterating something the Rivendell twins had said after the battle. Without their continually breaking our line, the orcs alone would not have fared as well. To say nothing of those cursed birds. At that, Harry looked over at Gandalf. And do you have anything to add on that score, Ancient One? Not yet, my young emerald-eyed fool, Gandalf shot back instantly, causing Toriel and Bilbo to laugh, even while Gandalf went on. I'll keep examining that oily substance I found on their skin for a few days, yet I fear whatever was allowing the trolls to survive the touch of the sun has worn off. But I had to prioritize the living and the wounded, obviously. Obviously, Harry said, no hint of anything but admiration in his voice as he raised a goblet to the older man. Toriel and Bilbo also bowed their heads in deep gratitude to Gandalf, knowing how many dwarven, human and even elven lives the man had saved in the time after the battle. At that moment, music began down in the dwarfs' camp, as well as a bellow of laughter. Harry looked in that direction and then back at Gandalf, who chuckled and waved him off. Go on with you. We've spoken of the future long enough for tonight. Leave this old man here with his pipe, his tobacco, and the wine. I wasn't actually going to leave you the wine, but since you mention it, I suppose it can stay with you. I wouldn't want you to throw out a hip trying to get your own, Harry taunted, hopping to his feet dodging a smack from Gandalf's staff before looking towards Toriel, bowing formally towards her. My lady, would you do me the honor of walking with me tonight? Toriel smiled and gently rested her hand on his arm. It is I who am honored, my lord. They laughed together for a moment, then moved off, heading back down to the party as Bilbo did the same. The formal tone left their voice as they went, and they teased and joked with one another as they entered the dwarven encampment. As they moved on, Harry linked arms with Toriel, moving through the dwarves, exchanging nods and greetings with those he recognized from the battle. As he went, Harry noticed that the hints he had seen of disapproval for him, or rather, Harry's friendship with Thorin, was gone. In its place was admiration and respect, a change that Harry quite enjoyed. And, I rather doubt that the dwarves will be so fickle as the students back in Hogwarts were, he thought, chuckling. Moving deeper into the camp, Toriel stopped. Well, no, I have proof that at least one stereotype about dwarves is right. Pausing from where he had just exchanged a hand clasp with Dane, Harry tried to look through the crowd of drinking and eating dwarves to whatever had grabbed Toriel's attention. And what would that be? That dwarves can't dance. Toriel nearly broke down into giggles as she pointed through the crowd. Looking in that direction, Harry saw Philly and Keely dancing a wild and quite uncoordinated jig while several other dwarves blew on horns or hammered on drums. The sight nearly set Harry to guffawing, and with Toriel still snickering as she held his arm, Harry moved in that direction, bellowing out, "You two couldn't dance your way out of a bag. In the name of the Vala, what caused you to want to humiliate yourselves like this? Oh ho, if you think you can do better, show us how it is done, Longshanks." Philly bellowed back, grinning at Harry over the heads of the dwarves between them. "I never said I could dance," Harry rejoined, "I just said you couldn't. It doesn't take someone who knows how to dance until that someone else is about as get ungainly as an orc." "That's fighting words, Harry." Keely bellowed while the dwarves around them guffawed or laughed as they willed. "No, it would have been fighting words if I said you smelled or looked like one. Just saying you dance like one isn't enough to come to blows. If Harry does not know how to dance yet, my good dwarves, trust me when I say I will see to his education at some point. Perhaps later tonight, so long as he is not so clumsy as to crush my feet," Toriel teased. Philly and Keely laughed at that, as did the other dwarves around them, while Harry fell back, clutching his chest as if mortally wounded. At that point, Gloin came out of the crowd of dwarves around him, shouting out, "Ah, there you are, Harry. I recall that you will enjoy a bit of a drink and that I promised you that you would taste some of my finest. Come and have a sip of this, the pair of you." Toriel looked a little concerned, but Harry went willingly, eager to try what Gloin thought of as a good drink. The few sips he'd had of the dwarf's special stash before this had been magnificent. Soon they were standing in front of one of the barrels that Oin and Gloin had been rolling out of Erebor over the past few days. "Isn't this the stuff we used to light the greenskins on fire?" "Indeed it is." Poor Smog, he never knew what treasures lie within his mountain, aging gently over the years. Gloin laughed wildly, smacking his hand down on the top of the keg. "My clan's brewery, it was almost completely intact. We didn't want anyone to know," Oin interjected, "not before the battle began, and we could show Thorin our deed of ownership. And now, we'll have a monopoly going forward, ahaha." Gloin chortled, tugging at his beard in delight before dipping the mug in his hand into the barrel, holding it out to Harry. "But it is good. Try it." Now with a bit of trepidation, Harry did so, lifting the tankards to his lips. He took a sip and then blinked in delight. Before coming to this world, Harry had only taken a few sips of fire whiskey and ale, and in this world, most of the time had been drinking camp water or wine. So he really didn't have anything major to compare Gloin's finest to. Regardless, it was hot, burning his throat with a light tang as it went down. It tasted something like mild cinnamon with a woodsy flavor. And it was powerful too, causing Harry to gasp, blinking his eyes wildly. "Woo! Good grief!" Toriel exclaimed, stepping back a bit from her own sip. "That is." She smacked her lips, then smiled wryly, tipping the cup further into her mouth, drinking the rest of the mug down. Lovely." The dwarf gaped at her and then guffawed in laughter, slapping Harry on the back as the nearby dwarves thumped their chests with an open palm in token of appreciation. "Now, if she can hold it as well as she can drink it, my lad, that's a winner right there," Dane bellowed from nearby. Harry blushed, but with Toriel's eyes on him, he dipped the mug back into the mead. With a smirk at Toriel, he threw back his head, drinking it down. "Whoa, that's nice stuff there, Gloin," he announced, shaking his head wildly from side to side. "It is a horrible thing to do to a good drink, but you all saw it." Toriel challenged me. "Then take your time with the next one," Gloin said, chuckling. He took their mugs and dipped them back into the open barrel before holding them out to Toriel and Harry. "With my compliments, to the future. By the blood of Durin, may your beard grow long, and your workings of hand and eye be true. And to you good dwarf," Toriel said, not realizing that that was a benediction on a betrothal among dwarves, something you could say when a dwarven female had chosen her one. Harry nodded, clapping Gloin on the shoulder as he raised his mug to the crowd around them. "May you and your family live long, may you be prosperous, and may you continue to make a good drink." That won a round of shouts of hear hear from the dwarves as Harry and Toriel moved on. But they did take Gloin's advice and did not attempt to down their mugs of mead quickly, instead sipping gently as they moved on. As they did, the two of them listened in on the conversations around, growing a little confused. Harry had thought that the dwarves would be either bragging about their own deeds during the battle or about the deeds of the dead. Instead, they were exchanging tales of mishaps in the life of the dead, jokes at their expense, as well as, strangely, talking about money. One dwarf opined, "I owed Cassis 100 gold. 40 came from honest work I had to pay him due just before we started our trek to Erebor. But the lucky ass first took me for 60 gold from a wager. Cassis was always lucky, enough to make one wonder about his dice. But no, I made him use mine, and he still won 20 gold off me. Another dwarf shouted. But he has a family. Yet it is their good fortune that I do owe it, for I will look after them. I will be their Kazdru-Kal. That word didn't translate, and Harry looked at Toriel, who shook her head as the dwarves around the speaker bellowed in approval. Strange, I thought I'd gotten a decent handle on Huzdul, but that one isn't in my vocabulary. It sounded like an oath, but I don't know what it is, Toriel admitted, and with a shrug, the two of them moved on, still arm in arm, only pulling away from one another when they grabbed some of the food that was set up in small tables throughout the camp. And as they walked, they heard that word several times. For all the jokes and laughter at the dead's expense, whenever the dead had a family to look after, a wife or children, the idea of owing money and looking after them came up. The dwarves made it sound much more like a contract than simply being good friends, but Harry quickly realized that was just their way of doing things. At one point, they saw Thorin, who was holding forth to a group of dwarves about Bombur, and how the expedition to Erebor could not have happened without Bombur putting both his girth and his purse where his mouth had long been. As the dwarves around him guffawed at some moment where Bombur's love of food had gotten in the way of business, Balin took over, shouting out about some bet that he, Bombur and Bifur had made, which he would be paying in full to their families. For are we not all rich, rich now in the lands of our kin once more? As the roars of approval died down and Thorin made to push his way through the crow, Harry and Toriel came up to him. Thorin, can you explain what that word translates to in common? Harry said, pointing to another dwarf who had just used the term. I think Kazdru-Kal means caretaker, I suppose. Although I don't like that term because it seems to imply that the relationship is that of a menial. That is very wrong. It is a connection between equals, between the owed and the dead. Bound by oath and social convention, a Kazdru-Kal looks after the family. A Kazdru-Kal will make certain his debt is paid in full by making certain the family is looked after in any way they need it, food, protection, training, anything. It is a deep connection, one only the best of friends make. Harry nodded at that, while Toriel frowned faintly. It sounds very convoluted, but it seems to work for the dwarves. So she simply shrugged and then turned to nod at Nori and Keely, who had just come through the dwarves around them, the younger dwarf asking her a question. So, will the new king be able to, I don't know, reverse the darkness on the east road? I think so, yes. Legolas knows some magic already, and I believe there are a few tomes in Thranduil's room about the spells defending the path. Reversing the corruption within might be difficult, but I am certain he can. Toriel's lips quirked, and she was about to say something pithy about Legolas also not being overly proud and willing to ask for help from Lord Elrond or Mithrandir, but she paused when Thorin continued to speak to Harry. And speaking of what is owed, Harry. I know you joined our trek for friendship's sake, but you are owed more than any of my companions, more even than Bilbo, who I would make the richest hobbit to ever exist. The two friends laughed at that, but then Thorin went on seriously, reaching up to clasp one of Harry's shoulders. You will not turn down your fair share of the treasure, will you? No, Harry shrugged his shoulders. No, I won't be doing that, Thorin. You're right. The money will come in handy in many different ways. And I will also be making a stronger deal than I would otherwise have with your rune scribes when they arrive. My knowledge is also something I should get my money's worth for, I think. He looked down at Thorin, a wry smile on his lips. At the time I arrived in this world, friendship really was worth more than gold. But now that our task has been completed, I need to start looking towards the future a bit, and a traveler always needs coin. And a home to wander back to, Thorin warned. Do not think that you will be getting away from my people so easily, Harry. You are a friend of the folk of Durin. So I have named you, so you will be. You will always have a home here, no matter how many centuries go by. Harry tried to demur while twitching at the casual mention of centuries and making a mental note that he probably had to get used to thinking like that. I'm not the kind to live under a mountain, Thorin. Erebor is glorious, and I have no doubt your people will make it even more so, but even so. Then we will build you a human home somewhere. Perhaps on the lake. Thorin persisted. That does sound nice, Toriel mused, causing Harry to blush a bit as Thorin chuckled. But it is also quite premature, she went on smoothly, amusement dancing in her eyes at the way her well-timed joke had gone over. But she was honestly pleased that Thorin understood how much he owed Harry. While I know you helped Harry when he first arrived in Middle-earth, Thorin, but Harry has paid that back and more, so much so not paying him would be like take advantage of Harry's largesse. You speak truly, Toriel. This recompense merely makes us equal as friends should be, Thorin said with a nod and a smile towards Harry, who returned the look. However, both of them were not comfortable with such emotional moments, and after a second, Thorin changed the subject, saying loudly, besides, this way, I can at least keep your sword lessons going. You still have a tendency to flail about with that sword of yours like it's a paddle in a boat. That sounded dirty, shouted a nearby human, causing Thorin and Harry to blanch. The dwarves around them began to guffaw, and Toriel held up a hand to her mouth, trying not to burst into giggles for the second time that night. She was embarrassed once to be sure, she was an elf, and their humor did not run in that particular vein. But that imagery needed no explanation whatsoever and was just hilarious. Glaring around him, Harry spotted the man who had spoken and instantly took vengeance. Even as the man lowered his hands from where he had cupped them around his mouth, Harry pointed a finger at him. One shouldn't be so green with jealousy as all that, he said, pointing a finger. As he spoke, the man found that he was indeed green. Entirely green, a neon green from the top of his head down to his boots. Even his skin had turned that color, and everyone around him twitched away in shock, the neon green looking like a beacon in the darkening night before they all began to laugh loudly. Beware the anger of wizards, for they are quick to take offense, one dwarf said sagely, his words only slightly shaky due to his laughter. Chuckling a bit, Toriel gently tugged at Harry's arm, looking at him and then out towards the human-dominated segment of the camp. Understanding, Harry gave his excuses to Thorin, and the two of them moved off. Within a few steps, they were leaning into one another, going from holding arms to holding waists. The mead was most decidedly having an impact despite their shared moment of bravado. Understanding that, they stopped at several of the small tables, grabbing up food as they went, although Toriel shook her head more than once saying, for once in a while, this manner of meat-heavy food is all right, but really I would prefer an even amount of vegetables and fruits to go with the meats. And tell me, where we would be getting such around here, fair maiden? Harry quipped. Enough to go around, I mean. Lake Town barely had enough greens to get by on its own, let alone with several thousand more mouths to feed, and so far away from their original farms. I wasn't complaining, just commenting. When we do begin to travel, I would prefer to live off lembas than so much heavy food. This is an elven thing rather than a woman thing, right? Harry turned to give her a look. Because from where I stand, you certainly don't need to worry about your figure. Blushing, Toriel released her arm from around Harry's waist just long enough to slap him lightly upside the head. As she did, she noticed a brief flare of annoyance cross his face in the firelight and resolved to not do so again. Something about that had bothered him, although she knew not what. In apology, Toriel looped her arm back around Harry's waist, gently tugging him into motion again. I am not worried about my figure, no. I am more worried about what such a diet might do to my stomach. Ah. Yeah, I can see your point, Harry answered, knowing now she hadn't been fishing for compliments or acting like Parvati and Lavender sometimes did at mealtimes. So, can you cook? Toriel instantly changed the subject, pointing ahead of them at a break between the crowds. Look, is that not Bard over there? Let us go greet him. Snorting at her, Harry allowed Toriel to guide him into the area where the humans dominated the camp. It was far larger than the dwarven section, a little more haphazardly organized, with far more torches than central fires. The inclusion of kids and women also made it stand out, but the food here did include a bit of fruit and vegetables. Seeing that, the couple diverted, finding a stew that both wizard and elf enjoyed. They stood there for a moment, their mugs on the table as they concentrated on the stew, looking around them. Even with the inclusion of children racing around, the mood here was more somber than in the dwarven segment of the camp. Despite losing far fewer of their total population, the human settlement was not dealing with the loss as well. Harry put that down to the fact the dwarves were all warriors, trained and sent on this mission purposefully, while few of the humans had been trained soldiers. Hunters, guards, trappers, fishermen, few had experience before the Orcish attack on Lake Town with real battle, and they hadn't lost more than a handful of people in that battle. Yet there were still pockets of singing and minstrels playing, just a little softer than the dwarves. Toriel noticed that, but when she lowered her arm from pointing one such group out, Harry gestured around them. Is it just me, or are more of Bard's folk getting drunk? Toriel paused, looking around, noticing the signs that, yes, many of the humans around her were getting quite drunk. Despite the dwarves no doubt hoarding the stronger stuff for themselves, she thought, before saying aloud, I suppose though that drinking to excess among dwarves is not seen as much a part of drinking and partying as it is among my folk or the humans. Let's find Bard, Harry decided, setting his stew bowl down. Alcoholism was a major problem of Lake Town for some time before we arrived. Both of them remembered to grab up their mugs of dwarven mead. It truly was too good to waste. And better, when Harry broached the subject with Bard, he already knew about the problem. I know, and I will handle it on the morrow. Despite the overall somber mood of the camp, his eyes twinkled. They will understand I am not the master of Lake Town in no uncertain terms, never fear. I have prepared buckets of cold water and lots of menial labor just for that purpose. Menial labor? Are you all going to start heading back to Lake Town then? Thanks to the number of goblins in Azog's horde, Lake Town had been completely abandoned, pushed out to float into the lake while the humans evacuated to Erebor. At the moment, there were far more humans living in the mountain than dwarves, something Harry knew would be causing trouble soon if the taint wasn't cleared quickly enough. No. Oh, a few dozen men and women will be sent to use boats to get Lake Town back, but in the main, we will be moving into the old ruins of Dale. I've had a few of the oldsters surveying them for the last few days. He was interrupted by a bellow of laughter echoing out of the crowd, and all three turned to see Bjorn barreling past, with 6 children clinging to his shoulders and head as the massive man laughed and pushed through the crowd as easily as he would in bare form. They all smiled at the sight before Bard turned back, continuing his earlier thought. It will take time and effort to bring in enough wood to repair the ruins, but many of the buildings there were made by dwarven and human hands working together and still stand despite the fire smog released upon the ancient capital. It can house us all. However, I wish to request Mr. Baggins survey the land around it to make certain it is still suitable for farming. Food will be a major issue going forward. Nay, it will not, Toriel shook her head. Legolas has already announced he will be supplying you and the dwarves with food for a time. It will be elven fare, but... They were interrupted as one of the nearby men turned to Bard, holding a cup. And what will you put in the cup for the Delphi family, Bard? I will put in 3 gold, from what the dwarves owe me. Lord Thorin has acknowledged the debt, Bard said almost in a rote tone of voice for some reason. The families of the dead will be looked after as well as those crippled in this war. What is this? Harry asked, gesturing to the cup while Toriel slowly shook her head, amused. She had thought it was only dwarves who cared over much about coins and such things, but it seemed as if humans were afflicted with that oddity too. It's a whip around. Bard looked at him quizzically. You do not have these where you come from. When someone dies in the workplace or on a battle, their comrades gather up money from everyone around equally, so that their families can be looked after. Harry nodded slowly. I'll put in 3 gold for every dead human then. Toriel frowned thoughtfully, then shrugged her shoulders. We elves do not use your concept of money when making dealings between us, so I have no money to spare. But I will pledge to create a bow for any hunter among them, along with full quivers for each. Arrows that will always strike truly. Beyond that, I am afraid I cannot offer much aid. That caused some gaping mouths, but Bard simply nodded his head and clasped forearms firmly with Toriel. He then whispered to the two that he would do much the same thing as Harry. As leader, it falls to me to make certain that all of my folk are looked after as best I may. It is not a task I relish, but neither will I shirk from it. Harry nodded, and he and Toriel moved through the camp, not engaging in any of the conversations, just talking to one another, smiling and waving at the children or the women, who seemed a bit overawed by the pair. Or jealous, Toriel noticed. Many of the women were making eyes at Harry, who didn't seem to notice, thankfully. She wasn't certain how she would have dealt with that kind of thing. Humor to start with, but if they actually attempted to catch his attention, I am uncertain how I would deal with it other than calling it to Harry's attention. Elven courtship was not based on looks overmuch, and it wasn't unusual for elves to know who they wished to marry long before their physical bodies matured to match their spirits. Very rarely were there situations where several women or men attempted to court a single member of the opposite sex. It just didn't happen and had never happened in her lifetime. So while human women being interested in Harry was somewhat predictable, if it proved to be a problem, Toriel would quickly be at a loss as to what to do. Luckily, Harry didn't seem to notice at all. Indeed, he seemed more interested in just watching the crowd around them. Harry didn't really have any friends among the humans beyond Bard himself, who Harry had come to know far better in the days leading up to the battle than he had when they were in Lake Town. As Harry had precognised earlier, the humans were telling tall tales of those who had died, building them up into heroes of legend. Indeed, it was so obviously embellished, Harry had trouble not laughing at the tales he heard about the dead and the living around them. And yet, Harry realized thoughtfully, while the form is different, the substance is the same: mourn the dead, look after the living, and look to the future. A future they won in the Battle of the Lonely Mountain. Like stories of Erebor among the dwarves, tales of Dale abounded in the discussions around Harry and Toriel. Tales of its ancient glories were mixed with ideas about what the men and women around Harry wanted to do. Several of them professed to want to work with Bilbo, to learn farming from him. Others were eagerly speaking about Bard's plans for Dale, while still others were wondering about trade with the dwarves and if trade to the west would soon pick up if the elves could truly clean the east road of its foulness. Harry was not the only one to notice this, and as the two of them moved on, Toriel shook her head, setting her auburn hair to shift. I am fascinated, truly. You dwarves and elves are far more upbeat about grief, and the future than we elves have been in my lifetime. Or rather, perhaps since the Second Age entirely. That needs some unpacking, my dear, Harry said, looking at her quizzically. You will see when we get to the elven camp, Toriel sighed but refused to elaborate. As Harry and Toriel made their way up the hill towards the elven camp, Harry did start to hear a difference quickly. While the shouts, tales, and songs of the humans and dwarves had been different in timbre, the songs and tales had been, by and large, designed to push past the pain of loss. The songs he began to hear in Sindarin were about ancient times, ancient wars and heroes that had died in them. They were very much sad songs, extremely sad songs, in fact. Despite the haunting quality, the amazing range of the voices he heard, the coordination of a chorus composed of fighting men and women, there was no escaping that simple fact. When they reached the camp, Harry instantly noticed the same issue he had seen among the humans, there was also a lot of drinking but not much eating. It was all the watered-down wine of the elves, rather than the hard stuff that the dwarves had been drinking or even the regular ale of the humans. And yet, the entire feeling was of loss and grief rather than a mixture of grief and promises for the future. As Harry and Toriel moved through the camp, they were acknowledged with nods and slight bows, but no one came up to speak to them. The majority of the elves who were not drinking seemed lost in the song. And many of the elves were also already drunk and laid out on the ground or sitting in clumps throughout the camp. It was a stark contrast to the other two camps, and Harry realized with a jolt why that might be. "You elves," he said softly, "you're all grieving just as much about the past as about the lives you lost. About the glory found beyond the Western Sea and the heights your race once reached." Toriel shrugged her shoulders. "War and death to us are travesties, horrors which do nothing. Death itself is not as horrifying as the destruction wrought upon society and the world around us. We see no positive in bragging about the dead or thinking of the living. Their families will be taken care of by the whole without discussion. Not a single elf ever stands alone, so why talk about it? No, every passage of an elf's fate to the halls of Mandus is a tragedy, no matter how quickly he or she may be gifted with a new raw and must be bemoaned as such." Those two words had not come out in common, and Harry had to ask for a translation. The term raw was easy. It simply meant physical body. On the other hand, the idea that an elf's spirit, or fae, was bound to Arda by Eru Elevator was somewhat shocking, although it did fit into some of the things that Harry had learned from. Still, it was a subject Harry wasn't willing to tackle right now, as Toriel went on. "Further, there is no talk of the future or what might be. What might be, will be. And we elves know that we will never build as large, spread as far as we did in the past. Our communal spirit has not been up for such effort since the age of the last alliance." "That's sad," Harry answered bluntly, causing Toriel to snort at his understatement. "Humans, well, back in my old world, we've had empires rise and fall often. Humanity as a whole lives on, builds on bigger, better. I don't think any empire has ever stated, oh, we will never build as good as our predecessors did, call it hubris, call it pride or simply a desire to always strive, that has always been our way. Grieve the dead but move on and keep pushing." Toriel nodded, listening to the songs of her folk swirling around them for a while, observing the somber atmosphere. Then she smiled slightly. "You know, if not for the fact that I find human songs unworthy of the name, I might see something almost respectable in that outlook." Harry snorted. "Judging by what we were listening to earlier, yes, human songs in this world are kind of barely ditties in comparison to the songs I've heard from you elves. I remember the songs I heard in Elrond's halls fondly. Even your use of instruments is better. But..." He paused, the present-day conversation leading back to a past memory of a time when he had been with Hermione and her family on an outing to the opera, a present the Grangers had decided on for how well the two had done in their third year's exams. And as Harry remembered that moment, he felt a sudden upswell of grief and guilt. Not just at the sudden memory of leading Hermione to her death, that was something Harry would feel guilt over for the rest of his days, just like the grief of her passing would remain, fading only slowly. No, this guilt came from a new quarter. Bloody hell, I hope someone thought about telling her parents what happened. They might just be non-magicals, but surely the Ministry or Dimbulb will have thought about contacting them. And not by Owl. He blinked, feeling Toriel's hand on his shoulder. "Sorry, I remembered something. I was with Hermione once, with her parents. They took us out to see an opera. It's basically a play done with songs for the most part. My people have those as well, though we do not call them operas, simply plays," Toriel said with a nod. "Many of our longest dirges and lays could be made into a play, and many traditionally are sung with accompanying dances. Well, I'd never been to one, and Les Miserables is a major cultural icon. It's kind of set in a time of revolution." Harry broke off at Toriel's confused look and tried to explain. "Well, a revolution is a kind of revolt by the people. Not slaves, really, but the lower classes after they have been pushed down and oppressed in some fashion." "Lower classes," mused Toriel. "I assume that simply translates to poorer people." Sort of, but it's more complicated. Like you have nobles up top, peasants and so forth below that. At least among humans. We elves have nobility, it's true, and they command us, but they do not oppress us. Every elf has the same rights as others. It is just that some are born to command and others to follow," Toriel mused. "And you say that after Thranduil tossed you into jail," Harry grumbled before shaking his head. "Anyway, the main portion of the play is a kind of, well, there are several plot points really, coming of age, romance, redemption, and people attempting to change the status quo with demonstrations only to be violently put down. It's really hard to describe. At Toriel's somewhat bemused nod, Harry's sweat dropped. I wish I had a pensive, although the amount of time it would take me to make one. He frowned, thinking about it, that then shrugged. It could be done something to do for those nights when we are taking Bilbo back home, I suppose. I'd love to show you some of the memories of my world, if only because I think your reaction to a lot of the things that you'll see will be amusing. Toriel's eyes narrowed. I enjoy a sense of humor, Harry Potter, except for when it revolves around practical jokes played on me. She relented when Harry just gave her a smirk, smiling back at him. Still, that sounds fascinating. And if it will help you heal further, I am all for it, she thought, taking his hand. Toriel had actually been trying to get Harry's attention for several minutes while he was lost in memory, and had noticed how his face had twisted into a grief-stricken expression as he thought about whatever memory had just passed through his mind. Despite the progress he had made, Harry was not quite right in the head still. As they wandered through the elven camp, they nodded respectfully to Legolas, who was holding forth with a few of the other commanders. Even now, they were planning out the march back home. Toriel would go with them but would try to rejoin Harry and Bilbo on the road when they passed through Mirkwood. We will have to train more members for the unseen host, and funerary rites take time in any event, so the campaign against the spiders will not yet have begun by the time you reach Torrey and Edelos. They didn't stay long in the elven camp. With the example of the humans and dwarves, Toriel decided that the overall mood of the elven camp was not to her liking at present, not with Harry taking her arm and a good drink to hand. Although I maintain that our songs are far better than the cacophony humans and dwarves try to dignify with the term music. We will see what you think of Les Mis, or perhaps some Bach and Beethoven, Harry answered, even as he thanked her for letting them return to the other camp. The elven songs were not conducive to good memories for Harry at present. They returned to the mixed camp, where they saw that the drinks had begun to make fools of men and dwarf alike. Several dwarves had begun to wrestle, which on its own was kind of amusing, while many of the humans had begun to laughingly call for Bard to shoot apples off of people's heads. Toriel wondered aloud, why is that such a feat? It is a drinking game, milady. Fire an arrow, drink a mug of ale, Bard supplied with a chuckle. Ah, I see. Lips twitching, Toriel moved to stand beside Bard, taking the bow and arrow from the man, noting the arrowhead was blunt. It would leave a mark, to be certain, but it probably wouldn't penetrate. Her victims didn't discover whether or not that was the case, thankfully, as Toriel quickly proved that regardless of the amount of ale that had passed her lips, she could still outshoot practically any human, knocking arrows off of head while taking gulps from the human's ale after every shot. The drinks kept coming, and Harry found himself dancing with Philly and Keely while Toriel laughed nearby. And then Toriel was in his arms, and they were dancing a sprightly jig even as Toriel drawled into his ear, just because I think it has a good beat does not make this a good song, Harry. I still require proof that humans can sing, even if they know something about rhythm and percussion. Harry laughed, and the two of them danced and drank the night away, saying farewell to the dead and reveling in being alive in one of the oldest was ever known. Scene break. Sauron was furious as the last vestige of the shadow self he had left behind in Dol Guldur finally reached the unfinished fortress of Barad-dûr on the side of Mount Doom, rejoining his Fulfia spirit. As it did, Sauron's spirit blazed in agony. While Sauron could be in several places at once as a bodiless Maya, there was a limit to how much he could interact with the world around him. When he had been questioning Olorin, Sauron's full personality and will had invested the portion of his spirit he had left behind in Dol Guldur while the rest had retreated here to prepare Mordor for what was to come. At the last, Sauron had let hubris guide him. Sauron knew it now. I should have retreated when Elrond and Curumo appeared. I was not prepared to face one like Galadriel. That confrontation had hurt him, had caused Sauron more pain than he had felt since the dissolution of his body when the ring was riven from his hand. Blast that Noldor to the void. Only with my ring back in my hand could I face Nina in the hands of such as her. And Curumo's pursuit of me was painful as well. The fool nipped at my heels the whole way and cost me much in terms of energy. It will be years before I will be able to reform my dissipated Nazgul, leaving me only my black captain, who I had sent back here before that confrontation, let alone extend my influence through the world once more. Yet Sauron was somewhat philosophical about such things for all his current agony. He had learned over the ages that one truly needed to be able to recover from losses and not let them crush his spirit. If he did, his dream of coming to rule over Middle-earth as his master once had hoped to would seem impossible. Still, it shows that for all his overtures, Curumo is still his own creature. If he was truly willing to work with me, then he would not have needed to harry me so. But then why has he worked with me in the past? As his fear reformed into the all-seeing eye that was the only physical, and that barely, form he could truly take any longer, Sauron thought about that and then understood the mind of Curumo. Clever Curumo, very clever. You believe that slaying me will destroy the One Ring, believing that in claiming it, you will claim my position over Middle-earth and have flattered and aided me to make certain I survive until you can find the ring. And weakened as I am, if he finds it in the next decade. That is altogether too possible. I will need to be cautious for now, for at least the next 50 years or more, but I must find the ring before Saruman or any of the White Council. But that doesn't mean that I can completely ignore my other projects. Finally his shape, such as it was, had reformed to the point where he could reach out to his servant. Attend me, Witch King. The form Witch King of Angmar, now the dread captain of his Nazgul, flowed up the stairs leading to the Tower of Barad-dûr from which Sauron could see across the blasted, ruined landscape of Mordor. The creature who had once been a king of men went to one knee in front of the all-seeing eye, silently awaiting orders. What has occurred with Azog and his army? Is Erebor ours? Busy as he had been escaping from Curumo, Sauron had been unable to sense anything from that battle. My lord, the battle turned against us. The stranger, the one who came from beyond the void, has shown new powers, taken from Arion. While Azog led well and the salve performed as expected, the stranger and a coalition of beasts, men, dwarves and elves fought from a good position. Their losses were heavy, but Azog is slain. I was barely able to see that much before the last of the crows fled the coming of the eagles, the Witch King reported, sparing nothing. Sauron snarled bitterly. Azog had shown all the signs of becoming an excellent tool. It was almost enough to make him wish the chariot riders, the Balkoth, had survived the war against Gondor and the Eotheod. With their chariots, they could have reached and attacked Erebor before it was fully recovered. But no, Sauron knew his power in Tornufon, Mirkwood, and the Hithalar, Misty Mountains, were broken for now. The goblins of the mountains had taken catastrophic losses and would be slow to recover numbers and courage. And the fortress of Gundabad, isolated as it was now, would soon fall as well. Only Moria remained, and it was not powerful enough to strike outward. If I could but stretch my hand out, perhaps I could rouse the Easterlings in that direction. But not for some time. Blast it. Still, I must do what I can. Turning his attention back to his chief lieutenant, he ordered, let the word go out to all our hosts. I want information passed to us as best as possible concerning the stranger. All efforts are to be made to take him alive. Dog his steps, harry him wherever he goes. His powers will be mine. He waited until the Witch King bowed in obeisance before going on. As for you, you will be performing another duty for me. Search for the One Ring. I must have it. Scene break. Alas, being a wizard did not make one immune to hangovers, something that Harry found the next morning, much to his chagrin. While he was not in direct sunlight, the sound of birds and people moving around nearby acted on his throbbing head like so many blows to the head. Groaning, Harry pulled himself upright, staring around him, and then down to where Toriel was laying on his arm. They were fully clothed and lay on what looked like a conjured mattress laid out underneath a tree. That was all to the good in many ways, to be sure, but pulling his currently fully asleep arm out from under Toriel had Harry clenching his teeth at the pins and needles feeling. Looking for a fresh water source, Harry found himself near the entrance to Erebor, where he witnessed an argument. And I say, you will let me in. An elderly dwarf bellowed. He didn't look drunk or hungover, just angry, although his shouting was not doing anything for Harry's own hangover. I will have knowledge of my family's holdings. That bastard's Gloin isn't going to get a monopoly on mead in Erebor, not if I can help it. And I say no. I'm sorry, Sir Dwarf, but you are a little too old and already talking about owning, and money, and so forth. You also were in the mountain recently, meaning you could be susceptible to the dragon's taint. Now, if you had companions to go with you, and waited a bit, that would be well enough. But as you wish to head in alone, I'm afraid you will have to wait, Bilbo declared firmly. Curse you. Erebor is ours, not yours, Dughza, foreigner. I will have what my family owns in gold or deed. The dwarf snarled, his face shifting into one of pure hate and anger for a second, showing that Bilbo might have been all too accurate about the dwarf's susceptibility to the taint. Harry was about to step forward, hangover and all, when the dwarf reached for Bilbo, hands outstretched as if to choke him. But Bilbo dodged to the side, grabbed one of them, and pulled, getting the dwarf into a chokehold of his own, before hopping up and falling backward. This put all of his weight on that one arm as well as the dwarf's throat, and both of them crashed to the ground. Shaking his head, Harry moved to where the two could see him, shaking his head as he looked down at the two combatants. Hello, Harry, Bilbo said, grunting a bit as the dwarf stilled, staring up at the wizard. How are you doing? I did not know you could wrestle, Bilbo, Harry said, and the dwarf scowled before Harry gestured. Bilbo let him go, and the dwarf suddenly found himself floating. Bobbling really, Harry's concentration on the spell was suffering mightily at the moment thanks to his hangover. We've had one incident with the taint already, Harry ground out, not because he was really all that angry, rather that speaking through the haze of his pain was quite difficult. We're not going to have any more. Listen to Dr. Bilbo over there, or else we're going to have issues. He gestured, and the dwarf began to float away towards the camp, bouncing up and off the ground as he went. He wouldn't float very far, Harry's magic would cancel out soon, but he would certainly get the message that his action was not well received. Would you like me to send some of the others up here? Please, Bilbo requested, wincing a little as he touched his shoulder and arm and then touched his back gingerly. I came up here to start on planting the last 2 trees and tending the others early before the crowd started, and he was already trying to enter. If there are any more issues like that, I don't think I will handle them. While I might have wrestled many another young hobbit in my youth, I haven't practiced in decades, and even if I had kept up the practice, dwarves are certainly out of my weight class. Harry chuckled at that, remarking mentally that was only true in a physical sense. Bilbo had proven time and time again that when it came to willpower and heart, he was a lot stronger than his body might suggest. I'm surprised you don't have a hangover, Bilbo. I know you were drinking just as much as me last night. In fact, I think I remember a drinking game we got into, something about pebble tossing. Actually, it's only the humans who have to deal with hangovers so easily. It would take a lot more than that to put me in my cups, Bilbo laughed. And yes, we played a drinking game called Sling Stone. It's like darts for when you don't have any darts. Literally, that phrase is part of its description. Harry's eyes narrowed, his fingers twitched before he stopped himself. Right, I'm just going to ignore the envy that first sentence made boil into my brain. I'll send Philly and Keely up here. They're young enough to enjoy fighting anyone who comes by who shouldn't and are royal to boot, so they shouldn't have to. When they arrive, come and find me, I'll treat you to breakfast. With that, Harry went in search of his other companions, finding Toriel still lying there asleep, although slowly rousing herself from where they had fallen asleep near the edge of the camp, which had oddly spread out during the night in comparison to how it had been when they went to sleep. Finding a nearby fire pit, Harry relit the woodpile and went to work. Bacon to start with, I think, and then some bagels. We have butter at least, if not cream cheese, more's the pity. I could transfigure some like I did the chocolate, best to keep that in reserve when Toriel and I have a proper just us type of date. Soon, the smell of the cooking bacon had not only Toriel but others waking up. She came up behind Harry, looking over his shoulder, a faint blush on her features as she remembered bits of the night before. While drunkenness was not new among her people, some of the dances Toriel remembered from last night were a bit too suggestive. Still, I cannot find it in me to regret it. That smells good, Harry. Thank goodness that you elves aren't plant-eaters. I'm afraid that would be a deal-breaker, Harry quipped as he flipped some of the American-style bacon onto a nearby plate. Toriel chuckled at that, leaning against his side for a moment as she looked at what he was cooking before deciding to come clean. And well, it is that you know how to cook. I can craft drinks, and I know of healing poultices and plants despite being a hunter by nature. Cooking, however, is something I have never done beyond making sandwiches. I will make you a deal then, Toriel. Eventually, I will cook you a real meal rather than something like this over a fire. It will have chocolate as a dessert to follow other delicacies, and you will be my taste tester. Funnily enough, Harry thought it would be quite fulfilling to cook for someone he was courting rather than someone who demanded he do it on pain of a beating. And I think Toriel will prove far more adventuresome than the Vernon Fry everything Disley. I think I would be delighted to try anything you would be willing to cook, whatever the circumstances, Toriel smiled, leaning in to give him a small peck on the cheek. A gruff dwarven voice nearby muttered, "Oh, give it a rest already. Some of us are hungry. Some of us need to display proper manners before getting any food, Dwellin," Harry retorted, chuckling a bit as Dane and Thorin came over. Using a spell to hold the pan in place over the fire, Harry exchanged hand clasps with the younger of the two. "Come and eat, friends. I think we've all got a long day ahead of us. We've all had our night of fun and frolicking. Now it is time to turn our hands to other things. By the time my people arrive from the Iron Hills, I want Erebor ready to receive them," Thorin stated authoritatively. Bjorn was next, dragging in a deer. "I hunted it down this morning, young Harry, and I was wondering if your spells could make preparing it all the faster." Harry nodded and began to gesture with his magic, slowly peeling the creature before drawing out the blood with another spell. Cutting it into haunches and ribs was easy, and soon Bjorn took over, cooking it over another nearby fire, letting Harry go back to his fresh bread and bacon. Soon, other humans and dwarves were moving around their own cook fires, with a few elves cooking nearby. As he did, he listened in on the conversations as Bart joined the others. He learned that Bjorn would be leaving shortly but not alone. While his four-legged army had returned to their dens, Bjorn would be accompanied by a full squad of humans and dwarves. They would strike out from his lands to scout the Misty Mountains and make certain that the orcs and goblin dens were truly empty. If need be, they would send for aid from Thorin and Bard. Both leaders were certain that once news spread of Erebor's revival, men and women would flock to their banners, which would let them root out such places. I wish we could do the same to Dol Guldur. But that is beyond our power, Thorin grunted. Still, if we can keep the Misty Mountains clear, it will open up an entirely new area for trade for Bjorn and his folk and for us. Bjorn nodded, and when Harry looked quizzical at a mention of his folk. Understanding that the big man leaned down and whispered that his ability to shapeshift bred true. If he took a wife, their children would be shape-changers. And it was only then that Harry realized that many of the human women who weren't already attached around them were looking at Bjorn with approval. And Bard, too, although he didn't look as interested. It looks like Bard's bachelor days will soon be numbered, whether he wants them to be or not. While Bjorn seems fully willing to take part in that particular dance. Nodding in understanding, Harry looked up as several of the older dwarves he'd seen so far shouted his name. Is it true that you be a rune scribe, Harry Potter? We wish to speak with you, one of them said, stepping forward as a spokesperson. Having just pulled the last of the bacon out of the pan, Harry nodded before Thorin looked over the group, his eyes narrowing. Remember one and all I named Harry Potter friend, and if any of my people attempt to take advantage of him, attempt to give Harry less in trade or gold than what your skill of hand and is worth, they will answer to me. Harry laughed at that while the nearby dwarves who had indicated they wanted to talk to him twitched, carefully hiding flasks of powerful mead behind their bodies and discounting several of their plans going forward. No matter how much fame they could earn being the ones known for creating a whole new branch of rune magic, it would not be worth their young king's ire. As they ate, Harry and Toriel sat together, with Harry explaining some of his runes to the men ahead of them. That discussion quickly got rather scientific, the dwarves muttering about different metals, alloys, and material that could hold runes. Not rune scribes themselves, their families had still worked with rune scribes to create marvels in the past and wanted to make certain the same kind of materials could work for Harry's spell work. However, as nice as the morning was, the day went on soon enough. The elves began to depart, including Toriel. The two of them would need to separate now, but not for a long time. Before she left, Harry and Toriel once more walked away from the camps, putting a small overhang between them and any watchers. Perhaps by the time you and Bilbo are ready to depart, our campaign against the spiders will have begun, regardless of what I said last night. It will depend on how King Legolas will want to handle it, Toriel said slowly. Or maybe I will have decided whether or not to introduce you to my family. Sadly I am not certain which thought I find more daunting, Toriel thought. If so, be careful, Harry warned. Those spiders are intelligent and have allies in low places. I don't want to journey through Mirkwood again and find that you have bitten off more than you can chew. Should that not be my line, Mr. Dragon Slayer? Toriel shot back tartly, reaching over and pulling at his nose gently, which she had learned last night that he disliked, although he didn't react to it as much as being struck in the head. Harry batted her hand away, then caught it, making Toriel marvel again at how fast Harry could be when he wanted to be. He then leaned down and gently kissed her hand, first its back, then the palm, and then the pulse point on her wrist. Toriel felt herself flush but did not look away from his gaze as Harry looked up at her. Until we meet again, my lady said, stay safe. And you as well, he said, leaning forward to kiss his cheek right beside his lips. Then, she turned and raced out from under the overhang. Within moments she had joined the unseen host scouting around the rest of the elven army. Soon after that, the many host was on its way, devouring the miles as only elves could. Harry stared after them for time, then shook his head and turned back towards Erebor and the work waiting for him. Even without considering his runes, there was a lot of work to be done here, and Harry knew they'd best be about it. End chapter. There you have it, folks. I had hoped to write up a full date-type evening with Harry and Toriel, but as the captain of the unseen host, and one of Legolas's primary advisors, I couldn't really convince myself that she would set aside her duty to remain behind. Then too, I wanted to show the various races mourning and the differences therein. If anyone has any problems with how I showed each of the races mourning, remember Lake Town wasn't really a warrior community. The dwarves are, and they just scored a major victory despite their losses. They have Erebor back, and a new day is dawning for their people. Whereas the elves. Long before the fellowship began, elvish power in Middle-earth had begun to dwindle, not just because they never really recovered from the losses taken in the war against Sauron, but also simply because a lot of their people are passing across the ocean heading, leaving Middle-earth behind. I read on the Tolkien Gateway that it was because their spirits are essentially wearing their bodies out, but I don't think that was mentioned in the books unless it was near the end of the Return of the King as Frodo and everyone left Middle-earth behind. As for Harry and Toriel's courtship, that will be slow and often interrupted affair. However, it will also be a certain thing. Both of them know and acknowledge they are interested in one another and are in it for the long haul, so to speak. Anyway, I hope you all enjoyed this. I will be posting the small story poll for March on the 1st. Oh, and as for the American style bacon. British style just looks wrong. Chapter 16. I ain't named Tolkien nor Rowling. I think I do romance better though. Hey all. While Stallion of the Line won the small story poll here in Arenma FIC won over on Patty On, the Patty On only poll was so close, I wanted to give my Potter fans something extra this month. And there wasn't enough time left in the month to do all the editing I needed on ADP and Stallion to do a chapter of Balsan remodel. So I decided to whip up a chapter for Hit's work. That this means the small story poll will be between the two SW crossovers did not enter my mind at all. This has only been edited by me with Grammarly. Honest Liard also gave it a look through, but that's it. Sorry, folks. Fate touched chapter 16 Rebuilding and Returning. Despite putting in a full day's work the day previous and getting a good night's sleep the morning after Toriel had left, Harry was feeling quite grumpy. While he wouldn't describe the emotions they felt for one another in hot, passionate terms, Toriel had become important to Harry, and simply being away from her was irritating. Worse, now that she wasn't around, Harry had fallen asleep thinking about how his plans for the near future and her duties might not coincide very well. It was that kind of sinking feeling that kept Harry in bed in his bedroll that morning, the feeling that things between them were probably not going to go as smoothly as either wished. Even in terms of just spending time together. After all, I can easily see Legolas asking her to take over the unseen host entirely, and Toriel is just as duty-bound as I am bound to help my friends. If that happens, how will she get any free time to travel with me? Maybe if I settle down on the lake somewhere, that could be easier, but... A part of Harry knew that his mind was worrying about problems that really didn't exist. That it was going in circles. But for some reason, Harry couldn't quite force his mind out of this rut. Normally, Harry would be one of the first up, helping to cook or otherwise get the day started on a positive note. This morning, with no sign of the young wizard, it fell upon Thorin to shimmy his young friend along. Wake up, Harry, the day is passing, and we have many a task to do and few hours to do them. Thorin barked, towing Harry's side. This only garnered him a groan and a weary, bugger off Thorin, I think I deserve a bloody lion, thank you. Narrowing his eyes, Thorin decided to deal with this in the time-honored dwarfish manner. He left and returned with a large pot of water, which he hurled onto Harry. Now Harry, when I say wake up, I mean wake up. Squawking in shock, Harry rolled out of his now-soaked bedroll, shouting, you will pay for that, Thorin. Thorin's eyes widened as a spell lashed out towards him, and deciding not to see what it was, he ducked behind the nearby boulder, watching as it continued to hit a nearby tent, changing it into a pale fuchsia. That is not my color, Harry. You will forgive me for not standing still, drat. The boulder levitated the air, and Thorin charged before Harry could cast another spell. He knew his friend, so he didn't think he would use anything truly lethal. Harry let the boulder drop back down and narrowly missing the king, Harry tried to off another few spells, but Thorin juked to either side, avoiding most of the spells. And the spells that did hit didn't do anything, much to Harry's shock. Then the stocky dwarf crashed into Harry. A few furious seconds later, Harry was face down on the ground, and Thorin was sitting on his back, patting the back of his head. You're not at your best when you are woken up by someone else, are you? I'm not at my best this morning, full stop, and you sitting on me like a little mountain is helping, Harry grumbled. Although I must say I am thankful you're not wearing armor, as that would make this even more painful. The doldrums never helped anyone, Harry Potter, Thorin said more quietly. Your lady might not be here, but this is not the first time you have been separated since starting your courtship. You will see her soon enough. Never fear. Harry grumbled but nodded. I don't know what came over me, but I suppose everyone needs a firm kick in the rear. And when you do, you have me, Harry Potter. I recall several times when you forced me to realize I was being stubborn or foolish, or sometimes both. So it is nice to turn the tables and force you out of your doldrums. Hopping to his feet, Thorin helped Harry up, chuckling dryly. Although I am surprised I was able to close with you. You're surprised. I'm the one eating dirt, Harry muttered, shaking his head. But I think I did hit you with several spells. I thought the same thing but believed it was my imagination. It wasn't. If any of those spells hit, they should have immobilized you or pushed you back at least. None of my truly offensive spells worked on you. And not because I cast them. The spells fizzled when they hit you. Thorin's eyes widened, and he glanced down at where the Arkenstone resided across his chest in a makeshift holder. This was just a few leather straps worked together in such a way as to create a small pouch, which Thorin wore like a bandolier, but it was the best they could do at the moment. Thorin had refused Harry's offer of a transfigured item, and there being no leather workers among the dwarves at present, they had made do. Thorin could have done the work himself, but he was a weaponsmith rather than an artisan. And he had so many other tasks to his that needed his hands that spending days on such a project would have been foolish. The Arkenstone protected me from magic. That is, interesting information, Thorin mused. Indubitably, Harry drawled, shaking his head. Then he smirked and walked away, calling over his shoulder, but it only seems to protect you from actually harmful spells. Finally realizing that many of the nearby dwarves were snickering into their beards, Thorin looked down at himself and found his own beard had been turned into a hideous rainbow monstrosity. Harry! He growled as he chased after his friend. The day before had mostly been devoted to organizing. All of the humans and dwarves had split up into several jobs, their available resources had been tallied, and defenses around the main camp were set in place just in case. As for the jobs, these could range from assigning most of the women to watching the kids or sewing for the humans to hunting or chopping down trees for wood. And, of course, there was Oin and his band of helpers watching over the wounded. Previously, that task would have been given to Gandalf. But he had left the same day as the elves after a final conversation with Bilbo. He had headed south and west, wishing to head to Isengard and speak to Saruman upon his return. With my concerns about Bilbo seen to by your promise, Harry, I can do so more quickly than I had feared. A group of young dwarves under Keely's command were heading into the mountains once more to search for anything useful that they could make use of now. They had already brought out large amounts of utensils, knives, and plates, which had been used during the wake. Now they were searching for any usable cloth or fabrics, and, alas, removing the skeletons throughout the darkened halls of Erebor. They would be laid out with small cairns for now, with notes denoting where they had died so that living family members could perhaps identify them. If identification was impossible, they would eventually be interred in a common grave. Dory led another similar group in waking the furnaces, so they could craft any tool or item they would require. This included forging new lights, the massive lanterns that would be required to light Erebor as it came alive once more. Another group of 50 warriors who didn't have any other applicable skills had taken to the road heading back to the Iron Hills with 10 boar riders with them the day before. They would help guard the migration that news of the victory here over the orcs would have begun. Thorin was certain that his sister, Dis, would already have begun organizing that the moment his first message about Smaug's defeat reached her. Harry had asked him yesterday about that, wondering if Dane would miss having so many people relocate from the Iron Hills to Erebor. It isn't as simple as that, Harry. Yes, my cousin's people are Longbeards like ourselves, sons of Dern. But since Erebor fell, we have been but living off his good graces in many ways. That kind of debt is not something that a dwarf would be willing to countenance. Although it is hard to think of our dams making the trek, so long as we can put Erebor right as much as possible before they arrive, the trip will be worth it. It will take many years of toil, but eventually, Erebor will rise to its former glory. Balin nodded at that, although oddly, he mumbled about how we should never have removed our people to the Grey Mountains. In doing that, we courted disaster. Harry would have questioned him on this but decided it was probably a tale for another day since even Thorin didn't seem to respond to it. When it came to Keely's mission, Harry was unable to do much. While repair spells could work on, say, something that had been splintered and destroyed, if something had been turned into dust entirely, and that dust had then been joined by far more dust elsewhere, the spell wouldn't take. So, Harry asked as he sat next to Thorin on a tree log, eating a meager breakfast. Meager was going to be the norm given their supplies for a while until the first elven shipments of food arrived. What is our objective today? The humans will need your help the most today. Bard means to get a start on rebuilding Dale. That will take a lot of heavy lifting and stonework. I've already talked to a few of the dwarves who came with my cousin, and they're willing to pitch in, but they'll need some heavy lifting. Which I'm quite good at, yes, Harry said with a nod. And where are you off to, Bilbo? He asked, looking over at the Hobbit, looking quite unhappy at present. Bilbo was eating the same small meal as the others, which probably had something to do with his unhappiness. Hobbits had metabolisms that burn through food quite a bit quicker than humans or dwarves, which meant they needed more food in the first place. It was why they could eat so much and still retain the ability to not all look like small roly-poly balls of fat. Bilbo had explained that on the journey. In fact, wasn't it Bumber who? Harry cut that thought off, shelving it with all the other thoughts of lost friends and acquaintances. Now was not the time to dwell on them. Not now, not for a long time. I've been asked to help teach dwarf and men alike some farming techniques. The soil around the Lonely Mountain itself isn't the best, although you can tell where there were forests and a few farms even so. If they work it dutifully enough, they could perhaps make something of this territory, although I think the best farming will be down by the lake. Agreed. One of my first projects once Erebor is settled once more will be to create some aqueducts to carry the water from the lake to Dale and Erebor. But do not, please, forget your primary task, Bilbo. My people will need access to the treasury at some point, Thorin joked, shaking his head. I will check on the trees this afternoon. Philly is on watch with Nori this morning. And you, Thorin? What will you be doing? Thorin shrugged, saying that his morning would be taken up with paperwork, much to the confusion of both Bilbo and Harry. But he waved that off, saying, we dwarves like our paperwork, our deeds, our loan, our contracts, as you know. Both of you have your copies of the contract of the company, after all. More than half of Dane's people need to be paid, and Bard's share correctly apportioned. I will be doling out riches the moment I can, Bilbo, he added, looking over at the Hobbit. Bilbo shrugged his shoulders, reminding them that this wasn't exactly something he'd ever done before. The trees are helping. My constant touches to them, my blessings to Yavanna, I can feel my effort cleansing the taint, but do not ask me to tell you more. He then snorted, pointing to where the corpse of Smaug had been buried. Certainly, it is disappearing faster than the taint from Smaug's body. Nothing near Smaug's burial mound was green any longer. It was all brown or black, but regardless of color, it was very dead. Harry had even set up a ward around the area with his runes to keep people away. Harry nodded thoughtfully, looking at Bilbo closely. It's also doing something to you, Bilbo, he thought but did not say aloud. Bilbo's back was straighter than he had ever seen, his face firmer. Bilbo even looked a bit taller and stronger despite the subpar food they had been eating the past 2 days. There was something stronger within Bilbo that Harry could somehow sense. Is this sense of mine something I've gotten from Arion? He thought suddenly, his eyes narrowing thoughtfully. Still, it doesn't seem to be harmful. Soon after their small breakfast, the trio broke off, with Harry nodding his head towards Balin and Willin. Balin would be working with Thorin, while Willin was in charge of a group of Dane's warriors gathering the weapons from the dead from the battle. Much of that refuse had been left where it lay before this, the elves, dwarves and humans too busy trying to burn the bodies of their dead foes and thus avoid flies, crows and so forth to care over much about their weapons. Regardless, the battlefield would be a good source of iron, if nothing else. The archers saw him coming and held up a hand, causing his people to turn and nod or simply stare at the young wizard. As he walked through them towards Bard, Harry tried to ignore the looks he was getting from men and women alike. The rumors about his magic were well known, but before the party, Harry had spent his time with the elven brothers or the dwarves general. Now, however, with the battle over and the elves away, many of the menfolk were interested in getting to know Harry better, while the womenfolk were of a similar thought but a most decidedly different goal. Many young single women were looking at him the way Harry had once seen boys look at Fleur Delacour during the Triwizard Tournament. Gah, now I really know what Fleur felt, not just being a public object of interest but also an object of desire. I wonder if they would still be interested in me if they knew how long I might live. And can't make it so they could live forever either. The fact they are also looking at me and, yes, many are even flashing me their legs and cleavage, knowing I'm in a relationship with Toriel is also a mark against them. Bard, I thought we were all on a mission to Dale, yet I don't see any large rocks or logs among your folk. You expect me to do all the work? Considering that this work for you would be but the wave of a hand and a moment's concentration and would be literally backbreaking for us, I don't exactly see that like any great hardship, Bard drawled, clasping Harry's hand. Chuckling, Harry agreed and then asked to be shown the rocks and other material in question. Moments later, as the humans stared, several of the large rocks previously blocking the way into Erebor were floating after them. To Harry's surprise, the trip to the ruined city of Dale took only a single day, from the time he joined them to late evening. Situated as a point in a triangle, it was east and south of the mountain, and Harry estimated it was nearly equidistant to the nearest point of Long Lake. I didn't expect Dale to be that close to the lonely mountain, he murmured to Bard as they continued forward, looking ahead of them to the first sight of the ruined capital. Sharing a border with a dwarven kingdom is not the same as between two human realms. Dwarves don't need as much land, and so long as the humans are ruled wisely and do not become jealous of the riches of the dwarves, peace is easily kept. The relationship between Dale and Erebor was mostly one of equal trade and co-dependency. The dwarves provided metalwork, jewelry, stonework. Dale provided cloth, raw materials occasionally, woodcraft of all sorts, and food. And toys, lad. A nearby oldster exclaimed, cackling. Probably pushing 70 and showing a life's worth of hard work, he still looked spry and eager to see Dale. I remember my great-grandfather talking about a toy he'd had as a youngster, a magnificent doll that you could move and dance from its strings. Bard laughed. Those two. The toys and instruments of Dale were known far and wide. Harry chuckled at that, looking ahead of them towards Dale. The sight was worth it. The area around Dale was a mixture of flat and rolling hills. The city was situated between 4 very slight hills, with the outer wall between them and long smashed forts marking each hill. Beyond that smashed, broken outer wall was the city of Dale. From here, Harry could see the walls of numerous buildings within, although few could be seen over the top of the outer wall. Yet even that surprised him, as Harry had expected the place to be far more ruined than it seemed. Then he realized. Ah, of course. Stone doesn't burn so easily. Exactly. However, you will note that most of the towers around the outer wall are destroyed. Their tops would have been burned, along with the people within. But afterward, Smaug used his tail to smash each one. I came here to explore once in my youth, and I know he did the same for many of the larger houses. But the fires were the main killer here. This became very clear as they actually entered the city. Everywhere the stone was marked with black ash. Occasionally some of that ash was in the shape of a human outline, standing starkly out from the white of a wall, but mostly it was just black. The ground had been scalded hot in some bygone era to resemble pottery. Even some of the flagstones had been seemingly cracked by the sheer heat, and everywhere, bits and pieces of skeletons could be seen, a disturbing mirror of Erebor's downfall. And yet the most poignant sight for Harry was on a macro level. Kneeling down by the entrance to one of the buildings, Harry pulled out a tiny doll, which had somehow survived. The features on the doll were long gone, but the general shape, the stuffing inside, was still enough to show what it had once been. Smaug died in agony, Bard. He died poisoned, horribly wounded, gasping his life out as his body failed him. Yet, if I could, I think I'd bring his soul back just to torture it a bit. Bard nodded, touching Harry's shoulder gently, saying nothing but grimly looking around them. This wasn't the first time he had been here, yet still, the vision before them was a haunting one. Eventually, Harry was able to push through his horror at what had been done to the people here to rejoin the efforts to rebuild the town. The first thing Bard wanted was to rebuild the outer wall and check on the soil around the area. Plus, of course, setting some roofs on several buildings to house his people. While Lake Town could still hold them, their farms and the few buildings on the lake shore had been destroyed by Azog's army. That, and already people had begun to gather from hamlets to the south. News of Smaug's death had spread quickly, and while the news of the orcs' defeat hadn't yet reached many ears, Smaug's death alone was enough to draw interest from men just as it would dwarves. And as they worked, Harry started to notice the architecture beneath the shattered remnants of ancient glory. The buildings around them weren't very large, and most of them were situated side by side, the organization of the city very apparent, each road laid out like a grid rather than haphazard. Unlike Lake Town or any city Harry had been in, it was very obvious that this place had been organized at the outset. That probably showed the dwarves had something to do with the city's planning. However, the architecture of the buildings didn't match that idea. The doorways were taller than a dwarf would care for and thinner, with wide windows on every floor. Most of the buildings themselves were also wider across. One oldster opined, housing, seamstress work, wood carver, any trade at all, really. All that would be on the first level, with living quarters above that. Bah! The buildings are not the half of it, one of the girls nearby said, eager to see if she could grab Harry's attention. Those windows would sometimes be closed off with painted wooden guards or even glass. Glass. Can you believe that? And the colors. The tales always talk about the colors. Buntings that would go from street to street, red, white, dark green, yellow, all the colors of the rainbow flapping in the breeze. And the sounds, I remember a song about the sounds of Dale, another woman said, trying to paint their new home in the best light they could. Day or night, there was a sound, not the sound of shouting but of bells and chimes. The dwarves would make them for us, but we would finish them, polish and hang them around the city. There would also be singing and violins. Bard nodded. If we can recreate the wood industry, even more than the clothing industry, Dale will become prosperous quite quickly. As far as Lake Town's wine went, there is no hint that anyone taken up that work. Right. And if we are to make this place great again, it needs some elbow grease right now. Back to work, Harry said, finished shaping some of the stones they'd brought to fill in a hole in the outer wall. He also completely ignored the women attempting to get his attention. Elbow grease, Bard mused, I understand what you're saying but that phrase. Harry rolled his eyes. Don't worry about it. Let's just move on. Even as they turned back to their work, several of the oldsters would pause on occasion, seeing the wreckage of not just the ancient glories but the lives that had been so easily snuffed out by dragon fire. But always, Bard or one of the others would end the tale on a more positive note, the same kind of theme that the victory party had several nights previous. We will rebuild, it will go on, and we will become greater than our ancestors. That is the only true way to honor our ancient dead. Back at the mountain, Bilbo was running into issues once again. The dwarves from the Iron Hills were becoming more and more annoyed at how they could not access the treasury. Money was extremely important to dwarves just as much as contracts, and while Dane was willing to wait, many of his folk wished to be paid for their efforts in restoring Erebor now. And while Dane could have promised payment, Thorin had refused that offer, knowing it would put him more in debt to his cousin, something he did not want. Erebor would pay for its restoration directly. These were folk who didn't want to relocate, who had businesses to go back to and would be doing so when more of Erebor's own folk arrived. They wanted at least surety now that their efforts on behalf and Thorin and Philly could only ride out so quickly. The sight of the gold would settle much of the dwarves' and nerves. But Bilbo was adamant and did not let any through the wall of trees. I'm willing to let some of the younger among you look, good dwarves, but not to touch. Bilbo growled out that evening as Harry arrived in Dale before injecting a bit of humor into his tone. Unless you all would like to become a planted flower for a time? Thorin was a most hilarious-looking shrub for a bit there. That caused some of the other two words to laugh, but one still looked like he wanted to take his axe to Bilbo and his trees. Thankfully, another gripped the angry dwarf's shoulder. He is right. A look is all we need, my friend. To know the gold is there and not eaten or some such. Bah! The angry dwarf whirled, tossing his friend's hand off him, leaning in to growl in the peacemaker's face. Bilbo couldn't hear much of what he said, something about beggars and Dane assuming much, but Bilbo didn't care to listen in further. Instead, he backed away, reaching for a nearby club Dwellin had found for him for just such occasions. You might need it, my lad, Dwellin said. The usually dour, dismissive dwarf had come to see Bilbo as a friend through their journey, and now he gave him advice. Don't go for the head. Jab them in the stomach, then aim at the legs, upend your enemy. We dwarves are not used to protecting our legs from even goblins, let alone anyone else. And regardless of their king's opinion, there is an undercurrent of anger among the Iron Hill folk for not being able to take their just due. Bilbo knew some of that at least was the dragon's taint still reaching out past his defense, corrupting susceptible minds. But Dwellin and Boffer had explained it to him further. While much of Erebor's folk had been welcomed in the Iron Hills, there was always some resentment toward newcomers, especially given their number. And later, the Iron Hills army had come to fight in the War of the Dwarves and Orcs, which had begun due to Thrain, Thorin's father, leading them into war for his own hubris. Erebor was a hoped-for ally in the future, but for many dwarves of the Iron Hills, that was not enough to make up for the resentment of their losses in that war. Whatever the angry dwarf was saying seemed to be winning a few of the others over, and Bilbo gulped, hoping that none of them were still wearing armor. Instinctively his free hand reached the pouch he kept his ring in, wondering if he could somehow disappear from this confrontation. Surely the noise of them trying to push through the trees would bring in other dwarves to stop them. But thankfully, Balin's voice rose from behind the small throng before anything could happen. And what is all this then? Are you lot here to search for something solid, something real to show you will be paid as soon as Erebor's gold is safe to handle? Then never fear, for King Oakenshield, and I have written out precisely that. Can I see Coril, Agni, and Sharn, please? The three named dwarves turned, and to Bilbo's relief, one of them was the angry dwarf. The crowd parted, and now Bilbo could see that Balin was standing there with official-looking scrolls stuffed into a large pouch at his side. The sight of those scrolls and Balin's smile, plus Dwellin standing beside him with a much larger version of the club that he had given Bilbo, seemed to work a magic of its own. The three dwarves moved towards them and quickly read over the contracts while Balin went through them one after another. Watching hands be shaken and the dwarves taking out small stamps and placing their marks on the contracts, Bilbo breathed a sigh of relief, his grasping hand slowly lifting from the pouch where his ring lay. Later, as the crowd dispersed, he quipped, I didn't know you were a wizard too, to use simple parchment to disarm angry feelings. The former once again king's advisor chuckled, running hands through his beard, absently noting it needed a good washing. Among my folk, contracts are important, a linchpin of our society. And do not be too hard on some of these. Many were among those who swore the oath of Khazru Kal. Bilbo had heard that word before, and though he didn't understand the full import, he nodded. I understand that, but just imagine what kind of damage that number of dwarves could do if they were taken by the gold madness. If they fell and we tried to remove them from the treasury, they would no doubt attack, and it would spread. Which doesn't even consider they might see the humans as outsides or even Thorin and you all as enemies. The two brothers frowned, but Bilbo went on, hesitating only a moment. The taint is still there. I can feel it, like a shadow in the gold and the rest of the stone of the treasury. It is weakening. I can feel that too, but... Dwellin shook his head, clapped Bilbo on the back and left, not needing any more description of that process. He felt magic was best left in the hands of those that understood it, and the taint, for all its evil nature, was inherently a magical thing. Balin also didn't have much to say, but he left another pouch of contracts with Bilbo before leaving. These were generic, fill-in name types, an idea Philly had come up with, but it would be enough to disarm the dwarves or send them off to argue with Balin and Philly. Not Thorin. Thorin's work that day was on higher things, and he spent most of it with Dane. As worried and perhaps angry as some Iron Hill dwarves were, they were not brave enough to bother the man who had slain Azog or their king. With Harry working in Dale with Bard, it was another 2 days before he returned. Harry had done most of the work he could with repair and levitation spells and had left a few ward stones, sunstones he called them, to help the work continue. At this point, Bilbo, Bard was making noises about you joining them. I would like that, I think. The number of dwarves who come by to try and push past my little barrier has lessened, but they are still coming around. Still, if Philly or someone else could take over, I would appreciate a break. Bilbo sighed tiredly, his fingers twitching on the small bowl of stew in front of him. Food was becoming a bit of an issue, unfortunately. More humans had shown up, and few had brought supplies beyond that for the trek. That kind of thoughtless positivity annoyed the dwarves, and even Bilbo resented it a bit. But the extra hands were too helpful to become angry at it. But even so, with every day that goes by that I work those trees while praying to Yavanna, I can feel the taint weakening. It is just a feeling, but something is changing for the better in the area around the trees. They are blooming stronger, looking better. Unfortunately, that is the only thing I can use as a real means of measurement. And then, it will be time for me to head home, Bilbo continued before anyone could answer, a little pleased hum accompanying his words. This has been a magnificent adventure, Thorin, if a costly one. But as I told Harry the night of the party, an adventure is not complete until you are home. And I miss my simple hobbit hole more with each passing day. Thorin nodded slowly, shaking his head looking over at Harry. Will you be coming back here or heading straight to speak with Lady Galadriel? While Thorin still had a few issues with elves, even he would never think of speaking of the Lady of Lothlorien in anything beyond a respectful manner. I don't know, although I will have to consult with Toriel. We're supposed to meet her on the way. Thorin nodded slowly, then looked back at Bilbo. I will be sad to see you go, Bilbo Baggins. And not just because of your scouting ability. You have been a truer friend and a truer advisor than I had any right to expect. And truly, you were the only solution for a problem neither I nor any of the company would have seen coming. And if you expect to leave without me making you the richest hobbit to ever farm, you will be sorely disappointed. Bilbo was shocked, still getting used to this humbler, less spiky Thorin. Yet he held out his hand and shook the dwarves firmly, and then as Keely and Philly slapped his back, he searched for a way to change the subject, finding it on Thorin's chest. Are you going to carry the Arkenstone as part of your royal regalia, or will you set it into your throne, Thorin? Thorin scoffed, shaking his head. No. When my sister gets here, she and her husband will be in charge of setting it into the ceiling of the king's study. There it will remain. While I then watch as dishounds Philly and Keely hear about courting. Both younger dwarves blanched while Harry frowned, looking at the royal family. And how will you feel about moving into that area? Most of the furniture has already been removed, leaving a few ancient scrolls. Few things remain that will force me to remember what there was before or what occurred there in Smaug's assault. Yet even if there were, I would still live there. It is where the king must be, and thus it will be done. And what also must be done, Thorin snorted, pointing at Harry. Is your sword lessons restarting, Harry Potter? If you wish to go harrying off all on your own or with only Toriel to guard your back, I will beat some further self-defense into you before you go. Your use of beat does not fill me with happiness, Harry replied dryly. Why do I think I will be paying for the rainbow beard incident? It was days ago, Thorin. Let it go. Ha, no. Thorin laughed darkly, and Harry groaned theatrically. The next morning, Harry was proven quite correct. After several hours, he was indeed more bruised than man, although it had only been Thorin training him. Dane, Dwellin, and several others, including Philly and Keely, joined the training. Warriors needed to train every day to keep fighting fit. The last few days had been a break for most of the warriors who remained, but now they were back into it. At a bellowed command from Thorin, Harry found himself doing some exercises to keep his muscles beside Dane, who was surprisingly doing many of the same exercises, although not as many shoulder and neck ones. Harry put that down to the dwarves having slightly different musculature than humans. Dane, what is the geography like between here and the Iron Hills? When can you all expect the first of Thorin's folk to arrive? We've seen humans begin to arrive already. Dane grunted, looking up at the human. They hadn't spent much time around one another. When Harry was interacting with anyone, it was one of the company or a few of the youngsters who had sought out his presence simply because of the stories of the young wizard's power. Even the two metalsmiths who were so eager to work with Harry and their own rune scribes didn't interact with him often. Yet the human had won his respect several times over, so Dane answered readily enough. It's sparse territory, not deadly, just the kind of territory you pass through to get somewhere else. There's no good soil for the humans or anything to mine for my folk. We could see those who had set off on news of Smaug's death within another day or so. And beyond to the east. Beyond the Iron Hills lies some of our other brethren in scattered mountain holds. And the Easterlings, of course. Dane spat to one side at that, as did many of the older dwarves nearby, Thorin and Dwellin among them. I've heard of them, followers of the great enemy, I think? Or at least enemies of Gondor and the Dwarven nation, right? Harry asked. Aye, they are that. The Easterlings breed like rabbits, more even than most human nations. They're organized too, and deadly. We have fought alongside our brethren against them occasionally over the past 100 years, Dane said, gesturing to the others around them. I went there and served a season in the army of the Blacklock nation, Thorin added. Our Blacklock and Stonefoot brethren hold them off by using their pike formations and slingers, but they have much the same problem as any dwarven nation would against humans. Humans can rebuild armies and numbers far faster than we. Thorin paused, glancing towards Dane and the nearby Balin, who had come toward them to speak to his brother. Balin wasn't the most warlike among them, although he was still decent with a pickaxe. It is why I also offered them to come here as well. I don't know if they will take it up, the eastern clans are prideful, especially the Stonefoot, but I wish to make the offer. Ha! Dane interrupted, shaking his head. They'll come. I don't know whether they'll come in an organized fashion or just disparate families wishing to live in peace, I don't know. But they will come. Good, Thorin mused. I can but hope for that and for the remnants of the Iron Fists and Stiffbeards to come south as well. Balin and Philly both gaped at Thorin, astonished. You have already sent? I thought, lad, I thought I would have to beat you over the head to send word to the other houses. While the dwarves had clans, houses were the larger term for their various subgroups. Each house could trace its lineage back to the 7 fathers of the dwarves. Although when he heard that, it always made Harry wonder where the mothers of the dwarves came from. Dane and Thorin, and most of their followers, were from the Longbeard house, the eldest house of Durin, the most revered of the 7 fathers. As for the others, only 2, the Firebeards and Broadbeams, resided in safety in the Blue Mountains west of the Shire. Thorin chuckled, shaking his head ruefully and gently running a finger over the leather holster directly over the Arkenstone. Perhaps if not for my humbling and the strength of mind the Arkenstone gives me, you would have to. But I need to think of the dynasty, you know, and my Thrush-born messages to the clans mention that. All the dwarves there started in surprise, staring at Thorin, who allowed a wide smile to appear on his face as he looked at Philly. Unless, of course, you the wish to be named my official heir? Dis would be most pleased, although my sister would then be on you even harder to make yourself presentable to the other dams. Philly rapidly shook his head, but Harry interjected before more teasing could occur. I understand about thinking about the dynasty, but you all are acting as if this is a far greater deal than that would be among humans. Am I missing some kind of interaction between that concept and the fact that the womenfolk always control the courtship among you? You are indeed, Dane breathed, shaking his head. The king asking for a marriage of state is the one exception to the womenfolk controlling everything. It will still be up to the women once they meet Thorin to decide if he is their one, but it is a big deal to request a marriage of alliance between the houses. And what about you, Dane? I have an heir already, thank you very much, Dane said, coming out of his stupor with a laugh. My youngest brother is my heir. He wields a hammer about as well as you expect. Yet still, Thorin, that will be a mighty journey, and the demands the kings make of you for even sending their dams will be massive. I well know it, but it is necessary. My duties keep me here, or else I would make the journey to each of the clans personally. Thorin looked over at Keely and Willin, and the younger dwarf grinned at him. And speaking of journeys, are you two ready to move out? I know Elladan and Elroer are anxious to be on their way. What's this? Harry inquired. The dwarves looked at one another, and then Keely shrugged his shoulders. Uncle Thorin has assigned Willin and me along with a chosen band of 8 to go to Gund Abbot in the north. Harry frowned, looking at Thorin. I've heard that name, but only in relation to an Orcish fortress. Gund Abbot is where Durin woke. It is a sacred place for all dwarves, and yes, it has been foully used as a home by the orcs in the present. But... He was interrupted by an elven voice as the 2 brothers came out of the darkness around the fire. They routinely were out and about, attempting to hunt for game to add to the growing community's larder. We need to make certain it is empty. If it is, we can install a watch upon it and make certain it cannot be used again by the great enemy. That is but a small thing. If we can go there, if Philly can paint it, can bring proof of our being there, that folk of Durin have been there, that will be a monstrous thing among us dwarves. Not just the dwarves who reach it, but also for the nations they come from. It's why I'm lending a few of my own lads to the effort. With that in Erebor's defensive position, Erebor might become the most important dwarven realm in Middle-earth, Dane expounded. First among equals, Thorin said firmly. I will not dictate matters. I will not attempt to control even the Iron Hills, let alone the other holdfasts of our folk. But I wish to have Erebor become the first among equal, able to gather or defend all at need. Tell me more about the history of this place, Harry requested, leaning back, eyeing the dwarves with interest. Thorin, Dane, and Balin eagerly told the tale of how all had made the dwarves against the wishes of Eru Elevator. Of how when he was found out, Eru Elevator had pointed out they had no souls. Repentant, all had been willing to smash his creations. Instead, Eru Elevator had given the dwarves life and sung them into the Song of Arda, only demanding they wake up later than the elves, who would be firstborn. The fathers and mothers of the dwarves had woken up scattered, with Durin being the first and waking alone on Gund Abbot, which the dwarves believed held the ancient cave where they were created. As they finished, Bilbo's voice interrupted matters. Gandalf. Why has it not occurred to me? I have not seen the wizard all day. He has been gone since the day Harry went to Dale, Thorin answered with a shrug. He left with Bjorn and his folk. Without a farewell. Bilbo gasped in shock. Since when does one of the wise need to require leave to leave Mr. Baggins? Elladan chuckled. Indeed, Bilbo. Gandalf has been looking after himself ever since he came to the shores of Middle-earth. He is even better at it than we are, Elroer supplied with a chuckle, smiling at the hobbit. So none of us will comment on the whole got in trouble the last time he was left alone thing? Harry asked dryly, having also missed the old wizard's absence. Eladin and Elroer stiffened at that, looked at one another, and then slapped their foreheads as one in a move that reminded Harry painfully of George and Fred. We should have thought about that. At least to tease him a bit. What a moment missed! They shouted, causing Harry to laugh. Oh! At that moment, Gandalf was pushing down towards the edge of Mirkwood. He had travelled with Bjorn and those with him for a time, only to request a steed to carry him south when they reached Mirkwood. The bear that Bjorn had carried Gandalf did so without complaint for several days before indicating with word and growl that he had travelled far enough. From there, Gandalf had gone on foot. Pausing at a rustling nearby, Gandalf gripped his staff, his other hand flashing with the speed of a far younger-seeming man to the hilt of his glamdring at his waist. Sliding it out of its sheath, he stared around him, growling, "If you are here to cause trouble for me, best believe that I will be causing trouble upon you as well, whatever you are." "That isn't very nice, Gandalf," a voice intoned, followed by a loud bumping noise as a sled pulled by giant rabbits came out of the woods to one side of the path Gandalf had been walking. Gandalf breathed a sigh of relief, sheathing his sword quickly, and moved forward with his arms open. "Radagast, it is good to see you, my friend." "It is good to see you as always, Gandalf," Radagast answered, nodding his head slightly to the other wizard. "I was most pleased to hear about the destruction of the goblins and forks. You wrought quite well there, although that has left the spiders behind to do mischief, which they have. Bah! Had that been up to my design alone, it would have gone quite a bit better for our own side. No, my friend. More than one player was trying to call the tune in that battle. Regardless, I have had word from Elrond." Radagast was not part of the White Council and rarely dealt directly with lords like Elrond. "He bid me say that he has put forth his strength to make certain the Misty Mountains are cleared of fell folk from his side. The goblins and orcs will soon have no safety beyond the mines of Moria." Even as he smiled at that news, Gandalf shivered at the mention of Moria. He knew precisely what the Waking Doom was, the power that was there that had ended the old Dwarven kingdom from within when its defences had turned even Sauron away in 1697. To fight such as that underground would be more than any on Middle-earth could hope to accomplish bar a scattered few. "I have also learned that Saruman has returned to his fortress. Looking much the worse for wear according to the animals that saw him." Gandalf winced at that. "You did not see him yourself? I know well that your little animals will not be able to give much detail." Radagast shook his head. "I had not spoken directly with Saruman since he insulted my mushrooms." "Your mushrooms are worthy of insults," Gandalf snorted, shaking his head but feeling slightly better for the little joke. "Might I ask for your aid at this moment? Where would you like me to take you?" Radagast asked simply. "The edge of Fangorn, I think. I will move on there on my own. I would take counsel with Saruman quickly, and your help will speed my journey tremendously, my friend." Radagast bowed and gestured for Gandalf to join him in his sled. With Radagast's help, a trip to the edge of Fangorn Forest would take a week, whereas on his own, it would have taken Gandalf a month or more. Yet even as he went, Gandalf had to frown. I feared that Sauron would escape Saruman, but it is hoped that Sauron was wounded in spirit still further in that chase. With the One Ring gone into the sea, Sauron cannot be killed, although he was weakened horribly in its loss. Yet his power is still horrifying in scope. If not for the intervention of the rest of the council, I would have died, and perhaps the Battle of the Mountain lost. The wind tugged at his hair, and Gandalf was near bounced out of his seat as the sled raced between the trees, but he barely noticed, so heavy were his thoughts. "We have won a campaign, time to prepare. At the very least, a watch must be set on Mordor, and counsel given to root out what dens of the orcs and goblins we can. But is there hope for final victory if we cannot kill Sauron? Oh! You have yet to put your personal touch in here, Legolas. Do not tell me that you are feeling humbled by the need to do so," Toriel teased as she stepped off the stairs into the king's study. Legolas looked up at her, grateful for the reprieve from his study of the book in front of him. It was about the enchantments on the east road where it wound through Mirkwood, and it was very dry and convoluted. "No, I wish to do so eventually, but I have lacked the time. I have been looking into how to repair the spells along the east road and elsewhere in our realm, along with other matters. It has not been pleasant." Not that Legolas would make many changes to the king's quarters, such would not be right, although perhaps he could create a new tradition. After all, elves rarely lost their kings. Or rather, only rarely had kings been slain without dying with their kingdoms. Legolas had spent the days since they had returned in seclusion as befitted the new king, sending his Fia out to commune with the Vala, in particular Manduz, who ruled over the halls of the dead. He knew Thranduil's Fia was there now and that he would not be returning. Even if his father had been willing to, Manduz and Manwë had decreed that he had made too many ill decisions of late to be allowed the honor of a swift resurrection. Tomorrow would be Legolas's formal assumption of power. The time of mourning the dead was over, and Legolas would be crowned king. But whereas a human prince would have been using this time to bolster support for his coronation, or even removing rivals, for Legolas, there was no such need. If you were born to rule among elves, that was what you did. They could trace the lineage of their kingdoms all the way back to when they woke up on Middle-earth, and no one in Mirkwood would question Legolas's right to lead them. No, this time was mostly about Legolas himself. He needed the time to adjust his thinking from merely the commander of the unseen host and somewhat wayward princeling to that of a king. As such, he'd had to make several decisions, and one of them was about the woman in front of him, while another would directly impact her time going forward. Now he looked at her thoughtfully, seeing again the sheer beauty she possessed. A lithe body and shapely form could be assumed among their folk, yet in Toriel, it was as if Arom had crafted a huntress to match his skill in the form of an elven woman, for she was stronger, faster, more deadly of hand and eye than nearly all in Torienda Edalos save Legolas, and then only barely. Few elven women took up the bow and sword at all. For one to excel as Toriel had placed her in rare company. This changed her beauty to seem that of a wild thing, a falcon swift and sure on the wing. Is it any wonder I once thought I had come to love her? Yet she is not for me. So be it. I will move on. Jealousy has never served anyone, and not even the Vala can compel love. As part of becoming king, I have needed to step down as commander of the unseen host. I will be raising you to the position. Legolas held up a hand before Toriel could protest. That is a temporary measure. I wish to take the battle to the spiders as quickly as possible. To that end, I wish for you to be in charge. Sift through the army for more men to add to the unseen host. Another 200 or more. Then take the fight to the spiders as soon as possible. Toriel frowned, thinking, but could not find anything to argue about. Legolas was right. It made sense to push the spiders now before they could make good the losses they had taken against Thorin's company more than they undoubtedly already had. And before they can become acclimated to the great enemy no longer being nearby. The unseen host did not take many casualties in the battle. I think I can split off 24 men, have them form a cadre to train the newly chosen in stealth, and lead the rest out in campaigns to map or assault any areas where the spiders have set their webs recently. Toriel then sighed. I had hoped to travel with Harry and Bilbo to see Bilbo home. Still, I can understand your reasoning. Duty first. Duty first, Legolas repeated, nodding his head. For now, he added, knowing that while this campaign would unfortunately stop her from joining Harry on his trip to the Shire, she would be free to leave as soon as it was finished. Once more, Legolas shook his head as he thought of this strange relationship. Are you serious about Harry? I do not ask for my own sake any longer. I know well now that your heart has never led you towards me as I thought men did towards you. And yet, we are still friends. The closest of friends, Toriel nodded, smiling at him faintly. So I know what question you will ask now. If the Vala demand my Fia becomes human and I age, would I accept it? My answer is perhaps yes. After all, it is quite early in our courtship to think that far away. But on the other hand, I don't think I'll need to. Harry is possibly immortal as well after all. Legolas blinked, not having made that leap of logic, and Toriel chuckled, telling Legolas about how Harry had sworn himself to Arian's service and thus become part of the Song of Arda. Listening, Legolas was surprised and amused. And then decided to tease his old friend. So, a mayor of the sun will meet a mayor of the hunt. Toriel blushed slightly at that tease, which she had first heard several hundred years when she had decided to pick up a bow and arrow rather than an instrument. She shook her fist at Legolas, who laughed, delighted. Whatever else happened, no matter how their paths diverged, that reaction told him they would remain friends. Oh. The 5th day after the elves left, the food situation had gotten worse. So much so, Thorin had called for a council meeting the day before, pulling Bard away from Dale. By this point, everything smaller than a squirrel that had previously been courageous enough to live near the mountain had vacated the premises or been hunted by Elladan and Elroer. But there were more mouths to feed as well. A few more tiny, hardscrabble human hamlets to the east had basically depopulated themselves of people eager to join in reforging the nations of Erebor and Dale over the past few days, bringing barely enough food for themselves, let alone enough to add to the total supply. As for the elven twins, they, Dwellin and Keely were gone. They had left the day after with a band of 6 other warriors, heading north and west to Gund Abbot. They'd been given provisions for the journey, mostly elven in nature, much to the dwarves' chagrin. In response to the lack of game, the Lake Town fishermen were reinforced, pulling many of the original able-bodied men from Dale. This was a good thing in the main, as it gave the newcomers work and the ability to work alongside Bard. This allowed him to weed out the wastrels and anyone who thought it might be a good idea to steal or attack the dwarves for their treasure. Not that there were many of that variety. Beyond the few wounded still being cared for by Oin, the rest of the dwarves routinely went around outside Erebor armed and armored, whereas the humans barely had any weapons that hadn't been given to them by the dwarves before the Battle of the Lonely Mountain. The fishermen were able to bring in enough fish daily for everyone to get some, enough to continue to work anyway. Yet even with protein seen to, vegetables were practically non-existent by this point bar some potatoes that the newcomers brought in. Fruit had been practically non-existent from the start. Spices also were almost entirely gone, except for salt. There was a small salt mine south and east of the original position of Lake Town. Originally worked as part of the Master of Lake Town series of punishments for minor law-breaking or disobedience, one of Dane's officers had taken it over the day after the elves had left. With scarcely any other help, he and 2 humans interested in mining were rebuilding it and bringing out more salt to boot. We didn't realize how large a problem this would be when we sent for our folk, Thorin worried, pacing in a small circle in front of Harry and the rest of his advisors. Some of those advisors had been replaced in the days since work to restore Erebor had truly begun. Keely was gone, along with Dane. The King of the Iron Hills had taken half the boar riders back to the Iron Hills. They would help guard the caravans coming from the Iron Hills for a time, but Dane would not be returning to the mountain as he had his own duties to see to. He had never intended to permanently settle in his cousin's realm, only help him win it. How long did Legolas say it would take them to send us supplies? Philly mused. Legolas said that they would start putting together a supply train the moment they returned, and the grieving families had been told of their losses. But putting together a large supply of food that isn't entirely made up of lembas will take them some time, Balin answered. I spoke with Legolas on this point before he left, and they also don't really have much transportation, not a lot of carts or anything like that. Torienda Edalos is but a single sprawling city, and elves rarely believe in the need of roads or carts after all. And elves can't carry nearly as much as our folk can, said one of the new faces, snorting. Noodle-armed insular cowards, the lot of them. His name was Sari, and he was apparently the second in command of the original supply corps, such as it was, of Dane's small army. He was as old as Oin, perhaps older, and had apparently worked in Erebor as a banker, doing business between the humans and dwarves. He was well liked among the majority of the humans, and Balin and Thorin both spoke highly of Sari's grasp of numbers and organization. But it was clear he had a major axe to grind against the elves, just like Thorin had before being mellowed throughout the company's journey. While you are correct, I think we can trust Legolas to be looking for solutions. One that springs to my mind is simply using the river, heading down into the long lake and then across. Surely the elves have people that know boating, right? Harry suggested. That is both an excellent idea and an assumption that I'm afraid we cannot make. That the elves have boats, I mean. Recall, Harry, that the elves were terrified of drawing Smaug's ire before we were able to slay him. I would not put it past Thranduil to have ordered any boats they possibly could have had destroyed. Thorin's observation was tart, and there was a sharp undercurrent of anger, but Harry understood that the observation itself was an accurate one, and he turned to Bard. Bard, you know our resident fishermen and boats. Could you have some of your people sail a few barges like the one you used when we met towards the river where it comes into the lake? Good thinking. I can certainly send orders to that effect, Bard said approvingly, and Thorin nodded ruefully. He should have thought of that, but he had wanted to place a little more blame on the dead king's shoulders despite it being ignoble to speak so a dead. Best to remember that, Thorin. Let the last of your anger with his actions die with him, and do not paint the rest of his race in the same light. Then he thought about something entirely different. Actually, we might have more aid to hand than we thought. I wish to set my beard on fire for this, but we have all forgotten the underground farms. Nearby Bilbo perked up, looking over at Thorin, his voice somewhat strained, his face haggard. And where within Erebor would those have been located? I didn't see any sign of them when Harry and I were mapping Erebor out before the battle with Smaug. The lack of food had hit the Hobbit hard these last few days, and he had begun to develop a nervous tic, where he would paw at one of his belt pouches for some reason. Bilbo was hungry. He was hungry all the time. Any Hobbit needed quite a lot more food than a dwarf or human, and while Bilbo did not want to complain about anything, considering his own workload was small in comparison to that of most of the mixed community, it just wasn't enough. He had lost weight tremendously in barely 2 days and was now a gaunt if extremely well-built and proud example of hobbithood. But the thought of what could be grown underground was enough to bring new life to his eyes. And are we talking about mushrooms? I don't think either you or Harry would know what to look for, Bilbo. You were following our instructions and working through the service tunnels to the air vent, not the regular tunnels which would have been directly beneath them. Do you remember anything blocking you or seeing anything that could be a different surface rather than the normal stone in front of you or along the floor? Bilbo and Harry looked at one another, then shrugged their shoulders in unison. They hadn't been looking for anything like that, and Bilbo admitted so, with Harry adding that their fight against Smaug would no doubt have messed with their perception of that kind of thing anyway. Boffer! Thorin bellowed, get over here. Boffer came over, leaving several human construction workers behind, a sketch of a complicated rope and pulley system left with them. When asked about the question, Boffer frowned but admitted that he had also taken the service tunnels up to the air vents when he and Ori closed them. As for mirrors and the like, Thorin, there could have been something like that on the ground of the tunnels. Ori would have been the one to notice, though. He was always better at that kind of thing than me. For a moment, Harry, Bilbo, and the dwarves fell silent as they remembered the youngest of their company, while Harry fought back another wash of grief and guilt, tamping it back into his mind. It still wasn't time for him to allow himself to grieve for his companions' deaths. Not Ori, the cheerful prankster. Not Bomber, gourmand, an affable giver of money advice. Or Bifer, Harry's fellow watcher of the stars and cook. In better times, the farms would receive sunlight through a series of mirrors, set up below the air vents so that the mirrors did not block the needed air coming in. I know there was also one garden directly off the main thoroughfare, which was fed light from the entrance to Erebor. But it was turned to ash by the dragon, Thorin said, his voice low and passionate as it always was when talking about what his kingdom had been and the monster who had destroyed it. Then he smiled at Bilbo and hopped to his feet, reaching out a hand to the Hobbit and pulling him upright. However, Bilbo, Harry, this is a possibility that I think we should look into, and your skills will be a major help. Harry looked over at Bard, but Bard waved him off. We've enough men and material around Dale to complete the basic work, Harry. I'll work with the fishermen today, make certain the barges we send across the lake are good for the journey and have them ready by this afternoon. Unfortunately, I know some of them were scavenged for their wood for Dale. But my people need vegetables and fruit just as much as the dwarves. Nodding, Harry looked over at Bilbo, whose eyes were almost feverish now, and he hand on Bilbo's shoulder, trying to calm them down, although even as Bilbo seemed to calm down slightly, he was still muttering, "Mushroom, my fortune for a mushroom," under his breath. "Is there something you want to tell us, Bilbo?" "Only, where I come from, certain mushrooms are known to be a bit herbal and medicinal in nature," Harry said, trying to make a joke but failing to find a word or phrase that would convey the meaning of the term psychedelic properly. "Mushrooms are a favorite for all hobbits, Harry. And I haven't had one since leaving Bjorn's house on the other edge of Mirkwood. And even then, I had to share them," Bilbo said before his stomach started to rumble, and he added sheepishly, "and then there's the whole hunger matter." Watching the wan, if still energetic Hobbit, Harry made a note to have the cooks give his share of the next meal to Bilbo. He knew the Hobbit didn't want special privileges, but there was a difference between that and having enough food for him to be in good enough condition to keep working. Whereas Harry had not felt hunger pangs in a while. The three of them headed into Erebor, where Harry looked around, smiling slightly at the amount of change that the dwarves and their few human helpers had already done in this area. A lot of that just meant cleaning, getting rid of the dust and grime from the centuries of Smaug's habitation, yet there were other signs. Literal signs in places, street signs set up to mark the way to the blacksmiths, the furnaces, the various living quarters, and so forth had already been cleared out and made ready for new habitation. And to one side, the trees that Bilbo had planted between the thoroughfare and the treasury stood almost like sentinels. But now, their branches were gilded by small, extremely polished pieces of bronze or copper, scintillating in the light of the open doors. Those pieces of color, such as they were, existed elsewhere throughout the area. The dwarves were trying to bring some color and life back into Erebor. With Thorin leading the way, Harry, Bilbo, and Boffer headed into an area of Erebor none of them had seen before, passing through far more of the dwelling segment of the mountain than any of them had done before this, bar Boffer when he had been helping to remove the skeletons of their folk. Here and there, Thorin and Boffer paused, talking quietly or bowing their heads for a moment before moving on. Ever upward they moved, passing through several layers of housing districts and then through what looked like an entire floor devoted to jewelry and extremely detailed metalwork. Here, Thorin explained, would also reside the rune scribes who did not work directly and solely for the royal family. "I think going forward, Harry, that I will probably not have them housed here. Rather I will keep them closed until Erebor is fully restored. At that point, I will allow them to take on more commercial properties, but until then, their skills will be a national resource, so to speak." Harry agreed with that sentiment, considering how much work there was left to get both Erebor and Dale up and running, let alone on the way back to becoming true nations. They talked about that prospect, what runes Harry knew that could help around the place now, and what Harry would require of the dwarves to produce such runes. This conversation lasted them until they were several floors down, and Thorin paused, staring upwards. Above them, a shaft several stories in length rose through the floors above them. And for some reason, at the top, there was a glimmer of light, just a faint sliver, but still visible. Thorin nodded thoughtfully as he saw that and then gestured them upward. "There is our target, gentlemen." Soon, they were standing to one side of what looked just like another segment of a tunnel above, except for the fact that there was a faint glimmer of light through it through the open-air shaft above. That shaft, so thin as to let not even a goblin pass, still let in more natural light than the three had seen since leaving the main thoroughfare behind. Quartz crystal, buffed and shined normally to allow greater light reflected all around. Harry used a cleaning charm on the quartz, which instantly began to emit quite a great deal of light, so much so that the four of them, used to the light of their torch, had to blink and look away, even though most of that light wasn't actually directed in their direction. Rather, it was directed down below them. Soon after that, the four stood at the entranceway filled with what looked like dead tree limbs. So Bilbo, what exactly are we? That is the dead remains of an overgrown apple tree, Harry, and besides those, what looks like a clementine tree, shockingly. Bilbo knelt down, staring through the roots, and his eyes widened in delight. I see mushrooms. Several dozen varieties. The remnants of white look like a garden. I see numerous dead plants, very desiccated, but the mushrooms were able to survive without sunlight. There's enough here for a feast, I tell you. And that is only what you can see, Mr. Baggins. Let us get to work. Thorin nodded over to Boffer, and as Harry cut into the dead mass of wood and leaves using his magic, the two dwarves hauled bits out, tossing them down the hallway while Bilbo held their torch, pointing out areas of the tree for Harry to target with his cutting spells. None of the others commented on the now continual gurgle from his stomach or the nervous way he bounced on his feet. Soon, the entrance was cleared, and the four of them moved into the actual farm. The farm was set in a wide circular area, almost a cavern like some of the clan living quarters below. Several terraces were built around the outer edge of a central area where the trees had once been. The entrance was on the second level of this structure, and to either side, the terrace contained several trees which needed more care. Directly below had been where the legumes and other things that hadn't needed light were originally placed. Everything was vastly overgrown. It was evident that some of the plants had flourished for a time out of control, but then, as the dirt and grime had obscured the light, the trees had died. Eventually, they decomposed and then were used as soil for the mushrooms. Now, those mushrooms would be a source of nutrition for everyone in the dwarven and human community. And in the center of that lay the remains of a series of mirrors, which had been designed to be controlled, moved around to each segment of the farm and bring the light from the air vent down into it. None of that construction remained intact, and Harry's repair spell could barely put together a single mirror. Most of the structure's wood had simply eroded to nothing and then been used as further soil for the mushrooms. This meant that the light from the distant quartz floor was not being directed here just yet. Without any of the others trying to stop him, Bilbo began sampling the mushrooms raw while sifting through the grime and soil, picking out seeds from the various trees and other plants he felt were still good. The happy hobbit was actually muttering a song under his breath about mushrooms and the end of the workday, and Harry had to smile at his cheerful tone. It had been several days since Bilbo had enough energy to be cheerful. But he became serious as he heard Boffer and Thorin wondering how to best use this area in the future. It seemed like building the mirror arrays would constitute a lot of work. Yet Harry felt he might have a better solution, so he interrupted their morose discussion, asking, Boffer, Thorin, how close to the call at the outer shell of the mountain are we here? Outer shell, he says, Thorin chuckled. There is a reason why even Smaug had to come through our front door, Harry. There is no power remaining on Middle-earth that can get through several hundred yards of stone. Harry nodded thoughtfully, staring upwards. The farm wasn't anywhere near one of the vents, which itself would have been sending the light down into that quartz floor that they had found earlier, underneath which the remains of the first mirror array they had found had been situated, turned to shed light through another series of mirrors down to the farm. An ingenious system, to be sure, but one that did not take magic into account. And it is rather too complicated, but that's dwarves for you. Still, I have magic, and I am a simple man at heart. This is either going to fizzle out and make me look like a fool, or it will work, and if it does, I have no idea how much power it will take. If you could catch me if I collapse, Thorin, I would be grateful, Harry intoned dryly before holding up his hands and staring at the ceiling intently, gathering his magic. This was no great attack spell. Nor was it a newly created and barely understood spell devoted to incorporating the enhancements submitting himself to Arion had given him. No, this was simply a color change charm, a charm that changed the color on something without changing its inherent property. It had become something of a favorite for Harry in terms of pranks, easy and quick. And translucent was, technically, a color. Many of the windows in Hogwarts were simply transparent bits of stone, never made to be opened. It was a lazy method of magical construction, but it could serve a purpose, like in the greenhouses. Which was where he got the idea for what he was about to do. Harry controlled the image of what he wanted here closely. He didn't want to change the entire mountain, primarily because it would probably kill him even to attempt. But he wanted a tunnel through the rock above to change color, to become translucent. With every yard of stone he visualized the change occurring to, it became harder and harder to keep the image in his mind. This was a sign of how much power this was to take. Yet eventually, as Thorin watched on worriedly, wondering what Harry was up to, Harry's mental image, or perhaps his mental senses, it was awfully hard to tell, finally reached the mountain's surface beyond. And he whispered, "Let there be light, color change charm." From Harry's hands flashed a large surge of magic, racing upward to crash into the ceiling. There was no physical impact, but an instant later, the ceiling began to change. It began to look different to Thorin and Bilbo's eyes, almost clear. And then, that change reached the surface, and light poured forth, blinding all of them. It was only by remembering where Harry had been standing a moment before that Thorin was able to catch his human friend as he collapsed. Later, after Thorin had carried an extremely weary, somewhat out of it Harry from the mountain, Thorin talked about what Harry had done to Balin and the others. A small expedition instantly set up the mountain, with some of the best climbers, including Bilbo, going with them, his bag stuffed with mushrooms. They had to know if Harry's change had weakened the outer protection of the mountain. Thorin didn't think so, but it was best to be certain about such things. And if it hadn't, and if the change was permanent, well. Before this, I was in debt to Harry Potter for his help along the journey and against smog. But if this holds, it will take a lot of work, admittedly. But if this holds, Harry will have given us a price beyond anything thus far. An internal source of food larger and more easily cared for than any we have had before in any dwarven settlement. The ramifications of that. Thorin shook his head, and all of his advisors nodded, tugging on their beards furiously, smiles and frowns alike on faces all around him. Sorry shook his head. That's not even thinking about whether or not he'll be able to do it again. You all said that this isn't the first time he's magically exhausted himself, and he is conscious enough to eat at least. That's correct, although I will ask them to exhaust himself like this again. We already need to find some means of paying Harry back more than simply giving him his share of the treasure, Thorin said, shaking his head. Balin smiled suddenly, gesturing with a thumb towards where the lake was, well out of sight from the entrance to Erebor, where the camp was set up. I understand that Toriel wished for the two of them to have a house on the lake. And Harry would like that too. He likes moving water, the sound of streams, and trees. Thorin instantly understood what his advisor was saying and now leaped ahead. The trees we can't really do much about, although I think Bilbo found several seeds that he says could be useful. But beyond that. Throughout the rest of the day, most of the dwarves, save those who had proven to be susceptible to the dragon's taint, trooped in and out of the mountain in small groups. Philly, Nori, and Gloin stood guard alongside Bilbo's trees as small teams of 20 dwarves or a few humans and dwarves moved in and out of the mountain, setting up further torches, removing refuse, and carting down wagon loads of mushrooms. These mushrooms were then sorted, cleaned up, and added to the supplies, causing joy among the dwarves, although most of the humans had never even seen mushrooms like this before, and certainly not in this quantity. Many of the children complained, and several old folk muttered about the food not being fit for humans, but Bard and his officers sat on that sentiment hard. The mushrooms were an excellent addition to their supplies. And Bard would have no one say anything different. Since most of the mouths these are feeding are human mouths and mouths of folk who did not think ahead to see the need for food upon your arrival here, it is gross ingratitude to then complain when food is offered. Bard bellowed more than once that day. Even better, a trip across the lake barely took half the day, and only 2 more days passed before the first supplies from the elves arrived. Harry was still a bit out of it, or else he would have been somewhat annoyed that Toriel wasn't with them. Indeed, only a few elves actually made the trip across the lake. It fell to the humans to make the trip back and forth. It wasn't so much that Harry was magically exhausted, shocking as that thought was. No, his head and mind had been battered by the effort, like someone had blown a balloon just to the point where it would pop before letting it collapse. But when he woke up 3 days after his magical experiment, Harry's mind was clear once more, and with a yawn, he sat up in his bedroll, sniffing the air appreciatively, the smell of a full meal, a chicken cooking over a nearby open fire with mushrooms, gravy, and loaves of bread. The time of the empty stomachs was fully over now and would not return for a long even as more humans and dwarves arrived from scattered holdings, eager to add their strength to the efforts to bring back Dale and Erebor. He's awake! Came the shout, and Harry laughed, pointing at the meal. I will have me some of that. Harry ate slowly as he listened to what had been going on since he had fallen into his semi-insensate state, shook hands with several people as they thanked him for what he had done, and breathed a sigh of relief as Bilbo reported that his spell had done no actual change to the mountain. It's still stone, still so thick that you can hardly see the bottom of the shaft, but that shaft is translucent enough for sunlight to get through. It's a wonder, Harry, truly a wonder. Good. I did that without really thinking about it, but I'm glad it worked. Worked? That refuse and the soil within that farm is some of the most excellent soil I've ever seen this side of Master Gamgee's best. With that light, some water, and some care, that farm will be able to produce enough food to feed every dwarf here with some left over. It'll be tough, and it will take the normal amount of time, of course, but it will be done. Indeed, Thorin is consulting with some of the others about enlarging it still further. We certainly will have enough soil to put down with all the mulch and so forth from the other farms. The other farms had also produced mushrooms. Combined, those 5 farms will be more than large enough to supply all of Erebor as we rebuild. Eventually, our population might outgrow what they can give us, but that is centuries in the future, Thorin reported, clasping forearms heartily with Harry. And if I was not in debt to you before Harry Potter, I am now. Harry chuckled at that, but he didn't say anything about that indebtedness. The money he would be given eventually for his journeys would be a major help, but he was still hesitant about speaking of debt between friends. It wasn't something he had ever really thought of back in his old world. Friendship had always been the most important thing to him. Just don't ask me to do that again for a bit. I think I can. My magical reserves were up to the task, but my mind wasn't yet. Indeed, Harry had already recognized the difference in his magical core from now to before he had sworn himself to Arian's service. His reserves were no larger, but the impact of his spells was far smaller, and his magical reserves refilled swiftly. Harry probably would never have been able to do that color change charm before, but now, Harry felt the impact on his mind would be far less the second time around. Ha! Take your time on that, my lad. But once you're finished eating, Harry, we have something to show you. Blinking, Harry looked at him quizzically, but Thorin made no answer beyond what he had already stated. So Harry shrugged and turned his attention to the food. That evening he stared at what the dwarves had begun to build. It was a house built into the side of a granite protrusion of stone that jutted out of the ground near the edge of Long Lake, curving out over the water almost like a claw. Just looking at it, Harry knew that rock would make for an excellent hearthstone, an anchor for defensive spells of all sorts. Around it, a small segment of ground had been cleared for what looked like a garden, while a house's foundations were being laid directly against the granite rock to use it as a wall. A large tree, an oak tree if Harry was any judge, had also been transplanted and was now growing to one side. There was a lot of room to improve, but there was an outline of what could be a truly beautiful house. I don't know what to say, Thorin. This looks amazing. Harry said enthusiastically. We tried to remember the sights and sounds that you enjoyed the most on our journey and incorporated them here. We also thought that Toriel would like the tree, and we have also left enough space for other trees to be planted, Balin explained. He had been put in charge of this project by Thorin and given 40 humans and 6 dwarves to do the work. It had been hard to move that one tree alone, but Balin knew that this was the place to build once they found the stone. We had to do most of this without Bilbo since he was out with our climbers up the mountain, but I think we did a good job. It will be an ongoing effort, but that's all to the good as it will let you and Toriel give us some more insight into what you want here. Thank you, my friends. This looks fantastic. And with that granite stone, I will be able to put down so many wards that this house and its environs will be as protected as Rivendell. A part of Harry thought it was a little too close to what would undoubtedly become a major settlement here on the lake so close to the mountain. But again, that could be seen to with enough wards if he and Toriel wished for some privacy. The thought of Toriel made Harry smile, even though a part of him was somewhat bemused as that thought percolated. Good grief, do I already think Toriel and I will make a life of it together? Do I care for her that much? Harry thought about it for a moment, felt out his feelings toward Toriel, and was surprised, yet happy, to realize that the answer was a resounding, yes, yes I am. With that, Harry eagerly threw himself into the work around the area that Balin had chosen or his house, putting down some wards already, setting the large granite stone as the centerpiece of that work, and then adding a few bits here and there. Some were whimsical, like placing a chair out on the edge of the claw overseeing the lake and a primitive fishing line. Others were more useful, digging out a portion of the house's foundation. However, he warned the dwarves not to put the house down beyond the foundation for now. Human and elven architecture isn't that much alike, and I'd rather us not have to do everything over if Toriel doesn't like it. Hearing that Toriel had not come across the lake with the supplies annoyed Harry a bit, as it was a clear sign that Legolas had found something important for Toriel to do rather than come and see him, which was, unfortunately, something Harry knew would happen. But he was hopeful that she would like the effort they were putting in. With his magic and a little help from Bilbo on how to transplant things, several other trees were taken from the 4 edges of Mirkwood and brought across the lake. But even then, when Harry was standing on the western edge of the lake, Toriel still made no appearance. Legolas did and apologized to Harry, not having anticipated him coming over like this. She led portions of the unseen host in an initial foray against the spiders last night and has yet to return. That work has grown in importance, unfortunately. After the elven army had left, the spiders had spread their web into even more areas of the forest. And while the elves had mostly already retreated beyond the magical and school defenses of Tori and Edelos, some hadn't. Many of those lone families had gone missing in the past few weeks. So Toriel was leading bands of the unseen host to find and put these new holdings to the torch. The retreat into Torienda Edelos was my father's injunction, but I will reverse it. Mirkwood will belong to the elves and the side of the light from one end to another if I can make it work. More power to you, Legolas, and I agree that sounds far more important than having her be available to meet me on a little surprise visit like this. Doesn't make me feel any better, though, Harry quipped. Legolas smiled at that, seeing in Harry the same annoyance and well-controlled sadness at being parted that he saw in Toriel occasionally. That was an early sign of the connection an elven couple created, that they simply did not wish to be apart from one another. Later on, after a century or more of being married allowed some of the passion time to cool, that would fade. But right now, this early in their courtship, it was an accepted sign of their closeness, although Legolas had not thought to see it in Harry. Then again, perhaps I should have, given what I know of his semi-mayor state, and his past. I promise you Toriel will be free to see you if you and Bilbo start your trek to the Shire within the next few weeks, Harry. I'll even pull her from the front lines to meet with you if I have to, Legolas vowed. Harry thanked him and then was on his way across the lake once more with the next round of supplies. That trip took a half day, and planting the trees took the rest of that day and well into the night, but by the end of it, Harry had a small copse of large trees situated all around the granite outcropping and the foundation for the house. By that point, several elves Legolas had asked to join them were also at work. Indeed they preferred to work at night rather than during the day. Like all elves, the Sindar of Mirkwood revered the night and the stars. The architects professed to be interested in the combination of stone and elven construction, as Harry had very firmly said that he needed access to the granite outcropping within the house and wanted a walkway to the top of it where he had situated his little fishing seat. But beyond that, so long as they showed him their designs, Harry was fine with letting them just have fun. But not 2 days after that, Bilbo announced that the dragon's taint was gone from the treasury room within Erebor. It's gone. I no longer feel any darkness in the air, no sickness within the trees, nor the atmosphere. I recommend you leave the trees in place, but I know that's a faint hope, Bilbo said, shaking his head and munching on another mushroom. He had sautéed large numbers of them and kept them in a pouch free to chew on throughout the day. Even so, Harry could still see the vestiges of the days of short rations on Bilbo's face. And the nervous tic he had developed of absently stroking his belt pouch also remained. It's done. I've also walked the humans and dwarves who want to take up farming through as much training as possible. And I feel the call of my hobbit hole, my friends. If it is possible, I would like to leave tomorrow, Bilbo finished firmly. Harry looked around at the others and saw that many were sad to see Bilbo go, but none said anything about more work for which they had to have his special skills. Indeed, keeping Bilbo longer would be more a sign of gross ingratitude than anything else. We knew that you would wish to home as possible, Bilbo. We've set aside supplies, elven bread, bags of mushrooms, some salted meats and fish for both you and Harry. But do not think that you will be getting out of here with just that to your name. Thorin said, slapping Bilbo on the shoulder. Throughout the rest of the day, Thorin, with Philly's help, worked his way through the treasury, deciding on what chests to give Harry and set aside in his house, what to give him now, and what to give Bilbo to take back to the Shire as his just due. Through this effort, Harry was given a very good plate of scale mail, thicker and somewhat better than he had used during the battle. It was not magical, but it was dwarf make, came complete with a padded undershirt layer, which came complete with a cup for his boy bits, both things the other had lacked. Harry was also given a helmet in the dwarven style, complete with a face mask that went over his nose and mouth. He was also given a shield and a spare sword, the same sword he had been using while training with Thorin over the past few weeks. In terms of money, Harry received several pouches of jewelry and gold to put into his bottomless pouch, a small amount from the majority that he had earned as part of the company, and a large flask of Gloin's best mead. Bilbo had been given a small buckler, the kind that a dwarven child would use but which could cover his full arm and much of his chest on the Hobbit. The mithril scale mail, a set given to a young dwarven prince in days gone by, was also gifted formally to Bilbo, although Thorin did not count it against the total amount owed their scout. At that point, Bilbo tried to demur, but Thorin was having none of it. I told you that I would make you the richest hobbit to ever exist, Bilbo. And I will not be called a liar. Bilbo was allowed to pick out another piece of jewelry whose amount would be taken out of the amount of gold that he would be given, and he chose a bracelet made of gold and intertwined pieces of diamond, each piece of diamond a different shape. It would be a magnificent conversation piece over my fireplace, or perhaps, if the idea of taking a wife ever comes to me, an excellent bride's gift. He was also gifted a pony, one of the ponies from the Iron Hills, and several large trunks of gold. No more jewelry, though. Gold was gold, whereas the price of jewels varied. Beyond that, Harry was given a large silver bowl, the work of some silversmith that had remained unfinished before Smaug came. Its top was marked with gold filigree, but it was otherwise unadorned and had thick sides. Bilbo was somewhat flummoxed by that choice, although Thorin and one of his advisors, one of the metalsmiths who routinely worked with the Iron Hill rune scribes, understood that Harry had plans of the magical type for that item. Seeing Bilbo's confusion, Harry explained that he could use runes and magic to help someone else see his memories. I don't know if it would work with someone who doesn't have a magical core, but it would certainly work with elves, I think, and myself. I will need to see this in person, Harry. But if it does work, on non-magicals, or if we dwarves have enough inherent magic ourselves because, that may be my first commission to you once Erebor has become self-sufficient, Thorin mused. I imagine it would be interesting. The memories of our times on the journey, especially against the trolls, would be fascinating to share, Harry opined, and Thorin nodded while the rest of the gathered company, minus the missing Keely and Willin, gathered around them. None of the other dwarves or humans helped them as they gathered the material for Harry and Bilbo. And that night, they all sat apart from the rest of the community, which had shrunk tremendously over the past few days. Humans had mostly situated themselves either back in Lake Town or in Dale. With the taint officially gone, many dwarves had moved into the mountain. Harry was surprised to see this included the first large groups from the Iron Hills. Single dwarves or groups of men had come first, eager to join the effort to rebuild the ancient kingdom, but this was the first large clump, mostly menfolk, but carrying large amounts of supplies. Regardless, for one last night, the majority of the company came together to bid farewell to Bilbo and a momentary farewell to Harry. After all, none of the dwarves were under any illusion that Harry's return to Erebor was set in stone. He may go to Mirkwood or go straight from the Shire to Lothlorien after consulting with Toriel, although that would be a massive trek in distance and danger. Regardless, it may be some time before they see their human friend again. But dwarves were not folk who saw leave-takings like this as a time to worry. And so they passed with jokes, tales, games of chance, and, at Philly's assistance, an attempt by Harry to dance. After all, Toriel isn't here, so you don't have your lady love to concern yourself about being a fool in front of. Thorin frowned, then leaned over to Gloin. How many drinks has my nephew had? That sentence was just wrong. I will be cutting him off now, my lord, Gloin answered with a chuckle. A chuckle that became a guffaw as Philly, Harry and Nori began an impromptu jig with Bilbo counting the time alongside them. Soon, the dwarves began to drop off into sleep, having put away quite a good deal of the so-called reserve that Gloin had been husbanding from his stock up to this point. Bilbo had retired before any of them, wrapping himself up in a cloak by the fire. Soon, only Thorin and Harry remained awake, staring at the entranceway into Erebor on the horizon. For a time, they simply talked about the future, what Thorin wanted to build here, and what he wanted to do differently from his father or grandfather. How he wanted to not only have Erebor become the center of a reborn Longbeard nation but the center of dwarfdom in Middle-earth. Harry answered with his own half-formed dreams for the future before turning the conversation to their journey up to this point. Thorin replied to that, saying at the last that nothing that he would be building from now on could have been possible without Harry and Bilbo. You joined only for friendship's sake, and yet despite all of the gold I have weighted you down with Harry Potter, remember that I am still deep in your debt. Remember that home we are building by the lake is yours. And it will remain so, no matter how long it takes you to come back here. Thank you for that, Thorin Oakenshield, and for your welcome when I appeared in front of you as I did, Harry answered, equally as formally. Although it was not his normal way of speaking for this moment required it almost. I might only have truly become a part of this world when Arion and all sang me into the song of Eru Elevator. But you were the first to make it feel as if I could. And I won't forget that. Thorin nodded, smacked his shoulder, and leaned over, whispering, but Harry, could I ask if you could remember to pick up some of that Shire pipeweed for me when you are there? The serious moment passed, and Harry and Thorin exchanged another laugh before leaning their heads back and staring up at the stars until they slowly fell asleep. The next morning, the remaining members of the company walked with Harry and Bilbo throughout the morning and afternoon down to Long Lake, where they found a boat waiting for them. Each gave personal farewells to the Hobbit and human, ending with a backslap from Thorin to Bilbo as he helped Bilbo and his pony out onto the boat. The dwarves remained as the boat pulled out, watching until it was almost out of sight before Thorin slapped his hands together and ordered them all back to Erebor. There was a lot more work to be done. Oh. A week later, Bilbo and Harry stood on the eastern road, staring into Mirkwood. Well, Bilbo, can you sense anything within? I cannot. You? Bilbo asked, cocking his head to one side from the saddle of his pony. No. I can't feel anything, fair nor foul, Harry quipped before chuckling. And I suppose that is the best we will get. I would not say that, Toriel announced, coming out from between the trees to one side of the arch of trees over the eastern road as it entered Mirkwood. Although I would not count myself overly fair, I would certainly say I'm not foul. She began and then found herself in Harry's arms, lifted off her feet. She laughed and hugged him across the shoulders and head, leaning down to kiss his forehead. I have missed you as well, my Harry, she breathed. Harry set her down and, mindful of Bilbo nearby, simply gave her a kiss on the cheek, but his eyes smoldered, and Toriel found her pulse racing at that, a slight flush coming to her cheeks. Perhaps later, my lady, I can show you how a human lover, separated for so many days, greets his lady. Toriel again laughed, but it was a breathless one, and she quickly turned away from that look, unwilling to follow up on it with Bilbo so nearby. She held out her hand as she greeted the young hobbits, trying not to notice his smirk. She then held up a hand to his pony, which greeted her as if she was a lifelong friend, nuzzling into her hand chuffing softly. Such was the way of elves with all good beasts. Come, I will guide you through the forest. Legolas has removed the spells on the path, and the way is clear for now. He removed them? I take it Legolas could not find a way to cleanse them? Harry asked, taking Toriel's arm with his own, which she leaned into gladly. Given how much trouble we had with Smaug's taint, I can't imagine that the great enemy's corruption is any easier to get rid of, especially not in an actual magical working rather than the land itself, Bilbo said sadly. True enough. Legolas was able to dissipate the magic, but he is having a hard time discerning how to place new spells. I regret to say my own attention has been on the campaign against the spiders. Toriel explained how the elves had basically been forced to reclaim the majority of Mirkwood, moving out from Torienda Edalos in every direction, something Legolas had hinted at with Harry but had not gone into much detail on. How the spiders knew that our unseen host was gone, we know not. But in the time since Thranduil led our forces out from the forest, they have spread dramatically. Their numbers have not increased over much so far as we have seen. But the number of dens, traps, and web-infested forest areas has spread tremendously. Burning them out has been difficult, made worse by the spiders being as intelligent as they are. Have you lost anyone? Harry asked solicitously. Not under my command, no. The day after we returned, a band of 6 hunters was lost. The next, a pair of foolish young elven children who somehow got away from their parents and out into the forest were also taken and. She shook her head slightly. We found their desiccated remains within a night of our return. We have not lost anyone since, although there have been some close calls. Anger for that act runs very deep within the expanded unseen host. Harry winced at that. Now he did not want to ask if Toriel would be able to join him and Bilbo on the trip to the Shire. If this campaign was ongoing, then Toriel was taking time away from her duties now, as Legolas had said he would allow, to meet with Harry like this. But enough about me and about our campaign against the spiders. Surely you have better news from Erebor and Dale. Toriel forcefully changed the subject, looking at her 2 companions expectantly. There were a few days there were touch and go thanks to our lack of supplies, but we got through it, thanks partly to the supplies Lord Legolas sent us. And the mushrooms of the mountain. Bilbo exclaimed, laughing while Toriel looked at him in confusion. The Hobbit explained in detail, by the end of which Toriel was giving Harry a most speaking glance. A spell that makes stone transparent? And how much of your magic did that drain from you? In a set area, and with a set amount of power needed, yes. It hadn't reverted by the time we were getting ready to leave. So hopefully, it is a permanent change. I know Thorin wanted to ask me to do something similar over the other farms, but we hadn't gotten around to it by the time Bilbo here told us that the taint was gone, and he wished to return home. I can understand that sentiment well enough, although that makes the question of where home might be for me at the present moment, Toriel murmured, shooting a sideways glance at Harry. He smiled tenderly at that, his arm moving from holding her own to around Toriel's waist as they walked alongside Bilbo on his pony. I rather think that eventually, home will be wherever the other one is for the 2 of us. But the dwarves wish to repay me for the work with the farm and have actually begun to put together a house for us on the lake like you said you wanted. Toriel's eyes widened at that, and she exclaimed, Legolas. So sneaky, my friend. I'd wondered why he had requested 2 of our architects volunteer to work among humans and dwarves for a time. I was there when he called for volunteers, and I never put it together. Harry chuckled at that, and Bilbo described the house, which sounded interesting enough already to Toriel, even before most of the elven touches were added. From there, she began to ply them with questions about what else had been going on, and by the time they camped for the night, she was shaking her head in shock. Say what you would about the younger races, but dwarves and humans alike had an energy and urge to do that few elves could match. Harry and Toriel spent some time alone that night, which, despite Harry's early suggestion, they spent mostly talking. Cuddling, however, well, cuddling was amazing, and the few kisses and nuzzles they shared just added to it. It was as if a weight neither had noticed had disappeared, and they simply reveled in one another's sheer presence without the need for more. It was odd and hadn't been what Harry had thought would happen, but he deeply enjoyed it all the same. Toriel could have easily run the entire route but across Mirkwood on the eastern road within a day and a half. Bilbo's pony was not made for great speed, even with Harry having used spells to lighten his load every day of their journey. And while Harry had endurance to spare, even he couldn't have kept up with Toriel on the run. Still, Harry and Bilbo's presence made the trip extremely pleasant. By the end of the 2nd day, they came upon the remnants of where the party had ventured off the path and were subsequently ambushed by the spiders. Evidence of the fight was still there in the form of a few burned trees and a lot of kicked-up ground, although a new set of leaves had fallen over most of it. The spiders' corpses were also mostly gone. Scavengers of all sorts had seen to that. Strange to think that without the spiders attacking, we might never have met, Harry murmured, smirking slightly as he leaned the side of his head against Toriel's, their fingers entwined. I rather think that we would have eventually met, one way or another. If not on the trail, then when my king reacted to news of the dragon's death, Toriel answered dryly, shaking her head. Looking back, I wasn't as polite to you as I should have been, and I apologize for that. Being polite while still trying to incarcerate me would have been a very thin line to walk anyway. And I like to think that everything between the 2 of us worked out in the end. Toriel chuckled at that and leaned deeper into Harry's side, his arms going around her waist, one hand falling to her thigh right where her skirt ended, causing a faint shiver through her body. Normally, such touches would not occur until several months or even a year into the courtship between two elves. But Toriel was more than willing to allow it despite that. After all, allowances must be made for different races' cultural differences, she thought virtuously. Bilbo said nothing, turning to look deeper into the forest. I remember trailing after you all was terrifying at first. But I cannot say that my trial was near what my companions faced once we arrived in Torrent Edalos. Yes. I have told many of my fellow rangers that tale, and few could believe it that even a single individual could infiltrate our city like that and remain undetected for so long. It is a lesson in humility that I think many an elven hunter, especially within Mirkwood, can benefit from, Toriel drawled. Including yourself, Harry teased, only to get a firm nod in reply, which served as a reminder that his lady friend was not human. Any human woman who had heard that kind of quip would probably have elbowed him in the side at the very least, but Toriel simply took it for granted that yes, she too had needed such a lesson, a type of self-reflection that few humans would have admitted to. And that he wasn't trying to have fun at her expense, or if it did, the truth was more important. Bilbo simply chuckled, saying nothing about how he did it, although he wondered once more if he should tell Harry about his ring. But he decided not to. Gandalf had asked him about it once, and Bilbo had unloaded the tale on him. How Bilbo had found the ring deep underground, how Gollum had come after him, found him, and would have slain Bilbo for the supposed theft of his precious. How Bilbo had nearly cried at the necessity of killing the poor creature and then later been forced to use it to follow the elves into the city. After that, he switched to Harry's invisibility cloak simply because he could cover other items with the cloak. Gandalf had been intrigued, but when Bilbo, once more grieving at the memory of slaying Gollum with a stone, had offered to give him the ring, Gandalf had evinced no interest in it, saying that it had come into Bilbo's hands and that he had made good use of it so far. It seemingly had no other powers other than invisibility, so Gandalf was perfectly willing to let Bilbo keep it. Yet now, Bilbo found himself unwilling to speak about it with Harry. No, Gandalf knowing about it is enough. He did say it was mine, after all. By the end of the third day, they came upon the river which had nearly caused them so much trouble the first time through. And here, the feelings of depression, being closed in, being cut off from the sun, and everything good that the company had felt passing here the first time was still here. Bilbo shivered, taking a few steps backward as that feeling hit him, before resolutely staring at the river, not taking another step, although his nervous tick was back again. Why does the river still feel as sick as the rest of the trail was before? We don't know, Toriel sighed, looking over to where Harry was staring grim-faced at the river, her hands on the pony's side, holding it still through that touch. For some reason, the river still retains the darkness from the great enemy. It isn't as pointed or as powerful as it had been in the past, but it is still here. Legolas has attempted to use his new connection to the land in this area to get rid of it, but it doesn't work. The river's source itself must be poisoned in some fashion, Harry mused, looking at Toriel thoughtfully. She nodded, indicating that the elves had realized that but were uncertain about what to do about it. Turning back to the river, Harry shrugged his shoulders and, with a wave of his hand, pulled the boat from the other side towards them through the river. With the boat in the air, Harry paused, staring at the large hole near the front of the vessel. I take it that replacing the riverboat here never occurred to anyone. Toriel too looked at the boat, then sighed. No. We knew of the corruption within the river, but the individuals we sent down here to check on it neglected to mention the boat. All those in favor of not touching the corrupted water, say aye. Harry quipped, shaking his head and letting his magic fade on the boat. When the others all shook their heads, he nodded and levitated the pony and Bilbo one after another across the river. The pony's furiously cantering legs caused Harry to laugh, but he held the spells until they were both on the other side of the river, after which he sat down in the boat and gestured for Toriel to join him. Would you like to take a little boat trip with me, Toriel? Realizing what Harry had in mind, Toriel smiled faintly, got into the boat but did not sit across from him. Instead, she sat in front of him and leaned herself back against his chest, wiggling this way and that until she was comfortable. She then nodded up at him, and Harry, with one arm around her waist, placed his other hand on the side of the small boat and magically lifted it into the air. Directing the boat across was tougher, and he had to eventually lean over the side to direct them, which caused Toriel to clutch at the sides of the boat since it nearly toppled them over. But eventually, they stopped down on the other side of the river. There Bilbo clapped dramatically for them, his eyes narrowed and locked on Harry. And if you ever attempt to do that to me again, Harry Potter, I will throw up on you, I swear I will. Harry laughed, and leaving the boat there, the trio set off once more, with Bilbo again on the back of his pony. And 2 days later, they came out of the other side of Mirkwood. If you head west and north of here into the hills, you will run into the edge of Bjorn's territory. He should know the best route through the mountains, as he and the band of dwarves who arrived with him have been exploring them of late. They've reported to us occasionally about small bands of goblins they ambushed, but the goblins' strength in the Misty Mountains has been smashed in the Battle of the Lonely Mountain, Toriel said slowly, staring from the world beyond Mirkwood and then back to Harry. The two of them had very carefully not talked about if Toriel would be able to come with Harry on this journey, and looking at Toriel now, Harry knew she wouldn't. Still, it had to be asked. You're not free to come with us, are you? Toriel shook her head. No, I am not. I do not feel right leaving the unseen host under the command of another against the spiders. I'm sorry, Harry, but I can't just walk away from that responsibility, not when I pushed for years for us to attack them. Harry nodded, sighing faintly. I saw that coming, unfortunately. Still, the time it takes me to get Bilbo home from here will at least allow me to finish work on the Pensieve before we see one another again. I still wish to show you some music from my old home, Toriel. Toriel replied that that would be nice, and Harry turned to Bilbo. Would you mind going ahead for a bit, Bilbo? I'll catch up. Nodding, Bilbo held out a hand towards Toriel, who found herself surprised and pulled into a sideways hug by the Hobbit where he sat on his pony. Be well and take care of yourself, Toriel. Sometime in the future, I would like both of you to stop by my home in the Shire. If you do, I will put on such a welcome that even an elf such as yourself will be in awe. That sounds lovely, friend Bilbo, and I will hold you to it. Toriel smiled, gently hugged the Hobbit in turn, and then stepped back. The pony and its rider cantered away for a few moments and Harry and Toriel stepped back into Mirkwood, putting a few trees between themselves and Bilbo for the moment. When they did, Toriel's eyes widened as she felt her back gently pressed against the tree. Harry kept her there for a moment, his forehead pressing against hers, asking for permission with his eyes. Toriel bit her lip, but she also nodded, and he turned his head just enough. Then they were kissing tenderly but also very passionately, as Harry's arms wound between the bark of the tree and Toriel's body, pulling her tighter against him. Toriel responded, feeling emotions and desires within her that she had never felt before, as she reflected on the difference between flirting between elves and the flirting of humans. Flirting between elves was characterized by talking, singing, admiring one another, writing couplets. Perhaps a dinner or two that the couple worked on together and a walk in the starlight holding arms. But Toriel reflected that Harry and she had done at the holding arms in the starlight bit, and they had done quite a lot of talking ever since they'd met. And I very much doubt that Harry will ever write a couplet or a song about me. In contrast, flirting was a far more primal thing with humans, and she decided once more that she liked it. Although she also liked that Harry made no effort to deepen the kiss or open his mouth until she did. It was a wordless pledge that Harry would let her set the pace and not push. Not until I decide I want him to anyway, she thought. With that, Toriel opened her mouth, and her tongue gently licked out, flicking against Harry's for just a second before Harry's mouth opened in turn. The kiss deepened as their tongues began to duel in her mouth, and Toriel actually let loose a little moan. Then as air became necessary, they slowly pulled away from one another. How long they stood there, their foreheads pressed against one another, staring into one another's eyes, Harry and Toriel would never recall. But eventually, Harry pulled away, stepping back although his hands were still on Toriel's shoulders. Multiply Bilbo's worry for you by about 10, Toriel. When I come back this way for you, and I will before heading down to Lothlorien, I want you in one piece. That is my concern for you as well, Harry. The power of the great enemy might be broken in the Misty Mountains, but who knows what has occurred beyond the edge of Rivendell and the Shire. You also may be in danger. And I want to see you just as hale and hearty as you are now when you return to me. The two exchanged another tender kiss. Then, Toriel gently rotated them before slowly pulling away from Harry, gesturing over his shoulder towards the open lands beyond Mirkwood. Go, or Bilbo will be too far away for you to catch up. I will be here when you come back. With a final kiss, Harry nodded and released Toriel, taking a few steps back, before with a spring in his step, racing after Bilbo. Toriel watched him go until he was out of sight, then turned away, heading deeper into Mirkwood. For now, at least, duty had to come before pleasure. Bilbo had not gone very far when Harry caught up with them, and he looked at the human sympathetically, reaching out a hand and clasping forearms with Harry. You know, I could perhaps get at least to Rivendell on my own. Or at the least with Bjorn's help. No, Bilbo, I gave Gandalf my word of honor that I would see you home. And I will. Toriel and I have all the time in the world, remember? Being apart again for a time is annoying, but nothing that we can't deal with. Now come on, we're losing daylight. I'd like to be at Bjorn's before night falls. End chapter. Okay, so this wasn't the chapter I initially thought it would be. You all have Balerion and a point he made to me to blame for that. This being that a certain long-shanked individual is 11 at this time. And how fun would it be to introduce Harry to another 11-year-old child who might one day have the world's weight on his shoulders. That plot point and the need for food and showing how Erebor and Dale claw their way back to life made me decide to end the chapter here rather than push it to the Shire. Still, despite it not being quite what was advertised, I hope you all enjoyed it.